Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 161. Somehow, once again. 1. Cal could hear people in the distance. He couldn't tell whether they were screams or shouts. Many unidentifiable voices were mixed together. Cal maintained his eye contact with the cat and started to speak. Hilsman, the cat flinched. Yes, sir. At that moment, Hilsman approached the cat and reached his hands outward. The cat tried to quickly turn and run away. However, the injury on his side made his front paw buckle, and Hilsman did not miss that moment. I caught him. The vice captain could not hold on tightly to the injured cat, and thus did his best to carefully hold the cat as he approached Cal. Gra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The cat revealed his fangs and raised his claws. His claws seemed ready to cut through Hilsman's leather armor at any moment. The cat heard a sigh at that moment. A cold fluid poured over his body at the same time. It was a potion. Cal poured the potion on the cat as a temporary solution as he started to speak. I can't just ignore seeing the knight who showed me around being injured like this. The cat flinched. Vice Captain Hilsman also flinched. Cal held back his sigh at Hilsman's gaze that seemed to be saying that he had no idea as he observed the cat knight. This knight was said to be from the slums. The crown of any nation selects knights from the ordinary citizens on a strict ratio. To be picked like that is already a difficult feat. That citizen being from the slums meant that they had significant talent and luck. He recalled what Hilsman had said about the cat knight. Some of his siblings were said to have gone to the alchemy tower 15 years ago. His parents definitely seemed to be human. Where would those siblings have gone 15 years ago? Would they have gone to the alchemist's bell tower? It would make sense for this knight to try to kill the vice tower master if that was the case. Cal and the cat's gazes were still on each other, as if they were feeling each other out. The cat looked at the empty potion bottle and his healing injuries as he started to speak. What do you plan to do with me? You say that after you've been caught already. The cat knight stopped speaking at Cal's response. Are you also trying to destroy alchemy? He had flinched at that question, and pain had shot through his body. His injuries were then healed by the potion, and the pain had gone away. He had grown up in the slums and had developed his quick wit while living on the edge inside of the palace. That wit was telling him that he should go with this person. The cat knight could hear the voice of Cal Henitus, the noble from the Rhone kingdom. The Rhone kingdom came here to investigate the incident caused by the alchemist's bell tower and the empire 15 years ago. 15 years ago. Those words made the cat knight emotional. He tried to soak in Cal's calm demeanor. We wish to reveal their evil sins to the world. We want to show the world what the empire and the alchemist's bell tower did to the people of the slums 15 years ago. I heard you came here to investigate the magic bomb terror incident. Then why did I heal you, and why am I trying to save you? The cat flinched before starting to speak. Save. Yes. Cal slowly walked away from the dark corner of the garden toward the brightly lit area. He then gave Hilsman an order. Hilsman, I'll take care of everything else, so carefully head back to the palace. A highest grade expert. Hilsman was an expert now as well. Yes, young Master Nim, I understand. Hilsman sounded reliable as he said that. Cal turned around. His gaze headed toward the Sun Palace entrance that was still busy with people coming out. However, he heard the cat knight's voice before he could even take a single step. I cannot live. What? Cal tried to turn around. However, he saw a maid being dragged out through the entrance at that moment. Ha ha ha. The woman who was wearing an outfit that showed that she was one of the royal maids was laughing as they dragged her out. One of the knights who was dragging her out rushed toward the imperial prince with a serious expression on his face. Cal found this to be odd. Why is a royal maid here? A royal servant was soon dragged out as well. A royal maid and a royal servant. Compared to the regular maids and servants who did visible tasks such as taking care of nobles and royalty, the royal maid and royal servants oversaw many behind-the-scenes tasks in the palace. That was why they were all over the place, however. They did not have the standings to be at this banquet hall that was full of nobles. Why are they here? Cal turned his gaze back toward the cat. He had a bad feeling about this. It did not seem to be over just yet. Young Master Nim. Hilsman called out to Cal in confusion while watching him rush back toward his direction. But Cal did not answer as he lifted up the chin of the cat in Hilsman's arms, who had his head down. What are you trying to do? The cat knight could not look Cal in the eyes as he started to speak. I did not know the Roan kingdom's envoy came for such a reason. Get to the point. The cat made eye contact with Cal after hearing his cold voice. Ha ha ha. The cat could hear his friend's laughter in the distance. It was already too late. He started to speak. I'm a cat that was abandoned at a young age. My parents took me in, and I was able to grow up with my siblings. 3 of us were selected by the alchemist's bell tower 15 years ago. The cat recalled what his mother had said. You'll be able to eat delicious food if you go there. You'll also be able to succeed. However, make sure that you never show them your cat form. Lean on your older sister and older brother if it is hard. The cat was the youngest of the 3 that were heading to the alchemist's bell tower. He was able to escape because he was a cat, no, because he was a very small kitten at the time. He crossed through a filthy sewer to barely get out of the bell tower. His siblings helped him do that. Youngest, you turn into a cat and escape. Yes, do as your sister said. At least one of us can make it out. You can live. He never forgot the words of his older siblings, even though they were only 1 and 2 years older than him. He returned to his parents, who hid him in a crypt for a while. The cat, who was the youngest of 5 siblings, stayed hidden for 2 years until he turned 7 years old. He then started to live as the youngest of 6 children, saying that he was 5 years old when he really was 7. All of this was possible because he was lucky and because they were in the slums where there was not much administration. I know, we have not forgotten about our siblings and friends. Although the bell tower showcased a few children to say that the children of the slums were doing well, the ones who had seen their siblings and friends going into the tower continued to question it even after they became adults. The cat knight was the one who told them the truth and gathered them together. I started to move from the Empire's dirtiest place to get my revenge. The cat quickly described everything that had happened. We created an organization 5 years ago. We then split off into the Empire's many cities to buy bombs from both fake and real alchemists in the underworld. Cal recalled what he had said to the alchemist Ray Stecker. Alcoholic fake alchemist. Makes poison and small bombs for underworld organizations to use when they fight against each other. Cal could tell where some of the poison and small bombs that Ray Stecker made ended up. They did this all around the Empire. This is driving me nuts. Cal could finally start to put the pieces of the puzzle together. Yes, it would have been difficult for this cat to attempt to assassinate the Vice Tower Master on his own. The cat continued to speak. I became a knight 3 years ago. I was talented, and I was the strongest. The cat, who was the head of the organization and the strongest of the bunch, took on the task of assassination. The others were brought in as royal servants and royal maids. The highest position someone from the slums could get was as a royal servant or as a royal maid. The cat knight thought about the organization members who had lived such difficult lives for the past few years. There is no reason why we cannot get our revenge just because we are poor. We finally made our move today. Cal took his hand off the cat and turned around. The cat could hear Cal's voice. The small bombs you gathered throughout the Empire are probably gathered here today. And there are others still out there aside from the ones that are caught. There was a high probability that the captured ones that are laughing right now were distractions. Their job was to make it easier for the others to move. Cal asked the cat a question. The small bombs made with alchemy are not strong. It will not be able to destroy the Sun Palace. The power of nature imitating mana inside these bombs, made of alchemy, did not make the explosion very strong. There was also a low success rate compared to magic bombs using mana. Only that timed magic bomb that had a mana orb could be said to be an alchemy bomb with a 100% success rate. Naturally, the cat knight knew that the bombs did not have enough strength to destroy the Sun Palace, but they had determined that it was possible to destroy a part of it. This was the end-of-year celebration after the war with the Whipper Kingdom. It was the celebration that was likely to be the focus of many citizens' attention. That was why they had to do it today. He thought that having as many people witness, it was the way for them to get their revenge and reveal the truth to the world. However, the cat knight could not say anything to this noble from the Roan kingdom. I am sorry. We gathered these bombs for the past 5 years. They've slowly been placed around a single wing for the past month, destroying a single wing. Cal understood that the cat was saying that they believed their 5 years of effort was enough to take down a wing. I am really sorry to the Roan kingdom. However, the bombs will soon go off. It will be difficult to block the impact. The Cat Knight managed to injure, but not kill, the Vice Tower Master. Since that was the case, they needed to at least get revenge against the Empire. He had been feeling sorry for the Rhone Kingdom's envoy from the beginning, but that feeling was even worse now. The cat could see Cal slowly turning back toward him. Cal was looking back at him. The Cat Knight suddenly had an eerie feeling. Cal started to speak. "You crazy bastard, what did the Rhone Kingdom's people ever do to you? It is for the greater good. Greater good, my ass." The Cat Knight could not help but put his head back down after hearing Cal's response. He then started to speak. "That is why I have no thoughts about continuing to live. What bullshit." The Cat Knight flinched. Cal Henitus. He was one of the people the Empire focused on because he was known as a just and respectful noble. The knight looked back at Cal after hearing such language come out of his mouth, but Cal was not looking at him. There was wind swirling around Cal's feet. "Hillsman, yes, sir. Make sure he doesn't kill himself. Yes, sir." Cal's body started to move forward. He heard the Cat Knight's quiet voice behind him. "It is already too late. The bombs should be lit already." Cal could hear Rayon's voice in his head. "Human, we will save them." Cal quickly started to move. There were still many things he needed to ask the Cat Knight. He needed to know how they placed so many bombs around the wing while avoiding the guards, as well as what they were going to do afterward. However, there was something he needed to do before that. Cal could see the entrance of the Sun Palace. Young Master Cal, Doltero, the diplomat in charge of the envoy, was waving to him with shock and joy. He could see the Crown Prince next to him as well. "You." Alberu spoke with shock while watching Cal quickly approach them, but he shut up after hearing what Cal suddenly said. "Duck!" Cal started to move again. Alberu followed Cal's movement, and his eyes opened wide. He could see the chaotic Sun Palace's entrance. There were many of the members of the envoy there as well. They were either chatting with the Empire's administrators or having their identities checked as they were coming out of the entrance. Most of them were low-grade administrators. The higher-grade administrators were the first to escape. Alberus' gaze headed toward one of the Sun Palace's wings. "What the—" One of the servants who should have been with the rest was standing on the wing. PSSSSSSSSSSS. That servant's body was covered in fire. "Ah!" Gasp. "What is that?" They heard a scream again. The servant on fire, no, the royal servant who had stolen a servant's outfit, stuck to the wing. A small bomb fell toward the ground from his hand. Cal recalled the cat's words. "It is already too late. The bombs should be lit already." Right, the bomb was already lit. "Human, it is not too late." Rayon's words were correct as well. Cal reached his hand out. Wind shot out like an arrow from his hand. Rayon's magic was added onto the wind arrow. This was the only way to hide Rayon's magic from the Empire's Sword Master and the Vice Tower Master. Ah! The royal servant who was stuck to the wing fell off because of Cal's wind. Boom! Cal heard an explosion and could feel the ground starting to rumble. One of the large wings of the Sun Palace, the ground underneath the wing that the royal servant was stuck on, was vibrating. The explosion had already started. "Human, can I use magic on my own right now? They'll know someone is by your side if I do. The Sword Master will recognize my great and mighty magic." Cal could see the Imperial Prince. Sword Master Houghton was next to him as well. Behind them were Alberu and Doltero, who were both heading toward him. Cal looked at Alberu, Doltero, and the rest of the envoy. A voice echoed in Cal's head at that moment. "Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Sacrifice? What nonsense." Boom, boom. Tens of bombs went off and rocked the foundation of the wing. The sight of the people trying to rush out of the Sun Palace's entrance looked like a scene from hell. Cal started to speak. "Help me." Cal reached out his hands. His body started to ripple. The shield surrounding his body started to move for the first time in a long time. Crumble. The middle of the wing that had been shaking had broken off. The broken part of the wing slowly started to tilt down. Cal started to speak. "We will support it." "All right." It was at that moment. Alberu, who had been walking toward Cal, stopped moving. Cal's name came out of his mouth. Cal Henitus. It was currently night time. A large silver light appeared in the middle of the darkness. That silver light originated from Cal. Chapter 162. Somehow once again, too, the people who were rushing out of the entrance suddenly stopped. They only started to walk again once they were pushed forward by the people behind them. However, their gazes continued to be focused on one area. One of the Roan Kingdom's envoy members started to speak. Young Master Cal, his gaze was locked on Cal. It soon started to follow the strand of silver light that started from Cal's hands. He could feel his heart beating fast. He had seen that silver light before. It was during the Plaza Terror incident. He remembered seeing this same light at that time. This administrator was there during that incident because he worked for the palace. He recalled the shield and large wings that had covered the citizens of the Roan Kingdom. The administrator's gaze moved up to the sky. Ah, he could see a faint silver light above his head. The tips of the large wings were currently above his head. This extremely large pillar was currently being supported by a single shield. It was preventing the tower from falling on their heads. But that was not the only thing it was doing. It was protecting the people underneath the tower that would have been buried if the shield was not there. I survived. Those two words were currently what the administrator was thinking about. Someone started to speak at that moment. I cannot hold this much longer. It was Cal Henitus's voice. Alberu came to his senses at Cal's comment. He looked at the large shield that was supporting the tower. The wings stretching out of the shield were holding onto the tower and preventing it from falling on top of the people. They were all focused on the bright shield that they had forgotten that this was all being done by a single person. Alberu turned his head. Imperial Prince Adden. He could see him in the distance. The Imperial Prince was staring fiercely at Cal. However, his expression changed once he made eye contact with Alberu. The Crown Prince could see Adden's changing expression. He seemed to be amused. Although there was a frown on his face, his eyes showed amusement when a part of the palace was breaking, and both the Empire's nobles and a foreign kingdom's envoy might die at any moment. Others might not have noticed it because of his frown, however. Alberu could clearly see it. Alberu's gaze turned deep. However, the two of them were currently making eye contact. Alberu maintained the urgent expression on his face as he started to speak. We do not have much time. I understand. Duke Houghton. Yes, sir. Duke Houghton ran toward the palace entrance as the Imperial Prince gave an order. Order the mages and alchemists to get here as quickly as possible. Now, yes, your highness, I will do as you commanded. The knights started to move quicker than before. Alberu also gave orders to the people around him. Go and help the remaining envoy members quickly escape. Help the other nobles, no, the citizens of the Empire escape as well. There were more servants, maids, musicians, and cooks than nobles still inside the palace. Alberu recalled the Imperial Prince's gaze and focused on the citizens rather than the nobles. He then gave an order to some of the knights as well. Go guard young Master Cal. Yes, your highness. Some of the knights quickly rushed toward Cal after hearing Alberus' command. Alberu then quietly gave an order to Ben and Cora, two of the dark elves that were in disguise. Ben, focus on what happens to the servant that jumped onto the pillar, as well as the Imperial Prince. Yes, your highness. Cora, go to young Master Cal's bedroom and let them know what happened. He did not see Cal's guard knights with him. That probably meant that Cal had given them something to do. Alberu thought about Choi Han, the sword master. He could not seem to get Imperial Prince Adden's gaze out of his mind. That was why he had given this command to Cora. Should I go bring Choi Han him? No, just let him know what happened. Yes, your highness. The two secretaries started to move. Alberu walked over to Cal's side. Doltero cautiously started to speak while watching Alberu approach. Your highness, please head somewhere, sir, it's fine. I understand. Doltero gave an order to his subordinates and stood behind the crown prince. Alberu then looked toward Cal. He could see that Cal's face was extremely pale. Stupid idiot. Alberu started to speak to this smart yet stupid man. Hold on a little longer. The Empire's mages will be here soon. People are quickly escaping. Hoo-woo, Cal let out a deep sigh. The kingdom's knights flinched after hearing Cal's deep sigh. They could see Cal's pale face, as well as the tips of his fingers that were turning white. He did not seem to be doing well. They then recalled what had happened during the Plaza Terror incident. One of the knights clenched his sword tightly. He coughed up blood. He then fell over. He staggered before falling down and coughing up blood. After that, he required a long period of recovery. The people around Cal started to look worried. However, Cal's mind was quite loud at that moment. Human, are you okay? Does it hurt? At least you are not coughing up blood. Human, my mind is on fire right now. We are saving people again. Human, you are weak, but still very great. So annoying. Maybe Cal was affected by the thought of saving someone once again. However, he started to frown at Rayan's loud ramblings. Human, stop using your strength if it is tiring. Do not overdo it. I can do it myself. What would the other people say if you did it on your own? The Sword Master and the Imperial Prince would question the situation if the tower continued to stay up even without the shield and the wings. The Sword Master is probably already thinking that my ancient power is very strong. Rayan's formless mana, as well as Cal's ancient power, were both different than magic. Since they were both powered by nature, Duke Houghton, the Sword Master, would have a difficult time figuring it out. It's problematic if he thinks my ancient power is very strong. Cal was worried that Duke Houghton would overestimate his ancient power. That was why Cal was using the indestructible shield at the maximum level. Thanks to that, the silver light was brighter and clearer than ever before, but this made it difficult for Cal to maintain it. He actually needed to use the vitality of the heart to help him this time. It was different than when he used it for a short duration to defend against the magic bombs in the plaza. Young Master Cal. Doltero could see the sweat on Cal's forehead. He could feel that all these few minutes were taking on the young noble's endurance. He heard some noise at that moment. Doltero instantly figured out what was going on. The mages and alchemists are here. He reported to the Crown Prince, who quickly turned toward the palace entrance to see Duke Houghton and one of the envoy's knights, sending out some signals. Half of the mages used magic on the ground by the tower. Wang, the alchemists, threw an unidentifiable liquid on the ground. The other half of the mages who were in the sky created a shield. Clang 20 mages cast a shield on top of Cal's shield. At the same time, the ground by the tower shot up to the air. The alchemists and mages had worked together to create this dirt pillar. The pillar continued to shoot up farther into the air while making loud noises in the process. The pillar stopped once it supported Cal's shield. The leader of the alchemists started to shout, "Start the second support process." The alchemists started to put odd-looking black ropes around the pillar. The weak dirt pillar started to become sturdier as more and more black ropes were placed on top of it. A mage and Duke Houghton shouted toward Cal, who was watching what they were doing. "Ready to support. Young Master Cal, you can stop now." The Duke shouted quite loudly so that everybody heard the person's name. Their eyes all turned toward the individual. PSSSSSSSSSS, the silver light that had been shining even brighter than the sun palace quickly disappeared. Boom! The tower crashed onto the shield and the dirt pillar supporting the shield. Ah, ah! All of the mages that had cast the shield let out groans. Only the high-grade mages let out lighter groans. Hearing them groan made them all recall what had just happened. Cal had been standing firm without letting out a single groan. Their gazes could not help but turn back toward Cal. Cough. Cal covered his mouth with both hands as he coughed. That cough was so strong that his entire body staggered forward. "Young Master Cal," Doltero called out to him in shock. He could see blood in Cal's hands. However, Cal's body did not fall to the ground. "Cal, are you okay?" Albaru supported Cal and prevented him from falling. His gaze was focused on Cal, whose head was looking down. Cal started to think with his head down. So refreshing. His palms were tingling more than last time due to the longer duration. However, his body felt better after a single cough. The vitality of the heart really is the best. Cal was thinking that the vitality of the heart was the best ancient power he had obtained. He heard a voice in his head at that moment. "Why do you not sacrifice yourself?" He quivered after hearing the Super Rock's voice. He then flinched after hearing what came next. "I just wanted to destroy the Empire. It was the Black Dragon, Rayan. However, I will hold back since you seem to be in a better condition than when you used the fiery thunderbolt. I need to let Rayan know that I am fine as soon as I get back to my room." Cal thought that Rayan would know by now that he was fine, even if he was coughing up blood. However, he continued to be amazed by Rayan's vicious reaction each time he got hurt. Does he just react this way because he sees blood? Cal could not fathom what was going through the 5-year-old dragon's mind. Cal then heard Albaru's voice. "Are you feeling okay?" Albaru could not hide his concern seeing Cal continue to shrug his shoulders. That fearless Cal Hennetu's shaking was difficult to accept. Of course, Cal had been shaking because of the Super Rock and Rayan's comments, but everybody else just thought that it was the recoil from using the power. Albaru started to frown after seeing that the punk who always responded to him sarcastically being quiet. He then heard Cal's weak voice. The envoy, his voice did not sound normal as he had just let out a loud cough. However, he soon started to speak normally. Is everyone in the envoy okay? Cal slowly raised his head. The healthy yet slightly hungry Cal could see the frowning crown prince. That expression made Cal stiffen up. Did they get hurt? Alberu started to respond to Cal's question. You craw, ha. What was he trying to say? Cal felt like the crown prince was about to call him a crazy bastard before stopping after seeing all of the eyes that were currently focused on them. Alberu helped Cal sit down on the ground before handing him a handkerchief. Wipe the blood off of your mouth first. Ah, Cal quickly started to wipe away the blood that he had forgotten about as he was not in pain. That made the crown prince frown even more as he continued to speak. There are some with minor injuries, but everybody is fine overall. That is a relief. Alberu brushed his eyes with one hand while looking at Cal respond while wiping the blood on his mouth. Cal did not care as he looked around. Only Alberus personal knights and Doltaro was around them. Cal started to speak. Your Highness, what do you think about going to the mid-rank or low-rank nobles right now? The crown prince checking on the mid-rank and low-rank nobles of the other prince's factions would make their loyalty start to waver. There was a high chance that those nobles would consider the crown prince to be a larger umbrella than the other princes. Alberu was at a loss for words after hearing Cal's comment. He subconsciously started to shout. Look at your condition before saying something like that. You stu ha. It sounded like he was about to call me stupid this time. Cal continued to sit on the ground as he wiped off the blood and looked up at Alberu. Doltero interjected into the conversation. He was extremely serious. Your Highness, our young Master Cal is correct. Please leave young Master Cal to us. You need to go console the others right now. I will do my best to send young Master Cal safely back to his room. Cal felt iffy for some reason after hearing Doltero's comment, but decided to stay quiet after seeing Alberu sigh before nodding his head. Yes, I will do that. Alberu agreed and looked as if he was going to turn toward the direction of the rest of the envoy. However, he did not do so and instead reached his hand out toward Cal. Can you stand up? Cal stood up instead of answering Alberu's question. The knights clenched their swords after seeing Cal stand up on his own. Cal only shook Alberu's hand after getting up. He then approached Alberu. Alberu hugged him as if it was normal. This made people recall the scene where Cal and the Crown Prince hugged after the Rhone Kingdom's Plaza Terra incident. The knights and Doltero took a step back before suppressing their emotions. They had never expected to feel those emotions in a foreign empire. Watching them hug made them feel like they could relax now. Cal quietly spoke so that only Alberu could hear. Your Highness, you will ask the Empire for a reward, right? Let's take everything that we can. Oh, and I am glad that you are okay. Ha ha ha, the Crown Prince let out a laugh. He hasn't changed. Glad that you are okay. Cal meant it when he said that. That was why Alberu had no choice but to trust Cal. He also responded back in a quiet voice so that only Cal could hear. No need to ask me something so obvious. Cal let out a quiet chuckle. It was because of the emotions in Alberus' answer that he was going to take everything that they could. His voice held both relief that the envoy was safe as well as anger that they had to experience something like this. This was why Cal could not help but push for the crown prince to be the next king of the Rhone Kingdom. Furthermore, the sight of the Rhone Kingdom's crown prince and the son of a noble hugging each other and laughing in relief was something that would capture people's attention. Young Master Cal, are you okay? However, Cal and Alberus' gazes toward the approaching Imperial Prince Adden were sharp. Cal was prepared to act like an injured noble of justice once again. Chapter 163. Somehow once again, 3, Cal made eye contact with Imperial Prince Adden and started to speak. I'm okay, Your Highness. Cal did not look hurt as he was currently standing tall. However, everybody could see the bloodied handkerchief in his hands, as well as the slightly shaking hands holding on to it. There was also the weak smile on his face. He did not look okay at all. Cal started to speak at that moment. Is everyone else okay? Ah, one of the administrators who came with the Imperial Prince let out a gasp. Adden observed Cal for a quick moment. His eyes had a cold gaze that did not seem to show any care or warmth. Adden's face suddenly showed both gratitude and concern as he quickly made eye contact with Cal again. Yes, everybody is okay thanks to you. There are some who have minor injuries, but it does not seem to be too serious. I see. Cal slightly frowned after hearing the words, minor injuries. His gaze then looked past the imperial prince and toward the mages and alchemists. He started to speak after observing them continuing to support the tower. It should be okay, right? This tower should be fine now, right? Adin energetically responded to Cal, who continued to show his concern until the end. It will be fine. That made Cal respectfully bow his head before looking back up. He pushed back his slightly messed up hair. The tips of his fingers were shaking. The imperial prince thoroughly observed Cal's shaking hands. The crown prince interjected himself into their conversation at that moment. Your hand is shaking so much. It is worse than last time. No, your highness, I am okay. Cal shook his head while smiling at Alberu. Alberu started to frown. Okay. The last time you did this you had to rest for a couple of months. The reason you coughed up blood is because your body is breaking down on the inside. An internal breakdown. Isn't that a bit too much? Cal was debating whether he should do something about Alberu's choice of words when someone suddenly grabbed his arms. It was Doltaro. He quietly whispered as they were in front of the imperial prince. However, it was still loud enough for others to hear. You do not need to force yourself to stand up like this. Young Master Cal, it is okay to rest now. Doltaro's eyes were sparkling with both concern and a sense of pride. Cal felt iffy after seeing such a gaze, but he decided to play along for now. But Imperial Prince Adden, who had been quietly observing him, started to speak as Cal tried to say something. It will be fine. We will take care of everything from here, so you can go get some rest. It was as if he was giving a stern command. This was something that happened in the Empire and the royal palace at that. He was sternly telling Cal that the Empire would take care of the rest, and that Cal should stop concerning himself with it. Cal opened and closed his mouth a few times, but did not say anything as Alberu started to speak. I'm included in that, you speak of, right? Alberu was trying to tell Adin that the Roan Kingdom's envoy was involved as well. The imperial prince looked toward Alberu for a bit before putting on his uniquely warm smile. Of course. However, Alberu could not help but scoff at him internally. Adin was looking at Cal and Alberu with a concerned expression, but had never apologized for this incident. He'll only say something like it was a pity that something like this happened in the official declaration as well. The imperial prince did not lower his head in front of the Roan kingdom side. That was the way the Margoru Empire, the only empire in the western continent, treated the Roan kingdom that was known as being below average. Crown Prince Alberu accepted that demeanor for now. He then reached out and patted today's hero on the shoulder. Go. I will call my personal physician to check you out. Thank you very much. Cal thanked Alberu for taking the lead in preventing a doctor from the Empire being stuck to him as he accepted the support from one of Alberus' knights and started to walk away from the Sun Palace. Many people watched Cal slowly walking away while being supported by the knight before quickly returning to their tasks. It was a chaotic night. This was the same for Cal. A couple of different people surrounded him as soon as the Dark Elf, who was the Crown Prince's personal physician, left the room. What is it? Cal could see the gold dragon, Iruhaben, looking at him with an odd expression. Iruhaben had thoroughly inspected Cal's body before clicking his tongue. Tusk, Tusk, what an unlucky human. Cal turned his head away as he was at a loss for words. Rayan was sitting on the bed looking at him as if they were the only ones in the room. Rayan's gaze made Cal feel weird, so he turned his head once again. He could see Choi Han this time. Why does he have such an expression? Choi Han was touching the hilt of his sword and seemed to be thinking about something. Clank, clank. The sword came a bit out of the scabbard before going back in. This process continued to repeat itself multiple times. Cal suddenly felt chilly and started to speak. Where are they? Hilsman and the Cat Knight. Cal was asking about their location. Choi Han walked over to the bathroom that was attached to Cal's bedroom. He then opened the door. Screech Cal could see Hilsman inside as the door opened. What the hell did you do on your way back? Cal frowned while looking at Hilsman, who was covered in leaves and dirt. The cat and two empty potion bottles were in Hilsman's arms. Bring him here. Cal flicked his finger, and Hilsman approached with the cat. The cat knight was observing Cal with a piercing gaze. Cal started to speak as soon as he saw the cat, so Rex, the cat, flinched. Hilsman put Rex on the chair next to Cal's bed. Rex had to sit there and listen to Cal speak. The palace did not fall. The cat revealed his fangs before they quickly disappeared. Your friend lit himself on fire, but he survived. And then he was caught. Rex started to frown. Cal did not care as he leaned back on the head of the bed and continued to speak. He did not have much time. Do you know the alcoholic alchemist? The cat flinched. Of course, he knew about that alchemist. He was known as a decent guy, and Rex had purchased some balms from him as well. Is that person working for him? Cal looked toward Rex's questioning gaze and continued to speak. So Rex, that alchemist, is someone who gives food to the children of your neighborhood, the slums. Choi Han will take you to him. Your family and the rest of your organization are already in hiding, right? Cal was pretty sure that they would have hidden themselves before this incident started. However, the Imperial Prince will find them within a day, knowing your level of doing things. Hide everyone properly with Choi Han's help. Rex hesitated without being able to respond to Cal right away. He heard Cal's voice once again at that moment. What is it? Are you thinking that you can't escape on your own when your friends might get tortured and killed? That do it right. Rex shut up after hearing Cal cut him off. An unknown sense of pressure could be felt from Cal. I plan to destroy the alchemist's bell tower. I also will not let the next emperor of the empire have the name of Adin. These were the thoughts he had after hearing the Holy Maiden's story. Cal observed Rex, who was one of the key players for his plan. Ray Stecker would be the new leader of the alchemists. Rex would be the center of the citizens. He would be the hero of the rebellion that would save the people. There's no way such a thing would be possible. Rex shook his head. Cal laughed and started to speak. Can't you see that dragon over here? Rex was suddenly at a loss for words. He had not noticed the black dragon until now. Cal then continued to speak. Choi Han, who will take you to the slums, is a sword master. Rex slowly peeked toward Choi Han. Choi Han slowly raised his aura. Furthermore, the new hero that will appear in the Empire will help you out. A new hero? Rex looked toward Cal. Cal raised his finger up. Me. He then pointed to himself. Rex was confused. However, Cal did not say anything wrong. The Empire would not be able to hide this incident with the falling tower. Too many people had seen it. They also needed to hide the fact that someone tried to assassinate the Vice Tower Master of the Alchemist's Bell Tower. They needed something else to draw the citizens' attention away. Anybody who was there would know that Cal was the one who prevented the tower from falling down. Cal was planning on happily being a part of that diversion. I will probably be a hero by tomorrow morning. The citizens of the Empire will also probably like me quite a bit. Iruhaben looked at Cal in a questioning manner, but he did not say anything. Rayan vigorously nodded his head. Rex was looking at everyone before he jerked his head back toward Cal after hearing Cal's next statement. This is because I saved everyone. Cal was not planning on hiding his involvement this time. He spoke to the cat. So Rex, nobody died. Ah, Rex let out a gasp. His face started to frown, but Cal could not tell whether he was relieved or disappointed. So Rex, we do not have much time. Cal then turned his gaze away from Rex in order to look at Choi Han. Choi Han nodded his head and picked up the still injured cat. Rex continued to quietly observe Cal. Rex, take the opportunity when it is in front of you. Opportunity. That word made Rex open his mouth to speak. However, Cal's next words made him close his mouth without saying anything. And watch your mouth about what happened today. Cal focused the dominating aura on Rex as he said that. He then turned his gaze toward Choi Han after seeing that Rex was unable to say anything. For Billows. Cal handed a memo to Choi Han, who put it away in his pocket. I will be back soon. Good, be back before morning. Choi Han did not say anything as he left through the window. Cal quietly watched Choi Han disappear in the distance. Tap, tap. There was a front paw tapping on his arm. What? Cal did not think much of it as he started to speak. The black dragon responded back. Lay down. Cal laid down. Rayan pulled the blanket up to Cal's neck. Iruhaben continued to sigh in disbelief. Rayan made sure Cal was tucked in as he started to speak. Goldie Gramps will nurse you. I will go follow Choi Han. It will be even better if I go with him. Rayan puffed up his chest as if he was saying, just leave it to me. Cal started to speak. Just stay by my side. He had a bad feeling that things would become more complicated if Rayan went as well. The combination of Choi Han and Billows was good enough. Billows was talented when it came to stealthy things. Rayan frowned for a moment before opening his eyes wide and asking, would you like it if I stayed by your side? Yes. Cal gave a short response because he was feeling lazy, and Rayan's lips started to twitch before he rolled up in a ball next to Cal. Cal then slowly fell asleep. It was loud outside his bedroom, but that was none of his business. Cal flinched as soon as he woke up the next morning. The black dragon Rayan was no longer visible. Iruhaben, Hilsman, and Choi Han were standing there looking cleaned up from last night. Why are you so shocked? Our dear young master Cal. Crown Prince Albaru was sitting on the chair right next to the bed. Your Highness, you are indeed the kingdom's star, even when you are the first thing I see when I open my eyes. Enough. Albaru cut him off, and Cal shut up before lifting his body up. He then heard Albaru's voice again. Looks like you'll need to get a medal. Albaru could see Cal flinching after hearing his words. Albaru recalled how Cal had not wanted any medals nor power after the Roan Kingdom's Plaza Terra incident as well. That was why he quickly added on. Of course, there are also rewards like money, in addition to the medal. The Empire currently needs a way to divert attention from what happened last night. Albaru stopped talking and looked toward Cal. You seem to be happy. Cal welcomed the morning with happiness as he started to speak. Your Highness, why don't we make it big and do a medal ceremony? What? The just noble. Cal slowly lifted his fingers up one by one as he continued to speak. The just noble who is weak but has a strong sense of justice and is willing to sacrifice himself to save the weak. He does not care about identity nor nationality and has a strong and beautiful ancient power. Albaru could see the refreshed look in Cal's eyes. Cal slowly continued to speak. Your Highness, I wish to be the hero of the Empire's people. 1. Rex is a knight, so I'm using Sir as in the British fashion. Chapter 164. Somehow, once again, 4. Albaru started to frown. Why? He first asked for Cal's reasoning. He could see Cal Henitus beckoning him to come closer to the bed. He wanted to scoff, but decided to play along since Cal was a patient. Cal lowered his body toward the Crown Prince and whispered in his ear. So Rex has decided to join us. Rex. Albaru could not recall who that was. However, seeing Cal's red hair made him remember Rex. Albaru looked toward Cal. You crazy bastard. He could not help but swear. The dark elf Cora next to him flinched, but returned to normal after seeing the expressions on the faces of Cal's guard knights. Why? Cal responded after hearing Albaru asking him once more. I'm sure some information about Sir Rex has spread to at least the nobles in the capital. Albaru nodded his head. Even a foreigner like him had received information about the knight named Rex. Albaru recalled the information he had been given. A knight originally from the slums. The slums. Cal responded to Albaru's slowly forming train of thought. He is someone who escaped from the alchemist's bell tower and knows the truth. We need to save him. Cal quickly added on. I already saved him. Cal could see Albaru falling into a state of deep thought. Albaru did not know about the divine items. However, he knew about most of the other things. The saint and the holy maiden. The alchemist who is not a part of the bell tower. Cal had learned about the alchemist's bell tower and the Empire's plans through them. That was why Albaru instantly understood the value of Sir Rex. Albaru started to speak. What does that person have to do with you stepping forward as a hero? Don't you hate being in the spotlight? The Cal that Albaru knew did not like being the center of attention. Cal admitted to it. I definitely hate it. A lot of restrictions are placed on you if you are the center of attention. You also have to pay attention to how you act around people. Even if Cal was the type that did not care about what other people thought, not being in the spotlight was the best way to live a quiet, slacker life. However, it was okay this time. Cal responded to Albaru, who was looking at him, but it is okay this time. I plan to put heroes forward in the future that will make the people forget my name. Ha! Albaru brushed his face with his hand. I guess you plan on making Rex a hero as well. Cal started to smile. We will make the people lose faith in the crown and the nobles. Shouldn't we have someone to fill their spot? Albaru did not say anything. He agreed with Cal's sentiments. A knight from the slums. Also, the person who attacked the Vice Tower Master in order to reveal the truth hidden within the darkness. Albarus' gaze turned similar to Cal's gaze. Good, very good. He was satisfied with the current situation. They would profit a lot as long as Rex was not caught. I'm sure this punk wouldn't put him somewhere only for him to get caught. Cal would have been thorough with where he placed Rex. Albaru started to speak. It is only beneficial for me if you get a medal and become popular. The Empire's treatment of the Rhone Kingdom's envoy had gotten much better already. It was because of last night's incident. The Empire had focused on their high-rank nobles and could not take care of the lower-ranking nobles, including the lower-ranking envoy members. Furthermore, they also had to prevent the news about the attempted assassination of the Vice Tower Master. That was why they did not prevent the information about Cal from getting out. Since it was something that would get out anyway, they had no problem letting the actions of a foreign noble, something that would have the least effect on the Empire, become the biggest point of focus. Thanks to that, Cal's actions had spread like wildfire. Although he was a foreign noble, the fact that he had prevented the Rhone Kingdom's Plaza Terror incident, and the fact that they did not have any good news since the war with the Whipper Kingdom made this a great story for the Empire. Alberu got up. He had a lot to do. Get some rest. Yes, Your Highness. Cal nodded his head and laid back down. Alberu clicked his tongue at Cal's actions, but his face showed concern and sorriness as he opened the bedroom door. How is he, Your Highness? Alberu looked at Doltaro and the Empire's administrator next to him as he shook his head. However, the words coming out of his mouth were different than his actions. Young Master Cal is fine. However, the fact that his words did not match his actions affected Doltaro even more. He wondered if he should go inside and ask how Cal was doing. However, Alberu said something that made him change his mind. He used his power too much yesterday. We should let him get his rest. Yes, Your Highness. Plus, we still have a lot to do. Indeed, Your Highness. Doltero knew Alberu was right. Alberu had stopped to see Cal on his way to see the Imperial Prince, who had taken control of this incident. That was why Doltero was with him as the leader of the envoy. Let's go. Doltero and the rest walked away from Cal's bedroom at Alberus' command. At that moment, Cal was laying on the bed eating the cookie that Rayan had brought him. Choi Han, who had a long night, approached him and whispered in his ear. Mr. Billows asked if he could see you. Bring him over. Choi Han started to move again at Cal's command. A few hours later, the Flynn Merchant Guild's Billows entered Cal's bedroom while saying that he had some precious tea to help Cal relax. He sat on the chair next to Cal's bed and continuously wiped the sweat off of his forehead. There was sweat on Billows' fat face even though it was the middle of winter. Cal started to speak to Billows. Thank you, young Masternum. In the end, Billows raised his voice to call out to Cal. What? Cal's casual response made Billows unable to speak. Billows had told Rex the location of his secret residence. No, he had locked Rex up in his secret residence. Billows' gaze turned toward Choi Han as he thought about the chaotic moments of last night. Choi Han smiled gently at him as they made eye contact. However, the statement Choi Han had made after stealthily evacuating Rex's friends and family, and then locking Rex up in the secret residence, remained on his mind. Rex had wanted to be together with his family and the other members of the organization. However, Billows had determined that this would not be possible. The other organization members would be fine in the secret paths and unknown caves of the slums, because the Empire did not know of their identities. However, someone like Rex, whose identity was completely known, needed to be somewhere where he could be safe from magic. Billows's secret residence was somewhere with a shield that defended against all magic, because it was somewhere that Billows's uncle Odious, the ruler of the Rhone Kingdom's northwestern underworld, had created for any emergency situations when he was in the Empire. Billows recalled what Choi Han had told Rex as he put him in there. You are a dangerous bomb. If you go off, you will not kill just yourself. You will kill everybody involved with this incident. So quietly stay here like a dead rat. He never expected such words to come from Choi Han, whom he thought was the pure and silent type. You might be fine with other people getting hurt for the greater good, but I will put my family, something that took me so long to get, first. Billows also didn't expect Choi Han to have such thoughts. Choi Han did not have any family to Billows' knowledge. No, he had no blood relatives, so Choi Han's family must be. Cal bluntly asked Billows, who turned away from Choi Han and was now staring at him. What the hell are you looking at? It is nothing. Billows pushed aside the thoughts in his mind and took out a magic bag. Here are the items you requested. Cal pointed to the table and Billows put the bag on top of it. Cal asked him at that moment, how much do you know about the Caro Kingdom? Excuse me, why are you suddenly bringing up the Caro Kingdom? Billows had expected to talk about other things with Cal today. He was a merchant after all. He had a good idea about what Cal had done until now, as well as the reason behind the actions of last night. That was why he wanted to benefit from taking those dangerous actions last night. Excuse me, young Masternim. I think I need to report to you about last night first. No need. Excuse me, I'm sure you took care of it. Billows closed his mouth. Earlier, as he was heading to the palace, Billows had gathered the information he heard from Choi Han, as well as every piece of information he could gather throughout the capital in order to confirm some things. The Sun Palace. Although he had not seen it in person, he had heard that it was a palace with a luxurious and large hall. One of the towers of that palace had started to fall. The person in front of him had prevented it from falling all by himself. He then coughed up blood and needed to be supported back to his bedroom. Billows thought that Cal looked paler than usual today. Cal asked him a question at that moment. Billows, why do you think I left you with that task? He had already determined the answer to this question. Billows started to speak. I guess you find me trustworthy. Of course. Billows held back a sigh. He was no longer sweating like a hog. He was feeling relieved. Young Masternim, are you talking about the auction house in the Caro Kingdom? Cal nodded his head at Billows, who quickly understood his intentions. He had already discussed it with the Crown Prince as well. Of the items they had found in the secret room, 2 of them needed to be taken care of. This was because the 2 items would be difficult for the Roan Kingdom to publicly handle. I want to participate in the secret auction house's VIP auction. The next one is the New Year celebration auction in February. Is that the one you are talking about? Yes, Caro Kingdom. They were more famous for the auction house than the Forbidden Zone desert that hid the Dark Elves. This VIP auction was the most secretive yet public auction in the oddly developed Caro Kingdom. The Birth of a Hero had discussed this auction when it described the Caro Kingdom. Billows, is it possible? The VIP auction. There was a reason neither Cal nor the Crown Prince were participating as themselves. These 2 items that they found in the cave underneath the secret table originally had owners. Even Cal could not understand how they had ended up in the Pope's coffin. However, these 2 items were publicly known to still be in possession of the original owners. Yes, sir, it is possible. Are you trying to auction some things? No. Billows started to frown. Why did he want to go if he wasn't planning on auctioning things? Cal did not respond to Billows's question and gave him another order. Can you send invitations to 2 people? Invitations? Yes. An invitation telling them to participate in the February auction. I understand. Do I just need to do it stealthily? Yes. Make it so that they cannot tell who we are. Sounds great. Cal said one more thing to Billows. I will make it so that you get the transactions fees of the deals. Sounds like a large transaction. It is. Billows nodded his head and got up. I will see you next year, young Masternim. I suppose I should head to the Henitus territory in February. No. Cal told Billows the location of their next meeting, the Gyra territory. I understand. Will you be there starting from the new year? Billows calmly asked, even at the unexpected answer of the Gyra territory. Cal shook his head. I can't be certain. I will probably head down from the north to the Gyra territory. The north? Yes. Billows did not ask anything else. He understood it as Cal spending some time in either the Roan Kingdom's northwest or northeast before heading to the Gyra territory in February. However, the north that Cal was talking about was neither of those locations. Vice Captain Hilsman walked Billows out while Choi Han asked Cal a question. Calnim, are we pushing back the young Master Antonio situation until February? We have to. I ended up staying in the Empire longer than I had expected. Staying in the Empire longer than expected had thrown off his plans. He needed to push back the plan about using young Master Antonio Gyra's weakness for a later time. Cal shrugged his shoulders at Choi Han, who seemed to be concerned that their plans had to be changed. We have no other choice. It is almost the new year. Shouldn't we spend the new year at home with our family? Ah, Choi Han let out a small noise. Cal started to pet the Rayon's round head that had suddenly appeared as he continued to speak. I said I would be home for the new year, so I have to go. He had told both his father and On and Hung that he would spend the new year at home. He had to keep his promise. Don't you agree? You are right. Calnim, you are definitely right. Choi Han smiled innocently as he nodded his head. Cal watched Choi Han before telling the 2 dragons and the 1 human their upcoming plans. We will spend the new year at home and then head up north. Human, are we going to see the whales? Yes. Witira had frequently brought up the contract for the sea route. Cal was planning on preparing a place for the tiger tribe before heading up north to meet with the whale tribe. But that's not all. He picked up the magic bag that Billows had brought and handed it to Aruhaben and Rayan. Iruhaben, who had been looking at Cal with a suspicious gaze, picked up the bag and asked, "Are they alchemy ingredients?" "Yes, sir." The black dragon's eyes opened wide at Cal's response as he started to shout, "We can make the pillar of fire now." The bag was full of the ingredients used to create the Empire's pillar of fire. Iruhaben smirked as he answered back, "Of course, this great dragon can make anything as long as I have the ingredients, little kid." Cal observed the ancient dragon, who seemed to be a bit tired as he thought about how there was another task to add to his agenda in the north. Rayan looked at Aruhaben with sparkling eyes as he asked, "When do we get to use this?" The gold dragon flinched. This pillar of fire would be an improved version of the one that the Empire had created. Although they needed to conduct some tests in the process, they could not use it as they pleased. That was why he could not easily answer the question. The black dragon and Aruhaben quietly looked at each other. However, someone casually answered their question for them. It was Cal. "Probably early next year." "Hmm, hmm." The two dragon turned toward Cal, who casually added on, "It'll be warm if we start a fire somewhere cold." The gold dragon Aruhaben's face had a questioning gaze. "Warm? I'm sure he knows that it is not only at that level of strength." At that moment, he heard Rayan's voice. "Let's show it to the whales as well." "Sure." "Ha." Cal ignored Iruhaben's sigh and laid back down on the bed. It was nice to be warm during the winter, and being underneath the blanket to be warm was the best. However, he headed up to a windy platform a few days later. One of the administrator's voice was echoing in the area through a magic amplification device. "We will now present a medal to the valiant young Master Cal Henitus, who showed a sense of sacrifice in the Empire." I like what he said. Cal looked forward with that thought on his mind. The Emperor was welcoming him with a benign smile. Behind him in the plaza outside the Empire's royal palace was a massive crowd looking up at him. Chapter 165. Somehow, once again, 5, Cal did not pay attention to any of the gazes headed toward him. Human, however, he was concerned about Rayan's comments. "I am proud of you. This feels great. We did it." Cal tried his best to ignore the emotional black dragon. He turned his head toward the Emperor, who was standing one level higher than him. The Emperor was someone whom you could only see during a situation like this. However, Cal's thoughts, as he looked toward the Emperor, was not about how glorious of an occasion it was to see him. Did they say that his body is weak? He had heard that the Emperor had become so weak that it was almost a miracle that he was still alive. This was the case for the former Emperor as well. No wonder they treasure the Imperial Prince. This was one of the descriptions of Imperial Prince Adin in The Birth of a Hero. The Emperor projected his greed to Adin, who used this to his advantage. The Imperial Prince was born with a strong body and was also talented in sword arts. Adin, who was born with things that the Emperor wished he had, used this to make the Emperor rely on him. Furthermore, Adin absorbed the martial arts that had been weakened because of 2 generations of weak emperors. Cal Henitus, the only emperor in the Western continent, called out Cal's name. Cal formally showed his respects, and the emperor looked at him as he continued to speak. "Your actions during the Sun Palace bomb incident were courageous and beautiful." His voice was amplified with the magic amplification device. "A foreigner like you did something that would be difficult for even one of our own empire's citizens to do. The Sun Palace did not fall, and many people survived thanks to your deeds." Cal observed the Emperor's face as he praised his actions. The Emperor did seem to be frail, but they are still 2 peas in a pod. Although their physical wellness was different, both the Emperor and the Imperial Prince thought the same way. Cal quickly suppressed his thoughts as he pretended to be a respectful young noble as he looked up at the Emperor. The Emperor raised his voice. "I am here to present such a courageous young man with the 3rd-grade Margoru Medal of Honor, as well as some other treasures." A silver medal was placed on Cal's shirt. Woo 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 cheers filled the plaza. The Emperor patted Cal on the shoulder. "You did well." Cal could see his sincerity. They had given him a 3rd-grade medal after all. Of the many medals available, a 3rd-grade medal with the Margoru Empire's name was a significantly high honor. The 1st grade was for officials who had rendered outstanding service. The 2nd grade was for heroes of war. The third grade was for individuals who had performed exemplary deeds for the nation. The third grade was the highest honor a foreigner could receive, and Cal was the only one who had received this honor in a long time. It is probably because the Empire hasn't done anything well these days. The Empire just looked like they were failing over and over in the eyes of the other kingdoms. They had lost Maple Castle, their palace was destroyed, and the Vice Tower Master was almost assassinated in the Sun Palace. A shining beacon named Cal appeared in front of them in such a situation. Human, I am very proud of you. You may be weak, but your heart is pure. Cal ignored Rayan's comments. Why don't you briefly share your sentiments? The Emperor pointed to the plaza behind Cal. This was a part of the agenda before the treasure was presented to him. Cal bowed toward the Emperor before slowly turning around to the plaza. He could see that the plaza was full of people. Human, Billows is in your 3 arc direction by the fountain. Cal's gaze naturally turned toward the fountain. He had told Billows to specifically come to that location. They're all here. Billows, the alchemist, and even Choi Han and the cat in his arms were all there. Although he could not see their faces because they were too far away, he could recognize their shapes. Cal looked around the plaza. People were cheering and anticipating his remarks. Cal started to speak. I am very happy. The young noble really did seem happy. The people in the plaza cheered for the young noble who was happy after receiving the Empire's medal. They were feeling good that this young noble seemed to be considering it an honor. They had heard about the actions of this noble standing on the platform. They were shocked when they heard that the Sun Palace was hit with a terror incident. However, nobody got hurt, and the Sun Palace didn't fall either. Of course, it did not have much to do with them. The majority of the people who were saved were nobles. That was why the only thing they did was cheer. Cal naturally knew about this. I am happy that I was able to save others. I am happy that I was able to fulfill my responsibilities. Cal's continued words made the expressions on the people's faces change a bit. He was not happy to receive the medal, and that was it. Cal looked toward the Emperor while a sense of disappointment filled the plaza for such a short speech. I suppose it is now time for the treasure. The Emperor motioned, and someone walked up with a long box. The Emperor felt that something was wrong as he observed Cal, who was looking at the box that was wrapped in velvet. He could feel a sense of hesitation. The noble who had just said that he was happy had a stiff expression on his face. He could also see him peeking at him. The Emperor was used to such sight. It was the sight of someone who had something he wanted to say, but was hesitating because he was in front of the Emperor. Is there something you wish to say? The Emperor held back a cough caused by the cold wind as he asked. It is nothing, your majesty. I will ask you a second time. Speak freely. I will ask you a second time. That made Cal Henitus's expression change, as if he had made up his mind, and he started to speak. Your majesty, I do not know what the treasure is. That is the case. The Emperor could see a brave expression that he saw in young nobles from time to time. Your majesty, may I exchange this treasure for something else? Ah, the Emperor had a good idea about what was going on. His gaze headed toward the imperial prince who was right below the platform. Royal father, he is considered a just young noble. Considered, in the views of the foreigners. The Emperor knew what would appear when you put a sense of justice and youth together. What is it you wish to exchange it for? The Emperor could see that Cal's expression brightened as soon as he heard his gentle tone. Cal put on a bright smile. Human, that smile seems so shady. Cal ignored Rayan and started to speak. The conversation between the two of them was being amplified so that the entire plaza could hear. My friend told me this. Friend, the unexpected word made the people confused. This was the same for the Emperor. Cal continued to speak. He said that light brightens up the darkness. The people's expressions changed. The majority of them were thinking about a specific phrase. The sun finds the darkness and shines its light on it. It was famous for being the foundation for the Church of the Sun God. It was said in a different way, but it still made them think about it. My friend also said the following. This friend that Cal was talking about could only be one person. It was the saint, Jack. Light does not weaken if you share it. The sun is great enough to shine light on all life forms. It made them oddly remember the teachings of the church. Although it was not the same, the followers of the sun god could not help but recall their teachings. Even if the Church of the Sun God had committed such atrocities, there were still many believers in the empire. The leaders of the church had committed actions that went against the teachings of the church. And now, someone who was not related to the Church of the Sun God was making them remember their teachings. Cal's voice echoed in the plaza. That is why I wish to share. He sounded happy and excited, since light will not change even if I do. The believers of the Church of the Sun God heard Cal's words differently. The sun will still not change. One of the citizens looking up at the platform mumbled to himself. It's been a while. It had been a while since he had felt the teachings in his heart. However, there were people who were thinking about the teachings in their heads as well. The emperor was one of them. His gaze turned sharp for a moment before returning to normal. The young noble who courageously asked and seemed to be waiting for his response seemed to be a very common, innocent noble who believed that he could create a beautiful world. He doesn't seem to have done that on purpose. The emperor thought that Cal did not share the Church of the Sun God's teachings on purpose, but that is not the important thing right now. The emperor did not miss the chance to raise his own value. He started to speak. You wish to not use this treasure and instead share it with others. I would like to if that is possible, your majesty. The emperor laughed out loud before speaking loud enough for the citizens to hear. I will accept Cal Henitus's request. We will open the granaries and share more food than the value of this treasure to the citizens in need. The citizens' expressions lit up. The emperor continued to speak before they could start shouting in joy. I will also give the generous Cal Henitus this treasure as planned. The emperor pretended to be a benevolent ruler, and the citizens cheered him on. Woo-woo-woo, they were cheering even more passionately than before. The citizens energetically applauded the emperor and the foreign young noble. The plaza that had been quiet since the fall of the church and their defeat against the Whipper Kingdom. One of the citizens started to speak as he continued to clap. Wouldn't it be great if that noble was a part of our empire? Right. But look, our emperor is so generous too. I guess that is true. Anyways, that noble is quite decent. There were many voices praising Cal. What was his name again? Cal Henitus. Who, I see. Is he a part of the Church of the Sun God? I don't know about that, but he seems like a good person, and he is courageous. A noble like him is rare to find. True. The alcoholic alchemist Ray Stecker looked around the rowdy plaza. He then looked toward Cal with chaotic eyes. Ray had heard that Cal was the white-haired priest. He had also heard about Sir Rex. Rex was also looking toward Cal, who was on the platform. He had a complicated expression on his face. The two of them heard Bilos' voice at that time. The young master nym did the same thing in the Roan Kingdom. He hasn't changed at all. In the Roan Kingdom, Bilos nodded his head at Rai's question and raised his voice on purpose. He also prevented the Roan Kingdom's Plaza Terra incident on his own, but did not want any other honor than the joy from saving others. He only worried about others who may still be suffering. The citizens who heard his voice were shocked. The way they looked at Cal started to change. At the same time, the subordinates that Billows had planted throughout the plaza were bringing up stories about Cal, the noble who had also thrown his body in danger during the Roan Kingdom's Plaza Terror incident. Furthermore, a person who had come to participate in the investigation of the terror incident at the Vatican. Those stories continued to spread throughout the plaza. The alcoholic alchemist Ray almost gasped after hearing Bilos' stories. What an amazing person. Choi Han, who had been standing there stoically, then started to speak. Cal Nim has always been like this. Choi Han sounded proud as he said that. Ray and Rex could not help but look at Cal with an odd expression after sensing a strong level of trust in Choi Han's words. Cal headed down from the platform as the Emperor started a short speech. He could see Imperial Prince Adden at the bottom. He did not seem to be too happy, although he tried his best to maintain his smile. It was because of Cal's unexpected actions. Adden started to approach Cal, presumably to talk about that, before suddenly stopping. It was because of Albaru. Why didn't you tell me you were going to do something like that? I apologize, Your Highness. The idea suddenly popped into my head while I was up there. Albarus' reprimanding tone made Cal bow toward Albaru and Adden. That made Adden start to smile as he patted Cal on the shoulder. No need to apologize. I thank you for thinking of our citizens. Thank you very much for being understanding. Adden, who was observing Cal, who seemed to be relieved, heard Albaru starting to speak once again. You did something similar at the last terror incident. You always put others before yourself. Adden's expression slightly changed after hearing that Cal had done something similar last time. Cal smiled back at Albaru before quietly returning to his spot. Although he had not informed the Emperor and the Imperial Prince about his actions, he had indeed told Alberu in advance. Doltero patted Cal's shoulder once Cal returned to the rest of the envoy. Good job. You were very cool. Doltero was looking at Cal with a satisfied and affectionate expression. Get plenty of rest until we leave tomorrow. The envoy was leaving tomorrow, as Doltero just mentioned. They would only pass through the Gyra territory for their teleportation magic circle, as they had unexpectedly stayed here longer than planned. Cal responded back with a smile and touched the treasure box in his arms. Rayon's voice echoed in his head. I feel an evil aura coming from the box. Let's ask Goldie Gramps. No, let's ask Mary. The super rock chimed in as well. Are you planning on sacrificing yourself? I knew it. Cal knew that the treasure Adden gave him would not be something good. He peeked into the box only to see a light sword that was used for self-defense with a jewel at the pommel. I don't like it. Cal made up his mind after seeing that Adden gave him something useless after claiming to give him a treasure. He shared his plans with the group at Bilos' secret residence later that night. I will definitely destroy the alchemist's bell tower. Billows flinched. Destroy. Yes. Billows, want you make a lot of money if we destroy it, and you source the materials needed to build a new one. I fully support your decision. Billows quickly accepted Cal's decision after hearing about the future benefits. The alchemist Ray and the cat knight Rex looked toward Cal with anxiety. Even Choi Han, who was standing next to Cal, was peeking at him with hesitation. Ray started to speak. Sir, I didn't know you were a noble. Is that a problem? Ray quickly shook his head at Cal's question. He was just amazed that Cal was willing to go up against the strong forces of alchemy and the Empire in order to share the truth with the citizens of the Empire when he could just ignore all of this and live peacefully. I am leaving tomorrow. I came to tell you a couple of things before I left. Ray focused back on Cal after hearing what he said. Rex, who was still in his cat form, continued to quietly observe Cal. Cal quickly got down to business. It would be difficult to move Rex and the others of his organization since the Empire was frantically searching for them. Ray also needed time to gather the other alchemists that were not a part of the bell tower. They needed to bide their time. That was why Cal was planning on remaining as quiet as a dead rat until the Empire had its guard down when the Northern Alliance attacked. Wouldn't that be the best time to hit them the hardest? He needed something to rally them in order for that to happen. The Saint and Holy Maiden are still alive. Ah, Ray let out a gasp. He had understood the two meanings behind Cal's statement. They are still alive. Furthermore, I know where they are. That was the hidden meaning behind that statement. Ray and Rex had already heard from Choi Han that the Church of the Sun Guard was hit with the magic bomb because they were trying to reveal the secrets of the alchemist's bell tower. He had also told them that the Empire tried to kill the Saint and Holy Maiden after framing them for the incident. Cal noticed all of the eyes on him as he continued to speak. I will return within a year. He then gave an order. Endure until then. He followed up with the reward they would get if they succeeded. I will bring you everything you want if you endure until then. Everything you want. That phrase made Ray and Rex's expression change. The alcoholic alchemist of the slums and the cat knight on the run for attempted murder. This man in front of them would bring them the things they wanted but found difficult to obtain. The only thing left for the two of them was death or a life in seclusion anyway. I will endure until then. Ray had no problem answering back. He could see a smile on Cal's face as he looked at him. It is great that you don't smell like alcohol anymore. Ray started to smile as well. Ray, who had shaved his beard, combed his hair, and dressed himself nicely, albeit in shabby clothes, looked more like a scientist than an alcoholic now. I will endure as well. Rex soon answered as well. He then turned to make eye contact with Cal. All that was left for him was to run forever or die. If that was the case, he would rather endure and get one more chance to do what he wanted. Cal got up from his seat. Rex tightened up after seeing Cal approach him, but he soon returned to normal. So Rex became anxious after hearing Cal's quiet voice. At that moment, Cal took out multiple items from his magic bag and piled them up in front of Rex. Boom, boom, boom. These heavy items piled up in front of Rex's eyes. Read all of these books. Rex's eyes opened wide. They were books. There was a tall pile of thick books in front of him. He could see the titles of the books. Leadership, politics, military science. Why do I need to read these? The confused cat looked up at Cal. However, Cal did not answer his question. Just read it if I tell you to read it. It will be even better if you thoroughly studied them. Rex slowly nodded his head after seeing the look in Cal's eyes. Cal then started to smile in satisfaction. Who should fill the empty spot left by the Imperial Prince? Although this was just Cal's thoughts right now, he petted the cat's red fur with a satisfied expression. Rex flinched, but stayed still. Rayon's voice echoed in Cal's mind. Human, why are you smiling like that again? Isn't everything done? Done. This is just the starting line. The day that Cal returned with the saint, holy maiden, and the divine item. That day would be the day it all begins. Human, I am 6 years old now. I've also grown bigger. Yes, yes. Rayon pointed toward Cal with his short front paw. Human, you are 20 years old now. Yes, yes. Cal thoughtlessly nodded his head and started to speak to the driver. Choi Han, are we almost there? Yes, Cal Nim. We are almost at Harris Village. It was now the new year. Cal had been slacking off in the Henitus castle ever since his return from the Empire and had come out for the first time since his return. It was going to be a pretty long trip through the Tiger Village, the Whale Village, and the Perun Kingdom up north. Chapter 166. Perhaps, one click. Something that was even more shocking than the cold air welcomed Cal when he opened the carriage door. Why, young Masternim. There was someone who seemed very happy to see him, running toward him with both arms open. It was the dwarf rat Mueller. He did not even have his coat on properly as he ran toward Cal while looking as if he was about to cry. What's wrong with him? Cal looked toward Choi Han. However, Choi Han shrugged his shoulders as if he had no idea either. Mueller arrived in front of Cal at that moment and started to catch his breath. Why, young Masternim. What? The normal Mueller would curl up in fear in front of Cal. Cal was confused at how different Mueller was acting than normal. Mueller grabbed onto the side of Cal's pants at that moment. What is going on? Mueller's desperate expression confused Cal, but he first pushed Mueller away before asking. Something is odd. Mueller's value was currently on the rise after designing the castle walls and the golden turtle ship. Why did he seem so scared when he should be walking around with his head up in the air? I would rather follow you around. This is just. Cal motioned for Choi Han to take care of Mueller for now and entered Harris Village. There were no guards in Harris Village right now. The soldiers and knights who had been here earlier had all returned to the Henitus castle. Part of this was because it was a secret that Cal was moving the Tiger tribe to Harris Village. But most importantly, the Tiger tribe did not need soldiers to protect them. Furthermore, those soldiers and knights were currently training under the knight captain back at the castle. Cal looked at the wooden fence that looked like Mueller had helped design before walking into the village that was surrounded by snow. Looks fun, Rayan started to speak. Cal's expression turned odd. He could see young tigers, wolves, and two kittens rolling around in the snow. I'm going to go play too. Do whatever you want. Rayan appeared in the air and rushed toward the children playing in the snow. Gasp. Cal heard a gasp coming from behind him. It was Mueller. The half-dwarf seemed to have been shocked after seeing Rayan as he approached Cal once again and clenched onto his pants. Cal did not push him aside this time. He looked toward the 30-year-old man who looked like a child and started to speak with sympathy. Tigers and cats are from the same feline family. Mueller nodded his head so vigorously that his head might fall off. Cal let Mueller hide behind him. It was because there were cats and tigers running toward them. Wow, it's been so long. You're finally here. On and Hung were the first to reach Cal. Choi Han, who was standing next to him, let out a chuckle. It was because he could see the corners of Cal's lips twitching. We missed you. The red kitten Hung, who was wearing thick clothes, rubbed his head on Cal's leg. Mueller quickly escaped to behind Choi Han instead. We heard you got hurt. The silver kitten On, who had grown a bit after turning 12, circled around Cal. However, 12 was still young, so he answered back to the concerned child. Yes, I coughed up blood. On and Hung, as well as the young tiger and wolves around them, all started to frown. Rayan started to frown as well. Cal did not care as he gulped after seeing someone approaching in the distance. Welcome, young Master Nim. Yes, long time no see. Compared to the tightly bundled up Cal, the shaman Gashan just had a thin layer of clothes on him. Gashan started to smile with his eyes closed. Deputy Butler Hans told us what you did in the Empire. What you did in the Empire. Cal had been contacted by many places because of that. All of the nobles in the northeast, as well as nobles throughout the kingdom, invited him to different celebrations. The only exception was Eric, who had sent a concerned letter checking in on Cal's condition. Cal casually responded since he had heard this many times already. Is that so? Has nature not said anything else to you? Who? Cal flinched after hearing the noise coming out of Gashan's mouth. He regretted asking about nature. He blankly stared at Gashan, who clenched onto his staff. At that moment, Gashan tilted his head a bit and started to speak. Nature has said that the north will be filled with warm air this winter. Wow! Cal was amazed. However, his stoic expression made Gashan continue to speak without question. Isn't the Northern Alliance our enemy? I am worried that warm air filling the north means that good things will happen to them. No need to worry about it. Cal's confident voice made the warriors who came with Gashan look at him. Cal smiled gently at them. We just need to do what we need to do. Things will go as we wish. I see. There is no need to worry about things that are so far in the future. Gashan nodded his head while Cal was thinking to himself. Nature really is psychic. Tap, tap. Cal turned his head to see a shocked black dragon tapping on his shoulder. The 6-year-old was looking toward Gashan in amazement. Cal heard Rayan's voice in his head. Human, this is amazing. I'm sure that Tiger Shaman does not know about the Dragon's Rage. Dragon's Rage. That was the name of the pillar of fire that Aruhaben had created. Cal just smiled toward Rayan. It is that smile again. Rayan shook his head and flew toward On and Hung. The children, now averaging 9 years of age, were whispering to each other as Cal ignored them and started to walk. Let's go home. Yes, sir. Home. Choi Han and Gashan both followed behind Cal. Mueller made sure he stood as far away from Gashan as possible as he followed them while still holding onto Cal's pants. The home Cal was talking about was naturally the Super Rock Villa. There were some people who came to the entrance of the Super Rock Villa to greet him. Cal started to smile as soon as he saw them. So devious. I feel like he's plotting something again. You're right. It's that smile again. Hung, On, and Rayan. The rapid-fire comments from these three were ignored as Cal looked toward the people at the cave entrance. Normally, Locke, Hans, and Rosalind would be the ones to greet him at the entrance. That was why he was expecting them to be here right now as well. However, the people at the cave entrance were completely unexpected people. You're here. It was the sword master Hannah. She was leaning on the side of the cave with her arms crossed. Cal didn't pay much attention to her short greeting and instead looked toward the two people who made her move. Shake, shake, shake. The crazy priestess Cage. She was biting her fingernails while leaning on one leg and shaking her other. She was so deeply entrenched in her own thoughts that she had not even realized that Cal had arrived. You crazy god. Why do you keep appearing in my dreams and bawling? Grab onto young Master Cal's pants. What the hell are you trying to say? Cage had not been able to sleep properly for the past few weeks. She heard the voice of the god of death in her dreams every night. He was sniffling and whining over and over. How could a god act that way? He always mumbled the same thing as well. Finally, Cal, that human really was the real deal. I can now share a beautiful death with the world. That statement wasn't too weird. However, Cage could not believe what he would say after that. Do you want to try being a holy maiden? Cage woke up at that moment every time and shouted back, What bullshit? You think I'm crazy? However, she heard the god of death's voice along with a severe headache when she responded that way this morning. Do whatever you want. That is the path you should take. He was telling her to do whatever she wanted to do. That made her feel even more suspicious. Car, Cagenim. She could hear Saint Jack's shaking voice. The Saint Jack. He had been complaining of insomnia, headache, and a shaking heart these past few days. He said that he did not hear the voice of a god and that he just felt weird every day. Cage looked toward Jack as he called her name before her entire body started to shake. An ominous feeling suddenly overwhelmed her. Son of A. She cursed as she turned her head toward the direction of that ominous feeling. She had felt this ominous feeling before. It was the same feeling that she had felt when she made a vow in front of the god of death to become a priestess. No, it was more intense than that time. The fact that she felt this when she made her vow was a secret, as nobody else had felt it. Cursing at me as soon as you see me. I actually like this kind of greeting. Cage's gaze landed on Cal once she turned her head. She took in a deep breath. She had heard about the amazing things that Cal had done in the Empire. She debated whether to start the conversation by talking about that. However, What came out of her mouth was something even she did not expect. "Young Master Nim, what did you bring with you?" Cage's mind cleared up as soon as she asked that. Just what terrible thing did you bring with you? This ominous feeling. Although the Church of the God of Death tries to wrap death up as something warm, Cage knew the truth. There was nothing crueler than the fair yet unfair death. Death visits all people, regardless of whether you are rich or poor, powerful or weak. That was why it was fair. However, it was also unfair because it would take the life of a good child while letting an evil bastard live until he becomes an old man. Cage could tell that Cal had brought something with him. At that moment, she heard Jack's voice in her ear. "Huh!" The Saint Jack was looking at Cal with a confused expression. He was patting his chest as if he could not understand what was going on. Cal started to smile even wider after seeing Jack's reaction. As expected. The crazy priestess Cage was an amazing person as he had expected. Cage was more of the real deal than the Saint Jack. It was a long journey from the Empire to the Super Rock Villa. However, Cal was not stopped by any of the priests from the Church of the Sun God, nor the Church of the God of Death on his way back. However, Saint Jack was currently hesitating to approach him while Cage was quickly walking over. She then started to speak. "Young Master Cal, why do you have such a dangerous aura on you? It is not good for your health." Cal observed Cage's expression as she shared her concerns with him. "Miss Cage and Jack Nim." Cal leisurely pointed to the cave entrance. "Let's head in first before we chat." Cal took the lead as they headed into the underground villa. A moment later, a teacup was placed in front of Cal. Deputy Butler Hands put some snacks in front of him as well before quietly heading out of Cal's room. Cal leaned on the couch, located in his room on the 5th floor of the villa, for the first time in a long time, as he slowly started to speak. "Please drink some tea, because our bodies are cold." Cage and Jack observed Cal for a moment before slowly picking up their teacups and drinking their tea. Kay calmed down a bit after drinking the calming tea. At that moment, two items were placed on the table, an old compact mirror, and PFFFF. Cage spit out the tea in her mouth. A book, author A Heartfelt Death, drip, drip. Some of the tea she spit out dripped down her cheeks to the floor. However, neither Cage nor Cal were paying attention to that. Cal hid his nervousness as he started to speak. A divine item. Cal did not know much about divine items. "What do you think?" However, the crazy priestess Cage reached for the book without responding. Cal spoke once he saw Cage hesitating. "Please take a look." She immediately picked up the book as soon as he said that. It was at that moment. SHHHHHHH, the white book suddenly turned black. Bang, bang. Cal turned his head after hearing someone banging on the window. "Human, what are you doing?" I sense a very scary aura. He could see Rayan shouting with his face flat like a pancake on the window. He had flown over at some point after playing with On and hung outside. His quick speed shocked Cal, who then heard Cage's voice. "This." Cal turned his head back toward her. Cal's heart was starting to beat quickly. How amazing would this divine item be? He could see Cage gulping. She then started to speak. This is a single-use item." Cal was shocked. "Excuse me, Miss Cage, what did you just say? Did I hear wrong?" Cal looked toward Cage again. She recalled what the god of death had said to her in her dreams and started to speak. Cal started to become full of expectation once again as he waited for what she had to say. She continued on. "I'm not so sure myself. Excuse me. It really was a single-use item. Even Cage did not know anything else." She then informed Cal of what she saw. "This book only has one sentence that I can see." Cal recalled what he had read after hearing her words. "All of the world's life forms are beautiful once they are dead. Do you wish to die? Follow me. Come learn about the easiest way to die." That was what he had read. But it was just one sentence for Cage. Cal now observed her with a different expression. She looked back at him and recalled something the god of death had told her last night after weeks of endless sobbing and commenting. Heroes are existences that even gods cannot predict. It is now time for a hero to emerge. The birth of a hero. The crazy priestess Cage pushed that thought away as she explained the sentence she read in the book. "Are you curious about the method to kill death?" The book with hundreds of pages was shortened into that one sentence. Chapter 167, perhaps too so vicious. That was the thought in Cal's mind as soon as he heard that phrase. Flip. The crazy priestess quickly flipped through the pages. She continued to speak after looking through all of the pages. All of them. Every single page says the same thing. It looked like a regular essay to the others and me. Of course, the original contents were not regular per se, but it did not give off such an ominous aura. Bang, bang. Cal, who had been trying to figure out what was going on, sighed after seeing Rayan continue to banging on the window and opened it for him. Rayan quickly entered and shouted out loud, "I've got a bad feeling about this." He then sat down right next to Cal and stared at the book in Cage's hand. Cage blankly watched Rayan's actions before starting to speak again after seeing Cal's gaze. "To be honest with you, I cannot actually read what is on here. The collection of foreign characters makes me think of that statement in my mind." Cal asked once he saw that Cage had finished what she was trying to say. "What does it mean to kill death?" The priestess shook her head. "I'm not sure. What a complicated book. The author's name of A Heartfelt Death is total bullshit, though." Cage's words became rougher as she continued. She continued to swear before stopping herself, letting out a fake cough, and then continuing to speak. "There is a book of the God of Death's words in the Church of the God of Death. They have deciphered the words in the book and use it as the God of Death's teachings. Does that book have a similar phrase?" Kay smiled at Cal, who always understood what she was trying to say, before continuing to speak. "That is not the case. However, it is said that the God of Death said the following." She recalled the contents she was forced to memorize before she could go to bed as a child. The priests only let her sleep if she memorized all of it. Death is not the end. That was what the God of Death had said about life. We are given two choices after death, the right path and the twisted path. Shhhhhhh. A black light surrounded the book again. Both Cal and the priestess flinched, but she calmly continued to speak. "The moment you enter the twisted path, you will be given another choice to make at the end of that path." Flip. The book started to turn pages on its own before stopping on a specific page. Cal opened his mouth to ask Cage what was written on the page. However, the rough words coming out of crazy priestess Cage's mouth made him close his mouth back up. "You crazy god." Cal flinched while Cage started to speak. "Are you curious about the method to kill death?" It is asking that question again. "Are you curious?" Cal responded back, "Not at all." He truly was not curious at all. He thought that this would be a treasure, but it ended up just being a terrible item. "Yes, human. There is no need to keep such a dangerous item." Rayan patted Cal's arm with his short front paw and snickered as if he was telling Cal that he did a good job. Cal held back his sigh at Rayan's action. He had asked Iruhaben about divine items on their way back from the Empire. Iruhaben had shaken his head at that time. There is no way to decipher the language of the gods. Only the qualified can listen to it or read it. Cal asked the crazy priestess, "Miss Cage, are you curious about it?" "I'm not curious about it at all either." As expected, Cal pointed to the book after seeing that Cage always seemed to think the same way he did about things like this. "Can you keep it safe for me?" "Sure. I heard that most of the God of Death's divine items were gone. I will keep it safe and hand it over to you when you need it. Young Master Nim." She started to tap on the book. The way she tapped made it feel like she considered it more of an obnoxious item than a precious item. "I think regular people will struggle and have nightmares because the book is full of an ominous aura. That must be why I had a nightmare." Rayan shouted in response before glaring at the book once again. Cal tilted his head to one side. Nightmare. Struggle. Cal had not had any issue sleeping. In fact, he probably slept better than ever. This is weird. Cal thought that it was weird but turned his head after hearing a noise. Clang, clang. The tea inside the teacup seemed like it would spill as the cup clanked against the plate underneath. "Saint Nim." Cal called out to him, but Jack just continued to shake without being able to answer. The teacup in his hand looked as if it would fall down at any moment. And why is he acting like this? Cal started to frown as he had no idea what was going on. Jack then finally managed to respond. I was trying to drink some tea because it suddenly got cold." "Tea, that was all I was trying to do." "Cold." There was someone who took the teacup out of Jack's hand while Cal was trying to figure out what was going on. Clang. Cage almost slammed the teacup on the table before sternly speaking to Jack. "It is a god." "God." Cal became even more confused. "Jacknim, that is the aura of a god." The crazy priestess Cage had figured out what Jack was feeling. A cold and scary feeling that could not be resolved by something like hot tea. He can't hear the words of his god, but I guess he can still feel it. She thought that it really was fate that Jack became a saint. Although he could not hear anything the guard said to him, he could at least feel it when the guard was looking at him. She opened her mouth to speak. The aura of a guard is scary, chilling, and cold. Although she complained about how the guard of death was whining and swore all the time in response, she had not let go of her identity. Just as how being excommunicated did not stop her from living her life, following her own philosophy, her identity as a priestess kept her from avoiding her God. Miss Cage. Jack clasped his shaking hands together and looked toward Cage. He had calmed down a bit after a priestess serving the god of death put her hand on him. Jack, what do you want to do? Jack reached his hand out at her question. He seemed to be reaching for the compact mirror. The compact mirror was soon placed in his hand. Cal had put it in there. Please do whatever you wish to it. Jack slowly opened the compact mirror after hearing Cal's words. Click. He could see the old cracked mirror inside. Ah, Jack's eyes opened wide. He looked toward Cal with shock. There are letters written on the mirror. Letters here too. Cal asked in a relaxed demeanor. What does it say? Jack looked back at the mirror while continuing to shake. Condemnation. It says condemnation. It was as if the word was being etched into his mind. At the same time, it allowed them to be certain that this compact mirror was the condemnation of the sun. The sun god was not a benevolent god. He was a righteous god who acted according to his rational judgment. However, the fact that he was rational made him benevolent. Power, affection, and compassion. A judgment made without being swayed by anything was often benevolent. Jack was relieved after seeing the word on the mirror. It was because the word, condemnation, was not directed at him. However, he was scared. He also felt oppressed. He could feel anger coming from the divine item. Young Masternim, I have no confidence to hold on to this item. Cal accepted the mirror back from Jack. He did not see anything written on the mirror. He also did not feel any scary aura coming from it. I will keep it then. The saint smiled in relief after hearing Cal's response. However, the smile quickly disappeared after hearing what Cal said next. However, you will need to take this mirror with you when we go to the Empire, Jacknim. Cal then shared the information about Alchemist Ray and the cat Knight Rex. Furthermore, he thoroughly explained the image of the destroyed Vatican and the conversation among the citizens. Jack could only blankly stare at Cal after hearing all of this. Cal started to speak to him. We need to save them. Those words made Jack focus again. Yes, we need to save them. Jack nodded his head and the crazy priestess patted his shoulder. Jack smiled back at her. Young Masternim. Yes, I respect you. Jack continued to speak after seeing that Cal was speechless. I want to save people like you do, young Masternim. I want to be like you. Cal could only nod his head at Jack's pure expression. He could not tell the holy and pure Jack to be like himself. Then I think I should get up now. Cal drank the rest of his tea and stood up from his seat. He said goodbye to the two priests and opened the door of the room. Young Masternim. Gasp. Cal gasped in shock. He could see a pair of completely white eyes. It was the tiger shaman Gashan. What is it? Cal almost stuttered in shock. However, Gashan had a serious expression on his face. Nature told me that a mighty power had come down. Did something happen? Are you okay, young Masternim? Wow, it really is psychic. Cal nodded his head to show Gashan that it was fine. It's fine, so you don't need to worry what? Gasp. Cal gasped once again. Rayan raised his voice. Goldie Gramps, can't you see that our human is shocked? You might kill our weak human if you suddenly appear like that. Kill. Cal prevented Rayan from saying anything scarier and awkwardly smiled toward Iruhaben. Iruhaben had returned to his lair since they returned from the Empire. He must have recently returned, as he was at the entrance of the 5th floor looking into the room. My goodness, I can't believe such a little kid is a dragon. Iruhaben shook his head and looked at Rayan with disbelief before turning back to look at Cal. Here you go. He handed a bottle with a purple liquid to Cal. Rayan's eyes started to sparkle as he looked at the bottle. Is this the Dragon's Rage? Gashan flinched at the name, Dragon's Rage, however. Cal did not care as he responded back. No, this is the one from the Empire. Dragon's Rage is different. The purple liquid was the item they had stolen from Maple Castle. Why do you need this? Cal put the bottle in his magic bag as he responded to Rayan's question. To create issues between the Empire and the Northern Alliance. Gashan flinched once again at Cal's casual words. He felt as if he had heard about a large-scale plan. He then heard Rayan's voice at that moment. Ah, I see. It was also very casual and bright. Gashan started to worry. Did we come under someone who is too powerful? However, it was too late for that. Cal asked Gashan, "Are tigers good at climbing cliffs?" "Excuse me, cliffs?" "Yes. It is a pretty dangerous cliff." Gashan answered honestly in confusion. "Well, the warriors can." Smirk. Cal started to smile. "Is that so?" Gashan subconsciously clenched onto his staff. He was waiting for nature to tell him that this would be bad. However, nature did not say anything. That was why he focused on what Cal had to say. "Let's head to the Gorge of Death when the weather gets better then." "Yes, sir, ha." The Gorge of Death. That was one of the 5 forbidden regions. The Gorge of Death. This gorge that was known for having the worst terrain was somewhere that monsters, humans, and animals all found difficult to live in. Furthermore, it was so terrible that even plants could not survive well. It also had terrible weather because it was higher in elevation. Gashan gulped after hearing Cal talking about heading there. Cal casually added on, "The dragon's rage will fall upon the gorge." Ho! Gashan heard the ancient dragon scoff. "The unlucky punk is quite ballsy." Iruhaben seemed to be proud of Cal as he continued to speak. "Good. You need to be ballsier the unluckier you are. Thank you very much." Cal sounded calm as he accepted the compliment with embarrassment. Gashan just quietly watched them chat. "Gashan, can I go now? I have something to discuss with Iruhaben Nim." "Ah, yes, sir." Gashan blankly nodded his head as he watched Cal and Iruhaben head toward Rosalind's laboratory. Rayan approached him at that moment. Gashan found it weird, as the black dragon had never approached him first before. Rayan started to speak to him. "Cheer up. Excuse me." Gashan asked back, but Rayan had a smile on his now chubbier cheeks as he quickly followed behind Cal. Gashan watched the 3 of them leave for a while before heading away from Cal's room with the 2 priests. "You want me to get on your back?" Yuba Territory's coast. It was currently late at night as Cal stood underneath a small source of light. "Yes, we will guide you to the village." A large humpback whale with an X-shaped scar offered her back to Cal. Witira continued to speak to Cal, who seemed to be hesitating. "Rayan Nim and young Master Cal, your group have earned the qualifications to get on my back." "That is true. You can ride on my back as well." The half-blooded whale Pazitan agreed with his sister and offered his back to Cal as well. And Cal hesitated before finally starting to speak. "Sorry, excuse me." Cal tightened the scarf on his neck as Pazitan asked on confusion. "The winter ocean breeze is cold." He thought it would be too cold on the whale's back. Pazitan's mouth opened up as he let out an "ah" in agreement. Cal pointed to Rosalind and Rayan as he looked toward Witira. "Please tell me the teleportation coordinates." Rayan and Rosalind said that they will teleport me over. Witira started to frown. "Ah, young Master Calnim. What is it?" Cal was slightly worried. It was currently the middle of January. Cal was secretly meeting with the whale siblings at one of the islands that had been designated as part of the Hennetus territory in this cold weather. It was now time to head over to the whale village for the sea route. Witira awkwardly started to smile. "It is a glacier." Our village is on top of a giant glacier. It is always slightly moving. Because of that, it is difficult to give you accurate coordinates to the village." "Ha, if it's like this," Cal thought for a moment before starting to speak. "Rayan, flight magic will be cold too, right? It will be very cold. You'll catch a cold, human." "Thermal magic, please." He did not expect the whale village to be on top of a moving glacier. He had expected it to be a part of the continent, as they had mentioned that the Northern Alliance was observing them. Cal watched Choi Han quietly tie a small ship to the 2 whales, while Rosalind held on and hung in her arms, and proceeded to enchant the ship with magic. He then finally walked onto the ship. He thought it would be too cold on the whale's back. "Human, I will ride on the small whale's back. It feels nice." Cal listened to Rayan's voice as he wrapped himself up in a blanket a few days later. "Wow." Cal let out a gasp of amazement as he stepped off the ship. Rayan was wrapped up in his arms. He was completely wrapped up in a blanket. Achoo, sniffle, sniffle. Rayan sneezed and then sniffled. Cal let out another gasp of amazement. "Wow, even a dragon can catch a cold." "You can be great and still catch a cold." Cal looked at Rayan's grumbling face as he struggled to walk off the boat with Rayan in his arms. Beautiful. He could see houses made of ice. The houses that were shining under the sun looked as if they were made of diamonds. "This is our village." Cal listened to Watira's excited voice as he observed the village in front of him. He then became anxious. "Barang." One of the ice houses was destroyed along with a loud noise. The anxious Cal could hear Rayan's voice in his arms. Ha! It is a human. Someone seemed to be getting thrown out of the house. I think that person is a whale as well. Cal looked toward Watira. Only that house is like that. It looks like they will need to build a new home. Cal listened to her calm tone and started to think. This place is weird too. 1. Chapter 168. Perhaps 3. A house blew up and a person went flying. However, everything else still seemed calm. This definitely was enough for Cal to consider this place to be weird. But more importantly, he's pretty heavy. Cal lowered his head down. Rayan quickly avoided his gaze. Rayan had grown about 5 centimeters to 1 meter and 15 centimeters, becoming much heavier in the process. Achoo! He could see that Rayan was smiling as he sneezed and avoided his gaze. Cal wanted to shake his head, but held back and stared at a mountain, no, a residence in the distance. At that moment, he heard Watira's voice. The one that just went flying is a blue whale. Oh, Cal let out a gasp of admiration. A blue whale. As their name indicates, they are the life form with the largest body after the monsters and dragons. Watira smiled gently at Cal's response and started to explain. They are the largest among the whale tribe. They are also the strongest. Both of their gazes headed toward where the blue whale had gone flying. Cough, cough. They could see someone getting up as they coughed. He did not seem to be hurt at all as he stood up and dusted away the ice particles on his clothes. Cal's expression turned odd. That whale is laughing, apparently. Cal turned his gaze away from the laughing blue whale. Watira smiled once they made eye contact. He's a bit special, I see. Cal just accepted it as is and changed the topic. It is very quiet. The whale village was very quiet. Although the ice houses were shining brightly in the sun, the architecture itself was simple and the sizes were average. Cal could hear Watira's calm response. Yes, we are on the ocean after all. Is that why? Cal looked around. This giant glacier was on top of the vast ocean. These houses were on top of this giant block of ice. Cal could see whales and penguins in the distance. Watira, is there a penguin tribe as well? Cal asked with curiosity. How did you know? They are very talented in finances. They make the best butlers. All of them wear black outfits and waddle around. I can introduce you to them if you'd like. Rayan on and Hung responded. I'm curious about the penguins. Me too. I want to be friends. However, Cal was stern. No, I don't want to meet them at all. He did not want to get to know any more animals. Cal sternly showed his refusal and turned his gaze to the ocean. He could just barely make out the Perun kingdom in the distance. The Perun kingdom was at the northern tip of the western continent. Currently, they were even farther north than the Perun kingdom. The large glaciers in this area were part of the whale tribe's territory. Cal started to speak. I don't see any wyverns. He had heard that the Perun kingdom's wyvern tamers had come once or twice a week since last October. That was the reason Watira had to stealthily move the whale tribe last November when they were dealing with Arm's 1st Battle Brigade. Of course, the whale tribe had no issues with the surveillance from the wyvern tamers. They were letting them do it. Cal could see Watira smiling brightly at his question. They won't be back for a few days. She seemed to be certain. Is that so? Yes. I saw a wyvern tamer before I headed toward the Yuba territory. I had a feeling that we had made eye contact, so I destroyed one of the small glaciers next to me. Watira seemed to be happy. Then I saw him immediately run away. I think he won't be back for a few days because he's scared. Cal was at a loss for words. Destroyed a glacier. It was definitely possible for a small block of ice to break from a humpback whale's tail whip. However, Cal had no way of knowing what she meant by a small glacier. He hugged Rayan even tighter in his arms. If you had not told us to go easy on them, assault Captain Archie, or I would have probably visited the Perun kingdom already. The words Watira said without any reservation made Cal hug Rayan tighter once again. These vicious whales. Whales really were authoritative. Although humpback whales were known for being benevolent, this was because they were the greatest force in the ocean. How funny and annoying would these giants find the puny humans who use wyverns and ships to spy on them? The Northern Alliance had been spying on the whale tribe since last year because Arm was trying to cross over from the eastern continent. However, they had no reason to spy on them prior to that. The northern kingdoms were on alert against the whale tribe hundreds of years ago. However, that slowly disappeared with the passing of time. They had forgotten the strength of the whale tribe. The whale tribe had chosen not to show their strength to humans on the continent for quite a while. The battle against the mermaids was one reason, however. They just had no interest in the affairs of the continent. The humans who did not know their reason would not continue to be wary of something they had heard was powerful but had never seen for themselves. Witira pointed out that fact as well. I think we have been too quiet. Cal jokingly responded back. Aren't you staying quiet on purpose right now? The whale tribe had heard that Arm was working together with the Empire and the Northern Alliance. The whale tribe had reasons to suppress the Northern Alliance and wanted to destroy Arm. You're right. That is why we are staying quiet. They were allowing the Perun Kingdom to spy on them while acting normal. At least that is what they let the Perun Kingdom see. In reality, they were busier than ever before. It's been a while. It is an honor to get to meet the Whale King once again. Cal shook Whale King Schickler's hand. There wasn't much awkwardness even though it had been a while. These are the documents you asked for. Schickler motioned, and a penguin waddled over and handed him a pile of documents. Cal received the documents and handed them to Rosalind. Thank you very much, Your Majesty. Of course, he did not forget to thank him. For what? I did not do much. Cal could see that Schickler was smiling even though he was responding that way. The documents that Schickler had handed him. These documents were full of information on the ships that the Northern Alliance had made on their coast. The Northern Alliance was wary of the other kingdoms on the continent spying on them. However, they did not even think about the whales spying on them. They were currently in a house that was very simple to be a king's residence. Schickler leaned back on the couch and leisurely started to speak. It has been a while since I've fought a battle like this. What do you mean by a battle like this? Cal sniffed the tea that had a scent of seaweed as he asked. Schickler looked toward Cal and responded back. A total mess. Cal had a smile on his face as he put the teacup down. Schickler did not hide his joy either. This chain of events had come for them after they had suppressed those annoying mermaids. However, this one was quite entertaining. Our whale tribe. No, probably just myself. I prefer to just fight without thinking. I hate trying to trick each other and all that nonsense. Ahem, hem, Your Majesty. The killer whale Archie let out some fake coughs toward the Whale King, but Schickler just ignored him. His majestic aura would not disappear because of this statement. Schickler shared his feelings with Cal, but for me to be the one to surprise someone, this is quite entertaining. Cal added on, isn't it because they are the ones who were trying to do the same to you, Your Majesty? Ha ha, you're right. I cannot forgive the ones who tried to use the mermaids to mess with us. That was why Schickler was entertained these days. The Northern Alliance would never even dream about the fact that our whale tribe has allied ourselves with the other kingdoms. Most importantly, Arm and the Northern Alliance do not know that we are aware of what they are doing as well as their alliance. That is why it will be a total mess for them. Schickler nodded at Cal's statement. I think it will be very entertaining. Cal did not try to calm Schickler or the other whales. Weaker people had a better chance of survival if the strong were excited and stood at the vanguard. Furthermore, Cal had a lot to earn from these interested individuals. What will we need to do for the sea route? Cal had come here because of the sea route. We have finished the preparations. I have selected a group of whales who will escort your side to the eastern continent. Pazetin is in charge of them. Pazetin, who had been quietly standing to the side, slightly raised his hand. However, your side will need to prepare the ships. Cal nodded his head and handed over a document. This is a document we have prepared from our territory. Cal was here as an administrator of the territory. It was because Cal was the most fitting person, because this transaction needed to remain a secret, and because he had a good relationship with the whales. Schickler looked over the details of the document before signing at the bottom. The sea route would start at the Ubar territory and follow the whale tribe's escort through the north to the eastern continent. Cal had a short meeting with Schickler in order to discuss the details. Schickler asked him a question once the meeting was over. Where are you headed to now? There was a reason Schickler had immediately gotten down to business on the day Cal arrived. Cal had asked for it to be this way. He had no choice as his schedule was packed. The Whale King had agreed after hearing what Cal needed to do in the north. Cal explained where he would head to early the next morning. I plan to head to the Lake of Despair first. What? Schickler's eyes opened wide. The penguin secretary by his side seemed shocked as well. The Lake of Despair. It was a lake covered in a snowstorm that the Perun Kingdom's citizens avoided. This was because the snowstorm was poisonous. Schickler subconsciously asked, "You plan to light the lake on fire?" Witira added on with urgency as well. Pazitin chimed in as well. "Young Master Cal, don't you know that the world tree is there? You want to set the world tree on fire. Isn't that too big of an issue? Even if you are gutsy, that would be a disaster. What is he talking about?" Cal blankly stared at the whale siblings before starting to speak. "No, I plan to put the lake in the capital on fire." "What?" Schickler jumped up in shock. "The lake in the capital of the Perun Kingdom." Although it was called a lake, this place that did not have a single drop of water had a legend that had passed down through time. The lake had been made with a god's tears. The god had left the Perun Kingdom once the tears had dried up. They were waiting for the return of the god's tears in this lake. Cal explained to the humpback whale family that was looking at him with blank expressions. "Wouldn't they be shocked if we showed them God's rage instead of God's tears?" "Human, you are right. They will be shocked." Rayan sniffled and agreed with Cal. Schickler blankly asked, "Then why are you heading to the Lake of Despair? Running an errand for someone? The world tree and the elementals next to it, as well as the elf village over there." "Who?" Schickler was asking who would send Cal out as an errand boy. Cal responded back as if it was nothing. "It is an errand for a Ruhaben Nim, a gold dragon Nim." The Whale King peeked over at the black dragon Rayan before sitting back down. He then started to speak after a while. "Oh, all right, I suppose you would be able to light the lake in the capital on fire." A sigh of acceptance flowed out of his mouth. Cal wiped some snot off of the sniffling Rayan's nose with his handkerchief as he asked the question. "How are the elves at the Lake of Despair?" The Whale King immediately responded back. "They are arrogant and rude." Cal immediately responded back as well. "Great. Great." Schickler and the penguin looked toward Cal with confusion. On the other hand, Cal's group, as well as the killer whale Archie and the whale siblings, seemed normal. Cal petted Rayan's round head as he started to think. Who cares since I have two dragons behind me? It didn't matter to Cal whether the elves were arrogant or not. That was why Cal was relaxed once they snuck in through the Perun Kingdom's northern shores a few days later. They were at the northernmost shores of the Perun Kingdom. There was nobody here. The reason for that was because of the snowstorm that was whirling nearby. "It is over there." The killer whale Archie pointed to the snowstorm. The whale King Schickler had sent Archie along with Pazitin while saying that it was going to be entertaining. Someone rude like Archie is best for those rude elf bastards. Cal agreed with that logic and had no issues with Archie coming with him. Of course, Archie was upset and did not want to be here. "Let's go." Cal headed toward the largest lake in the north that was frozen 365 days a year. "Me-yo, how exciting. I'm getting stronger." On and Hung were excited while sitting in Cal's arms. They were wagging their tails while thinking about the white poison that was mixed in with the snow. On's eyes were sparkling as she looked at the snowstorm. "I think it would be great if I could make my fog look like that. A poisonous snowstorm." Cal's expression was as excited as the red kitten Hung who specialized in poison. Chapter 169. Perhaps 4. That is crazy. Cal received the large wine glass from the young man. He was currently at the closest village to the Lake of Despair. This was the only small inn and restaurant in this village. The owner's grandson shook his hand frantically after hearing Rosalind ask about the Lake of Despair. "It might be okay in another season, but saying that you will go there in January is just asking to die." "Is that so? I guess people do go during the other seasons." Cal took a sip of the alcohol before quickly stopping. The alcohol was warm. It was also pretty strong. I asked for weak alcohol. This was the weakest alcohol they had, but it already felt like his neck and stomach were burning. "Human, is alcohol tasty? Why do you keep drinking even though you are frowning?" Cal turned his gaze toward the empty chair. Although it looked empty, the invisible Rayan was currently sitting there. Cal looked around before sternly starting to speak. "No, a 6-year-old drinking alcohol. That was not allowed, even if he was a dragon. What if Rayan got drunk and blew up a mountain or something? That would be a giant disaster." "All right." Cal ignored Rayan's disappointed voice. He then focused on Rosalind's conversation with the man instead. Currently, Cal's group had all dyed their hair the common brown color with magic. Of course, the whales Pazitin and Archie were wearing robes due to their stunning appearances. There are people who try to go during the spring or summer. The owner's grandson lightly shook his shoulders. This was one of the 5 forbidden regions. The courageous people did try to get there. However, the results were never good. The man peeked over at his grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, before continuing to speak. The people who ran away after seeing the snowstorm managed to survive. However, only half of those who went into the snowstorm managed to survive. But half of that group did survive. Choi Han interjected into the conversation. The man shook his head. The ones who returned alive were all severely poisoned. They went blind soon after they returned. Blindness. Cal had heard that the poison in the snowstorm made people grow weaker while going blind and losing their sense of direction. Cal thought about this fact and started to think. This is actually a cruel world if you think about it. The desert of death spewed out dead mana, while the lake of despair had a poisonous snowstorm. This world also had many scary existences outside of turmoil between people for power. There were many strong and cruel beings throughout this world, such as beast people or races with the darkness affinity. But that is why the monsters can't do anything. They all prevented the monsters from running wild. This led to the regions with monsters being very small. Of course, Cal did not care as he had no plans to meet with monsters. The owner's grandson cautiously warned them as if he was worried about their first guests in a while. Anyway, please carefully think about it if you plan to go there. It is a very scary place. Sully. The grandson stopped talking after hearing his grandmother, who had not said anything until now, call out his name. The inn owner looked toward the fire and started to speak. There is something I've felt as I watched people head to the lake of despair. The old woman's shadow seemed to fill up the walls that looked to be as old as her. She had lived here since she was young. She ended up marrying a man who was an adventurer, and the two of them had built this inn together. They then had a daughter and watched her get married and give birth to her grandson. The old woman turned her head. She made eye contact with Cal. None of them listened. None of the people heading to the lake ever listened. My daughter and son-in-law were the same way. Her husband, who had died a few years ago, had told her that he would go see their daughter and son-in-law, who left before them, and told her to take her time before joining them. He had told her to stay until their grandson grew up and got married. The old woman had told him that she would do that. The old woman who had been observing Cal's eyes turned her head. It looks like you are listening, but still plan to go anyway. The old woman heard Cal's response. I will return alive and drink all of your alcohol. The old woman reached her hand toward the fire for warmth before starting to speak. Sully. Yes, grandmother. Don't charge them for the alcohol. Cal shook his wine glass toward the awkwardly smiling grandson, Sully, before drinking the remainder in one giant gulp. Cal heard a voice in his mind at that moment. Human, let's destroy that snowstorm. Cal ignored it. On and Hung were meowing as they tapped on the table. Cal ignored that as well. He remembered what Aruhaben had told him. You need to destroy the world tree in order to get rid of the snowstorm. But the world tree controls the snowstorm, so it will open up a path for you if you use my token. Iruhaben rarely warned Cal about anything, but he had something to say this time. You might think that the world tree is cruel when you see the snowstorm. However, the world tree is an existence that has lived, died, and resurrected many times for over 10,000 years. The world tree is the closest thing to nature. Living and dying are natural. Remember these words. The world tree had caused the snowstorm to protect itself from danger. Although many people died by the snowstorm, that allowed the world tree to be safe from the greed of other life forms. Cal put the wine glass down and stood up to head to his room. On and Hung followed behind him. He quietly gave an order to Choi Han, who got up as well. Pack up all of the remains you see by the lake. Tell everyone. Choi Han stopped following him and nodded his head. Cal headed up to his room while Choi Han smiled before returning to the table. Cal had to deal with Hung's question as soon as he laid down on his bed. Do you think I'll be able to turn people blind if I eat this poison? Probably. Oh. Hung sounded excited as he quickly headed over to his sister's side in order to prepare for bed. Hung was thinking about how he could eat as much of the snowstorm as possible before he fell asleep. The next morning, Hung was a bit away from the raging snowstorm when he opened his mouth wide. Ah! Flakes of snow started to land in his open mouth. This tingling sensation was different than other poisons he had eaten before. More. Hung's excited voice made Cal push Hung, who was in his arms, closer to the snowstorm. The killer whale Archie was watching this with shock. He's pushing a kitten into the snowstorm. Archie may be rude, but he still had a sense of morality. Archie opened and closed his mouth multiple times without saying anything before putting his hand on Paziton's shoulder. That shouldn't we stop him? That was what he was about to say when he heard Hung's voice. So tasty. He then heard Cal's voice as well. You'll get a stomach ache if you eat too much. On, who was next to him, responded back. Snow is so small that you won't ever get full. Cal shook his head. You'll get a stomach ache if you eat too many cold things. On let out an before nodding her head. She then turned her head to the side. Rayan, who was wearing a fur coat and using thermal magic on himself, was sniffling next to her. You're right. You need to be wary of catching a cold. Even great beings can get stuffy noses. On nodded her head at Rayan's statement. She then started to create a fog. Swoosh Cal looked down after hearing something by his leg. On was creating fog next to him. What are you doing? I want to make my fog like this snowstorm. On answered back and looked toward Cal, who shared his honest sentiments. Splendid. On calmly smiled before continuing to swirl her fog. The black dragon gave her some advice while standing next to her in order to help her create a stronger fog tornado. Paziton was watching all of this with an odd expression on his face. What the hell? The half-blooded whale Paziton pretended not to see Archie stuttering. His gaze was focused up ahead. He saw a lake that was much wider than the black swamp they had seen in the Forest of Darkness with Cal last time. Honestly speaking, Paziton could not clearly see the frozen lake that should be past the frozen trees in front of them. He was just assuming the size of the lake based on the size of the snowstorm. Paziton quickly looked around. The black dragon had said that there were no other life forms around the lake. That was why everybody was relaxed. But this itself was amazing. They can just let this wind go by without any issue. The snowstorm was creating strong gusts of wind. It made sense why many people turned away once they saw this snowstorm. The wind was so strong that it could push people back. Furthermore, every speck of snow that landed on you would prick at your skin, instilling fear that you will be seriously poisoned if you continued to go farther into the snowstorm. The trees, grass, and even the ground were completely frozen in this area. That made it even scarier. However, the people around Paziton were all calm. The killer whale Archie, Choi Han, Rosalind, Rayan, On, and Hung were all their usual selves. Even Cal was the same. As expected, young Master Cal holds strength that is not normally visible. There were many occasions where he was shocked by Cal's oppressive aura. Paziton looked toward Cal, who was standing tall against this wind. What he did not know was that Cal was using the sound of the wind to push the wind away. The vitality of the heart was also healing him every time a poisonous snowflake landed on him. However, he still felt a prickling pain every time, so he put Hung down on the ground. Let's go. He wanted to quickly create a path through the snowstorm so that he did not have to feel this pain anymore. Rosalind picked Hung up and approached Cal. They returned their hair to normal color after seeing that nobody was around, making Hung, Rosalind, and Cal's hair seem very vividly red in contrast to the snow. Young Master Cal, are you planning on using a Ruheben Nim's token right away? That is the plan. Cal noticed the curiosity in Rosalind's eyes, a token from an ancient dragon. It made sense why a mage like Rosalind would be curious about it. She had been in her laboratory the entire time that Cal was in the Empire. Iruhaben had said just one thing to evaluate her achievements. Ask me if you have any questions. Rosalind had picked up quite a few things while Iruhaben was teaching Rayan. Although Iruhaben pretended not to notice, he had never told her to ask him if she had questions until this time. The fact that he told her to ask him if she had any questions proved that Rosalind had improved. Cal focused on this part. Iruhaben Nim will teach you if you ask him about the token later. You're right. I'll definitely ask him when we get back. Rosalind nodded her head energetically. Cal remembered how excited Rosalind had been that Iruhaben pretended not to see her listening in when he was teaching Rayan. Her determination was amazing. Rosalind looked at the token in Cal's hand that was shining blue as if she was inspecting it before she heard Cal's voice. Miss Rosalind, what do you think about creating a magic tower? Yes, excuse me. Cal casually responded back to Rosalind's question. Don't you think that you are qualified enough to do it? Rosalind responded back with a calm expression on her face. You're right, I am qualified. Cal looked toward Rosalind. She had her usual rational, yet confident look on her face. Rosalind was very clear about her status and abilities. She was also certain about her dreams and aspirations. Cal knew all of this as he responded back. Please let me know if you need money or magic stones. Thank you very much. Rosalind did not reject his offer. Cal responded back with a smile before starting to walk into the snowstorm with the token in his hand. This is a bit difficult. The snowstorm was so strong that he still felt pressure, even after pushing the wind away with the sound of the wind. Cal walked out of the forest and toward the lake. The Lake of Despair has been a forbidden region since ancient times. He recalled what Aruhaben had said. The World Tree does not meet with just anybody. The snow moves according to the World Tree's will. The World Tree gifts paradise to those who make it through the snowstorm. Paradise. Cal thought about the word, paradise, as he suddenly stopped walking. He was right in front of the lake that was covered by a snowstorm. He needed just one more step to stand on top of the edge of the lake. Cal fumbled with the token in his hand as he stepped forward. Click! The token made a small noise as light started to pour out of it. Cal stepped on the ice. It was at that moment. Cal stopped walking. Crackle. He looked down at his left hand that was not holding the token. Red electric currents were crackling in his palm. It was the fire of destruction. Something else Iruhaben had told him passed through Cal's mind. Well, there was a time the World Tree went wild, and the snowstorm covered the entire north and froze everything. Even I have only heard about it as it was before my time, but it was said to be very scary. Ah, the legend said that there was a human hero who got rid of all of that ice. Cal suddenly remembered the elf chief he had met on the 10-Finger Mountains. She had handed him the book with the super rock legend as she said something. It is quite a funny legend. A hero with a strong destructive power was supposedly extremely greedy for money. Once that hero died, the hero in this legend was said to have found the wealth of his friend and kept it safe. Would a hero be greedy for money? Especially a hero who supposedly saved the world from freezing, yet did not seek any power, influence, or fame. How could someone like that be greedy for money? Isn't it unbelievable? Cal went back to what Aruhaben had said about the legend. The legend has some nonsense about how the hero tried to burn up the World Tree as well. How could that be true? The World Tree didn't respond when I asked about it in the past. Wouldn't that response mean that it was false? Perhaps. Cal felt the fiery thunderbolts on his palm as he lifted his head up. Swoosh! The snowstorm created a path that looked like a transparent cave, following the direction of the blue light. Young Master Cal, did you use the token? Human, why are you taking out your fiery thunderbolt? He heard Rosalind's voice and Rayon's urgent voice. But Cal also heard a different voice at the same time. The super rock was saying something different than usual. Are you planning on destroying it? This is a different pattern. Chapter 170, perhaps, 5. Cal clenched his fist. Crackle, crackle. He could feel the electricity in his palm. Human, why are you trying to use the fiery thunderbolt? I will destroy whatever it is for you. Just tell me, I'm not using it. Cal lightly pushed away Rayon's face and started to walk. He could feel the slightly slippery ice underneath his shoes. At the same time, a warm breeze that followed the blue light from the token brushed by his face. Did something happen? Cal waved his hand toward Choi Han, who urgently arrived by his side. Not really. That's good. Choi Han responded back before following Cal into the path. Do we have to walk far? Cal responded back to Paziton's cautious question. I heard that we have to walk for a bit. Iruhaben had told him that the entrance was a bit of a distance from the lake. Rosalind looked around the path with curiosity. She could see the snowstorm still raging outside the transparent path. Of course, Hung was gulping while looking at the snowstorm outside the path. Young Master Cal, it is interesting that a safe path like this appeared as soon as you used the token. I guess the World Tree heard the signal right away. Rosalind could not see Cal's face, as she was very excited. Cal played along. I'm not sure, but it does seem that way. That reaction made Choi Han flinch. However, Cal did not pay any attention to it as he was thinking about what Aruhaben had told him. This token will let the World Tree know that you are someone I sent, so a somewhat decent path will appear to prevent you from getting poisoned. Iruhaben had definitely said a decent path. However, this path seemed much better than decent. I have a bad feeling about this. Cal had a bad feeling, but he was not scared. The reason for that was because the super rock's usual statement when danger approached was not present today. In fact, the super rock asked if he planned on destroying it instead. It had even sounded very concerned when it asked. Cal looked down at his palm. The fire of destruction was still crackling in his palm. Cal did not return the power back into his body. Did he really try to burn up the world tree? Cal recalled the owner of the ancient power that was extremely greedy for money. Furthermore, he also thought about the world tree that had generously created this safe path for them. Maybe this Cal started to smirk. At that moment, Archie, who had been peeking at Cal, started to speak. Young Masternim, have you met elves before? I have. Then you should know how they are, young Masternim. Archie's expression turned serious. Why? The elves of this lake are worse than any other elves you've met before. Worse. Cal remembered how Schickler had said that the elves here were rude and arrogant. Archie continued to speak after seeing that he had caught Cal's attention. We have met them a few times because they are the closest elf village to the whale tribe, and we each have items that the other side needs. And Archie let out a sigh. They think that they are the chosen elves. Cal shared a thought that quickly passed through his mind. They think they were selected by the world tree, something like that. Archie snorted before adding on. These elves are extremely arrogant because they are the only elves who can see the world tree as well as a dragon quite frequently. Paziton slowly commented as well. They definitely have a habit of ignoring and looking down on other races. It is probably the worst here than any other elf village. Although we are going at a dragonim's order, but Paziton could not finish his sentence. But Archie responded back at Cal's urging. But they will probably ignore you because you are human. They look down on us whales as idiots with strong bodies. Archie seemed to be angry. He would have whipped them with his tail if Whale King Schickler had not told him to let it go because of the world tree. Pazetin, on the other hand, seemed to choose to take a solemn expression. Captain Archie is pretty bad too. Pazetin had seen Archie respond to rudeness with even more rudeness in the past. Cal asked the two whales a question at that time. Don't you know how elves feel about dragons? We do. They apparently respect them. Have you ever seen the elves meeting a dragon? I have not. Archie answered while peeking toward Rayan. He then cautiously added on. I suppose they may slightly lower those stiff necks of theirs because Rayan Nim is with us this time. You really think that'll be the case? Excuse me. Cal looked toward the two whales with a serious expression, leading them to flinch. Even if this was just a 6-year-old dragon, would the elves be rude to them when they also had a person coming to deliver a message from an ancient dragon? However, the two whales couldn't help but think that those arrogant pricks might just do that. Cal answered with a serious expression at that moment. They will cry. Excuse me, who will cry? Cal seriously answered the confused Archie's question. The elves. Excuse me. They may get emotional and cry when they see Rayan. They think that elves respect dragons. I wish it was just at that level. Archie and Paziton looked toward Rayan. Rayan puffed up his chest and stretched his wings out wide as he confidently started to speak. I'm kind of great and popular. Rayan was still wearing a white fur coat. It did not make him look majestic at all. However, the two whales chose to accept it as Cal's group all seemed confident. Cal turned away from the confused whales and continued to follow the blue light. Cal Henitus, we need to strengthen the defensive magic around the world tree. The little kid and Rosalind should be able to take care of it. Also, deliver this message to the world tree. Iruhaben had called Cal over secretly in order to tell him these things before they left for the north. Don't tell the little kid. This was the message Iruhaben wanted Cal to deliver. I have less than 2 years to live. World tree, I hope you can give your fruit to the dragon I send in my place. That child would have learned everything I know. Iruhaben laughed as he added on. Cal Henitus. This is something only you should know. Cal responded back normally to the laughing ancient dragon. Yes, sir. I will not tell anybody else. Yes, I knew that you would answer that way. Cal started to think even harder about whether there was a way to extend the ancient dragon's life after seeing the satisfied expression on Iruhaben's face. It was not that Iruhaben was sick, instead, he was just naturally facing death due to his old age. But Iruhaben Nim, what is it? Are you welcoming death? Is there anybody in the world that would welcome death? We don't want to be sick, and we don't want to die. I think that should be the case for both dragons and humans. The ancient dragon casually responded back, but Cal could feel his desire to live. Cal observed him and continued to think. There definitely has to be a way. Immortality was impossible due to the laws of nature, however. Cal felt like there must be an ancient power that slowed down your aging. Cal continued to think about the ancient powers he read about until he stopped walking. We're here. Cal looked down after hearing Rayan's excited shout. Swoosh! He could see a large hole in the center of the snowstorm. Human, Goldie Gramps said that the world tree would be down below. Yes. Rayan, turn invisible for now. Me, all right. Cal felt Rayan sticking to his back after becoming invisible and started to speak toward Archie and Choi Han. Archie, you go down first because you have met the elves before. Choi Han, you come down last. I understand. Choi Han responded back immediately while Archie was looking at the hole with a frown. Pat. Cal patted Archie's back and Archie sighed before jumping into the hole that seemed to be endless. Looks fun. I want to jump in now. Cal was scared, but sighed it on and hung's excited gazes as he jumped in with them. It was similar to when he went to the underground city of the Dark Elves last time. However, this was a steeper slide, so it was more dynamic than last time. Wow, human, this is fun. Rayan, who was on Cal's back, was excited. Cal just ignored it and let gravity do its work. He could soon see the light at the end of the tunnel. Cal's body fell into the light, splash, and Cal started to frown. It was different then when they had landed on Fluff in the Dark Elf City. He didn't like the splashing noise he just heard. Cal could see houses that were wet by water. Ha! His fur coat was wet. Cal continued to frown as he stood up. Ahem, hem. Cal could see beautiful elves standing there while looking at him with odd expressions. He could see 2 guards, as well as 3 other elves who seemed to have come to greet him. The middle-aged elf in front was the one to let out those fake coughs. Cal looked at this elf before looking up. This is so amazing. It was just as Rayan had said. He could see the lake. The world tree and elf village were underneath the lake. There was a transparent barrier preventing the water from coming into the village. He could also see a tree branch. Ahem, hem. Cal ignored the elf that was continuing to let out those fake coughs and looked behind him. Wow, this was fun. He checked on and hung, as well as the rest of the group, before walking toward the middle-aged elf. Archie couldn't help but think after seeing the look on the elves' faces. They haven't changed. Archie was thinking that the middle-aged elf was having a hard time deciding how to treat Cal. They would normally treat the human Cal one way, but he was also someone who had come as a messenger for the ancient dragon. Pazetin was also looking toward Cal with concern. Ahum, that the middle-aged male elf started to speak at that moment. He seemed to hold a fairly high position in the village. That was why Cal understood this response. He also understood why the elves behind this middle-aged elf were standing there with stiff expressions. The middle-aged elf was suppressing his excitement as he needed to maintain his demeanor, while the other elves were trying to calm themselves after seeing how the middle-aged elf was reacting. The middle-aged elf continued to speak. Are you the sir who has come to deliver Aruhaben Nim's message? Did the esteemed dragon MC come as well? Huh. Archie became anxious after seeing the middle-aged elf's extremely respectful demeanor. He then focused his attention on this elf. The middle-aged elf's shoulders were shaking. Why is he like this? This usually rude bastard that he had traded with many times in the past was acting weird. He then saw Cal starting to speak. Rayan, Cal said just one word. Tada, I have appeared. Rayan stopped being invisible. Oh, Archie nervously turned his head back after hearing that shout. The middle-aged elf was holding his chest in amazement. The elves behind him were acting the same way. What the? Why are the elves acting like this? The whales who had never seen elves meeting with a dragon became anxious. However, Cal's group was calm, as they had become used to this already through Pendrick the healer. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muro. The elves nodded their heads and continued to mutter Rayan's name as if they were studying for a large exam. Cal stopped one elf who seemed ready to kneel and helped him back up. Thank you very much. Archie wanted to barf after seeing the elf's grateful smile toward Cal. However, Cal was just slightly annoyed as he had expected this response. Where do I need to go? Ah, yes, sir. The middle-aged elf wiped away some sweat as he continued to speak. You need to meet with the priestess Nim who takes care of the world tree. She was originally supposed to come to greet you, but she could not do so as the world tree suddenly called for her. Is that so? Then let's head to the priestess Nim right away. Cal wanted to quickly take care of things and lay down by a fireplace. Yes, sir. We will take you there right away. Ha! The middle-aged elf turned toward the direction of the village before stopping in shock. Cal had a confused expression on his face as well. A little girl was running toward them. There were a couple of other elves behind her as well. Priestess Nim, priestess. Cal looked back at the little girl after hearing the middle-aged elf's comment. The two of them made eye contact at that moment. Is she looking at me? Cal's back felt chilly after seeing the little elf who looked like a troublemaker rushing toward him. Isn't her face too pale? The little elf seemed completely petrified. The young priestess rushed toward Cal as if she had a very important mission. The middle-aged elf quickly approached the priestess once she got close. Priestess Nim, what is going on? The priestess did not even pay any attention to the middle-aged elf before pointing toward Cal. Red hair. Cal flinched. The young priestess had a look of urgency on her freckled face as she walked in front of Cal. Cal slowly took a step backward. This priestess seemed to be a bit weird. However, there was a noise that intrigued Cal at that moment. Clang. It was the sound of coins. Cal looked down at the young priestess. The priestess raised her head and tried to hand the bag in her hand to Cal. Clang, clang. It sounded like coins clanging against each other inside the bag. The young elf started to speak. It might be old human money, but please take it. Apparently they are silver coins. Here, here. Now, the priestess shoved the bag toward Cal, and Cal accepted it for now. The priestess then rummaged through her wide sleeves and took out a flat rectangular item as well. Here is gold as well. There were no gold coins. The young elf seemed to be panicking. What the hell? Cal was shocked and swore without thinking about it. However, the young priestess did not even care about that. In her 10 years as a priestess, this was the first time that the world tree was so scared. The priestess raised the bar of gold back toward Cal and started to speak. The world tree told me to give money to the red-haired person. It told me to give you coins. Coins. There seemed to be a reason she kept saying coins. Cal opened up his left hand. Crackle, crackle. The fire of destruction was still there. The young priestess urgently started to speak after seeing Cal looking back at her. Please take it. Otherwise, the world tree said everything will burn. There will be a sea of fire. Cal started to think. Just what did the owner of the fire of destruction do? The elf priestess seemed concerned. It said you really like coins and that you would go crazy for it. He wasn't just a greedy hero. Cal couldn't believe it, but accepted the elf priestess gold for now. Chapter 171. Perhaps 6. Cal observed the elf priestess while holding the gold and coins in his arms. The young priestess who had rushed over let out a sigh of relief before flinching. She had finally seen the black dragon sitting down next to Cal. Gasp. They all heard her gasp. The black dragon Rayan spoke into Cal's mind to share his first impression of this priestess. She seems like a nice elf. He then peeked toward the large bag of coins in Cal's arm. On the other hand, the young priestess bowed toward Rayan. It is an honor to meet you, Dragon Nim. My name is Adite, and I serve the world tree Nim in this end village. Oh, Cal let out a quiet gasp. He had never seen an elf behave so calmly around a dragon before. He remembered what Aruhaben had told him. Talk to the elf in charge of the world tree if the other elves do not understand. Then everything will be fine. The do not understand was literally talking about the elves not understanding what Cal was saying. It was just in case they were too busy revering the dragon that they could not understand anything else. Yes, nice to meet you, little elf. Rayan's bright greeting to the priestess made all of the other elves start to smile. All of their gazes were focused on Rayan as they continued to nod their heads. They looked toward Cal, who had come to deliver Aruhaben's message every so often, but it was rare. That was why they would not be able to understand anything Cal needed to say. It wasn't that they were ignoring Cal on purpose. They just could not help but look at Rayan. Of course, there was something Cal did not know. There was a reason that the elves were nodding their heads and looking at him every so often. It was because of the conversation that the beings that Cal could not see were having. The world tree called the priestess over to say something because of this red-haired human. I think it has been over 100 years since the world tree has talked about a human. This human has a strong aura of nature on him. He is probably the human with the most natural elements. No wonder he is with two dragon nymphs. This human smells really good. The elementals were talking about Cal. The elves couldn't help but peek over at him after hearing what the elementals had to say. Hum. Cal realized that the elves were starting to look at him more and more often. Most importantly, the young priestess started to scrunch her freckled nose as she stood there with her hands clasped together. This is weird. Cal flinched after he started to realize something was weird. Sharara, it felt like there was a breeze. However, there was no actual breeze. What is this? Cal became anxious. One, two. He could see many colorful and half-transparent elemental. That wasn't weird. This was the case at the elf village in the Ten-Finger Mountains as well. There were a lot of elementals. That wasn't weird either. The elementals were born by the World Tree. This was their hometown. The issue was elsewhere. Where were all of these numerous elementals gathered? Wow, Hung shouted in admiration. There's so many of them. On was shocked as well. All of the elementals were by Cal's side. Cal could see the elementals flying around next to him. It sounded like they were saying something, but Cal could not understand any of it. I smell a strong scent of wind. It is covert but noticeable. This one is wood. Yes, the wood is small compared to the earth, wind, and other elements, but it is firm. I can feel that firmness. How wonderful. I also smell the fragrance of very sweet water. I feel like it will draw me in. The young priestess paid close attention to all of these comments. At that moment, something the elementals said caught her attention. There is an aura of fire as well. Yes, fire is greedy. That is why it is pure and beautiful. He has a very natural aura of fire, a sea of fire. That phrase echoed in the young priestess' mind. The priestess clasped her hands together and started to speak. Are you the one who has come to deliver Iruhaben Nim's message? Cal was getting annoyed by the elementals around him, but still did his best to smile and respond. However, Rayan was faster than Cal. He is. A human is a very good person. His name is Cal Henitus. His name is just kind of cool. The elementals started to fly around Cal with even more energy. Cal continued to smile toward Rayan, who was stuck to his side, as well as the elves who were looking at him. Nice to meet you. My name is Cal Henitus. His respectful demeanor gave off the unique presence of a noble. The slightly older elves looked toward Cal with satisfied expressions. The middle-aged elf that had originally come to greet Cal stepped forward again. My name is Dickel, and I am the chief's son. Nice to meet you. Cal and Dickel shared a respectful greeting with each other. The half-blooded whale Pazitan watched this with a blank expression. He heard a shaking voice by his side. What the? The killer whale Archie. Archie was completely shocked after seeing one of the most constant things in his life suddenly change. Archie finally understood what Cal meant when he said that the elves might cry after seeing Rayan. However, he still could not believe it. Rayan and the elves. However, Cal being surrounded by the elementals shocked him even more. Is he really human? He questioned that fact even though he knew that Cal was a human. Cal was a unique individual. The Eastern Continent and the Western Continent. Although humans were in control of these lands due to their numbers, there were many beast people and other races within these continents. It was odd to see a human getting along with so many different races. Archie heard Choi Han and Rosalind's conversation at that moment. As expected of Calnim. Don't you think you say, as expected of Calnim, way too much? Am I wrong? No, you're right. Young Master Cal is unique. Very unique. Choi Han and Rosalind sounded very casual, making it sound like they were used to calling Cal unique. Archie continued to look toward them until he made eye contact with Rosalind. Rosalind's eyes opened wide before she realized what must be going through the whale's mind and started to speak. Isn't it amazing how young Master Cal gets along with everybody? Yes, Archie immediately answered. But isn't such treatment obvious after thinking about everything young Master Cal has done so far around the continent? Pazitan, who had been listening to Rosalind, let out a gasp. The things Cal had done until now. Rosalind continued to speak. Young Master Cal has done all of that, but never asked for a title or anything of influence. Although he has received some monetary rewards, I do not think that they are worth more than his life. Rosalind knew that Cal was more strategic than brilliant. However, there was one reason she continued to believe that he was a good person. He was not greedy. He likes money. Greed for fame and power were worse than greed for money. Why do merchants try to buy titles for themselves once they are overflowing with money? And why do kings of history who had enough money and power start useless wars? There were many types of greed that were worse than the greed for money. But Cal did not show any greed toward these things. In fact, he tried to avoid them. He also doesn't use the money for his own selfish reasons. Rosalind knew that the upgrades to the Henitu's territory and all of their other actions had required a lot of Cal's own wealth. There were times that Cal did use his money for himself, but those times were to feed himself or to provide food and lodging for his group. This is the type of person who should have money. She thought that someone like Cal, who knew when to use money for the greater good while being satisfied with eating simple fruits for himself, deserved to have money. Rosalind thought it would be okay for Cal to make more money. No, she believed Cal should make more money. Magic Tower. She recalled the magic tower that Cal had brought up. Rosalind had not declined when Cal offered to invest in the magic tower. Although she could not understand the human mind, Cal's past actions made her feel like she could understand why Cal wanted to invest in the magic tower. I need to create a magic tower that helps to make the world a better place. It needed to be a completely different magic tower than the one that used to stand in the Whipper Kingdom. Rosalind made up her mind that she would create that type of magic tower and become the tower master. Cal turned around at that moment, and the two of them made eye contact. At the same time, she realized that the elves were looking in her direction as well. Rayan flew over toward Rosalind and the rest. He then introduced each of them to the elves. This is the smart Rosalind. Over here is the strong Choi Han. The elves smiled brightly every time Rayan said something. Rosalind shook hands with the elves who reached their hands out first. It was the same with Choi Han and the whales. We had only heard about the whale nymphs. It is my first time meeting one in person. You seem very reliable. Ha ha! The killer whale Archie just responded back with a smile and shook Dickle's hand after hearing Dickle praise him. Even he was starting to accept the situation now. Cal saw that his group was getting along with the elves before calling out to the young priestess Adite, Priestess Nim. He then flinched. He could see that the young girl had tears in her eyes and was looking at him as if he was a ticking time bomb. Cal became even more curious after seeing such an expression. Priestess Nim, don't the elves not have any desire for material goods? Cal pointed to the bag of coins and the gold in his arms. The priestess Adite responded back with a serious expression. The world tree had told us to slowly gather coins since a long time ago. Although we should not get too obsessed with worldly possessions, it told us that it would be useful in the future. The priestess smiled before informing Cal of the world tree's message. The world tree wishes to meet with you, Calnim. The world tree had actually said to bring him over only if he accepted the coins and the gold, but Adite didn't feel the need to say that part. That sounds great. I want to meet world tree Nim as well. Let us head there right away. The priestess took the lead after hearing Cal's response. Just follow me. The priestess felt Rayan and Cal following behind her as she listened to the elementals. He is imperfectly perfect and strongly weak. How interesting. Elementals usually only became interested in elementalists. However, these elementals were currently showing interest in a human. The priestess Adite started to walk a little faster. Cal quickened his pace to keep up with her as they headed to meet with the world tree. He then put on an odd expression. It looked so normal. He could see an old needle leaf tree that you could find on any mountain. This is the world tree Nim. The priestess pointed to the commonly seen tree in front of him. Cal was shocked at this. The tree was at least 3 times taller than he was, but it was still similar to the trees found in the Forest of Darkness. In fact, the white tree that he had seen after receiving the indestructible shield seemed to be more magical. The other trees around it looked more like they could be the world tree. The trees surrounding the world tree, as if they were protecting it, were all tall and blue. Were you shocked by how the world tree Nim looks? The priestess started to speak as if she had expected Cal's reaction. Even the elves had been shocked at the world tree's appearance when they had first seen it. Cal looked around for a bit before saying whatever came to his mind. Just like how there may be precious things in things we only glance at, the truth may be hidden in an average appearance. As I expected, the priestess who had calmed herself down on the way to the world tree agreed with Cal's sentiments. Cal did not care about her reaction as he looked around the area where only he, Rayan, the young priestess, and the world tree were currently present. It was at that moment. Shhhhhhhh, the leaves on the trees started to shake even though there was no wind. Cal Nim, the priestess then called out to Cal. Cal could see a blue light surrounding Adite. It was the same color as the token from earlier. On the other hand, Adak could not hide her shock while looking toward Cal. The world tree Nim wishes to speak with Cal Nim. It wishes to speak with me. Yes, the priestess was shocked. Iruhaben had been the only one the world tree had personally spoken with until now. She then looked toward Rayan. The world tree Nim wishes to speak with Rayan Nim in the future when you can spend a long time together. All right, I got it. Nice to meet you, world tree. Shhhhhhhhh. The leaves rustled as if they were responding to Rayan's greeting. Rayan seemed to be happy as he started to roll around on the grass. This place is very refreshing and warm. I like this place the most after our house. Cal smiled at Rayan's comment before asking the priestess, "How do I chat with the world tree?" "Just close your eyes and make contact with the world tree." The priestess pointed to the trunk of the world tree, and Cal walked toward it without any hesitation. He then put his palm on the pillar as the priestess had instructed. Shhhhhhhh. The trees started to move again. The priestess observed the world tree with wariness in her heart. I can't believe a human turned the usually calm world tree Nim so nervous. She was curious about the conversation Cal would have with the world tree, but found the whole scene to be surprising. Of course, the priestess' gaze became deeper as she looked at the red-haired man. She could see Cal flinching at that moment. The man who had his eyes closed was frowning. Cal was listening to the world tree's voice at that moment. I didn't expect for another human to earn the power of that lunatic arsonist. Arsonist. It had to be talking about the fire of destruction. But you received the full power and even fortified it. Cal, you are amazing as well. I fortified it. Cal thought about the vitality of the heart before becoming weirded out by the world tree. Cal, you are amazing as well. ... It is too friendly. The world tree was treating Cal in a very friendly way. It was so friendly that it was suspicious. The world tree continued to speak. I have seen many heroes in my lifetime, but I have never seen such a crazy hero who didn't care about anything else other than money. The voice that sounded like a benign old woman was gentle, a hero whose life goal was to be rich. I had died and reincarnated many times, but I almost burned to death because of that hero. The world tree sounded slightly relieved. That is why I collected money. This was my way to ensure my own longevity. It then continued to speak. Anyway, I had no idea that you had earned that power, Cal. I was so shocked. I had sent Adite with money just in case the power of fire went wild. Cal felt something was off as he continued to listen to the world tree. Does it know me? It was speaking as if it knew Cal. Cal opened his mouth to ask if the world tree knew him. It was at that moment. Is Gashan well? Gashan. The tiger shaman Gashan. Cal suddenly got the chills. Perhaps. Is the nature that Gashan always talks about. Gashan frequently said that nature has spoken. The world tree continued to speak. Gashan was an interesting child who could hear my voice. Wow, Cal was amazed. He was also shocked. Does that mean that the world tree has the power of foresight? The voice no longer sounded benign. Cal felt chills down his back once again. Cal, the world tree asked, "Who are you?" Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh Who are you? The Crown Prince had asked a similar question before. However, this time was different. Cal, I cannot see your future. I also cannot see your past, other than the last 2 years. 2 years ago. That was when Kim Rok-Soo had become Cal Henitus. I may not be much, but I have lived a long time. I've lived, died, and reincarnated many times. That gave me the eyes to see a bit of the world. The world tree was able to see a bit of the flow of the world. However, there was a time when it could not see any of it. And now, the number of things that the world tree could see was slowly decreasing. A long, long time ago, the world tree recalled when it had no choice but to create the snowstorm and take over the north. That was the first time it had ever felt fear. There were people like you whom I could not see their pasts nor futures. I could only see tiny glimpses of their near future. Cal focused on the fact that there were people like him in the past. Were they transmigrators too? If there were other transmigrators, he was curious about their futures. However, the world tree quickly dispelled Cal's thoughts. A completely different explanation was given. The owners of the ancient powers were just like you. I could not see them. Ancient powers. I couldn't see through the arsonist, nor the rock for brains. I feel like I know who it means when it says rock for brains. Cal recalled the owner of the scary giant cobblestone. He also started to think about the time when there were many people with ancient powers. He was thinking about the ancient times. It has been said that darkness had fallen on the world during the ancient times. Furthermore, it stated that the darkness disappeared and peace was restored. However, nothing mentioned just exactly what the darkness was. What is the darkness? Rayan and the priestess who had been looking at Cal tilted their heads in confusion at Cal's question. However, the world tree understood what Cal was asking and responded back. I can only speak the things that the world allows me to say. It was saying that it could not answer Cal's question. It then added one more thing. I also cannot say anything about things I cannot see. I could not predict the true body of the darkness. However, the me that lived during that time did see the darkness. Unfortunately, that is something I cannot discuss. Cal started to frown at the twisted answer that did not answer anything at all. Did you say they were called, the ones aiming for me? That is the case. I could not see Arm. The things I can see are dwindling these days. Cal had a bad feeling at this moment. Looks like things will become an even bigger mess. It was already a mess, but the upcoming future would be even more of a mess. Cal was disappointed that the world tree did not know the true identity of Arm. Danger came to find me every time I could not see through the flow of time. It might be that I will be involved in the situation and not just be a bystander. The world tree came to a quick conclusion. But that is my problem, so let's return to you. Who are you? It asked one more time. Cal calmly responded back, just one of the many average people. Rayan's voice reached Cal's ear at that moment. A human is not average. And he is weak. What is he talking about? Cal let Rayan's comments in through one ear and out the other. However, he could not ignore the world tree's comment. I plan to throw away 3 or 4 branches today. Branches, tree branches. Cal had thought that the world tree would care a lot about its body, so the fact that it was saying this gave him an ominous feeling. Although the tree was smaller than Cal had expected, it was taller than Cal, and the branches looked quite thick and strong. Why would it throw them away? Cal opened his mouth to speak. However, the world tree started to speak first. 1. The world tree was planning on saying something it did not have permission to say. During the time when darkness had descended on the world, many life forms fought against each other at the time, and the word, peace, was non-existent. The Dark Ages were also called the Warring Ages. It was a time when a person would happily kill someone else for their own benefit. The world tree said the first thing. The person who is collecting ancient powers has collected a total of 3 ancient powers. Cal flinched. It is not me if it is just 3 of them. There is someone else who is collecting ancient powers. Why? People currently saw ancient powers as just mediocre powers to have on the side. This was because ancient powers had limitations. A power that could not develop could not reach greater heights. Cal urgently started to speak. Why is someone trying to gather, however? He could not finish his sentence. Boom! Cal heard a loud noise at that moment. The ground also started to shake. Something had fallen. Cal tried to open his eyes. Do not open your eyes. The world tree was telling him not to open his eyes. He also heard the young priestess Adit's voice at that time. World Tree Nim, my goodness. Adat called out to the world tree as if she was screaming. He heard Rayan's voice after that as well. What is going on? World tree, one of your large branches rotted and fell to the ground. Are you hurt, world tree? Are you not well? Rayan Nim, you cannot approach them. The young priestess prevented Rayan from heading toward the world tree. She was stomping on the ground while not knowing what to do. She then weakly responded to Rayan, who was looking at her with an expression that seemed to be asking why she was holding him back. The world tree nim told you not to come. Is that so? All right then. Rayan did not say anything else before returning to his original spot. However, his eyes were full of concern. His gaze was focused on Cal, who was right next to the fallen branch. On the other hand, Cal's mind had become even more complicated. Second, the world tree spoke weakly but urgently. Find the remaining traces of the black dragon's parents, Rayan's parents. Cal had planned on looking into this at some point in the future. Boom. Another large branch fell down. What do I do? What do I do? He could hear the extremely concerned elf's voice. However, Cal's mind was already complicated by what the world tree was saying. He continued to focus on the world tree's words. Last thing. There was still one thing left. The judge who ran away to the eastern continent. Find her. Now what the heck is it talking about? Cal had a thick frown on his face. It was at that moment. Crack. Cal heard something breaking from above his head. His body was pushed away at that moment. Ah! A hard and round rock seemed to push his body to the side. At the same time, a small and round front paw supported his back. Boom! Cal opened his eyes. He looked toward the spot he had originally been standing at. There was a large branch that had turned black and was leaking a red fluid. Human, are you okay? Cal looked toward the black dragon who had pushed him to the side and then supported him. Rayan stuck his head out from behind Cal. Cal calmly started to speak. You could have moved me with magic. Cal would not have felt the impact from Rayan's head that was as hard as a rock if he had done that. Rayan's pupils started to shake before they returned to normal, and he started to speak. But you still dodged it. Yes, yes. Cal casually responded before approaching the world tree again. Drip, drip. The sounds that he had missed because he was focused on the world tree could now be heard. 3 large branches had broken off. There were red fluids that looked like human blood flowing out of them. I thought it was normal, but I was wrong. He had never seen a tree that bled like this. Cal slowly put his hand back on the trunk of the world tree. Hoo-woo. A weak sigh could be heard. It looks like I'll be able to give you the fruit only after the summer is over. This is the limit of what I can tell you. The world tree's voice started to get quieter. You have no thoughts about getting stronger, right? Right. Cal had no plans about getting stronger at all. The world tree was able to get enough glimpses of the flow of time to notice that about Cal. It was because the world tree was the same way. The world tree did not wish for strength. It did not care for power or fame. It just wanted a peaceful life. However, it moved when it had a prediction that it would cause it to be difficult to have that peaceful life. It had covered the north with a snowstorm in the past, and this time it had thrown away 3 of its branches in order to give a couple of pieces of advice for this human that it could not see. It had protected the humans it could not see in the past as well. It believed that it would do the same again. I must rest now. Cal could not hear the world tree's voice anymore. He took his hand off the trunk and looked toward Priestess Adite. The young priestess continued to cry as she started to speak. The world tree nymph said that it must sleep for a long time and said that you should chat later along with the fruit. Fruit, that was the item Cal needed to gain from the world tree. He still did not know what abilities the world tree's fruit had. He just assumed that it was something good by the fact that Aruhaben wanted the world tree to give it to Rayan. The elf caressed the blackened branches with sad eyes as she continued to speak. It also said that it was disappointed that it could not chat with Rayan Nim, but asked to push that until next time as well. I am disappointed as well, but that's okay. Hey, world tree, is there something I can help you with? Rayan approached the world tree with a concerned expression. The young priestess shook her head. Recovery is something the world tree nim will take care of alone. All we need to do is wait. Shhhhhhhh. Cal listened to the rustling of the leaves and started to think. The person who has collected 3 ancient powers and is looking to gather more. The traces of Rayan's parents. The judge who ran away to the eastern continent. Cal brushed his face with both of his hands. Just when will I get to rest? He started to feel sad. However, that sadness disappeared a few days later. Tap, tap. Cal was chilling in the warm elf village underneath the frozen lake while enjoying fresh cherries. Should I just live here? Rayan responded to Cal's joking comment. No, our house is the best. That is true. Cal was agreeing with Rayan's statement, but still felt more relaxed than ever. Pazetin was watching this with a blank expression on his face. Only Pazetin and Rayan were by Cal's side right now. They were currently under a cherry tree with trays of fruits and drinks around them. The cushion that Cal was sitting on seemed very comfortable as well. Cal was receiving the VIP treatment in the elf village. How was this possible? Pazetin was amazed. However, he soon needed to stand up at Cal's command. Gather everybody. Yes, sir. Cal watched Pazetin leave in order to gather the group as he stood up. Rosalind and Rayan had finished reinforcing the defensive magic barrier, and they were currently testing it with Choi Han today. On and Hung were currently rolling around the snowstorm while having fun with Archie. Human, are we leaving now? Cal petted Rayan's head instead of answering his question. He had been contemplating the problems that the world tree had handed him for the past few days. He had now come to a conclusion. Cal could see the priestess Adite running toward him from the distance. The young elf seemed to be struggling with the loose priestess robe as she ran. She then started to catch her breath in front of Cal. Huff, huff, Cal Nim. Yes, the world tree said one thing just now before returning to sleep. It said something. Cal urged the priestess to speak, and the priestess clenched her eyes shut before she started to shout. Those punks with ancient powers were all lunatics. Do whatever you want. The priestess Adite was shaking as she had never heard the world tree speak so roughly before. She heard Cal's voice at that moment. How did it know? Excuse me. Adite opened her eyes and looked toward Cal. Cal was smiling brightly. Tell it not to worry. I plan to do whatever I want anyway. He was someone who never planned on doing whatever other people wanted him to do. Rayan approached him and asked, Human, is it time to go set things on fire? The priestess flinched. Pazitan returned with Rosalind and Choi Han at that moment. They looked toward Cal after hearing Rayan's question. However, Cal was thinking about another existence. God's tears. It was something nobody knew whether it existed or not. It was something nobody had ownership of, something that was an ownerless, magnificent water. It was known to be able to heal any type of illnesses. Cal, do you believe that legend? Iruhaben laughed at Cal's statement and said that it was nonsense. Human, why are you not responding? Are we going to do something else instead? Yes, we're going to steal some things. The elf priestess became nervous after hearing Cal say that he was going to steal something. Rayan started to speak. Again, the elf priestess winced even more than before. Cal did not care as he pointed to himself for Rayan, who was tilting his head in confusion. Yes, there is a thief inside of me. Cal just laughed even though everybody else looked shocked. If the god's tears really were the tears of a god, then it would roll over to him on its own. Chapter 173. Tricked. 1. Cal and the group returned to the inn they had previously stayed at. He seemed to be out of it as soon as he sat down and leaned back on the chair. Human, that was very fun. I really am great and mighty. On the other hand, the invisible Rayan was extremely energetic. The killer whale Archie mumbled to himself in disbelief. Those vicious bastards. The vicious bastards that he was talking about were the elves of the End village. Cal looked up at the ceiling and recalled the sight of the elves giving them a teary farewell. You are leaving after staying such a short time. I am very sad. It was as if we had seen the beautiful sun underneath this frozen lake for the first time in a long time. I will never forget about our blessed time together for the rest of my life. The elves were crying as they said things like that to Rayan. Do not worry. I will return again with Goldie Gramps. The elves had cheered after hearing Rayan's excited remark. Cal was tired after having to wade through the elves and the elementals to get out of the lake of despair. Cal then remembered the middle-aged elf chief who had continued to caress his hand. It isn't like we are strangers. How did I end up becoming a collective, we with the elves? Cal did not know how it had happened, but decided that it wasn't a bad thing and pushed it aside in his mind. Clack. A wine glass was placed in front of him. What is this for? This was the inn Cal had stayed in before they went into the lake of despair. Cal asked the meaning of this wine glass as he looked toward the owner of the inn. The old woman looked over Cal's group before mumbling to herself. Looks like you returned alive. Cal had said the following to the old woman who had lost her daughter and son-in-law to the lake of despair. I will return alive and drink all of your alcohol. The corners of the woman's eyes were shaking. Cal jokingly asked, It's free, right? Bad boy, you look rich. The old woman smiled before peeking at the side of Cal's head and casually adding on. Well, it looks like you are warm and don't need to drink in order to warm up. Just one glass should be enough. Warm. Both Cal and Rayan flinched. Human. This human grandma is weird. However, the old woman walked back to the chair by the fireplace before Cal could say anything. The old woman's grandson, Sully, walked up as Cal continued to watch her. Grandmother asked me to give you some snacks as well. He slowly moved the dishes onto the table. However, his expression seemed to be complicated. He was very curious about the lake of despair and how they had managed to return alive as he had lost his parents to the lake. He was also curious about who they were and was also happy that they had returned alive. But most importantly, there was something that kept catching his attention. Excuse me. He could not help but ask. Unlike Cal, whose hair was brown thanks to magic, this boy actually had brown hair and freckles, making him look innocent. Sully, who had never left this small village by the lake of despair, rubbed his eyes as he started to speak. Excuse me, Guestnim. Cal started to feel iffy. The boy was not looking at Cal, but slightly off to the side. If you looked closely, you could tell that he was looking at the empty spot next to Cal's head. It looked empty to Cal's eyes, at least. Sully started to speak. "I'm sorry, I'm not sure if there is something wrong with my eyes." "Ah, this is really weird." He mumbled for a bit before pointing to the spot between Cal and Choi Han's head. "There seems to be a small and round red ball that looks like a ball of red fur." Am I hallucinating? Ah, what is wrong with me?" Sully rubbed his eyes. However, there seemed to be a red furball floating by Cal's side, no matter how many times he rubbed his eyes. Cal started to think at that moment, "This is driving me nuts. He's an elementalist." Cal could not believe it. Rayon started to speak at that moment. "Human, he seems to be able to see the elemental." Cal naturally could not see that red furball by the side of his head. Rayan and the others could not see it either. This was because the elemental was currently saving its energy because of the cold air. However, they had seen this red furball down underneath the Lake of Despair when the elf priestess awkwardly smiled and showed it to them. "Excuse me, Calnim." The elf priestess Adite had a worried look on her face as she fidgeted her fingers. "If it is okay with you, one of this baby fire elemental nim that was born less than a year ago would like to escort you to the entrance of the village outside the lake. Would that be okay?" The half-transparent red furball had floated over to Cal's side at that moment. Cal looked toward Adite while wondering what kind of baggage was being placed on him as she quickly explained. "This elemental nim has not picked its shape just yet, but it will be warm if you have it by your side. Elementals change their shapes once they determine their own paths. This red furball that had not determined its path yet was a fire elemental." Adite quickly added on after seeing Cal starting to frown. "The elemental nim said that it respects Cal Nim and really wants to escort you, to the point that it sincerely asked. It respects me," Adite answered as if it was obvious. "Yes, sir." It said that it had never seen such a destructive and crazy fire before. It wants to be like it. Cal responded immediately after hearing why this baby fire elemental respected him. "We will go our separate ways once we get to the village." "Got it." "Yes, sir." Adite responded energetically, and the red furball had floated over to the side of Cal's head before turning transparent. It had followed them to the inn while remaining in that transparent state. But he can see this transparent elemental. Cal looked past Sully, who was still rubbing his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, and toward the old woman. He remembered what she had just said. "Well, it looks like you are warm and don't need to drink to warm up." Cal flinched while recalling that statement. The word elementalist was currently stuck in Cal's mind. He turned his gaze back toward Sully. "Ah!" Sully suddenly covered his face with his arms in shock. Clang! The tray fell to the ground. "The furball is suddenly floating toward me." Sully had a shocked expression on his face as he continued to look around as the red furball floated around him. Cal immediately turned back toward the old woman. She was smiling brightly with her teeth showing. "My husband told me when I said I could see them. He said that they were elementals." The old woman looked toward Cal and continued to speak. "I was relieved that my daughter could not see them. I worried that she would be like me and be able to see them. Them." She was definitely talking about the elementals. Cal could see the regret in her eyes, because I was seduced by them. I settled down in this land of despair so that I could get glimpses of them when they appeared. But this damn lake seduced people even if they could not see the elementals. The old woman turned her gaze toward her grandson. She had been relieved that she had not seen them for decades. It was painful to see glimpses of these beautiful elementals that refused to approach her. However, her grandson could see them. I guess they do approach people first, too. She had never seen one taking the initiative to approach a human. The old woman looked back and forth between Sully, the elemental, and Cal, whom the elemental originally came with, as she started to smirk. "You showed something useless to my grandson, so pay up for the alcohol." Cal shook his head. "I will freeload since you said the drink was on you." Choi Han and Archie looked toward Cal after that comment. However, Cal did not care as he continued to speak to the old woman who was still smiling. "However, I will pay you well for the snacks." "Hee hee, what a funny kid. You clearly look like a noble." The group flinched at the old woman's observation skills, but Cal did not care as he looked towards Sully. "I didn't expect him to be an elementalist." Cal had gotten involved with an unexpected existence. Rayon's voice could be heard in Cal's mind. "Human, will he go with us too?" "No, Why would he? Cal did not want to get involved with other people for no reason. There was no reason for someone like him who had ancient powers of all elements to have an elementalist by his side. Although I don't really have all of the elements, Cal touched the necklace with the dominating water inside. He then recalled the conversation he had with Priestess Adite. Do you know who the judge is? The judge. Yes. Apparently, there is a judge who went to the eastern continent. The judge that the World Tree told him to find. Cal debated asking Gashan and Ran, who were originally from the eastern continent, but had asked Adite just in case. Adite brushed her hand through her hair before shaking her head. No, I've never heard that name before. Is that so? Cal had not expected much. Yes, sir. I have heard about the Water of Judgment, though. What? He ended up hearing something unexpected. Adite looked worried as she continued to speak. The Water of Judgment is an ancient power. Adite brought an old wooden plank from the village library instead of explaining it. I remember it because the information on the plank was quite shocking. ... Can I borrow it? The plank. Adite looked toward Cal as if asking if he was being serious before eventually nodding her head. Yes, sir. Please do as you wish. Cal understood why Adite would have been shocked to read it. There were 3 lines of text on the plank. This was the first line, letter of resignation, and then the second line. World Tree, you stupid idiot, I am now free. It sounded intense. Cal had a feeling at that moment, the Water of Judgment. This one seems like a lunatic as well. He became certain after reading the last line. The Water of Judgment. I am a free spirit now. I may end up having to pick up another odd thing. That was what went through Cal's mind after reading the statements on the plank. He took a big gulp of alcohol in order to ease his frustration. He then quietly observed the mess that Sully and the invisible fire elemental were creating. Will I meet with them again? There was this baby fire elemental which had a good chance of growing in a slightly destructive way, the extremely innocent to the point that he looked slightly stupid Sully and the sharp grandmother. Cal predicted that he would not run into them again in the future. However, he could not hear what the fire elemental was saying on the shocked and confused Sully's shoulder. Fiery thunderbolt, respect, sea of fire, strong. The shape of the fire elemental that was continuously mumbling these words slowly started to change. However, it was still just a bundle of fire, making everyone unable to anticipate its future shape. However, the fire elemental did not get away from Sully at all. Cal had no way of knowing as he could not see or hear the elemental. We're finally here. Choi Han observed the city from inside the castle gates. The pointy roofs were covered in white snow. The white roofs made it look like a kingdom of snow. Choi Han, who was currently wearing a white priest robe, turned his head to the side. A white-haired man. Cal was fixing his priest robe and smiling gently. Our destination is not far. Let's all go together. Cal had entered into the Perun Kingdom's capital of Bago. He had no issues getting in with the identity card that Crown Prince Albaru had created for him as he walked in while wearing the priest robe. Rayan started to speak in his mind. Human, is there a festival here? White roofs and white snow, the white castle in the distance. There were many decorations on the castle. Rosalind approached Cal and started to speak. Priestnim, Bago City is so decorated. Is it a festival? She looked around as she asked the question. There seemed to be a lot of people going through the gates. The streets in the capital were packed, even though it was freezing. Choi Han saw this as well and looked toward Cal for answers as well. The half-blooded whale Pazitan started to speak at that moment. Did you all come here without knowing about it? About what? Rosalind had been a crown princess in the past, but she had no reason to memorize the festivals of the most northern kingdom. Pazitan looked toward Cal after hearing her question. Cal started to speak with a calm expression. The Perun Kingdom has a unique festival in January. Mio. The red kitten Hong patted Cal's arm and urged him to tell them. Cal petted Hong's fur as he continued to speak. They bring offerings to the lake that is supposed to have the god's tears in order to pray for it to take away a year's worth of sorrow in advance. There are celebrations throughout the city of Bago as well. Choi Han flinched. It sounded like an important time. But they were currently going to start a fire in the lake with the god's tears. He had a feeling that it would overlap with this festival. Choi Han looked toward Cal. Cal whispered quietly in order to prevent others from hearing. We don't want to hurt anybody, so we won't do it on the day of the offering. Apparently, they all gather in the plaza to dance on the last night. The last night. People will gather in the plaza for the finale in order to dance and sing through the night. Nobody would be at the lake except for the guards. It was easy to move without harming a few guards. Cal smiled as he asked the group a question. Shouldn't the festival end with fireworks? Chapter 174, Tricked. 2. The group descended into silence. The killer whale Archie and half-blooded whale Pazetin seemed to be at a loss for words, while Rosalind and Choi Han seemed to be contemplating something. The silver kitten on avoided Cal's gaze with an expression that seemed to be saying she expected as much from Cal. However, Cal did not have time to pay attention to this silence as there was a loud voice echoing in his mind. Human, you really are our human. We cannot let people get hurt during our fireworks show. Rayon sounded very excited. How could there be such a vicious 6-year-old? Cal shook his head and looked toward Choi Han and Rosalind. Choi Han quietly looked back at Cal before starting to speak. What do I need to do? Choi Han had heard what Cal had said. We don't want to hurt anybody. Choi Han had no hesitation because Cal always thought like this, even when he was acting like a villain. Well, figure it out together. He then smiled at Cal's response. Together. For someone like Choi Han, who had lived for tens of years in solitude to survive, a word like together was always nice to hear. Cal then made eye contact with Rosalind, who was also smiling. Sounds like a very effective plan and the perfect time to do it. I knew you would say that, Miss Rosalind. The two whales seemed even more confused, but Cal did not care as he gave Pazetin an order. Pazetin, let's get a place to stay first. Ah, yes, sir. Then we will go sightseeing around the lake. Lake. That word made Pazetin gulp as he guided Cal's group into the Perun Kingdom's capital. People could not help but peek at them. Their group had the typical traveler's robes that made it difficult to see their faces. That was not weird. However, there was someone these robed travelers were surrounding as if they were guarding him. The white-haired priest was who the people were peeking at. Cal felt their gazes and started to smile. You are smiling like that again, even though you are not talking to the crown prince. As for Rayon's comment, he just ignored it as usual. Crunch, crunch. His footsteps were calm as he walked through the snow. Cal looked around him. He did not see many people. The people who passed by them every so often were chatting with one another in quiet voices, but they all seemed to be happy. It was quiet, but not solemn. Cal casually walked as if he was taking a stroll through the park. Rayan started to speak in his mind. Human, there are many patrolling soldiers in addition to the guards at the entrance. He's very good about doing things without being told these days. Cal was satisfied with Rayan, who was taking the initiative to do things now that he was 1 year older. Choi Han approached him and whispered in his ear. They said that we cannot go to the northern part of the lake because they are preparing for the offering, but we should be able to force our way in anywhere if we want. Choi Han was good at reporting things now as well. Cal was feeling very satisfied with the growth of Rayan and Choi Han. The black dragon that used to leave wild boars for him and the boy who followed him for food had both grown a lot. Cal looked forward with a proud heart. Pat, pat. Hung patted him on the arm. Hung pointed to the front with his paws once Cal looked down. Hung seemed to be shocked. Meow. Hung meowed and asked with his gaze as he could not say anything right now. Didn't you say this is the place we're going to set on fire? Cal quickly understood what Hung was trying to say. Yes, this is the place. The kitten and Rosalind, who were both looking at Cal, could not say anything. Rosalind turned her head. She could see the two whales that had been standing speechless for a while. Rosalind understood what they were thinking. It's so big. She could see the lake of guards' tears in front of her. The bottom of the completely dry lake was full of cracks. She slowly approached Cal, the northern corner of the Perun Kingdom's capital. The large lake appeared once you followed the wide path from the plaza. The size of this dry lake made everyone pause for a moment upon arrival. Rosalind cautiously asked Cal, Young Master Cal, isn't this pretty much a third of Bago City? It seems to be that way. It is smaller than I expected. Smaller. Rosalind flinched, but Cal did not care as he put on and hung down and started to walk while following the edge of the lake. Let's split up and enjoy the view before we gather back together. Cal said that one statement before walking away from the others. Only the invisible Rayan was with him. God's tears. Cal had done a lot of research on this lake. There were a temple and an altar at the northern part of the lake. That place would be closed off for the festival, but the rest of the lake would remain open. Cal headed toward a spot with not too many people and stopped in front of an information sign. Guard's Tears, there is a legend about this lake. A guard felt sorry for the Perun kingdom that was always frozen and created this lake that would not freeze. Humans initially cheered because of this lake that could not freeze. However, humans quickly started to become greedy for more and eventually lusted after something that they should not have touched. That made the guard shed some tears as he took away the water from the lake. Cal stood there and continued to read. The humans finally realized their greed and protected this lake. They continue to pray that that guard will once again bless this lake with water. Cal became curious after reading this information that he already knew about. Who is it? Which god is it? Cal was curious each time he read it. When the water returns to the lake is the moment that the god returns from the south. The south. Cal focused on the word, south, and turned his head. He then became anxious. Human, why do you look so surprised? Rayan called out to Cal in shock, but Cal quickly turned his gaze away and started to think. Why is that punk over here? Cal quickly recalled the information from The Birth of a Hero. Clope looked at the white hair that was a symbol of his family and firmed his resolve to make the legend become reality. There was a white-haired man looking at the bottom of the dry lake. Cal peeked toward him and confirmed his thoughts. At the same time, he recalled some more information from The Birth of a Hero. The Wyvern Knights Brigade. He would make that legend a reality. Clope, the successor to the Guardian Knight Sekka household, had made up his mind. Clope Sekka, the Perun Kingdom's Guardian Knight, the leader of the Wyvern Knights Brigade, the focal point of the Northern Alliance. Wow, Cal could not help but be shocked. I never expected to see Guardian Knight Clope here. He had not expected it. However, it was actually a good thing that he did. Human, are you shocked because of that human over there? He is indeed a bit strong. A bit strong. Cal flinched at Rayan's evaluation. Clope. He had shown up in the first 5 volumes of The Birth of a Hero, even less than Imperial Prince Adden. That was why Cal did not have much information on him. He had one piece of useful information, but nothing else other than that. He is as strong as Mary. He is as strong as the necromancer Mary. Mary was between Choi Han and Rosalind in strength. That meant that Guardian Knight Clope was pretty strong. Human, Choi Han is coming. Cal turned his head. Choi Han was walking toward them with a stiff expression. He had probably noticed Clope's strength and was walking over just in case. Cal waved his hand, and Choi Han stopped walking. Cal told Choi Han to hold his position as he slowly started to walk. He was naturally walking toward Clope. Human. There are 2 or 3 knights around that white-haired knight. Cal recalled the information from The Birth of a Hero as he listened to Rayan, the wonderful danger detector. Clope believed in the legend. He was the type to believe in legends, fables, and superstitions. The corners of Cal's lips were twitching. Why had he come here with white hair and wearing a priest robe? Why was he planning to create a pillar of fire in the lake of God's tears and calling it God's rage? Human, you are smiling too much like a good person. No, you are a good person, however. Cal listened to Rayan's chaotic voice as if it was background music as he looked down toward the lake with a smile. Shara Clope Seca. He brushed his hair back after feeling the gentle but cold winter breeze before he turned toward the direction of the wind. It was because he felt someone standing there. Is he one of our citizens? He believed that the person standing there was one of the citizens who had come here for the festival. Clope had not revealed himself for a while. His time to show himself again was when the Wyvern Knights Brigade would make its presence known in the world. The Perun Kingdom would head toward unfrozen ports and lands at that moment. However, he did not hide his white hair. It was because it was the symbol of the Guardian Knight Sekka household that he was extremely proud of. That was why there were citizens who came up to him every so often. The Guardian Knight household was a strong shield and spear for the citizens. The guard had dropped a drop of water as he gathered up the water of the lake. That drop of water landed on a person, and that person's hair had turned white. He was said to have become a knight and protected the northern land from darkness. He was known as the person who had received the will of the god. Clope believed that he was the descendant of that person. That was why Clope's eyes turned wide when he turned his head. He saw someone else with white hair. Furthermore, he saw a priest robe that was as white as the snow. Although there was no symbol on the robe to show which god the priest served, he felt an aura that made it difficult to easily approach him. Swoosh, the wind brushed past that white-haired priest. The priest mumbled to himself as if he had not noticed Clope's gaze. Will I be able to see him if I head south? Clope flinched. Those words pierced his heart. When the water returns to the lake, that is the moment the guard returns from the south. He recalled the statements written at the temple as well as on the information board. Was this priest thinking about the guard who went to the south? Guardian Knight Clope. He would soon head south. He sought to take control of unfrozen land, sea, and lakes in order to turn the current Perun kingdom into a legend. Who is it? Who is this formidable person? Clope slowly started to walk toward the white-haired priest. Cal heard some rustling, as well as someone's voice. You will be able to meet him in the south. Got you. Cal removed the smirk from his face and slowly turned his head. Clope started to feel odd after seeing Cal looking extremely calm, even after seeing his white hair. Clope thought that, although this person was not strong, there was an unexplainable source of pressure coming from him. The priest started to speak. The esteemed god gathered up his gift to the humans and left because of human greed. He had never been angry at them and instead just cried tears of sorrow. I wonder what he was. The priest stopped speaking for a moment. He then looked toward the lake with a sad expression. I wonder how he was feeling. I wonder how sad he was at that moment. Are you someone who serves a god? Clope's sincere gaze was directed at Cal. Clope was like a traditional knight of a fantasy novel with white hair and a handsome appearance. This is driving me nuts. However, Cal did not care about that. Swoosh, the wind started to blow again and created a mysterious atmosphere between Cal and Clope. However, Cal became anxious after feeling the sound of the wind, which had made him stop talking. Why are you going crazy looking at this bastard? The sound of the wind. The thief who had stolen a divine item was going wild while looking at Guardian Knight Clope. Does he have the guard's tears? Or maybe it is in his house. Should I loot it? Clope asked once again while Cal was debating what to do. Can you not tell me which guard you serve? However, Cal was being disturbed by the sound of the wind, which was going crazy, as well as the super rock. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? He had to calm this collaboration between the two ancient powers, so he just said whatever came to his mind. Clope could not help but flinch after seeing the priest's gaze suddenly stiffen up. The priest started to speak at that moment. Everything will be visible in due time. Cal's mouth always knew the right thing to say. Plop, plop. The wind was getting strong enough to flutter the priest's sleeves. Clope looked toward the rustling trees before feeling the wonders of this wind that was getting stronger. I pray that the lake fills back up soon. Clope could see the priest's eyes. Rather than praying for it, he seemed to be certain of it. Boom, boom, Clope's heart started to beat louder. The lake will fill back up. That was a sign. That was a sign that the legend would start again. Of course, Cal was planning on filling the lake up with a pillar of fire instead of water. Clope felt as if he needed to ask this question now. Who are you? He felt as if he needed to know this person's identity. At that moment, Clope saw the priest pointing to the bottom of the dry lake. Perhaps. Clope was filled with an unknown feeling. This person had a charisma that even the king did not have. The priest smiled mysteriously as he walked past Clope and answered back. Just a wanderer passing by. Although he definitely did not look like a wanderer, Cal answered that way before walking away. Clope just blankly watched Cal leave. Human, he is looking at you. Cal listened to Rayan's report and started to think. I've set the bait. He then whispered quietly so that only Rayan could hear him. Rayan, tell the others not to approach me. All right, but I will still be by your side. And ask Pazitan where Duke Sekka's residence is located. Rayan's innocent voice echoed in his mind. Human, are we looting there next? He definitely got smarter. Cal nodded his head with satisfaction as he answered back. Well, take a look first. 1. Chapter 175, Tricked. 3. The hidden knights approached Guardian Knight Clope, who was watching Cal walk away. Captain him, should we look into him? Clope did not respond to his trusted subordinate's question, and instead simply continued to observe the priest, who was walking into an area with a small number of people. Captain him. Clope nodded his head after being called once more. Just do some basic investigation for now. Basic. The two knights beside Clope's trusted subordinate were shocked at this response. The priest was mysterious and suspicious. The usual Clope would have told them to do a thorough investigation, so saying to do a basic one was surprising. Only the trusted subordinate immediately bowed his head. I understand. The trusted subordinate understood what Clope meant by basic. It was to literally figure out who he is. That was what Clope meant by basic. Doing a thorough investigation meant to find out everything, including their weaknesses, traumas, and anything that might be useful. That was why this trusted subordinate made up his mind to only figure out the identity of the priest. Clope, however, was worried after giving the command. I hope I'm not committing heresy. He was worried that he might offend a god by looking into this mysterious person. On the other hand, Clope himself did not know just how he might end up offending a god. He gave an order to the two knights beside his trusted subordinate. Follow him. The white-haired priest had disappeared into the eastern forest. The knights quickly moved to follow Clope's command to chase after the priest. However, Clope could not help but receive an odd report from the knights a few minutes later. Captain Nim, he is not there. What? His footsteps gradually became lighter, starting from the entrance of the forest until they disappeared without a trace. Clope's expression became odd. One of the knights started to speak with a serious expression. Is he perhaps a mage? Maybe a mage who disguised himself as a priest used flight magic. Clope sternly shook his head. No, I did not feel any mana. He was also not at the level to use flight magic. He was a weakling. The knights had no reason to doubt Sword Master Clope's observation, but they could not help but be bewildered. That person gave off an aura that did not fit a weak person. This was the same for Clope as well. I didn't see any strong people around either. Clope was not at the level to tell Choi Han's level of strength nor sense Rayon's existence. That was why he started to have a different idea about the priest's identity. He had just one thought in his mind, a messenger of God. Did he perhaps come to share a message from God? What should we do? Clope did not share his thoughts with his subordinate. The fact that he was a legend fanatic was a secret from others. In fact, people believed that he was an atheist who did not believe in anything. Clope gave an order in a cold voice. Let's think about this after we get the entry list for the lake. His heart was beating wild even if his expression was cold. He then immediately headed for the temple. The temple was closed off in order to prepare for the festival. He could see the headstone at the center of the temple. The guard was always nearby. He appeared in a form that was most similar to this northern land and gifted us with warmth. The northern land was always full of snow, a form that was most similar to this white land. Clope read the text on the headstone repeatedly and thought about one person. His subordinate then came to report. Captain Nim, a white-haired priest, is said to have entered. There were some robed individuals with him, but apparently they all disappeared from their room at the inn, while leaving behind just a single piece of paper with a message. What was the message? The trusted subordinate handed over the piece of paper. Clope's eyes were filled with shock as soon as he read it. The person who seeks to make the legend of the past into the legend of today. The same legend cannot be created. Only a new legend can be created to continue the glory. The guardian knight's heart was beating fast. The person who seeks to make the legend of the past into the legend of today was referring to himself. It was something that only he knew about. The others only thought it was a war to gain access to unfrozen land. But he wanted more than that. He wanted to continue the legend. A new legend. Clope started to smile. He was certain that the priest was a special being. He would not have written such a message if he was not. The priest wrote the message while knowing that it was going to get to him. Clope started to get excited. The main character of a new legend. That doesn't sound bad. Clope had no doubt that he would be the main character for this glory. On the other hand, Rosalind was brushing back her red hair while asking Cal a question. Young Master Cal, what does that message mean? Cal leisurely chewed on the piece of chicken in his mouth before swallowing, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and then starting to speak. Just nonsense. Nonsense. Rosalind observed the man with hair that was even redder than hers casually respond. Yes, I just wrote whatever sounded fancy. Cal had returned to his usual appearance as he leaned back on the couch. Rosalind let out a sigh. She looked around. They were currently in the Flynn Merchant Guild's Perun Kingdom store, one in a secret villa behind the main store. It would not make sense if the Flynn Merchant Guild, one of the Roan Kingdom's three largest merchant guilds, did not have a single store in the Perun Kingdom. Although you needed to get on a ship and go through other northern kingdoms in order to get to the Perun Kingdom, merchants were people who would brave through worse for money. Rosalind looked at this red-haired man who was as meticulous as these merchants and asked, "Young Master Cal, did you have us get a room at the inn even though a place like this was available because you predicted that we would run into the Guardian Knight? I did not expect it at all. I got the rooms so that we could easily disappear without a trace after causing a commotion." Rosalind shook her head at Cal's calm response. She had the fake identity card that Crown Prince Albaru had given them, as well as another identity card that said that they were merchants of the Flynn Merchant Guild. The merchant identity card was something Cal had just handed to her nonchalantly. He always seems like he's half-assing things, but he's quite meticulous. Rosalind gave up trying to figure out Cal's thought process. It was better to focus on the things she needed to do rather than to try to figure out how the mind of an extraordinary person worked. "What will we do next?" Rayan answered with excitement in Cal's place. "Loot the Duke's estate." Rosalind, as well as Paziton, who had informed them of the location of the Duke's estate, winced in shock. Only Choi Han calmly responded back, "I guess that is the location this time." Cal nodded his head and stood up. "Let's first go take a look." Choi Han and Rayan approached him. Cal flicked his finger toward the kittens rolling around in the corner. "Time to pay for your meals. Me-yo. It's been a while." On and Hung approached him while wagging their tails. The two of their stealthiness was just a tiny bit under Ran's level now. That should be enough to avoid Clope's eyes. Cal and the group headed toward the Secker estate that was near the Perron Castle, the second floor of a tea house in the noble section. Cal was sipping tea while looking at a residence on top of a hill. Vicious. There was a white house on top of the hill. That was the Secker estate. Furthermore, the vicious sculptures by the iron gate caught his attention. "Human, do those sculptures look vicious?" He nodded his head at Rayan's question. These sculptures depicted the scary appearances of wyverns. They were also large enough to be visible from the bottom of the hill. Rayan's confused voice continued in his mind. "Human, it is cuter than the rabbit you gave me that looks like the devil's guard dog." This was indeed the case. Cal recalled the sculpture that he had forgotten about, as well as the assassin Frisia. "I should ask Frisia to create some sculptures to place in front of my house next time. Wouldn't most people avoid them in fear then?" Cal was thinking about something Deruth would never allow as he stood up. "Shall we go?" "Yes, Calnim." Cal and Choi Han got up. The kittens were already jumping across roofs in order to head to the Secker estate. On and Hung would take note of all of the side streets and alleyways in this area. Swoosh. Cal didn't care that his hair that was now past his shoulder in length was getting messy from the wind. Wind continued to gather around Cal as the magically dyed brown hair continued to flutter. What a mess! The sound of the wind was running wild. Cal stopped walking a bit away from the Secker estate. He could hear the invisible Rayan's voice at that moment. "There are many knights around here, but very few mages. Of course. The Perron Kingdom is the land of knights. They are also the Guardian Knight family. They preferred the sword over magic." Swoosh. Cal opened his palm. The wind seemed ready to burst into the Secker estate at any moment. "This is weird." "What is weird?" Cal shook his head at Choi Han's question. He then started to think. Does the Guardian Knight know that there is a divine item in his house? It was weird if he did. Why would the person attempting to create a legend just let a divine item sit there? And is it really the guard's tears? Was the item that this thief inside of him wanted to get really the guard's tears? Why would this item be here? It was weird. However, the weirder thing was Choi Han's response. "Calnim, what is it? Will it be okay if we got closer to the estate?" "I don't see why not." Cal and Choi Han stealthily approached the estate. Choi Han continued to tilt his head in confusion. "I sense something familiar." Familiar. Cal started to think about what Choi Han would consider as being familiar. The smell of blood. That thought made Cal flail before taking a step away from Choi Han. Choi Han asked him a question at that moment. "Calnim, if it is okay with you, can I go into the estate on my own tonight in advance?" In advance. This was the first time Choi Han stepped up to do something in advance. "There's something I'm familiar with inside. I will make sure to move without getting noticed." Choi Han waited for Cal's answer, which came quickly. "You don't need to ask me permission for things like this. Just make sure you don't get hurt." "Yes, Calnim." "Human, should I go too?" Cal ignored Rayan's comments and told Choi Han to get on and Hung as well before heading back to their lodging. He then leisurely drank some wine and ate some steak before falling asleep on the comfortable bed. It was a relaxing night. However, Cal woke up in shock. Clang, clang. It sounded like the window was about to break. Cal opened his eyes. Gasp. He had to gasp in shock as soon as he did that. Choi Han was right in front of his face. It was so shocking that Cal pushed Choi Han's face away with his hand. Cal nim, but Choi Han seemed to be in a rush. What is it? Cal started to frown. Why would you not use the door and break in through the window? Human, were you shocked? Rayan's short front paw patted Cal's shoulder. Cal ignored Rayan, who did not wake him up in advance, and looked toward Choi Han, On, and Hung. We saw something amazing. It really was amazing. On and Hung were jumping up and down. Cal suddenly felt a chill and touched the back of his head. What was it? His voice still sounded a bit sleepy. Choi Han started to speak. Cal nim, it is Arm. Cal immediately responded back. Those bastards are here. Hung chimed in next. Arm was giving someone in the Duke's estate an item. It looked like an important item. Perhaps. Cal asked Choi Han a question. Was the familiar feeling from Arm? You can feel them too. Choi Han shook his head at Cal's question. No, the thing that was familiar was, you can just consider it the smell of blood. I didn't think it really would be the smell of blood. Cal was baffled that strong people could feel and smell such odd things, but focused on what Choi Han had to say. That was why I went to check it out in advance. It would be bad if something dangerous happened when we went to loot it. This was true. However, we happened to catch Arms secretly handing over a small box. There seems to be a precious item inside the box. Choi Han, who had been seriously explaining, stopped talking after hearing an odd noise. It was the sound of Cal laughing. He looked as if he was finding this quite entertaining. Choi Han, yes, Cal Nim. Did you know this? My original plan was to cause a mess by creating the pillar of fire while wearing a priest outfit. How vicious would it look to see a white-haired priest laughing in front of a pillar of fire? But I can't do that anymore. He could not go through with that plan because he had used his identity as the white-haired priest to bait Clope. Choi Hen gulped after seeing Cal's smile becoming wider. Perhaps. Choi Hen suddenly had a thought. Cal opened his arms up and answered back with excitement. I brought the fake arm outfits with me. They were the clothes that sort of looked like Arm's outfits. He opened up his hand. I brought exactly 5 of them. Isn't this perfect? Cal, Choi Han, Rosalind, and the 2 whales. There were exactly 5 of them. The children shouted while Choi Han seemed to be at a loss for words. Human, that is great. Very good. I want to try wearing it too. Cal responded back to the children with a satisfied expression. I'll buy you some delicious things during the festival. Choi Han could not say anything until the end. The night passed by and the first day of the celebration arrived. Chapter 176, Tricked. 4. Cal started to clap. Clap, clap, clap. Other people were cheering and clapping while watching the bishop pour water on the altar as well. Let all of this year's sorrows disappear the moment the water seeps into the ground. Let all of this year's sorrows disappear the moment the water seeps into the ground. The bishop shouted first, and the people repeated it back. People even started to stomp their feet to cheer for the lake with the legend of the god's tear. Cal had thought that it would be somber because it was an offering ceremony, however, it was vibrant. Cal used the noisy environment to ask Hung, who was in his arms, a question. Those bastards are staying there. Me-yo. Hung, who still looked like a kitten probably, because he was still only 8 years old in human years, meowed in response. Cal started to organize his thoughts after hearing the response. Those bastards, stayed at the Duke's estate instead of leaving after handing over the item. Will we end up meeting them in the Duke's estate? Cal was thinking about how he will get to meet new members of Arm as he slowly started to walk away from the loud crowd. He had left Rosalind, who was weaker than Clope, and the extremely handsome Wales, behind just in case. Only Choi Han and the children were with him. It would be bad if they were seen by Clope or if people remembered them later on. Even our guard will be happy about our hopeful dispositions. Woo-woo-woo Cal watched the people cheering as he took a TTR Keikacha from Choi Han. How interesting. Cal found it interesting that citizens of the Perun Kingdom, a kingdom without a national religion, and even had many different religions within it, were all praising a single god together. Maybe they weren't necessarily praising the god in the legend of the god's tears, but instead just enjoying the fact that it gave them a reason to relax and celebrate. Well, that is none of my business. Cal chewed on the rice cake as he looked above the altar. He did not see Guardian Knight Clope Seca as he had expected. Instead, he could see the current family head, Duke Seca, Clope's father. People still think that the Duke is the guardian knight. That was how it was known throughout the kingdom. Only a few people knew that Clope was the true guardian knight. The people who knew could be categorized into two groups. The first group was the people who were working with Clope in order to declare war against the southern kingdoms. The second group was Cal's people. Sieg. Cal started to feel annoyed for no reason as he casually lifted Hung up with one hand as he finished the TTRK Karcher. It was at that moment he heard a sad voice in his mind. Human, it was Rayan. I have a piggy bank, I have a lot of money. Please buy me a TTRK Karcher as well. Cal lowered his head to see that Hung was salivating as well. On, who was in Choi Han's arms, was focused on Cal as well. He felt the gazes of the three children and started to speak. I'll buy it for you later. He then said one more sentence. With my money. On and Hung's ears twitched while Rayan's voice echoed in his mind again. Our human really is a good person. Of course, of course. Cal nodded his head at Rayan's comment. He was planning on letting them eat and play all they want for the next few days. They'll be working without sleep on the last night. Choi Han, should we go to a restaurant? Do you not want to stay until the end? Where Choi Han pointed to the lake that was still filled with people cheering. However, Cal had no reason to stay anymore. Yeah, no need to watch. Let's go before it gets busy. We can eat in peace this way. Cal heard the voices of the priests at that moment. Although the lake is dry, we can see traces of our god. Our Perun is the only place that a god personally created water for the people. Glory will come to Perun when this lake is filled with water once again. Choi Han's expression turned stiffer the more he listened. He asked Cal, who was wading through the crowd, to get out without any interest. Just what kind of god is it? Choi Han was curious about this god that they were so frantically praising. No idea. However, Cal had no way of knowing. None of the books talked about the identity of this god. The people of this kingdom call it the god of Perun. The citizens praised this god as the god of their land. This must have been something Cal didn't need to pay any more attention to as he quickly ignored it and headed toward the restaurant they had seen earlier. Choi Han peeked toward the altar and the people before quickly following behind Cal. Oh. Cal, who had arrived in front of the restaurant, brushed back his magically dyed brown hair and let out a gasp of admiration. A delicious scent tickled his nose. Human, make sure you slip some food underneath the tablecloth. I will definitely eat some of it. Rayan urgently spoke in his mind. You must. Cal ignored Rayan and walked into the restaurant that was still not very busy. He had picked a restaurant with a long tablecloth on purpose so that Rayan could eat while hiding underneath. He headed toward a table in the corner of the room when he felt something odd. What are you doing? Choi Han had stopped walking and was looking at him. Why is he acting like this? Tap, tap. Hung urgently patted Cal's arm at that moment. Cal looked down to see that Hung looked as if he had something to say. Cal looked around for a bit before acting normal once a server came up to him. Welcome. Shall I take you to a table? I would like a table in the corner of the restaurant. No problem. Please sit over there. The server guided them to the corner table and put some menus on the table before walking away while telling Cal to call for her once they were ready to order. Cal lowered his head once the server left, and Hung stepped on Cal's shoulder with his front paws and whispered in his ear. Rayan spoke in his mind as well. The people we saw last night are here. Human, there is a life form as strong as Rosalind in here. What? Cal had a blank expression after hearing their comments. The people from last night. They were the people from Arm. Screech. Cal turned his head at the sound of a chair moving. Choi sat across from him and quietly whispered, Your 9 o'clock direction. Cal naturally looked around the restaurant. He saw two blonde people who looked like siblings in his 9 o'clock direction. Cal recalled what Rayan had just said. Human, there is a life form as strong as Rosalind in here. Life form. That word became stuck in Cal's mind. Those two blonde people reminded him of someone. They seemed taller and bigger than average, but still agile. They made him think about the tiger tribe that would be rolling around in the snow back home. Cal could see that their golden blonde hair seemed to be shooting out in all directions. Perhaps. Cal looked toward Choi Han and tapped on the table with his index finger. Tap, tap. That made Choi Han look down at the table, and Cal started to move his finger. His index finger wrote out some letters on the table. Lion. Choi Han shook his head in order to say that he did not know. Cal looked down at On and Hung, who both shrugged their shoulders. Even beast people could not immediately tell each other's true identity. It was much harder against those stronger than you as well. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. Oh, they are lions. No wonder they seemed similar to the wolves but smelled differently. This really was an all-knowing dragon. Cal brushed his face with both hands. Ha! Tiger, bear, whale, and lion. These were the four strongest beast people, with the wolves being right underneath them in strength. Of the four tribes, the bear tribe and the lion tribe were known for having a larger number of tribe members. I didn't expect the secret organization to have some lions. Cal thought that there were only humans in the secret organization. The way they treated the whales, wolves, and tigers until now made him think that they were acting to make humans the strongest life form. But this changed things. Cal stealthily observed the two lions. They seemed to be strong. The lions who were gracefully eating seemed pretty strong. The aura around them made Cal think that they probably held some rank in the lion tribe as well. I guess someone staying in the Duke's estate needs to have some rank. Hung whispered again. All of the other members had masks on, only they did not wear masks. They definitely held some rank. That was why they were as strong as Rosalind. Cal started to get annoyed. I wanted to eat in peace, but he had to deal with these useless fools. However, he calmed himself down and opened up the menu. Choi Han observed Cal seriously looking at the menu and cautiously started to speak. It is fine since I am here. Should I follow them afterward if you are worried? Have you decided what you want? Excuse me. Cal responded with a serious expression. They all look delicious. I can't pick what I want. Cal had pushed everything else aside in order to pick something to eat. He didn't care that Choi Han was looking at him with a blank expression and instead motioned with his eyes to the kittens, who stealthily pointed to the pictures of the dishes they wanted. Human, I will pick 5. I will pick 5 things. I can eat it all since it is free. A dragon really was great and mighty. Cal was wowed by Rayon's comments as he ordered everything. Choi Han also ordered, and then observed Cal, who leisurely responded back. If you know the enemy and know yourself, Choi Han recalled the quote from Earth. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Is Cal Nim going to say that? However, he was wrong. Cal continued to speak. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you can create an even bigger mess. Cal spoke with joy. And you can also steal things without them knowing. You can also prepare for the future. Cal did not say that last part. He did not care about Choi Han's expression as he peeked at the lions who were getting up after finishing their meal. He ended up making eye contact with the male lion. Cal flinched. PSSH. The male lion scoffed at Cal. It was as if he was saying, yes, I understand why you would want to look at such a handsome man like myself. And that was exactly what he was thinking. I suppose I catch attention wherever I go. The male lion chuckled at the people inside the restaurant before leaving with the female lion. Cal started to think, what is up with that lunatic? He was a different kind of crazy than what Cal had seen. However, Cal had learned a lot of things based on the two lions' appearances. The lions truly must be around Rosalind's level of strength, as Rayan mentioned, as they did not recognize Choi Han nor Rayan's levels of strength. They also seemed to think On and Hung were just regular kittens. They are not overly strong. Cal had looked at the lions' large bodies and started to think. Lions are good at living in a pride. Unlike the tigers, lions lived in groups, making them stronger than when they fought together. If a tiger streak went up against a lion pride, the chances of the lions winning was higher. However, Cal was thinking about a different tribe at the moment, the blue wolf tribe. Wolves were weaker than lions, but there were times they became scary. I need to raise Locke properly. Although he had fixed a bit of Locke's timidity, the young wolf boy was still far from becoming the wolf king. Cal had seen Choi Han training him using human methods. However, seeing the lion tribe made Cal believe that he needed to develop Locke quickly. Not just Locke. The wolf children needed to grow up as proper wolves as well. If we add the tiger's guerrilla warfare tactics to them, there was nobody who could win against the tiger's wits and strength when it came to a one-on-one battle. If you put the wolf tribe and the tiger tribe together, it's worth a shot. It was definitely worth trying. Although he was a bit worried about the bear tribe, that was a problem for later. Cal watched the two lions walk out before starting to speak. Let's eat first. Me-o, me-o, me-me. Please put the salmon steak under the table for now. Cal stealthily pushed the salmon steak underneath the tablecloth and started to eat. He enjoyed the taste of the food as he observed more people coming into the restaurant. He then started to think, I'm going to mess with them a lot. Cal had not forgotten about how the lion had scoffed at him. Cal started to frown early in the morning. Push, push, push. A total of 6 paws were pushing down on him. These little punks. Cal opened his eyes with a frown on his face. He could see the dark blue sky outside the window. However, it was still winter, so the sun would not be up for a few more hours. Red fur appeared in front of Cal's eyes. It's today. Hung sounded a bit sad. Yes, it is tonight. Time for fireworks. A calm on and an excited Rayan made Cal sit up in annoyance. Someone knocked on the door at that moment. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door slowly opened. Screech Cal could see Choi Han and the killer whale Archie. Archie was standing behind Choi Han with an odd expression on his face while Choi Han looked refreshed. Cal asked a question. Your morning workout went well. Yes, Calnim. I feel refreshed. Choi Han responded with an innocent smile as he brushed the dirt off of his hands while still outside the room. That made Archie quietly shake his head. Choi Han had buried the fluid that would create the pillar of fire in the dry lake. Working out is the best. Cal, whose favorite way of working out was breathing, played along with Choi Han and welcomed the day. The last day of the festival, the day they had planned to set off the fireworks, started off with a bright morning. Chapter 177, Tricked. 5. Cal's group split up as soon as it turned bright. They would meet again in the plaza when the sun started to set. I am curious about the magic of the north. I will go to the library. Calnim, I will go get a sword. Rosalind went to the library, Choi Han went to a weapons store, and the two whales disappeared into the festival in order to take care of their own things as well as fulfill Cal's orders. In the end, the 3 children averaging 9 years old were left with Cal. Human, can I really keep eating? Rayan could see a warm smile on Cal's face. Of course. Cal responded gently before putting a northern special beef steak in front of Rayan. He then wiped the sauce off of the side of Rayan's mouth. The black dragon had a suspicious gaze in his eyes, but decided to eat the steak for now. They were currently in a VIP room on the 5th floor of a restaurant by the plaza. Cal handed a piece of cake and a plate of rose pasta to Hung and On respectively. Hung immediately took a bite of cake with excitement while On tilted her head in confusion. This is weird. You are pretending to be nice. Cal flinched at On's comment but quickly put on a bright smile. Pretending? No. You need to eat a lot in order to grow up strong. In the end, On started to slurp on a pasta noodle as she observed Cal. However, Hung and Rayan were too busy eating to notice anything. The children were excited because they could eat all they want and observe the plaza without being invisible or pretending that they couldn't talk. Rayan shouted with excitement. Human, this is great. Let's play until later and take care of the fireworks properly. Cal nodded his head and casually responded back. Sure. Let's also add a fiery thunderbolt as an extra. Rayan's round eyes blinked a couple of times. Fiery thunderbolt. Clang. The fork that was in Rayan's front paw dropped to the floor. Rayan then started to frown. Human, you're going to use the fiery thunderbolt. I won't faint. We can use magic. We can't use magic. Why not? They will know that it is magic. The sword master Clope and the mages needed to think that today's incident was something the Empire did while feeling the power of nature as well. Rayan scrunched his face at Cal, who seemed to have already made up his mind before pushing the plate of steak toward Cal. Human, eat it. I'm full. Why is your stomach so small? Is it because you are weak? Isn't it you that's amazing for being able to eat 10 steaks? Cal couldn't tell what Rayan would consider a small stomach, but just proceeded with what he needed to say instead of pondering over it. I will only use a small one today. I won't faint. Really? Yes, I just need enough for it to flash. Rayan continued to frown, but did not say anything after hearing Cal's confident voice. The kittens also seemed to accept it as they returned to eating their food. Ha! Cal felt sorry for himself that he needed to get these children, averaging 9 years of age, to approve his use of his own powers. He would not have cared if it was the whales or the tigers. How did it end up this way? Cal even thought that it might have been easier when he was living as trash. However, Cal still continued to wipe the sauce off of Rayan's mouth every so often. The 3 children were still wary of him as they exchanged gazes with each other. We will destroy everything if he faints. Hung nodded at Rayan's gaze, while On shook her head and sent a different message. How about we just protect him instead of thinking about destroying things? We will use our poison fog if any strong people come nearby. Everybody, whether they are lions or sword masters, will all fall in the end if they are poisoned. Oh, good idea. Cal did not know about the children's vicious exchange as he slowly ate a cookie. The children continued to peek at him from time to time, but Cal had no idea. Cal looked out the window and started to think. The fiery thunderbolt. He had fainted after using it at the maximum power last time. Then ill used just half. Since it would be used during night time, even using it at half power would make it flash brightly. I shouldn't faint if I use it at half power, right? Cal felt his heart starting to beat faster. He then started to frown. Is it completely crazy now? He shook his head at the voice that was going off like an alarm in his head. It had been going on since early in the morning. Are you planning on destroying it? It was the scary giant cobblestone. Is it because I made up my mind to use the fiery thunderbolt? Cal had no idea why the super rock was acting this way. Is there no way to turn this voice off? The children, who had been secretly whispering to each other, froze after hearing Cal's mumblings. However, Cal did not look toward the children. This super rock is really useless. Maybe it was because Cal thought that, but the super rock said something else this time. Are you trying to destroy the traces of the fire's eternal rival? Eternal rival, the fire of destruction's rival. Cal thought about what he was going to destroy. It was the lake with the legend of the god's tears. But a rival. Cal's expression turned serious. Rayan was curious about what Cal was looking at and turned his head in that direction before stiffening up. He could see a street vendor selling apple pies. Seeing that Cal was not moving at all, Rayan slowly took out his piggy bank and removed one silver coin from it. On and Hung each took out one silver coin as well. However, Cal was not paying attention to anything right now. A new topic had complicated his mind. There's no way that the super rock would lie. Are you trying to destroy the traces of fire's eternal rival? That was why Cal had thought about something after hearing that phrase. Did the main character of the legend possess an ancient power? No matter how crazy the owner of the fire of destruction may have been, Cal didn't think he would have gone up against a god. The easiest conclusion was that someone with a water attribute ancient power was the fire's rival. Cal suddenly thought about a myth, Guardian. He had heard about it from Taylor Stan in the past, the Guardian who protected the Northeast region in ancient times. It was the one about how a Guardian had protected the land of boulders. But why was he thinking about that Guardian right now? Why does that Guardian make me think of the super rock? Cal let out a sigh. He then made up his mind and got up from his seat. None of my business. The super rock did not ask, are you planning to sacrifice yourself? That meant that Cal had nothing to worry about. In that case, there was no reason to think long and hard about this. Cal could see Rayan quickly flying toward him. Human, are you going to get some apple pies? Apple pies. Cal looked toward Rayan, wondering what he was talking about, as the dragon and two kittens puffed up their chests and stood in front of him. Cal shook his head at the children who seemed to be waiting for his answer. No, hee. Rayan started to chuckle. Human, I understand. I know you got this restaurant for us. Look forward to an apple pie. We have a lot of money now. We need to repay the favor. What the? Cal could not understand the three children and just ignored their comments before starting to speak. Let's finish the food. The children quickly started to eat the pile of food on the table. Cal looked toward the children who seemed excited and thought that there was no reason to worry about good things and started to think. Rayan left in a bit while saying, Human, I will go see Choi Han for a bit. But Cal was too busy thinking about things to even notice. Knock, knock, knock. Cal sat up after hearing someone knocking on the door. It was time for the door to this VIP room that was reserved in the Flynn Merchant Guild's name to be opened again. Come in. The door opened, and Choi Han and the others walked in. Cal turned his head and looked out the window to see the plaza becoming dyed red from the sunset. Looks like it is time. Cal stood up from his seat. The street vendors in the plaza were slowly closing shop as the soldiers started to clear the ground. A large wooden pillar appeared at the center of the plaza. Calnim, do they dance while burning that pillar? Yes. The moment they light the wooden pillar on fire, people will start playing instruments they brought with them or start to sing and dance until midnight. Once it becomes the next day, they will pour water to put out the fire in order to signal the end of the celebration. Boom, boom, boom. The wooden pillar was lit on fire with the sound of drums. It will be a night that burns like a fire. Someone's shout echoed in the plaza, and the people in the plaza started to cheer. Boom, 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 boom. The drums started to become louder as other instruments and human voices added on to it. Tap, tap. Cal slowly lowered his head. Rayan on and Hang were awkwardly dancing in rhythm with the Perun Kingdom's citizens. Cal watched this interesting dancing until it became completely dark. He then took off his robe. A black outfit appeared underneath. Let's go. Cal did not wait for a response as he began to gather wind at the tips of his feet. He then headed to the terrace and easily jumped up to the roof. Tap, tap. Human, let's go together. Cal felt his speed increasing with Rayan's magic as he jumped over the roof. Cal and his group headed away from the plaza that was shining brightly. They arrived at the quietest and darkest spot in Bago City. Choi Han walked up to Cal and gave a short report. I determined the patrol route earlier. Please follow me. Click. Choi Han touched his scabbard and took the lead. Rosalind then walked up to Cal and kept pace with him. There were no magic devices by the lake. Based on what I read in the library, Perun does not have many mages and are weak in magic. Cal's group had not gone out just to play throughout the day. Rosalind added on with confidence. There is no need to worry about magic. Cal peeked toward the two whales who were standing behind him like guards. Pazetin reported the things he noticed while observing the celebration all day. There were many nobles who reserved restaurants with good views. I think that the reaction will be bigger than we expected. The Secker estate was quiet. It is confirmed that Duke Clope is in the castle. Cal stopped walking after hearing Archie's report, the eastern forest of the lake. Cal entered the lake through the stealthiest location. He could only see some lamps around the dry lake and did not see any people. Cal looked toward the north. He could see the temple and soldiers. Cal had ordered Choi Han and Archie to bury the pillar of fire fluid in the center of the lake early this morning. It was the entire amount that they had taken from Maple Castle. Young Master Cal, should we light it on fire with a magic bomb? No. Cal understood why Rosalind seemed confused. They needed an explosion to destroy the orb because they did not bring the timed magic bomb. Then how I will do it. You will. Cal ignored Rosalind, Archie, and Pazetin, who seemed confused and started to walk. They needed to move before the patrol got here. Calnim. Choi Han responded to Cal's movements. He remembered Cal's power that was similar to a magic bomb. The thunderbolt had flashed the entire 10 Fingers Mountains Valley with a red light. Rosalind and the whales had not seen it, but Choi Han had seen the power as well as how Cal had fainted afterward. Choi Han. Choi Han, who was about to walk up, heard Cal calling his name. Cal casually gave an order. Once I use my power, take on Hang, Rayan, and me to the Secker estate immediately no matter what. Got it. Choi Han bit down on his lips before nodding his head. I understand. I remember the plan. Rosalind became even more confused at Choi Han's response. Cal's order just now was weird as well. Wouldn't it be obvious to do that? However, nobody answered her question. Cal reached both hands out toward the lake. He then turned his head. He looked at the burning wooden pillar in the plaza before starting to frown. It is brighter than I expected. The burning wooden pillar was taller and brighter than he had expected. A small thunderbolt may not be visible from the plaza. Oh well. Cal decided to use a bit more power than originally planned, just enough so that he would not faint. Then Choi Han will carry me to the Secker estate. Cal didn't think much of it as he gathered the fire of destruction into the tip of his hands. You are destroying it in the end. Cal heard the Super Rock's voice. Choi Han raised his head at that moment. Ruyumble, the night sky started to rumble. They could hear it clearly as this area by the lake was completely quiet. Is he? Rosalind raised her head up like Choi Han. It sounded like the night sky was crying. She then lowered her head to see Choi Han walking up toward Cal's back. Little Rosalind, take out a potion. She then heard Rayan speak into her mind. I will create a shield. She also saw on creating a fog to surround the group as well. It was at that moment. Ruwuyumble, the rumbling was even louder this time. The priests and soldiers at the temple in the distance came out to look up at the sky. Soon, the group heard a quiet voice. This was one of the few times Rayan spoke while remaining invisible. It is coming. Coming. The group's gaze headed up to the sky before moving down toward Cal. It was at that moment. Ah. A red light flashed in front of them. The rose-gold light blinded them for a moment. The sky seemed to have turned red for a moment. They then heard a loud noise. Barang, thunderbolt. That word became stuck in everyone's minds. Rosalind slowly regained her sight. That short duration of blindness felt as if it had gone on forever. She could then see a pillar heading up to the sky. My goodness! A pillar of fire was shooting up from where the red thunderbolt had landed. Rosalind felt as if she could not breathe. A huge natural power had come pouring out of Cal just now. Why, young Master Cal! She then let out a shout that was almost a shriek. Rosalind. Choi Han calmly called out her name before easily carrying Cal, who was staggering. He looked toward the shocked Rosalind and Wales as he started to speak. What should we do? A weak but clear voice answered from Choi Han's back. Isn't it obvious? Everybody could see Cal's tired expression. However, he continued to speak. Follow the plan. Rosalind and the whales came back to their senses at his response. I understand. Choi Han responded back before moving toward the Secker estate with Cal on his back. Rayan on, and Hung followed behind him. The rest of the group watched them for a bit before moving as well. Cal was heading toward Bago City that was now completely silent without any music or laughter. The red thunderbolt had filled the capital with silence. Cal was having this thought at that moment. I am hungry. He was fine other than that. He felt as if he could even move on his own. However, this was not the time to stop because he was hungry. Rayan on, and Hung approached him while they were moving. What are you doing? Why aren't you moving quickly? They didn't get offended at Cal's weak voice before Rayan took something out of his spatial dimension and handed it to him. The three children had pooled their money in order to buy 10 apple pie slices. Human, aren't you hungry? You said that you were hungry as soon as you opened your eyes last time. Cal opened his mouth, and Rayan fed him a slice of apple pie. Of course, he was still on Choi Han's back at the moment. Cal slowly entered the shocked plaza while munching on apple pie. Chapter 178, Tricked. 6. Choi Han looked as if he was running across a flat plain, even as he jumped across roofs with Cal on his back. This is more comfortable than a carriage. Cal was admiring Choi Han's extreme stability while enjoying the apple pie that was fed into his mouth every time he opened it. The smell and texture of apples along with the sweetness. Cal licked his lips after finishing one slice of apple pie and felt more relaxed. Much better. The only issue with the fire of destruction was this extreme hunger that came afterward. But this time was much better than the time at the Ten-Finger Mountains because I didn't cough up blood he could not finish his thought. Cough. Cal coughed, and blood seeped into Choi Han's clothes. Damn it. Cal realized something after seeing that he was coughing up blood. There's always blood when the vitality of the heart moves with urgency. This was the case whether it was the Plaza Terror incident, the Ten-Finger Mountains incident, or the recent incident in the Empire when he used the shield again. Whenever he used a significant amount of strength, the vitality of the heart would urgently start to work in order to restore his health. It always made him let out one bloody cough. But I feel so much better. It always made him feel better afterward. Cal was relieved that something terrible like coughing up blood while eating apple pie did not happen and looked toward Rayan. What are you doing? Nothing, human. Cal could see a piece of apple pie flying away as dust. He could also see the poisonous fog starting to come out of On and Hung's bodies. He had an iffy feeling about it all as he patted Choi Han's back. Shouldn't he at least apologize for getting blood on him? Sorry. It was not a problem. Choi Han responded after a while. That made Cal think that Choi Han was annoyed that there was blood on his back but had calmed himself down. Even he would have been angry if it had happened to him. Cal wanted to move away from the angry Choi Han. He had filled his belly with apple pie, so he could probably walk on his own now. I should be okay to get off now. Let's start moving again once you put me down. It is not a problem. Not a problem. Cal found Choi Han's response to be odd. Choi Han quickly added on. It is like moving with a broom on my back. You are lighter than a haystack. Furthermore, I can move more efficiently and stealthily than you can, Calnim. Did he just compare me to a broom and a haystack? Cal knew that Choi Han was speaking honestly, but he couldn't help but feel upset. Rayan shoved another piece of apple pie toward him at that moment and started to speak. Listen to Choi Han, weak human. But Rayan shoved the apple pie in Cal's mouth when he opened his mouth to speak. Cal looked toward Rayan with shock, but the black dragon had a determined look on his face. Human, I don't care what you have to say. Listen to our will this time. What does he mean by our will? Cal was flabbergasted. However, he did not say what he was originally going to say. What he had planned to say was not different than this will that Rayan was talking about. I don't mind. This makes it easier for me. It was relaxing to be carried and fed apple pie as they headed up the hill to the White Duke's estate. However, the streets underneath them were becoming completely chaotic. Cal looked down at the streets. The streets were busy even though it was night time. The wooden pillar was still burning. However, neither laughter nor music could be heard. All of them were looking in the same direction. They were all looking toward the Lake of Legends. They could not see the lake itself, but they could see the tall pillar of fire that was shooting up toward the sky. There's a pillar of fire at the L Lake. One of the nobles who was enjoying his meal in a VIP room walked out onto the terrace in shock. He could not pay attention to the wooden pillar anymore. The giant pillar of fire that looked as if it could easily decimate this plaza had scared the shoot out of him. He recalled the red thunderbolt that had just descended onto the lake. It was as if, it seemed to be a god's rage. The noble's hands started to shake. Why would the lake that the guard left from start to burn, however, he could not finish his thoughts. FF fire. He looked down below the terrace. The people who had been shocked by this unexpected event finally started to react. There were some who were running away and others who kneeled and started to pray. He could see people reacting in many different ways. People may end up getting hurt if the plaza ended up in chaos. However, the noble was not worried. He could see vapor starting to rise. The fire on the wooden pillar was put out. The sound of the fire being put out made people start moving. The mages had poured water onto the wooden pillar, leaving behind only the charred wooden pillar. At that moment, a loud voice that was amplified with magic echoed throughout the plaza. Fire can be put out. The noble turned his head to the side. He had heard some information earlier in the day. Duke Secker was going to visit the wooden pillar in the plaza. The Secker, Duchy's current duke. He was standing on a terrace and speaking to the crowd down in the plaza. The citizens could finally see the duke. The current duke, Rock Secker, was still known as the Guardian Knight to the people. Rock started to speak with a firm expression. This is the Perun Kingdom. Fire cannot defeat our Perun Kingdom. The Perun Kingdom was located in the coldest part of the continent. That fact actually did not have much to do with putting out the fire. In fact, the fact that it was dry made it more susceptible to fires. However, people started to calm down after hearing the Guardian Knight speak. Fire cannot win against water. Duke Rock pointed to the wooden pillar. Everybody listened to the knights. The fire will soon be put out. The soldiers and knights who had been stationed at the plaza, as well as the Secker Estates knights that Duke Rock had brought with him, quickly headed into the plaza and settled the chaos. Cal started to speak while watching all of this as they moved past the plaza. I'm relieved. He really meant it. He was a bit shocked as well. I didn't know that the current duke would come to the plaza. He knew that there would be a noble to calm the crowd in the plaza. However, he never expected it to be the duke himself. This makes it quite interesting. Rayan, who had been looking at Cal almost obsessively, started to ask, Human, why are you smiling like that again? Rayan's comment made Choi Han flinch. It was because he could imagine how Cal was smiling by simply listening to Rayan's question. But Cal just ignored that reaction. He had no choice because of the Duke's proclamation. He had said it in front of the crowd as if it was the truth. The fire will soon be put out. Soon. The Duke was speaking nonsense. The pillar of fire would not go out no matter what they do. They will only think about the Empire's alchemy after a few days. They should know about the pillar of fire that the Empire used on Maple Castle since they are in an alliance. In the end, the Duke will not be able to keep his promise to the people. Cal was satisfied at this unexpected situation as he looked, not at the Secker estate, but somewhere else. The Perun Castle. That was where Guardian Knight Clope was currently located. He was not the only one who had his sights on the castle. Duke Rock was also looking toward the castle. His son, Clope Secker. He believed that his son would be heading toward the lake with his people. He was confident that his son would take care of this problem. The main gates of the castle opened as if it was responding to the Duke's trust. Screech, the large gate opened as knights on horseback appeared from within the castle. There was a knight holding a white flag in the front with Guardian Knight Clope behind him. Let's go. Clope gave the short order before quickly heading toward the lake of God's tears. He had been taking care of business in the castle before taking a short break while looking toward the brightly lit plaza. However, a red thunderbolt suddenly shot down to the ground and the lake started to burn. This was not good for Clope, who was planning on moving south as soon as spring arrived. His heart was beating fast even though he looked calm on the surface. What was going on? He could see his white hair fluttering in the wind. That made him recall the events of the other day even more. The white-haired priest he had met a few days ago. The words that the priest had said were dominating his mind. The magical priest who had disappeared into thin air. The identity card he had been presented had ended up being a fake. The priest had said the following: "I pray that the lake fills back up soon." Clope had thought of something while listening to the priest. His gaze seemed to be full of certainty. Although the priest said he was praying for it, his gaze had been full of certainty. Clope remembered all of the things that the priest had said. Everything will be visible in due time. The esteemed guard gathered up his gift to the humans and left because of human greed. He never showed any anger. Clope's hands that were holding the reins flinched. He then lifted his head up. He needed to stop his horse. Whoa, however, he did not need to do anything. The horse stopped on its own. It just stood there without being able to move any farther. Clope quietly observed the situation in front of him. Clope could not say anything about the sight of the lake in front of him. To be specific, all he could see was the pillar of fire filling the lake. How could the pillar of fire did not extend beyond the lake and just continued to shoot up toward the sky? Looking at this made him think of a single word: anger. Clope's heart started to beat wildly. The mages who had been with him soon caught up. Captain Nim, Clope gave an order with a stoic expression. All units focus on putting out the fire. Knights, cut the nearby trees and bring over large quantities of dirt. Mages, start to use your magic. Yes, sir. The people who had come from the castle quickly started to move. They could not leave the fire, as is even if it was hard to approach. Clope looked toward the pillar of fire for a while before turning his head toward the eastern forest. This was the forest where the white-haired priest had disappeared. Clope looked toward the forest for a long time as if he was a statue. However, Cal, who had pretended to be the white-haired priest, stopped acting like a sloth and got off from Choi Han's back. He then started to stretch a bit before sighing and responding to the vicious gazes focused on him. "I told you I'm okay. I will guard you. I will protect you. I'm going to surround the enemies with poison. I'm going to cover their sights with fog." Cal shook his head at all of their comments before looking toward the white building of the Secker estate. The white building was not dark. Lights were on throughout the building, but that was good. It would be harder to find something in the dark. "Rayan, what is it, human?" Turn on and hung invisible. "All right." Rayan on and hung quickly disappeared. Cal took out a mask. Choi Han put on his mask as well before sighing and suggesting to Cal. "Cal Nim, what is it? How about we make better outfits for next time?" "You mean the arm uniform?" "Yes, Cal Nim, but I don't want to." Choi Han flinched at Cal's response. Cal was smiling like a villain. "Choi Han." "Yes, Cal Nim. Think about it from Arm's point of view. Wouldn't you get angrier at people who are wearing a shabby version of the uniform that people would clearly notice wasn't the real thing while messing around as them than at people with a perfect uniform messing around?" "I see." Cal was leaving the outfits looking shabby on purpose. That was bound to make Arm even more irritated. Choi Han remained silent for a few seconds before adding on, "I'm amazed by your deep thought process. This is nothing." Cal casually responded to Choi Han's comment and looked down at his hands. Swoosh! The wind was pointing toward a single direction. Cal used the sound of the wind to head down. Cal, who had been on top of the Secker estate's main building, headed toward an odd direction. Cal Nim, why are you heading that way?" Choi Han followed with a confused expression. They were moving away from the lit area. Cal was heading toward the corner of the estate, the original building that made the first Duke become known as a simple person. A small, abandoned field. That was what Cal could see. He was feeling the wind heading toward that field as he started to smile brightly underneath the mask. "Human, you're smiling right now, aren't you? I know what you are thinking. It is exciting." Rayan accurately guessed Cal's smile like a ghost. Cal started to move with light steps in order to find a divine item. Of course, he did have a question. If the main character of the legend of the God's Tears was a human with an ancient power, what would the divine item be? The super rock chimed in at that moment. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? Cal stopped smiling. He suddenly felt the chills instead. Chapter 179. I did pick it up. But however, the voice of the super rock disappeared as soon as he landed on the field. Isn't this a field? This is the right place. Cal responded to the invisible Hung's question as he approached the quietest spot in the estate. There are no magic devices. It was possible because Rayan had already informed him in advance. The guardian knight household of Sekka. Cal naturally had gathered all of the information he could gather about the household. That was why he knew about this spot. He could immediately tell that this was the field that he had learned about. The person who was the first duke of the Sekka household, as well as the first guardian knight. That person had created a front garden, a rear garden, and a small field in the corner. He personally maintained the field once he became old. He grew all sorts of vegetables, fertilizing them, watering them, and repelling insects in order to keep them healthy. The way he looked after the small field looked so simple and modest that it became another way to describe the man's demeanor. That was why the family used this field even after the man's death. However, the number of people personally using this field went down as the years passed by, and in the end, it now remained just a part of history, being maintained to look neat but not used for anything else. But the fact that they would keep this useless field around for the sake of history and maintain it for so long was still a praiseworthy action. This is nice. That was why Cal just walked through the field and commented on its decent condition. Human, are we digging? He ignored Rayan's question. Swoosh instead, he focused on the sound of the wind. Cal looked around. He could see the rear garden, as well as the buildings of the estate that were brightly lit but calm, unlike the chaotic plaza. Of course, the people inside probably could not sleep. He could also see the field. Finally, he could see a small shed next to the field. It was a small and old shed. This must be it. Cal started to smile. He quickly headed toward the shed. The shed was so small that Cal needed to crouch to enter. Choi Han watched Cal look at the shed before standing in the field to stand guard. Tap, tap. Choi Han looked down after feeling something tap his shoe. There was nothing there. Meow. He then heard On's meow. Fog started to slowly appear to cover the area around the field. Choi Han reached his hand out toward this invisible and reliable ally, and On climbed up his arm to sit down on his shoulder. Cal did not pay any attention to the dark and foggy surroundings as he stood in front of the shed and crouched down. He saw a rusty door. He tried to pull on the door with all of his strength. Screech, screech. It did not move at all. It seemed to be too rusted to move. Ay, meow. He heard Rayan's sigh and Hung's meow of disbelief. Cal ignored it and let go of the door. Rayan. I got it, our weak human. I don't even need to use magic on this. My front paw is enough. Cal couldn't help but think about Rayan's comment. You can open doors with those short paws of yours. Apparently he could. Crack. The door had two imprints in the shape of Rayan's paws as it easily opened. No, it broke. Cal looked at the barely hanging door and started to speak. Let's erase those imprints. All right. Crack, crack, bang. Rayan grabbed the door and kicked at it a few more times. In the end, the imprints were gone and a large hole replaced it. People would never expect it was a dragon's paw now. It looked more like a mana orb was used to break open the door. I could have melted it with poison. Cal ignored Hung's sad voice. He then left the two children behind as he entered the shed. He could not even stand up straight in here. Rayan light. A small light orb appeared in order to light up the shed. Cal's expression turned odd. Farming tools. He could only see farming tools. There was a shovel that seemed pretty new, a hoe that seemed to be a few years old, and an old pickaxe. There were many other miscellaneous tools as well. Cal picked up the hoe. There was a hoe in his magic bag as well. Although he wished that this old hoe was the divine item, unfortunately, the wind pointed to the corner. Cal looked toward the corner that was filled with miscellaneous items. Ha! He sighed before crouching down to clear the items. Although he looked tacky moving the items aside, Cal was focused on the work. However, he frowned and started to speak. Time to pay up. Mio, Hung came over to help. Human, let's just blow it away with the wind. Ah, will the shed fly away too if we do that? Rayan was speaking out loud as they were currently inside the shed. Yes, it will, I see. But something is weird here. Weird. Cal threw a copper plate to the side as he looked toward Rayan. Rayan had noticed the divine items last time based on the feelings he got. What is weird? Rayan happily answered Cal's question. Anger, destruction. What? A grudge. A grudge. Those are the things I can feel. Clang. A small tong in Cal's hand fell to the floor. He had found the item that the sound of the wind was touching at that moment. Rayan's voice continued on as well. Yes, that is the item. I feel a grudge as cold as winter coming from it. It feels like the revenge of the snow. Oh, that is a good name. The snow's revenge. This is driving me nuts. Cal looked toward the item that Rayan was calling the snow's revenge. It was a watering can. It looked like a common blue watering can. It just had an outdated design due to its age. Cal covered his face with both hands. This did not seem to be the God's tears. Anger and grudge. Sounds more like God's rage than God's tears. Huh? Cal lowered his hands from his face. There was no reason for the entire legend to be true. Perhaps. Cal looked toward Rayan, who blinked his round eyes a few times before going, as if he realized what Cal was thinking. Human, I do not think it is dangerous to us. It is not getting angry at us. Cal immediately picked the watering can up after hearing Rayan's comment. He then inspected it thoroughly. There was nothing on the outside, the bottom, nor the top. Nothing at all. He did not see any writing. Was I wrong? Cal recalled the God of Death's book. He had expected something to be written on this watering can as well. Of course, there were divine items like the sun god's divine item that Cal could not see anything. Click. Cal opened the lid of the watering can with disappointment. There was nothing inside of it as well. Is there nothing here? He sighed before closing the lid. He then opened it back and flipped the lid around. Cal started to laugh. There was a very faint line of text underneath the lid. It almost looked to be a lace pattern decoration. Cal pointed to the words and asked Rayan a question. Can you enlarge it with magic? Of course I can do it. I am great and mighty. Rayan looked at the words on the lid and started to speak. They are words. Read it. Cal immediately ordered Rayan, who slowly started to read. The same thing repeats over and over. It seems to be here at least 100 times. Cal was curious about the contents of the tiny text that was hidden in the shape of a pattern. Rayan's voice echoed inside the small shed. Life ends with nothing. The water will eventually overflow, even if you build a dam. I had created a river for the frozen land, but all of you blocked it from flowing. Cal had realized that he had something wrong from the beginning. The lake from the legend of the God's Tears was not actually a lake. It was a river. Rayan continued to read. There is only one conclusion for all of you who chased away my precious child in order to fill your greed. Precious child. The legend said that the god left behind a guardian knight. The final statement came out of Rayan's mouth. Everything will return to normal just as the river eventually flows. Rayan finished reading and looking up at Cal. Rayan, what kind of letters do you see? It is a runic language, really. Rayan had read the runic language, similar to what they saw in the God of Death's book. The fact that it was not a magic item, even though the runic language was written on it, made it likely that the truth was written on this watering can. Of course, this was the truth from the perspective of the god. Cal thought through the information one at a time. The god originally created a river for the frozen north. However, the people who used to live in this land in the past turned the river into a lake in order to hoard the water for themselves. That made the god rage and leave behind this divine item. Furthermore, the people chased away the god's precious child before they made the lake. If these statements were true, that meant that the current legend had changed a lot of the information. The Guardian Knight is not someone the god selected. The Guardian Knight that the citizens of the Perun Kingdom, and even Clope himself, believed to be chosen by the god held a completely different history. Is that precious child the fire of destruction's rival? He recalled what the Super Rock had said. Are you trying to destroy the traces of fire's eternal rival? He was feeling as if a lot of complicated things had gathered together. But Cal soon stopped thinking about it. There was no reason to figure everything out right now. This was neither the time nor the place to do that. Cal looked down at the watering can. Rayan, let's pack this away for now. All right, this will not bring us any harm. Rayan immediately put the watering can in his spatial dimension. Cal then crawled back out of the shed, only to see that a thick fog was surrounding the area. Cal raised his head and saw that Choi Han had walked over to him. He asked a question. Is it almost time? Yes, Calnim. I think they will be here soon. Cal gave an order to On and Hang. Let's get started. Me, yo. The fog around the field started to spread out. The fog was completely white. It was full of poison that would make people lose their sense of direction. This poisonous fog surrounded Cal and the field that they were in. However, the fog did not touch Cal at all. It just surrounded him in order to protect him. Human, are we going to arm now? Are we taking their stuff? Not yet. Cal shook his head at Rayan's question. He then fixed his answer after hearing Choi Han's voice. They seemed to have arrived. Choi Han looked toward the main gate. He felt a strong presence that was making itself known as it approached the door. They're here. Is it time now? Yes. Let's go say hello to Arm. Choi Han flinched at Cal's phrasing. However, Cal asked Rayan to use flight magic in a relaxed demeanor. His body that was surrounded by the poisonous fog slowly started to float up. It was at that moment. Bang, bang. Loud banging noises echoed throughout the Secker estate, making the entire area become rowdy. Cal could see what was going on once he landed on the roof. Ha 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 ha, how weak. A man who was wearing a black mask and the shabby secret organization outfit was laughing while stepping on the remains of the wyvern sculpture that he had just destroyed. The killer whale Archie had destroyed those ugly sculptures with his bare hands. Archie had been given this order by Cal earlier in the day. Do it however you want. Archie swung his fists toward the knights that were running toward him. Bang! The last wyvern, the symbol of the guardian knight, was destroyed. Archie was able to do as he pleased for the first time in a long time. Wow, is this a wyvern or a fly? How cute! They break so easily if you just tap on them. Ah ha ha. Cal smiled with satisfaction while watching Archie acting like a lunatic. Rosalind and Paziton, who were both wearing the same shabby outfit, were standing behind Archie. Wonderful. Cal looked toward the knights, and the male lion heading toward them as he enjoyed the cold breeze. The male lion was wearing leather armor instead of Arm's uniform. He started to shout with a frown on his face. How dare they wear such terrible fake outfits? They must be those bastards. Cal felt even better. The night air is so refreshing. It was still the middle of the night. 1. God's tears seems to be the divine item, so it will be capitalized from here onward. I think I got most of them already, though. Chapter 180, I did pick it up. But 2. But that was a problem for the others. On this night, a night where they could not fall asleep, because it was the last day of the festival, the bright pillar of fire that seemed to want to burn the night away kept the people in the Duke's estate awake. With the master of the household and the young master both being unable to sleep, the rest of them could not sleep either. What a lunatic. The old butler of the Duke's estate couldn't believe it. The knights and soldiers were covering his view, but he could still see the destroyed wyvern sculptures. These wyvern sculptures had been the Secker family's crest for generations. Crackle, crackle. Such historic sculptures were being turned into dust, all because of a single person. Egu, it just breaks apart when I put my hand on it. A lunatic wearing a black outfit was laughing while crunching up the pieces of a sculpture into dust. That person was naturally Archie. Wow, how entertaining. It feels great stepping all over it. Step, step. The pieces of the sculptures continued to break apart every time Archie stomped on them. Archie felt great while doing this. He could see it in their eyes that he was getting on their nerves. For Archie, who had behaved himself for the past few years because of Whale King Shickler's orders, this felt as if he had been freed. Human, that killer whale looks like a total bastard. Amazing. Cal agreed with Rayan's comments. Archie looked like a total bastard. One of the Duke's knights started to shout. He didn't seem to be the captain, but he could be the vice-captain. Who are you guys? Are you trying to call forth the wrath of the heavens and the earth? HMPH. Archie snorted at them. He then confidently started to shout. We are the secret organization. He then started to chuckle. The knight could not take action even though he was angered. The Duke was on his way back, while Guardian Knight Clope and the captain were at the lake. He had already sent a messenger to inform both of them. As the vice-captain, he had the power of authority right now. However, he could not make a move. This person was strong enough to destroy a large wyvern sculpture with a single punch. Furthermore, there were no traces of mana or aura in his punches at all. That meant that it was just his physical strength. He also felt a strong aura of mana from the other masked person standing behind this one. Of course, the other person was Rosalind, but the vice-captain, who had no way of knowing this, could only remain in place. He then peeked toward the side. There was a man with golden hair that looked like a lion's mane. The others just knew of him as the Duke's guest, however. The vice captain knew of this man's true identity. He was the Lion King's second son. The vice captain looked toward the strong man in order to try to get a sense of what was going on. He heard the Lion King's second son start to speak with disdain. They must be those famous lunatics. Are these intruders famous? The vice captain's expression turned serious. The Lion King's second son did not know of the vice captain's thoughts as he started to shout. Do you bastards know who you are saying that shoot to? Edrich, the male lion, shouted in anger toward Archie, Rosalind, and Paziton. However, he was amused on the inside. I didn't expect to see those famous punks here. That shabby secret organization uniform. The magic spearman and tamer had suffered in their hands. The battle between the whales and the mermaids. The attack on the elf village in the Ten-Finger Mountains. These bastards had ruined both of those incidents. The organization had already reported these bastards to the upline. These bastards who gave them more work, when Arm was already busy investigating what the Empire was plotting, was quite the headache. They are strong. The lion Edrich noticed that the enemies were at least as strong as him, if not stronger, just as the magic spearman had described. However, he could not curl up in fear. He was the grand and majestic heir to the Lion King throne. Who the hell are you? Reveal your true identities. The lion that had come across these enemies with formidable strengths and asked for their true identities. Cal raised his hand at that moment. Archie noticed Cal's gesture and responded as Cal had ordered him to do. Would you tell you if you were in our shoes? What a stupid brown broom head. Edrich started to frown. Cal happily started to speak. Let's start moving too. Cal's body slowly started to turn invisible. He turned around as Edrich started to speak. How dare you look at my beautiful golden mane and call it such trash? What the? Why are you throwing such a fuss when this isn't even your house? You. Edrich could not say anything to Archie's retort, while the vice captain flinched and tried to calm himself. Cal praised Archie's ability to argue as he started to speak to Choi Han. You see how Archie is doing it? That's how acting should be done. I don't really want to learn that. That is true. We only need one of those type of people. Is it really just Archie? Choi Han looked toward Cal with such a gaze, but Cal was quickly moving. The group verified that he had turned invisible before starting with the next phase of the plan. Enough talking. Come at me. Although he said to come at him, Archie started to charge forward instead of waiting. He was aiming directly for Edrich. Rosalind and Paziton followed behind him and rushed toward the knights. Cal seriously spoke to Choi Han and Rayan while they did that. Follow me closely. Don't leave my side. This was because he did not see the other lion nor the remaining members of Arm. He needed Choi Han and Rayan to be by his side in order for the kittens and him to be safe. I understand, human. I will always be by your side. Rayan's happy voice could be heard, but Cal ignored it as he snuck into the Duke's estate. Shar-ar-ar, the sound of the wind could be heard. The last room on the 5th floor of the Duke's estate. Granica, the other lion who was in the room next to Clope's study, started to speak. Is there an open window? Excuse me. The knight asked with confusion before his expression turned serious. Clang. The members of Arm took out their weapons. There were no windows that were open. They had closed off all of the entrances to the 5th floor or placed a knight in front of it as soon as they heard that there were intruders. There should be no reason for there to be any sort of wind blowing through the room. Shara, but the wind blew by once more. They clenched their weapons tightly. Then they saw it. It was fog. A fog was slowly approaching them from the end of the corridor with the wind. It was as if a white wave was splashing through the hallway. Step back. Granica rushed toward the fog. There was a whip in her hand. Flick. A golden whip that was similar in color to her golden hair was flicked toward the fog. A small voice could be heard from inside of the fog. Mio. It was a cat. She recalled the old man who looked like a child grinding his teeth as he mumbled. She recalled what the tamer had said. I will make sure to kill those cats. The magic spearman had reported in a battle brigade's meeting that Granica had attended. There are 2 cats. They are adept at poison. Mio. She heard the meowing once more. She immediately cut through the fog with her whip. Clang. However, there was someone who blocked her whip. The whip was parried by a sword and lost its direction. A man appeared through the fog. She could see the black pupils of the man in the black outfit. She could also see the black aura in the air. Granica started to speak to her subordinates. It is poison. Arm had some information on these people as well. She remembered some of that information as soon as her whip was parried. You must be the sword master. The black pupils underneath the mask started to smile. She did not miss that moment as she flicked her whip once more. Clang! The windows in the hallway suddenly shattered. The pieces of glass flew outside the window. Why is the glass? What the? The people outside the door became anxious after seeing the windows shatter. They quickly noticed that something must have happened on the fifth floor. Granica watched the poison fog spread outside the windows and slightly turned her head. What are you doing? Are you scared? Hey, you wyvernfly bastards. Hey, brown broomhead, are you running away? Ah, good luck running. She could hear an intruder's voice outside. Brown broomhead. That made her laugh before she charged toward Choi Han once again. Guard the door. She gave a short order to her subordinates as she flicked her whip toward Choi Han once again. Flick. Bang. It was not the sound of a sword hitting a whip. The window sills started to shake. Granica held a short dagger as she rushed toward Choi Han, who had parried the whip. Her dagger made it inside Choi Han's domain. The two of them made eye contact. Granica heard the intruder's voice for the first time at that moment. Too weak. What? Granica's pupils started to shake. She heard a familiar voice at that moment. Granica, her cousin Edrich appeared at entrance of the hallway. She saw the other knights as well. Edrich, who seemed to have been punched in the face and looked ugly, urgently joined the battle. They're all here. Cal was watching all of this from the entrance of the hallway while remaining invisible. Human, when will we do it? He could hear Rayon's excited voice. As expected, this dragon had not forgotten about his desire to get revenge on Arm. Cal slowly started to gather the sound of the wind under his feet. Son of a beach, who the hell are you? Just what the hell? Edrich threw a punch toward Choi Han while sounding both angry and upset. That made Granica attack in coordination. Top and bottom. The two of them worked together so naturally, it was as if they had planned the attack in advance. However, their opponent was Choi Han. Pat pat. The fist and whip were both easily blocked. However, the two people did not stop. Granica's dagger aimed for Choi Han's shoulder, while Edrich's foot aimed for Choi Han's knee. The agile and stealthy attacks were hard to see with the naked eye. A foreign voice started to speak at that moment. Break it. Granica flinched. Who? It happened before she could even finish her thought. Shah! It sounded like a sudden downpour. She looked around the area. The fog was roaring in the hallway again. This time, it was a red fog that was slowly starting to grow in size. Where are you looking? The sudden voice made Granica change the direction of her dagger. Clang! Her dagger clashed against Choi Han's hand that was covered in aura. Ah, Edrich. The masked man caught Edrich by the neck. Why, you dare to do that to this future king? Let go. Edrich started to flail. Granica was about to save Edrich, who was a tool for power in her family, before she stopped suddenly. Shah! The sound did not stop. It was coming. Something was coming. It was the moment she felt that and turned her head. This was indeed the case. There was one more person, the owner of the foreign voice. The person who was surrounded in fog charged forward in a straight line. A strong gust of wind was with him as well. The fog and the poison seeped into the wind. White, red, blue, and black. Many different types of poisonous fogs roared together. It's going to explode. That was what Granica was thinking. She then heard the man holding Edrich's neck start to speak again. Ill let him go. Edrich was thrown forward. Dodge. The wind exploded at the same time. Barang. The large poison fog whirlwind covered the members of Arm. The force broke the window sills and blew them out of the hallway. There were even cracks forming on the walls. Ah! Edrich rammed right into the whirlwind. Although he had a decent resistance to poison, the whirlwind was strong as well. His body fell to the ground. Boom! However, he seemed fine as he quickly got back up. Ah! My sight. The knights and other members of Arm were shouting after being poisoned, but the lions did not care. They immediately headed toward the room at the end of the hallway. Click! They heard the sound of a door opening at that moment. Ooh! Ooh! The knight who had been stationed in front of the door was paralyzed due to poison. Ah! Granica let out a sigh. Choi Han was blocking her and Edrich from advancing forward. She could see the man who opened the door behind Choi Han. The fog disappeared, and the invisibility was lifted as the man slowly appeared, starting from his feet. The man's eyes behind the mask were smiling toward the lions. Screech Cal casually entered the room as soon as the door opened. Click! The door closed, and Choi Han's sword blocked the lions from chasing after Cal. "You'll have to get through me first." Choi Han cheerfully spoke as he put his aura onto his sword. It meant that he would be fighting properly from now onward. Meow, meow. They then heard the cats meow again as the fog reappeared in the hallway. Cal's anxiety had nothing to do with what was going on outside. Human, this is weird. Rayan was also anxious. A small box was currently in Cal's hands. It was the box that the lions were trying to protect, the same item that they were trying to secretly pass off to the Guardian Knight household. Cal didn't know what to do after seeing what was inside of the box. It was a crown, but that was not the problem. Human, I feel your power in it. You know, the one that makes you seem as strong as my front paw every so often. I feel the same power. Human, have they stolen something from you before? They are terrible people. It was a white crown. Cal started to speak. Rayan, isn't this crown familiar? Rayan was silent for a moment before shouting in shock. He subconsciously removed his invisibility and shouted out loud. The Black Swamp. Yes, the dragon corpse in the Black Swamp. This white crown had been on top of that corpse's skull. Cal had earned the dominating aura, the ancient power that was great for scamming, the moment he touched that crown. A different voice that was not the super rock started to speak in Cal's mind at that moment. It was a familiar voice, but one that he had not heard for a while. Cal recalled what that voice had said. Do you know what the easiest way to take away your enemy's breath is? Fear is the answer. Use it well. Sometimes, even bluffing can save your life. Muhahaha. It was the voice of the former owner of the dominating aura. That voice had spoken for the first time in a long time. That crown likes dragon blood. It then became silent. The super rock was silent as well. Cal looked toward Rayan. What is it, human? Cal started to speak at that moment. Let's throw this away. What? No, I can't let them continue to hold on to this. The black dragon had never seen Cal frowning while looking at something that looked expensive like this crown with a large jewel. Cal continued to speak in a stern tone toward Rayan, who was tilting his head in confusion. Should I break it? This was the first time he picked up something that he didn't like. Chapter 181. I did pick it up, but 3, that was why Cal was anxious. Rayan placed his short paw on top of Cal's shoulder. Human, this is worth thousands. No, it is worth over 10,000 apple pies. Look at the jewel. His other short paw pointed toward the jewel on the crown, but Cal continued to frown. Rayan tilted his head from side to side in confusion as he continued to speak. Your aura is flowing out of this crown. I'm sure that it will be beneficial for you. The weak you needs to get stronger. Why the hell would I want to get stronger? Cal grumbled as he continued to frown after hearing Rayan's words. I don't need it. Won't you be by my side anyway? And Choi Han, on, and hung as well. I have so many people to take advantage of strength-wise, so why would I get stronger and spill my own blood? Cal looked toward Rayan after not hearing a response. Flinch. The black dragon flinched at Cal's gaze before starting to shout. Of course I will be here. I will not forgive you if you go somewhere without me. It doesn't change whether he is 4 or 6 years old. Cal pushed away Rayan, who was extremely close, and closed the box before putting it in his bag. He didn't even touch the crown. This is just baggage. Cal decided to show this crown to Aruhaben after dealing with the Caro Kingdom business and returning home. But he did have a question. Why does Arm have this crown? Now that he thought about it, the people who took dead mana from the Black Swamp were members of Arm as well. Cal started to get annoyed for some reason. It was because he suddenly thought about something. Would Arm really give the Marquis a special animal like a dragon just as part of a deal? Why would those bastards who were aligned with the Empire and the Northern Alliance value networking with a noble from a small kingdom like the Rhone Kingdom? Human, why are you frowning so much? You look like a squashed apple pie. Cal frowned even more at Rayan's comment as he continued to think. What if the secret organization was planning on taking the dragon away once he grew up? Arm would definitely be capable of doing that. When he thought about it that way, this crown and even Rayan were probably part of a sinister plot. Cal started to mumble in annoyance. These bastards, I thought I was a terrible person, but aren't they even worse? Rayan's eyes opened wide at Cal's quiet mumbling. Human, you may be a scammer, but your foundation is firm and good. Do not think that you are a bad person. Ha! Cal held back his sigh after hearing Rayan's nonsense. He ignored Rayan, who kept glancing at him, and opened the door. Click. Rayan immediately turned invisible and became shocked at Cal's next words. Blow this room away. Blow it away. The black dragon's wings fluttered. No, don't do it. Cal thought about destroying this place before changing his mind. The staff working at the Duke's estate did not commit any wrongdoings. Cal slammed the door open. He could see a mess outside of the door. Ah, the lion Edrich's shoulder twisted after being hit by Choi Han's scabbard. Granica used that moment to flick her whip toward Choi Han, but the worn-out whip was easily sliced in half. Plop. A shout followed the sound of the whip falling. Ah, I can't see anything. One of the knights plopped down onto the ground after losing his sense of direction. He tried to touch the ground with his hand. Ah, gasp. The knight quickly took his hand off of his comrade, who was shaking on the ground from paralysis. He heard a laughter-like meowing at that moment. Meow. Ooh, ooh, the knight quickly covered his mouth. He did not want to take in any poison. The hallway on the 5th floor was covered in fog, making them unable to see anything. However, the fog created a path for Cal. Choi Han gently landed next to Cal as he walked. You're back. That was followed by the lion Edrich's shout. Return the item you have stolen. It is not something for you classless bastards. The fog was not a big issue for people at Edrich or Granica's level. They waded through the fog and rushed toward Cal and Choi Han. Edrich was covered in injuries while Granica's left shoulder was bleeding. Cal looked toward Choi Han. It was a light workout. Choi Han was smiling without a single scratch on him. This crazy bastard. He definitely has the main character traits. Cal sighed while looking at Edrich, who was running toward them. The two of them made eye contact, and Edrich started to shout reflexively. You crazy bastards. Do you not know who we are? Give it back if you don't want to die. These bastards continued to ruin the plans of his organization. Edrich thought that they would never attempt to do such a thing if they knew about the organization. It was at that moment. Edrich could see the masked man's eyes turning into the shape of crescent moons. It sounds more like you are the one who wants to die. It was a calm voice. However, that calm voice made Edrich stop moving. Granica also flinched and stopped. Their animal instincts were telling them something. Danger. You may die. She stopped and observed the one person who was standing calmly without a drop of blood on him. Choi Han turned his gaze toward that person as well. Cal Henitus. He had felt strong charisma from this man every so often. However, he had never felt such a strong aura coming from Cal until this moment. How could a weak person do this? How could such an aura come from someone who has never fought for his life or even picked up a weapon to fight in the first place? Choi Han kept his question to himself as he looked at Cal. Cal's mind was quite loud right now. Human, why? Why do you look so strong? You seem as strong as my front paw, no, as strong as one of my wings. Cal ignored Rayan's voice as he used the dominating aura without any restraint. He looked toward the two lions looking at him and started to speak. You don't know who we are, do you? The lions flinched. Edrich recalled what he had just said. You crazy bastards. Do you not know who we are? Give it back if you don't want to die. He gulped. The masked man in front of him was difficult to approach, just like that esteemed person. Unlike the calm man, Edrich felt the tips of his fingers starting to shake. The casual voice, and the gaze of the man that seemed to be looking down at him, even though they were standing eye to eye, left a deep impression on Edrich. Who do you think has allowed you to still be alive? Cal looked toward the lions who could not answer as he continued to speak. You don't know the danger of things you do not know about. Things you do not know about. That was the truth. Edrich did not know about the people in front of him. He finally got a sense of what was going on. They were stronger than him. There were cats who were as strong as the Fog Cat tribe that he knew was the strongest of the cats. Most importantly, there was this mysterious man in front of him that was looking down at him. Why am I still alive? Edrich slowly figured out the answer to that question. The expression of the second prince of the lions, who had not known the definition of fear slowly, yet quickly changed. The masked man started to speak as they made eye contact again. You look scared. The masked man was laughing. He then turned around in a relaxed manner, but Edrich could not get himself to charge at the masked man. His back seemed to be as large as Mount Tai. Choi Han quietly observed Cal, who was heading to the end of the hallway. Cal whispered an order to him as he walked by. That brown broom head, cut off that hay-like hair. I think short hair will look good on him. Excuse me. Choi Han asked in confusion before making eye contact with Cal's eyes that seemed to be full of anger and annoyance. I understand. I will come after finishing the deed. Choi Han said goodbye to Cal, who was moving away using Rayan's flight magic, before rushing toward the lions. Cal looked at the scared Edrich's eyes before floating up from the residence. Ah, my precious hair, my golden hair. Edrich, whose hair looked to be a mess after being cut by Choi Han, who had zero fashion sense, shouted in fear and panic. Cal could hear Edrich's shouts coming from behind him. Human, you are finally smiling. Cal ignored Rayon's comment as he started to clap. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of his clapping was buried by another noise. Bang! The tall wall was broken by Archie's punch, Pazetin's sword, and Rosalind's magic. What wonderful allies. Cal clapped while watching the Secker estate's tall wall that had stood for close to 10 years slowly crumbling down. He then started to speak, using Rayon's amplification magic. Withdraw. Everybody flinched at the voice that could be heard at the Duke's estate, as well as the nearby noble district. Archie noticed Duke Rock's Secker coming back at that moment and scoffed one last time. Is this wall 10 years old? No wonder it breaks so easily. Ah ha 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 ha. He then retreated. The rest of the group retreated at that moment as well. The group quickly disappeared from the Secker estate through their predetermined escape routes. A moment later, Guardian Knight Clope, who had taken his time to return because of his faith in Arm and the knights of the estate, could not help but frown. So much happened in a single day. Right. Who would have expected a thief to hit the Duke's estate? The citizens of the Perun Kingdom could only peek toward the Pillar of Fire while chatting about the Duke's estate. The person he was chatting with quickly added what he knew. I heard that it was not just any ordinary thief. Really? My cousin works in one of the noble residences by there. He said that the Duke's estate's walls and the villa itself were all destroyed. You think a mere thief would be able to do that? Egu, that sounds like a big deal. Seriously. They also destroyed the wyvern sculptures of the Secker estate. They destroyed the sculptures. How? Egu, the Guardian Knight household is in trouble this time. Another citizen who had been quietly listening to their conversation grumbled and added on. Is that really the biggest problem right now? The two people shut up after hearing that question. All three of their gazes headed toward Guard's Tears Lake. They could see the tall pillar of fire. The fire that the Duke claimed would be put out quickly was still burning brightly. The size of the pillar made it warm even if they were a distance away. In fact, it was so warm that they felt their palms starting to become sweaty. One of the people started to speak. Is it safe? He was asking if the capital was safe. The fire was not spreading past the lake. However, he was still worried. A fire was not going out in this cold land. They had never seen such a pillar of fire before. This unknown fire was making them feel uncomfortable. This was the same for Guardian Knight Clope as well. Captain Nim. One of his subordinates ran over to Clope, who was standing here watching the pillar of fire without even tending to the restoration of the estate. It was the subordinate he had ordered to search the eastern forest. What is in your hand? Clope, who was originally going to ask, what is going on, stiffened up and looked at the item in his subordinate's hand. The subordinate started to speak with an awkward expression. We found it at the center of the eastern forest. It seems to be from the person you were looking for. Clope received the clothes from the subordinate. It was a white priest robe. There was no crest on it, but it was still luxurious yet simple. It was something you could purchase anywhere. However, it held a different meaning for Clope. Both he and his subordinate had seen this robe a few days ago. The white-haired priest. This was definitely the outfit that the priest Clope had met a few days ago had been wearing. Guardian Knight Clope looked toward his subordinate. This wasn't there when you searched a few days ago, was it? They had not seen this robe in the forest when they had initially searched through the eastern forest a few days ago. Clope looked toward the pillar of fire and opened up the robe. Plop. A small piece of paper fell out of the robe. Clope looked at the fallen piece of paper. The guard has not forgotten. He heard his subordinate's voice. Ah, only I read the note. It was weird, so I brought it over right away. Clope slowly picked up the piece of paper. There was more written on it. The lake will eventually flow to become a river. Clope started to speak. How odd. Are you the only one who read it? Yes, sir. I remembered you mentioning for us to be discreet, so only I read the note. Isn't it very odd? It is. Anyway, good job. Let me know if anything else comes up. Yes, sir. The subordinate bowed before rushing back to the forest. Clope watched him leave before throwing the piece of paper toward the fire. Crackle, the paper disappeared into the fire. Clope started to whisper quietly, only loud enough for his trusted subordinate next to him to hear. Kill him. Yes, sir. The trusted subordinate understood that this was the last day of that subordinate's life as he bowed toward Clope. He didn't know why Clope told him to kill the man, but his job was to do as he was told. Clope ignored the look on his trusted subordinate's face as he looked toward the pillar of fire. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating fast. The lake will eventually flow to become a river. How did he know my family's secret? Was this man really the messenger of a god? Clope had believed that he was the one to receive the god's will. Only the successor of the Seca household learned about the truth of the Perun kingdom. He recalled the other piece of paper he had found while tracking down the white-haired priest. Only a new legend can be created to continue the glory. Clope had believed himself to be the main character of that legend. He looked toward the pillar of fire that seemed to be reaching the sky. The citizens were whispering to each other that it was God's rage. However, the leaders were suspecting the Empire's alchemy and looking into it. The God has not forgotten. Clope recalled the information on the note he just burned and tried to calm himself down. This was how he had understood that sentence. The God has not forgotten about his wrath. Clope looked toward the pillar of fire before closing his eyes. He could not calm down. Cal opened his eyes. He was currently back in the Roan kingdom. He had to use multiple teleportation magic circles before riding on a carriage to get to the meeting spot. Click. Someone opened the carriage door from the outside. Young Masternim, you've gotten so thin. Ron welcomed Cal. Young Masternim, it has been a long time. And the assassin Frisia who sculpted the Devil's Guard dog's sculpture welcomed Cal as well. Cal asked Ron a question. Is everything ready? Rosalind and Choi Han had already returned to the residence. Rayan was still with him as expected. Mio, Meow, On and Hung were here as well. The three of them, as well as Ron, and the Information Guild led by Frisia, as well as Vice Captain Hilsman, who should have arrived at Antonio Jaira's territory by now. This was the group for this next operation. Cal came to choke Antonio, the future Duke of the Jaira household and the leading power of the southwestern region. Ron had a different answer than Cal expected. There was a bit of a problem. A problem. Cal was trying to use the fact that one of the Jaira family's vassals had requested a kidnapping to deal with Antonio. But there was a problem. Ron gently responded after seeing Cal's expression stiffen up. That vassal seems to be involved in human trafficking now. I was bored, so I took a walk around. Ah, Cal figured out what the problem was. They had come to use a past incident to their advantage, but that vassal was doing something crazy now. Cal started to frown and asked Frisia, the sculptor of the Devil's Guard dog sculpture, a question. But all preparations are finished, right? Ron answered instead of Frisia. Yes, sir. Everything is prepared to gut them. Cal did not think the vicious assassin's response was vicious this time. I'm sure you prepared something that they deserve. Experience truly did not seem to disappear as Ron had prepared properly, according to the situation. Chapter 182. Young Masternim, you really are. 1. Cal had Ron and Frisia, who had done a great job in preparing everything, get on the carriage before heading toward the Jaira territory. The carriage was being driven by one of Frisia's subordinates. Explain it in detail. Frisia immediately started to respond. There is a baron's household that became a vassal of the Jaira duchy about 50 years ago. The name of that household was Krishi. This was before the current duchess became the ruler of the territory. The other candidates for the position of lord brought the vassal household in order to expand their own influence. Antonio's grandmother and the current duchess, Sonata. This had happened when she was just one of the potential candidates for the duchess position. The Jaira territory had accepted multiple vassal households during that time. The Krishi household was one of those vassals. Cal started to speak. Isn't the Krishi household a household that is famous for being a household of scholars? It was the household that had been the instructors of the crown 200 years ago. That was why the Jaira duchy chose to accept such a household without any territories or wealth as a vassal. Young Masternim. Ron gently responded to Cal's question. The past does not necessarily continue to the present. I guess that is true. Cal agreed. Regardless of whether they were a household of scholars in the past, they were a terrible household now. The fact that they would hire people to kidnap children showed that they were not right in the head. Young Masternim, it was 2 nights ago. Cal looked toward Ron. The fact that Ron had been seriously acting like a benign old man since earlier was making Cal feel iffy. Ron seemed to look healthier after receiving his fake yet strong arm. Maybe it is because I am getting older, but I could not fall asleep that night. That was why I decided to talk a light walk through the back alleys of the Gyra territory. Are the back alleys really a good spot to take a walk? Cal wanted to ask that question, but held himself back. I happened to see some children pulling a carriage and going toward the corner of the slums. Children. Cal looked toward Ron with confusion after hearing that children were pulling the carriage. Ron clarified his comments. They were husky children who seemed to be about 30 years old. When did buff gangsters turn into children? Ron continued to speak as Cal sat there in silence. Anyway, I found those children interesting and chose to follow them. Of course, I did it stealthily so that they wouldn't notice me. Cal ignored Frisia, who was looking toward Ron with a gaze of respect. When I stealthily followed behind them, I noticed a couple of houses near the bridge that is at the edge of the slums. Many people were being held captive in the basements of those houses. Crack, crack. The fingers on his fake left arm cracked as Ron bent his fingers. He then gently continued to speak. They were doing terrible things that even assassins would not do. Cal turned his gaze away from the assassin Ron. And, however, Cal wanted Ron to get to the point. Ron got to the core of the issue. I noticed one of the Krishi household's butlers going into one of those houses last night. Those buildings are regular houses for families in the slums during the day. However, once the sun goes down, those so-called families turn into employees. Frisia added on. After tailing the butler until early the next morning, we verified the butler meeting with a merchant. There was a high chance of that merchant being part of a merchant guild that was part of the slave trade. She quickly continued to speak. One of my subordinates is currently tailing that merchant. We will soon receive a first report about the identity of that merchant guild. We will be able to have a good idea about their identity and know for certain after the second report. Tap, tap. Cal tapped on the armrest before looking back toward Ron. The old man realized that his young master had realized something. Cal slowly started to speak. A merchant guild illegally purchasing people as slaves. Where would those slaves go? Slaves were illegal in the Rome kingdom. Unless the Krishi household was crazy, they would not sell slaves within the kingdom. So who would need slaves? Furthermore, who would need to use a merchant guild in order to stealthily gather slaves? Cal had a good idea about the answers to these questions. Those bastards who want to ring the bell to end the lives of others built a bell tower. Excuse me. Frisia was confused at Cal's comments, but Cal waved her off and continued to speak. The merchant guild is probably from the Empire. The Empire. Frisia's expression turned serious. Not only did they sell citizens of the Rhone kingdom as slaves, but they even sold them off to a foreign nation. This was only possible for people who had no fear. It was not something that a baron would dare to even attempt. That was why Kel had a question. Did the Krishi household act on their own? Our investigations indicate that the Gyra household is not involved. Frisia licked her lips and continued to speak. The Krishi household that was brought in as a vassal without owning much of anything was placed in a state of uncertainty after Sonata Gyra became the Duchess instead of the candidate they were supporting. That was why they tried everything they could to expand their influence. They would have needed money to do that. Cal asked one more question. Does the Krishi household seem to know where the merchant is from? I am not sure about that. Frisia cautiously started to speak to Cal, who seemed certain that the merchant guild was from the Empire. Young Masternim, we don't have information on the merchant guild yet. How about we wait for the information before making a decision? Cal did not respond in any way. All he did was sigh. Tap, tap. The kittens, On and Hung, continued to pat Cal's thighs with their paws. It was their way of saying, let's beat those bastards to death. Rayan was speaking into Cal's mind. Slaves, I cannot forgive them. Rayan could not forgive people who would enslave others without reason. The Krishi household had done something that the Black Dragon would never accept. After spending the first 4 years of his life in the Black Cave, Rayan detested slavery and imprisonment. Ran, yes, young Masternim. Cal looked toward the Gyra territory gate and started to speak. Change of plans. Yes, sir. Early the next morning. Cal was laying down on this soft and comfortable bed while enjoying his sleep. However, there was a hand that was patting him on the shoulder. It felt like a concerned parent's warm hand. Cal's eyes opened wide. "Young Master Nim, you are up." It was Ron. Cal was so shocked that he curled up underneath the blanket. Mio, Mio. The kittens were laughing at him. "Human, wake up. You can't sleep in." Rayan was urging him to wake up as well. Cal listened to this quartet of experts as he got up. Ron handed him a teacup once he got up. They did not have lemon tea. The Gyra duchy does not seem to be that great. The corner of Cal's lips was twitching as he picked up the teacup. All of Cal's group, other than Frisia and the Information Guild, were currently staying at the Gyra estate. Although they had arrived late last night, they were able to spend a few nights at the Gyra estate, thanks to Cal sending Vice Captain Hilsman ahead in order to notify them of their impending arrival. It would be weird if a duke was unable to let a passing noble spend a few days at their estate. Furthermore, it was not just any noble, but someone who was the crown prince's close confidant and had received a medal from the Empire. How disappointing that they don't have lemon tea. Cal sounded happy despite the fact that he said that he was disappointed as he took a sip. Ah, he then couldn't help but groan. Ron gently started to speak. The Gyra territory seems to enjoy bitter tea though, ho-ho. Damn it. Cal started to frown as he started the day off with bitter tea. He immediately headed out of the room as soon as he finished dressing. Young Master Nim. Vice Captain Hilsman had been waiting outside the door before following behind Cal. Hee, you look very handsome today, young Master Nim. Hilsman was commenting about how Cal looked like a proper noble today. Although it was not fancy and was just decently luxurious, he still looked the part of a promising young noble. Is that so? Good. However, Hilsman flinched after seeing that Cal's smile looked pure. A pure smile. It did not suit Cal at all. I thought I heard that he was going to punish the Krishy household. Hilsman found it weird that Cal looked pure and innocent when Ron had told him about Cal's plans. The vice captain did not know about the human trafficking yet. Where is it? However, he quickly responded to Cal's question. He is said to be in the garden at this time. He likes to take a walk after eating an early breakfast. I guess we can stop by the garden on our way to the main gate. Cal immediately headed toward the garden. Hilsman followed behind him while looking at Ron. Ron just smiled as he followed behind Cal as well. Hilsman found it even weirder that the kittens were not with Cal, but did not question it for now. Cal was able to meet with Antonio Gyra once he arrived at the garden. Of course, he pretended it was a coincidence. "Oh, young Master Cal, did you sleep well? I didn't expect to see you in the garden, young Master Antonio. I slept well thanks to you." Cal and Antonio happily shook hands with each other. Antonio observed Cal, who was dressed like a noble and did not have anything out of place. Cal Henitus, the Crown Prince's close confidant, the person who prevented the incident in the capital, and the person who did something amazing enough to get a medal from the Empire. That person had sent his guard in advance to ask whether he could spend a few nights here. He had asked for something else as well. "Can we chat?" Chat. Cal, who was the Crown Prince's close confidant, and Antonio, who was a close confidant of a different prince and maintained the kingdom's southwest territory, had obvious but important things to discuss. It was bound to be a very greedy conversation. Antonio felt that Cal was as greedy as the other nobles based on the way he asked for a chat. That chat would happen in secret tonight. Of course we can do it. Have you had breakfast yet? Antonio casually brought up peaceful topics of conversation. He could see Cal responding with a noble-like smile. "I have not." "Oh no, you are taking a walk without having breakfast. You should eat." "I am okay. I plan to eat breakfast soon." The peaceful conversation changed a bit after Cal's next words. Cal gracefully added on, "I heard that there is a famous bar, so I plan to eat breakfast there." "Excuse me," Antonio was shocked. Cal still said what he wanted to say. "I happen to like a bit of drinking. Alcohol is best in the morning. Until later then, I plan to go drink some beer as morning soup." Haha. Antonio recalled Cal's original nickname before he was called Young Master Silver Light. Trash Cal. Antonio could see Cal, who was announcing that he was going to act like trash today. "I have nothing to do today. I plan to drink all day since I am still in recovery." Isn't it wonderful? Cal was currently said to be recovering after using his ancient power in the Empire. He had said the reason he was visiting the Gyra territory was to stop by on his way to the warmer southern region. But such a person was drinking. Antonio started to speak after a while. Will you still be able to chat after that? Do not worry, young Master Antonio. Chatting after drinking makes it much easier to chat. Then I will be on my way now. Cal was respectful and proper until the end, even if he was speaking nonsense. A pale Hilsman and a casual Ron followed behind him. I really can't figure him out. Antonio's expression turned complicated as watched Cal leave. However, there was a bit of disappointment in his gaze. Antonio was someone who judged people based on how noble they appeared. Cal seemed to be placed lower on Antonio's personal nobility scale. Will it be okay? Hilsman asked with concern, but Cal was not listening. He headed up to the third floor as soon as he got to the bar. He then sat down at a table by the window and watched the flowing river until he turned his head. Would you like to order? The waiter cautiously asked after seeing Cal's gaze. The noble appearance and the person's majestic demeanor made him look like he was at least a count. That was why the waiter could not help but be cautious. Cal did not even look at the menu before starting to speak. All of it. It was a powerful statement. Excuse me, Cal gave his order again to the confused waiter. Give me a bottle of every different kind of alcohol you have. Oh, also give me your most expensive snacks. Hilsman blinked while listening to Cal's extravagant order. Cal bluntly asked Hilsman once the waiter left with a shocked expression. What are you looking at? Hilsman smiled brightly, contrary to Cal's expectations. You really haven't changed, young Master Nim. Yes, Choi Han isn't here. Let's get wasted. Ha ha ha. Cal shook his head, but Hilsman opened a bottle and started to hum. Cal ignored him and looked outside the window. He could see the river flowing through the Gyra territory. The river that separated the slums from the rest of the territory was right outside this bar. Cal could see the bridge as well. The slums were just past that bridge. Cal could see 10 shabby houses across the bridge. Those were the houses where the kidnapped individuals were imprisoned. We will break those houses. No, we will destroy them. Cal listened to Rayon's vicious comments before picking up the bottle instead of the glass that Hilsman had filled. Why, young Master Nim? Hilsman became anxious. Clack. However, he came back to his senses after hearing the empty bottle being placed back on the table. He could see that Cal's face had turned red. Cal picked up another bottle. Cal, whose face was red even though he was not drunk, pushed the bottle toward Hilsman, who was looking at him. Hilsman flinched after recalling how Cal used to throw bottles in the past, before slowly taking the bottle from him. Cal truly ate and drank all day without saying anything. He finally said something as the sun started to go down. Hilsman, yes, young Master Nim. As the guard, Hilsman had stopped drinking after 1 or 2 drinks. He was admiring how Cal's experience as trash really was not a lie based on how he could drink all day as he observed Cal. Cal started to speak again. Ron, yes, sir. Ron, who had been sitting quietly, stood up and responded. Cal turned to look at the 2 men who were waiting for him to speak. He caressed an empty bottle as he looked out the window to watch the setting sun. He could see Frisia on the bridge, sending him a signal underneath the sky that looked as if it was burning. The Merchant Guild had been from the Empire, just as Cal had expected. Screech. Cal stood up and started to speak. I will be using the shield today. Excuse me, why all of a sudden? Is he drunk? Vice Captain Hilsman thought Cal was drunk, but Cal smiled as he added on. I need to destroy them. He was talking about the 10 houses. Chapter 183. Young Master Nim, you really are. 2. Destroy. Destroy what? Hilsman asked in confusion, but Cal ignored him and walked out of the bar. He walked directly from the 3rd floor of the bar to the entrance. Many people watched Cal as he walked forward without any issues. The majority of them were residents of the Gyra territory, who were shocked that Cal could still walk without any issues even after drinking all day. Hilsman was also amazed at this before he noticed an empty bottle in Cal's hand and ran after him in shock. Why, young Master Nim, what is it? Please put the bottle down first. Ah, he had forgotten about it. He had forgotten that he was holding a bottle. Swish. Cal lifted the bottle up. Ah. Hilsman recalled something that had happened 2 years ago. He recalled the trash that threw bottles at the gangsters within the Henitus territory. Hilsman had to take care of the aftermath at that time. Are you drunk? Excuse me. Cal frowned and stared at Hilsman, who had raised both arms in the air before handing the bottle over to Ron. Ron, yes, sir. The bottle disappeared, and Cal left the bar. Ran handed the waiter the bottle and payment for Cal's drinks before leisurely following behind Cal. He naturally made sure to grab the vice captain, who was standing there with a blank expression. Mr. Ran, what is young Master Nim trying to destroy? Hilsman had been more respectful to Ran ever since he had learned of Ran's abilities. A hidden expert. That was Hilsman's opinion of Ran. I'm not sure. The servant responded benignly. Wouldn't he be talking about destroying houses? Excuse me. All right, let us go. Hilsman urgently chased after Cal with Ran. He caught up and stood right next to Cal, who was standing at the center of the bridge with a completely sober expression. A young masternim is someone who does things on a large scale. Hilsman knew that Cal had said many times that he was going to do things lightly and destroyed many things in the process. That was why he was debating what he should do. He heard Cal's voice at that moment. Vice Captain. Yes, young masternim. Hilsman looked toward Cal, who was looking down at the flowing river. It was an artistic sight, with the red-haired Cal standing between the river and sky that had both been dyed red by the sunset. There were not many people crossing the bridge due to the time of day. Actually, there were never many people crossing this bridge between the slums and the shopping district. Hilsman could hear Cal's voice that was extremely quiet, such that only those close to him could hear it. Apparently a noble household's butler heads to the slums in order to bring food to the poor every so often. It was an unexpected story, but the vice captain listened to it and responded back. What a good butler. Yes. Although that butler is a staff member of the household that kidnaps citizens of the southwest region and sells them off as slaves. Excuse me. Cal looked toward the slums across the bridge. That butler just headed over to the slums. He was heading toward the 10 houses where the citizens are imprisoned in the basement, need to destroy them. Vice Captain Hilsman slowly realized what Cal was planning on destroying. Hilsman. Yes, sir. What do you think about it? Cal waited for Hilsman's answer, and the knight soon responded back. A knight takes action whenever he sees injustice. Hilsman added another statement once Cal looked toward him. However, if it is something related to our liege, we will hold ourselves back regardless of what it is. Is that part of the knight's creed as well? No, sir. It is my personal thoughts. A knight takes action whenever he sees injustice, unless it is something related to his liege. It could seem unfair, but that was Knight Hilsman's personal creed. Cal did not look negatively upon Hilsman's personal creed, as Hilsman was someone who made it to the level of vice captain in the Henitus, a state that valued us first. Cal stopping, leaning on the bridge, and started to speak. Then let's not hold back now. Yes, sir. Cal looked toward the shopping district on the other side. Frisia was sending him a signal. This signal was the one that said that the people who were following Cal had returned to their master. Their master was naturally Antonio Gyra. There was no way Antonio would not put a tail on Cal. Cal had decided to make his move in the open while knowing that Antonio had done this. Cal started to walk toward one of the shabby houses. It was the first house across the bridge. The 10 houses continued on in a zigzag pattern starting from this first house. Cal stood in front of the first house. Hello. A middle-aged man in front of the yard cautiously spoke while looking at Cal, who seemed to be a noble, as well as the knight beside him. At the same time, he had a look of despair as if he realized that he had run into a drunk noble based on Cal's red face. Cal asked the middle-aged man a question. Do you live alone? Excuse me. No, I live with my family. Is that so? Cal smirked and continued to speak. Bring your entire family outside. Excuse me, I will give you 10 seconds. 10. 9. Cal started to count. The middle-aged man became anxious at Cal's counting before urgently moving after seeing Cal stop counting in order to make a comment. I guess you think this noble's words are funny. That made the middle-aged man instantly go inside the house. All of this was visible from the buildings in the shopping district across the street. The other people living in the slums quickly entered their houses and locked their tattered windows and doors. Looks like a crazy noble is causing trouble. They all felt that way. The middle-aged man bringing his family out felt the same way. He walked out with his wife, 2 sons, and a daughter. Young Masternim, this is my family. The middle-aged man was shaking, and his family seemed pitiful. At the same time, the black dragon started to speak in Cal's mind. There are people in the basement, a lot of them. There are some children as well. The black dragon's voice was vicious. They all look so thin. I think they have been starved. They are also dirty. I don't think they have been able to wash themselves for a while. Rayan continued to speak in a sad tone. The young ones were beating the people in the basement until just now. I want to kill them all. Cal looked toward the two sons and the daughter that the middle-aged man claimed were his children. His gaze made them lower their heads as if they were scared of the noble. Cal asked the middle-aged man a question. So it's just the five of you. The middle-aged man flinched for a moment before starting to speak as he bowed in a very respectful manner. Yes, sir. I brought my entire family out as you requested, young Masternim. They are not his family. They were calling each other leader and assistant leader inside. Now they are lying as well. Bad. They are very bad. Rayan was serving as a lie detector without even being told to do so. Cal looked down at the middle-aged man without much reaction. That gaze made the middle-aged man, who had been bowing, peak up and become anxious. Cal was smiling. The crazy noble who seemed to be drunk was smiling. What did I get myself into? The middle-aged man could see the Krishy butler in the distance, who shook his head as if to tell the man to take care of it himself. He heard the noble's voice at that moment. Then there should be nobody inside the house, since your whole family is out here. The middle-aged man knew the slaves were inside, but did not say anything as he contemplated how to give this noble what he wanted. However, the noble, Cal, was beyond the middle-aged man's expectations. The house is old. It is very shabby. Cal casually added on as if he was throwing a stone into a river. So, I am going to destroy it. Excuse me. The middle-aged man really believed he had heard something wrong. However, the noble in front of him was serious. What is it? I'll give you a new house. Is there a reason I can't destroy it? Well, you see. The knight who had been standing silently stepped forward. He still did not speak. He just clicked the sword in his scabbard a couple of times while looking at the middle-aged man. What the hell? What kind of situation is this? The middle-aged man could not believe it. Although it was a shabby house, it was still a good house for being in the slums, as it was right across from the shopping district. Why would he suddenly destroy this house? It was at that moment. I will destroy it in 5 seconds. The human trafficker was going crazy. However, he could not tell this noble to not destroy it because there were people inside. The slaves in the basement would naturally die if the house was destroyed. 5. The noble started to count. 4. The Krishy household's butler turned his head. 3. It was his way of saying, let's forget about those slaves. 2. However, he suddenly had a question. How would this young noble destroy the house? Could this one night do it? 1. The answer to that question was soon revealed. 0. Cal announced the end of his countdown as the black dragon started to speak in his mind. I put a shield on the basement as well as the entrance to the basement. Ha ha ha. Cal started to laugh. This made the human traffickers confused. Ooh, ooh, they then heard a rumbling noise. At the same time, the noble reached out with his hands. Pat. They saw a pair of wings. They could also see a large shield. Ha! The shield with wings surrounded the house. It was as if it was trying to make it so other people could not see the house. Silver shield. Although the southwest region was far from the capital, the middle-aged man, as well as the baron's butler in the distance, were both familiar with this shield. Perhaps the butler thought about a single person. He was thinking about the famous noble of the kingdom. This was someone who was not famous for his strength nor abilities, but for his just mindset. Since they were in the Gyra territory that was close to the empire, it was even easier for the butler to recall the name. Cal Henitus. The butler gasped as soon as he said the name. Poke. The tip of a sharp blade was at his back. You can't say our young master's name as you please. Ran, who was wearing a mask, lightly poked the butler with his dagger. Something is wrong. The butler finally realized that something must be wrong. His thoughts were proved to be true soon enough. Why, young Master Nim, are you really going to destroy our house? The middle-aged man started to speak to Cal with a pale expression before closing his mouth. He could see Cal's eyes. That was not the gaze of a drunk person. He had been so focused on the red face that he had not looked at Cal's eyes before this moment. The middle-aged man couldn't say anything after seeing Cal's cold gaze, as well as the crowd that was looking at what was going on from both the slums and the shopping district. Cal finally gave the middle-aged man an answer. It's been 5 seconds. 5 seconds had already passed. The large shield started to head down. I will use my magic to support it as well. The silver shield that was fortified with Rayan's magic fell on the house that was surrounded by the silver wings. Crack. It started with the sound of the roof slowly breaking. However, the noise started to get louder and louder. Boom, the ground was rumbling as the house completely fell. Ah! The middle-aged man stumbled before falling on the ground from the rumbling. He had a blank expression as the wind and dust blew past his face. He could see the house crumbling to the ground through the half-transparent wings and shield. The stupid slaves. The slaves he needed to sell were crushed underneath the house. He was certain that they would be crushed to death, as it was a crudely built basement. The crumbling noise was so loud that he couldn't even hear their screams. What do I do? How could there be such a terrible situation? It was at that moment that the human traffickers started to frown. Young Master Cal, Antonio Jaira, and his knights were riding toward them on their horses. Cal kept the indestructible shield up as he looked toward Antonio. Antonio got off the horse and quickly walked over to Cal. He was frowning. "What are you doing?" Antonio had been outside to deal with some things when he heard that Cal was drunk and trying to destroy a house in the slums. He had thought that Cal was at least a decent human, but the rumors about him being trash seemed to be true. Just take a look. Cal still had a calm expression after destroying a house. "You came faster than I expected. I came quickly." Antonio let out a gasp. "Ha, young Master Cal, do you know what you just did?" "Of course, I destroyed a house. You know I was not being literal. I destroyed the house of a human trafficker." Antonio instantly closed his mouth. The people watching on the bridge, the knights nearby, and even the human traffickers themselves could not say anything. However, Cal did not care about the silence at all. Pat, his silver shield floated up and moved to the next house. Cal approached the destroyed house as soon as the shield moved up. "It is right here. Human, over here." Cal stopped at a spot above the rubbles. He then started to clear the area. Hilsman approached Cal, who was quietly removing the rubbles. "Hilsman, move this pillar." "Yes, sir." Hilsman easily moved the tall pillar. Cal could finally see the door on the ground. The door was completely fine without a single dent. Cal bent down and lifted up the door. Screech. Cal could see a group of people curled up without any space to move in the cramped basement. All of their skinny faces had expressions of confusions. Cal looked toward them and started to speak. "You're safe now." He stood back up and looked toward Antonio. It was then that Antonio realized that Cal's eyes were clear. "Young Master Antonio." The shield opened its wings above the next house. Ah! The human traffickers who were observing the situation started to run out of the houses. Cal pointed to them and continued to speak to Antonio. "Let me borrow your knights." "Ah!" Antonio gasped before sending the knights to capture the people running away. He also sent one knight toward the castle. Cal sent a signal at the same time that caused Frisia to start to move toward the other houses with her subordinates. Meow. On and Hung also started to move after letting out casual meows. They would block the majority of the escape routes with poison fog. Finally, Ran, who still had a mask on, waved at Cal while still holding the Krishy household's butler by the neck. That vicious old man. Cal shook his head while listening to Rayan's comment in his mind. "How disappointing. I didn't know he would come this early. We only destroyed one house." "Right." Cal wished Antonio had come after he destroyed all 10 of the houses. Cal started to speak again. "One more." "Really? All right. I put a shield over the basement. The kidnapped people are safe. My shield is great and mighty." Boom, another house was destroyed. There was no reason to destroy it because Antonio had shown up so quickly, but Cal still chose to destroy it. It was because he was angry. The sight of those lifeless faces in the basement made him want to destroy something. Pat! The silver light coming out of Cal's hand disappeared. The silver shield soon disappeared as well. Share, a breeze started to come out from the rubbles of the house. Cough. Cal lightly coughed before wiping away the bit of blood coming out of his mouth. This much is nothing. There wasn't much burden on his body, as it was the indestructible shield and Rayan's magic working together. He didn't stagger nor cough up blood. However, for some reason, the strength of the shield seemed to be getting stronger. Cal was satisfied with the small cough and the tiny bit of blood as the vitality of the hot worked to heal him right away. Rayan was fluttering his wings with a vicious expression, but Cal still casually turned his head as he could not see him. "Young Master Cal." He made eye contact with Antonio Jaira. Antonio was stiff. Cal started to speak at that moment. "Shall we chat?" Of course, the topic of the discussion, as well as the start and finish of the discussion, were all up to Cal. Chapter 184. Young Masternim, you really are. 3. Antonio Jaira looked around. He could see the territory soldiers quickly approaching from the distance. There were citizens standing across the bridge in the shopping district as well. Most importantly, there were the people of the slums who were hiding in their houses but had their ears open. Young Masternim, the guard captain and administrator, approached Antonio. Cal handed a piece of paper to Antonio. There was a total of 10 houses marked on it. Those are the houses the human traffickers have people imprisoned. Thank you very much, young Master Cal. Antonio was certain after seeing Cal looking at him clearly. This person was not drunk at all. He had clearly proceeded with this plan with a clear mind. Cal handed him another document. This crest Antonio saw the crest on top of the document. It was the crest of Baron Krishy, one of the vassals of the Jaira household. Antonio's expression turned serious. He then noticed a person being dragged over by Vice Captain Hilsman. This is the butler of the Krishy household. Young Master Cal. Antonio called out to Cal almost in a moan. A terrible thought was going through his mind. There was a good chance that this thought would become reality. Young Master Antonio. Cal approached Antonio. He looked toward Antonio, who was looking at him with a stiff expression, and started to speak. I do not have the talent of beating around the bush. Antonio felt as if his mouth was going dry. The innocent-looking noble, the stupid-looking noble who said he was going to drink, that person was no longer in front of him. This person in front of him was the Cal Henitus that was known to be the Crown Prince's close confidant. I didn't do this quietly on purpose. Cal made it very clear to Antonio and the Jaira estate. He had done this out in the open on purpose. There was a hidden meaning underneath it as well. If Cal had given this information to the Jairas in advance, they would have stealthily taken care of everything. That would have been preferable for the Jaira estate. They would have been able to hide the fact that such atrocities had happened in the center of the Jaira territory, where the Jaira castle was located. However, it was impossible to take care of this issue quietly now. Why? Antonio questioned Cal's actions. He would have had no choice but to agree to any of Cal's conditions if Cal had used the fact that he would keep this incident a secret as leverage. Antonio could see Cal's mouth starting to open as if he was going to answer this question. Cal had done this out in the open on purpose. There was a reason for that. I need the Southwest region, the Crown Prince. Antonio suddenly thought about that person. However, Cal did not explain anything else. I'm sure that you are busy now, so let us chat later. Cal walked past Antonio and leisurely returned to the castle. Antonio observed Cal, who was walking away, before sighing and turning around. Some of the knights will come with me to the Krishy estate this instant. Antonio had to take care of this sudden storm first. Cal asked Ron, who had stealthily appeared next to him. They're not following me, right? Yes, young Master Nim. Young Master Antonio seems to be focused on resolving this incident first. He is authoritative and puts a lot of emphasis on a person's qualifications, but at least his foundation is solid. Cal made a judgment about Antonio's character before slowly walking back to the castle so that people would see him. I need to do this so that more people talk about it. Cal was hoping that the Southwest region's influence would shrink a bit from this incident. The North would be chaotic in the spring, so shouldn't at least the South be quiet? The Southeast would be busy because they border the Whipper Kingdom that is ruled by Commander Tunka. They are probably nervous because they were worried about if and when Tunka might do something crazy again. The fact that Tunka is quiet these days is weird too. Tunka had become quiet after the war with the Empire. Cal decided not to worry about it for now. I'm hungry. It was because he was hungry. He became hungry after the vitality of the heart was utilized. Cal started to walk a bit faster. Young Masternim, please make sure to have a hearty dinner tonight. Yeah, I will. Too bad Beacrox isn't here. Cal, who answered Ron with whatever came to his mind, looked toward Ron after hearing Ron's next words. Young Masternim, I am very proud of you. Cal's expression turned odd. It was a stark contrast to the Ron, who always had a benign smile on his face. Cal had not forgotten about how Ron looked happy earlier while clenching the butler's neck. He seemed to be the most energetic he had seen in a while. Someone might even think he had become young again. What a scary old man. Cal slowly took a half step away from Ron and rushed back to the castle. Ron watched Cal walking away from him before mumbling to himself. He never changes. The young master, who was now a full-grown puppy, no, the young master who had become a tiger, still did not know how to control his facial expressions. Mio, Mio. Ron picked up the two kittens who stealthily approached him and followed behind Cal. Antonio Gyra looked out the window while walking down the hallway in the middle of the night. The Gyra castle. There were many people walking around with torches inside of the castle. He watched these people who were moving with urgency and thought about his grandmother, Duchess Sonata. Cal Henitus. Find out what he and the crown prince behind him wants. He had seen anger in his grandmother's face for the first time in a long while. That anger was directed at herself. The Krishy household, the documents that Cal's guard knight had brought over, as well as the information that they had gained by storming the Baron's estate, gave the Duchess quite the headache. Crazy bastard. A noble was involved in the slave trade. Although she did not have detailed information yet, that alone was enough to embarrass the Gyra household. Furthermore, the citizens had witnessed all of it. There was bound to be a punishment from the crown, a loss of trust with the citizens, and judgment from the other nobles. All of this was giving Antonio a headache as well. However, he still needed to meet with Cal Henitus tonight. That was the mountain he needed to climb right now. Of course, the real mountain he needed to climb was the Crown Prince, as Cal Henitus was working for the Crown Prince. Prince Albaru was the prince who was poised to become the next king. There was no way he would just let this go. And Cal Henitus is a noble as well. He will try to use this to blackmail us for his own benefits. Antonio had seen many greedy people hiding under the title of noble. Everybody he had come across had been the same way. That was why he had always tried his best to be a proper noble. He didn't want to give anybody a chance to find something to use against him. This was also the reason he ranked people with his own set of qualifications. It made it easier to deal with them. Antonio made a noise outside of the guest reception room. That made Cal Henitus's guard knight bow to greet him. Antonio pointed to the door, and Hilsman cautiously knocked on the door. Young Master Nim, young Master Antonio has arrived. Please tell him to come in. Antonio stopped the guard knight and turned the knob himself after hearing Cal's voice. I will help myself in. Antonio opened the door. This was the first time he felt nervous going into his own guest reception room. Is this what it feels like to have your weakness grasped by someone else? I'm curious to know what he will demand from me. Just what would Cal Henitus demand from him? That was what Antonio was curious about. But he thought the most Cal would want is power to support the Crown Prince. That was why he did not seem nervous as he walked in through the door. Screech, he noticed Cal Henitus looking out the window as soon as he opened the door. Antonio, the heir of the Gyra household, felt as if it had been a while since he had seen someone's back. Frustration and annoyance filled his mind. Young Master Antonio. Cal called out to him and slowly turned at that moment. He then asked in a casual tone, "Are the people okay?" Antonio, who had been walking in, suddenly stopped moving. He looked toward Cal, who asked once more after it seemed as if Antonio did not understand his question. Are the people who were kidnapped doing okay? I didn't think you'd ask such a question. Excuse me. Cal looked toward Antonio, who was mumbling to himself with confusion. That made Antonio sigh before closing the door. We managed to rescue all of them. That is a relief. Antonio could see Cal smiling before returning to his stoic expression after hearing his words. That made Antonio start to feel odd. Was asking about the citizens another strategic move in order to get the Gyra household to bend their knee? Or was Cal truly concerned? I guess I'll find out based on our conversation. Everything would be revealed based on what Cal Henitus asks of him. Antonio had a lot of things to do right now, but he did not lose his calm demeanor. He sat down on a couch and pointed to the opposite side for Cal. However, Cal did not sit down. I'm sure you that are busy with work for the territory, so I will keep it short. Cal did not want to extend this conversation for no reason. I already mentioned I am not talented in beating around the bush, so I will get straight to the point. I am curious to hear what you have to say. What will he ask for? Antonio was leaning on the couch looking relaxed, but his back was stiff as he looked toward Cal. Cal took a document out of his chest pocket and put it on the table. Clack! It was a thick stack of paper. Are these his conditions? Cal started to speak as Antonio had that thought in his head. This is a document detailing how the Krishy household hired an assassin guild to kidnap a child in the past. Antonio's face turned stiff. The slave trade wasn't it? There was more to it. Cal Henitus had two cards up his sleeve, and Antonio had just found out the second one. He could see Cal smiling at him. I did not share this in front of the citizens earlier. Only I know about this. Antonio brushed his eyes with his hands. This single day had brought him quite a lot of fatigue. I'm also not talented in beating around the bush, nor do I have the time to do so. He asked Cal to get to the point. What is it that you want? Clack. However, another stack of paper was thrown on the table instead of a response. Antonio looked down at the stack of paper. This is the information about the merchant guild that the Crishy household sold the slaves to. Antonio held back his groan. He had thought Cal was famous for his just actions, but Cal was more meticulous than he had expected. Cal had information that the Duke's estate did not have because the incident had just occurred today. Antonio had no choice but to be dragged around by Cal. Antonio almost blacked out after hearing Cal's next words. It is a merchant guild from the Empire. Antonio closed his eyes. That damn crazy bastard. He could not help but swear at Baron Crishy. Not only did he enslave his fellow citizens, but he had also sold them off to a merchant guild from the Empire. It was difficult even for a person to move from one region of the kingdom to another, but he had smuggled them out to a foreign nation. This would be bad for the Jaira household if it was to get out. Antonio felt gratitude that Cal brought this information to them first. However, he felt suffocated at the same time. His weakness had been thoroughly grasped. Antonio, these so-called nobles are willing to stab each other for their own greed. That is why you need to know how to wield the sword as well. He remembered his grandmother's words. A sword was at his neck right now. He was in a dire situation. Young Master Antonio. Antonio opened his eyes. He looked back at Cal Henitus. Please guard the southwest region's gate. What? An unexpected story was coming out of Cal's mouth. He could not avoid Cal's gaze. Please make it so that a merchant guild from the Empire would not dare to come over to our own kingdom in order to do such terrible deeds again. That was all Cal wanted from the Jaira household. Don't let even one of those damn rats in. Cal wanted Antonio to make it so that the Empire could not strike the Roan kingdom while the war was going on to the north. As the gatekeeper, please have the Jaira household keep the southwest gate safe. Antonio could feel his hands starting to go numb as he was looking into Cal's firm gaze. That is what I want from you. Cal's request was for the Jaira household to do their job properly. Antonio could not help but gulp. All Cal was asking him to do was to properly do his job as a noble. However, Antonio felt as if those words were very heavy. He had never seen a noble sincerely wish for something so obvious like this before. Alcohol, trash, greed. Many words floated through his mind at once. He realized that he had the wrong impression of Cal. This person was different. He did not want power nor have any greed. He was not a fake pretending to be a noble. Young Master Cal and, however, Cal was not done speaking. When the kingdom asks for it, there was something else the crown prince wanted. Please open the gates. The empire would not stand for the alliance of the four kingdoms and the one beast tribe. This is what we want. Cal then stopped talking. Noble. Antonio looked toward Cal and thought this was a true noble. Antonio, who also wanted to be a true noble, clenched his fists. Chapter 185. Young Masternim, you really are. 4. Silence filled the guest reception room. Antonio looked down at his clenched fists before slowly unclenching them. He could see his empty palm. He had realized something about himself through this chat. Why did he think that Cal Henitus was looking to get something for him or try to take advantage of him when all he did was ask for a chat? Antonio felt as if there was a mask in his empty palm. The name of that mask was Noble. He too was wearing a fake noble mask. He started to speak. What do you mean by open the gates? Antonio's nervousness showed as he asked the question. Open the gates to the empire when the kingdom asks for it. It was a pretty dangerous proclamation if you understood it in the wrong way. It could be interpreted as the Roan kingdom raising their sword against the empire. Young Master Antonio. However, Cal just responded back with a question. Are you worried that His Highness, the Crown Prince, would want to wage war against the empire? This was indeed the case. The Crown Prince might desire to go to war against the empire or another foreign nation. That was what Antonio was worried about. Antonio could see that a corner of Cal's lip had gone up a bit. I thought I was very clear. Cal repeated his words once again. When the kingdom asks for it, not the Crown Prince but the kingdom. There was a big difference between the two. However, Antonio did not realize that difference until just now. Cal added on after realizing that Antonio had caught on. The Gyra household that works for the kingdom should know what I mean, right? Works for the kingdom. Those words lingered in Antonio's mind. His expression turned serious at the same time. A situation where the entire Rhone kingdom would want them to open the gates to the empire. That would mean that the empire did something terrible that the Rhone kingdom could not simply brush aside. The kingdom meant that the crown, the nobles, and the citizens all wanted it. What did the empire do? The Gyra household was responsible for the southwest region that was the closest to the empire. Although he was the heir of the family, Antonio could not figure out what the empire could have done in order to cause such a situation. He called out to Cal after realizing that his lack of information was a more serious issue. Young Master Cal, figure it out yourself. Antonio could not ask about what the Empire did after hearing Cal's response that drew the line. He could not say anything about it. With his weakness in Cal's hands, he had to do whatever was asked of him without asking any questions. Furthermore, it was only proper for the Gyra household to figure it out on their own if it was something the Empire did that was related to the kingdom. It was either that he investigated on his own, or there was another option. I will ask His Highness, the Crown Prince. He needed to go above the Duke level to ask. Antonio looked toward Cal, who accepted his response as the obvious answer, and made up his mind to stealthily investigate the Empire and go through the southwest region's defensive maneuvers once more. That was the response that Cal had wanted. He wanted Antonio to be wary. He also wanted Antonio to stealthily investigate the Empire. In addition, Antonio would be interested in the flow of events in the kingdom without only seeking power. It would be beneficial for Cal if a noble who held power in one region of the kingdom held such a demeanor. Cal sat up on the chair and made eye contact with Antonio. I hope that you make the right decision after thinking about it. Cal did not want to talk anymore. All requests were best if they were presented in a short manner. Of course, he didn't forget to threaten Antonio in the process. These documents are all copies. I have the originals, so I hope that you make your decision without forgetting that your weakness is still in my hands. Ha! Antonio let out a sigh and smiled. That action made Cal start to frown. Antonio was smiling after being threatened. This is weird. He thought that Antonio had understood him, but rather than frowning, Antonio had a smile on his face. Why is he smiling? Antonio was relieved while Cal was confused. Not everything grandmother said is correct. A noble who uses your weakness in order to request something on behalf of the kingdom is a true noble. Antonio felt as if something in his mind had cleared up after meeting such a true noble. You are a noble, young Master Cal. Of course. But Cal could see that Antonio had understood him properly. I guess I meet his criteria. The fact that Antonio had called him a noble meant that Antonio had a very good impression of him. The Crown Prince will take care of the rest. The Crown Prince would know how to keep Antonio in check as soon as Cal handed over the documents. Cal felt satisfied that things went as planned. However, there was something that went a bit different than he had expected. I know you are busy, so I will be on my way now. Cal heard Antonio's voice as he was about to walk out of the guest reception room. Thank you very much, young Master Cal. Excuse me. Cal turned around in shock. Thank you for many things. The smiling Antonio seemed to be giving off a sense of vitality. Cal started to feel odd after seeing Antonio looking happy, contrary to his expectations. Should I have properly threatened him and taken something in the process? He had not requested any material goods from the Gyra household in order to act like a proper noble. He felt a bit disappointed, however. Cal forced a smile toward Antonio before walking out of the guest reception room. He was pretty much done with his tasks for the day. However, there was still one task remaining, but that was for tomorrow. He could not do it until after midnight. The largest guest bedroom. Cal leaned back on the comfortable bed and looked toward the video communication device. I connected it. Weaving. The screen turned on, and Rayan flew over to the corner where On and Hang were sitting. There was a lot of food in front of the three children. Cal observed Rayan quietly chewing on some meat before turning his gaze toward the screen. Young Master Cal. He was naturally talking to Crown Prince Albaru. The last task he had was to report to the Crown Prince. It was always necessary to report in after creating a mess. Crown Prince Albaru was frowning. Cal understood that Albaru would find it disrespectful that he was leaning on the bed. Who wouldn't be angry after seeing someone relaxing on a bed when they had been working frantically until now? Cal, who had filled his stomach with food, felt bad for Albaru. That was why he started to speak first. Your Highness, but Albaru cut him off. Albaru was frowning as he started to speak, almost in agony. You really are not the kingdom's star, but the kingdom's light. What the? Cal's expression stiffened up. Albaru did not care as he used his glib tongue for the first time in a while. With a light like you, our own kingdom is not even afraid of the darkness. You are not just a star, but the brightest star in our kingdom. Why is he acting like this? He started to get annoyed even though he was full and relaxed. Your Highness, shall I sit up? Cal tried to stop leaning on the bed and sitting up. No, no need to do so. I heard about it. Albaru no longer seemed to be in agony as he started to smile brightly. Someone might even think that he was out enjoying a beautiful flower field or something. However, Albrew was feeling as if he was somewhere even better than a flower field. You coughed up blood and almost fainted while trying to capture human traffickers in the Gyra territory. A part of it is true. He did not cough up blood or almost faint. You used amazing charisma in order to capture the human traffickers, destroyed their buildings with the silver shield, and rescued the imprisoned citizens. I suppose so. That was indeed what had happened. However, it seemed to be a bit exaggerated. You pretended to be drunk and observed the human traffickers through a restaurant window before confidently taking them on with just one night by your side. Could you please stop? Cal started to frown while Albaru started to smirk. Albaru seemed to be feeling good even though his face looked tired. That made Cal realize that there was no need to go into details about today's event with Albaru. It looks like you've already heard about most of it, Your Highness. He knew that one of the crown's informants would be in the Gyra territory. The crown prince was a meticulous person after all. However, he had not expected that much information to be delivered so quickly. Yes, my informant told me about the rumors spreading through the territory. The exaggerated version Albaru discussed was what was quickly spreading throughout the Gyra territory. The Duke's estate had no way of stopping the rumors from spreading. Albaru had come to a conclusion after hearing the rumors. A good crazy bastard. Albaru did not enjoy seeing Cal smirking at his words. The other information he had received said that he did not cough up much blood, but that there was only a bit of blood. That would be why he was laying down to recover. Then he could have rested and reported to him in the morning, but he was uselessly proper and waited until past midnight to report. That was why Albaru found Cal to be the easiest to work with, even if he didn't like the bastard. It was because Cal was similar to him. What is it you need to report? He was not the cruel type to hold up a recovering person. Furthermore, this bastard was the one who would soon go to the Caro Kingdom's auction house in his stead. It is just a short report. I will send you the documents soon. But the merchant guild that traded with the Krishi household is from the Empire, and there is also evidence of the Krishi household hiring an assassin guild in order to kidnap a child in the past. Albaru suddenly felt a headache coming on. That is a short report. Yes, Your Highness. The Gyra household will contact you soon. I put the chain on them so that you can use them as you wish. I suddenly feel tired. Cal could see that Albaru was brimming with energy, contrary to his words. When he thought about it, the Crown Prince seemed to be the happiest when he could use people to his advantage. I will hold on to the chains tightly. Yes, Your Highness. I'm sure that the wise star of our kingdom will be able to properly handle any issues that come up. Cal felt odd after finishing his sentence. He soon realized why he felt this way. It was because Albaru did not hang up even after he was finished with his report and started to flatter him. Cal stiffened up while wondering if Albaru had something else to say. Is he going to put me to work? The satisfaction he had felt from throwing the Gyra territory issue over to the Crown Prince slowly disappeared. He heard Albaru's voice at that moment. Sleep well. Click. Albaru hung up. The Crown Prince had a look on his face, as if he was being forced to eat something he didn't like as he hung up. Something feels off. Cal quickly pushed the video communication device away. He then made a request to Rayan before laying down. Rayan, what is it, human? Sleep well, as the Crown Prince said. I will. Ignore the calls from the Crown Prince for a while. All right. Cal looked at Rayan's front paws that were pulling the blanket up to his neck before deciding not to pick up any of the Crown Prince's calls for a while. He then firmed his resolve once more. Within this year, no, by the end of next year, let's deal with the North and the Empire so that I can relax in the villa. Cal had such a simple desire as he fell asleep. The children, averaging 9 years old, left him alone as they chatted quietly on the side. We only got to see the desert last time we went to the Caro Kingdom. We will get to see all of it this time. I really like traveling. On quietly finished eating a slice of cake while listening to her younger siblings chat. Rayan and Hong could not hide their excitement about their next destination. Our house is good, but traveling is nice too. I agree. It's fun traveling together like this. Yeah, I'm curious about the Eastern continent too. Let's travel everywhere. We are great and mighty, so we can do it. They were saying things that would make Cal faint in shock. On peeked toward the sleeping Cal before shaking her head. However, she kept her mouth shut as she wanted her younger siblings' desires to become true. Hung and Rayan started to discuss their plans to travel the world while On just sat there in silence. Cal had a nightmare that night. Young Masternim, you don't look too well. I had a nightmare. Cal shivered as he recalled the terrible nightmare. His dream was one where he was traveling the world with multiple baggage-like people. The vitality of the heart could not heal mental damage, so Cal looked pale for the first time in a long while. Young Masternim. The person who came to see Cal cautiously started to speak as he looked toward the pale Cal. The Perun Kingdom's capital was a nightmare. It was the Flynn Merchant Guild's billows. He could see Cal smiling for a moment at his comment before returning to his usual stoic expression. Bago City, the capital of the Perun Kingdom, the location of the Guards' Tears Lake. That lake was still on fire, and the citizens of the Perun Kingdom were talking about how this was the Guards' rage, or the Guards' will. Although nobody was hurt nor suffered any damages from the fire, the fear and uncertainty continued to develop in the minds of the citizens. Billows was half certain that Cal's group was responsible for the fire. The fire is still not out. Cal's response made him become completely certain. Young Master Cal Henitus did something big again. Young Master Nim, just what did you do? Why do you ask? Billows started to get frustrated with Cal's casual demeanor. The North is a mess, a mess. It is a total mess. Good. Oh, my goodness. Billows sighed in front of Cal for the first time. Cal ignored him and got on the carriage. Billows, let's head over to the Caro Kingdom right away. He needed to go to the auction house in order to hook a person instead of any item in the auction. He also needed to get some money in the process. Chapter 186, a small goal one, but he could not leave right away. Why are you trying to leave so early? A person with a bright smile approached Cal. Antonio Jaira was heading toward the carriage. Cal started to frown while watching him approach. Do they not get along? Billows thought that the two nobles did not get along based on their expressions. They were each close confidants of different princes. Furthermore, Cal had caused chaos in the territory by revealing the human trafficking in the Jaira territory, thus making the Jaira household face pressure from the crown and the rest of the nobles in the southwest region. This is weird. Billows found something weird about his thought process. Why only pressure the southwest? The northwest and northeast regions were quiet. The central region was currently under strict scrutiny after the crown prince had personally sent out an investigation squad in rage. Why were the other regions so quiet? I see. He soon realized the answer. There were no dukes or marquises in the northeast region. That was why there was no leader. However, all of the nobles in the northeast region were wary of what Count Henitus would think of their actions. On the other side, Marquis Stan's household held full control of the northwest region, and Taylor Stan, the head of the Stan household, was one of the crown prince's people. Billows recalled what his uncle Odious, the man who had taken control of the northwest region's underworld, had said to him in the past. Odious had casually said it, as he happily gave Billows access to his own house when Billows was looking to create secret residences in the Margoru Empire and the Perun Kingdom. Of course, I need to do it if it is something related to young Master Cal. That is the only way for me to survive in the Northwest region. The words that he had not paid much attention to in the past suddenly came in like a hook. Billows had worked with Cal multiple times, but he did not know everything Cal had done, nor did he know about all of Cal's connections. Have I ever worked with someone without knowing much about them? Billows felt chills on his back after having that thought. It was at that moment he heard Cal mumbling quietly while looking at the approaching Antonio Jaira. So annoying. He really seemed to be annoyed. Bilos's expression changed a bit after hearing that. This wasn't the type of annoyance you felt from running into your enemy and being put in a terrible situation. It was more like the annoyance you feel when someone wakes you up. Antonio's actions were different than Billows had expected as well. Cal and Antonio. The two of them do not get along. That was what Billows thought. However, the sight in front of him was slightly different than what he had expected. Young Master Cal, shouldn't you check up on things before you leave? Cal got off the carriage in order to follow proper etiquette and stood in front of Antonio. I'm sure that it was done properly, since it was the Gyra household that did it. With that being the case, is there a reason for me to check? I see. You trust in my family. Antonio felt an odd sensation after hearing that Cal trusted his family to take care of things properly. He heard a voice behind him at that moment. We are planning on locking the gates for a while. Antonio turned around. Everybody who was there bowed respectfully at the same time. Cal bowed as well. Sonata Gyra. The current Duchess approached Cal. Cal was thinking about what she had just said as she approached. We are planning on locking the gates for a while. The Crown Prince and Duchess Gyra had decided to hide the fact that the slaves were bought by a merchant guild from the Empire. Things would spread as soon as they caught that merchant guild, but they were still trying to prevent the news from spreading right now. A total of 3 times. That was how many times the Krishi household had sold slaves to this merchant guild. The time frame of these transactions corresponded with Albaru solidifying his position as the future king. With Albaru gaining power instead of the prince that the Gyra household supported, Baron Krishi decided that it would be best to gain power through money. Albaru was furious after finding out about all of this, although he did not show his emotions to Cal. He was currently stealthily investigating whether there were any other slave trades happening in the kingdom. That was why he decided to hide the information about the Empire's merchant guild. However, this did not erase the Gyra household's sin of not taking care of the border, to the point that citizens of the kingdom were being sold off as slaves. Duchess Sonata Gyra made up her mind after making a deal with the Crown Prince. This was the first time she was talking about it to anyone other than her grandson, to lock the gates. That had been Cal's condition. There was more to it than just firmly locking the gates as the gatekeeper. Duchess Gyra discussed the other part as well. The Gyra household will also temporarily pause all international activities, as well as call back all of our family members and vassals. Cease all international activities. Call back the family. Those words made Billows and the others' expressions stiffen up. They had realized what the Duchess had meant. Although she called it international activities, their so-called international activities involved gaining more power. The people who were responsible for this were the family members involved in the Central Region's politics. She was announcing that they would pause these activities. This pretty much meant that the Gyra household was letting go of any power in the Central Region. Although she did add the word temporarily, it was still a big deal. A slave trade. That was a big sin. However, it was not big enough for the Duchess to respond so harshly on herself. Since the slave trade was caused by the actions of a vassal household, she just had to feign ignorance. She should take some responsibility, but that was the cruel nature of the world. But why? The rest of the people were confused, but Duchess Sonata, Antonio, and even Cal were all calm. However, a bigger shock came from Duchess Sonata's next words. I also plan to pass the title of Duke to Antonio by the end of the year. Grandmother, Antonio called toward Duchess Sonata in shock, but she was calm. No, she had a cold gaze in her eyes. This was my fault. The Gyra household would be shaken up once more when the identity of the Empire's merchant guild is revealed. Her choosing to take responsibility and step down would reduce the amount of chatter in the future. Furthermore, she was planning on having Baron Krishi relinquish his title and punishing his family, thus making any Krishi descendants never show their faces in the world again. But she was still worried. She was worried because she did not notice the gap in the gates into the kingdom. She had thought that securing power was the way to survive, however, she was wrong. The gates to the house were broken while they were fighting for power. This was unacceptable. She looked toward her grandson, Antonio. She had always told her grandson the following: nobles are all greedy people. You need to know how to use your sword if you want to survive. You cannot show any opening. You must always make a judgment about them and use those judgments to your advantage. It may have sounded harsh, but her grandson had never talked back to her. He always showed the demeanor of a proper and authoritative noble. However, she had noticed how her grandson truly felt. Although he was authoritative, her grandson held a lot of pride for the title of noble. Matriarch Nim, I believe we should lock the gates. Antonio was the first to suggest that they let go of their power and focus on fixing their internal affairs. That made her realize that it was time to pass the title on to her grandson and support him to be a reliable gatekeeper for the southwest region. Grandmother. She scolded him after hearing her grandson calling for her once more. I am currently speaking as the matriarch. Make sure to use the proper title. Yes, matriarch Nim. Antonio realized that she had made her decision based on her stern actions. Sonata never changed her mind when she acted like this. As such, he just quietly watched his grandmother approach Cal. He felt pained because he knew that his grandmother blamed herself for this incident. However, he gasped after hearing what she said to Cal. It was because he realized that the Duchess was still strong. Do you know who the best drinker in this household is? Cal became anxious. He had expected them to lock the gates, however. The Duchess had personally shown up to announce their seclusion, and that she was stepping down from the position of Duchess and passing the title on to her grandson. And why was she suddenly talking about drinking? Cal did not know the answer and responded as such. I am not sure. Sonata's wrinkled face started to smile. Excuse me, I am the best drinker. Let's drink together next time. Billows was amazed by her statement. Duchess Sonata was known for not meeting with many people outside of during official settings. It was because she could not trust many people. Such a person was talking about sharing a meal with someone without power nor influence. Just what did the young Masternim do this time? Duchess, Jaira, and Cal, who should be bitter enemies, seemed to be so friendly with each other. Billows looked toward Cal with reverence, while Cal did not like how things were progressing. Why is the Duchess acting like this? Cal had no desire to share a meal with any of the Jairas. Cal put on a respectful and gentle smile before responding to the Duchess. I will bring some great alcohol with me should we be fated to meet again. Fated to meet again. That meant that he would not be coming for no reason. Duchess Sonata was amazed that Cal did not rush at the chance to build a friendship with her. He definitely isn't an average punk. The Crown Prince had said that he would send someone to let her know when it was time to open the gates. She was certain that this person would be Cal Henitus. Yes, let's meet again next time. The old woman's eyes sparkled as she proclaimed there would be a next time while Cal slowly avoided her gaze and bowed. There won't be a next time. Cal had no intention of that happening. Antonio looked toward Cal and his grandmother before he started to smile. Only he noticed that his grandmother had accepted Cal Henitus as a true noble. Then I will be on my way now. Cal bid farewell to the Duchess before trying to get back on the carriage. He then seemed to have remembered something as he turned back and asked, Duchess Nim, is everybody safe? Although Cal did not clarify who he was talking about, Sonata immediately understood. Yes, they are safe. They are currently getting healthier. Cal was talking about the kidnapped citizens. That is a relief. Sonata looked at the corner of Cal's lips twitching and knew that this was Cal's true smile. He's a decent kid. He was better than she had expected. The crown prince that she had chatted with this time was a good boy too. She was thinking that, if she was going to let go of power now, she needed to prepare for the next time she would seek power. I should leave all communications with the crown prince and Cal to Antonio. Sonata's gaze toward Cal became deeper, but Cal internally sighed in relief that she was not trying to hold him up. He finished boding farewell once more before finally getting to leave the Jaira territory. Billows, who was on the carriage with Cal, was able to figure out that Cal was talented in many more things than just gaining wealth. That was why he became full of expectations for this trip to the Caro Kingdom. He could see Cal laying down inside the carriage at that moment. So tiring. Cal was frowning and seemed to find everything annoying. Mio. The silver kitten bit down on a pillow and dragged it next to Cal's head. Cal moved the pillow underneath his head and laid down across the seat. Billows blinked his eyes in confusion. Young Master Cal truly was an unfathomable person. I'm going to sleep. Don't talk to me. Billows nodded his head at Cal's order and kept his mouth closed. Who would see him like this and call him young Master Silver Light? He thought about the Cal that was becoming known as a just noble in the Jaira territory and the southwest region, and chose to ignore this extremely lazy young master. Hello, young Master Nim. It has been a while. The GPS-like voice came out of the black robe. Yes, long time no see. Cal casually waved his hand and received Merry's greeting. The necromancer Merry then got into the carriage to join them, the southern section of the Caro Kingdom. This Vegas city that existed just for auctions was known for having the largest auction house. Young Master Cal, long time no see. Albaru's aunt, the dark elf Tasha, got on the carriage after Merry. Billows was no longer in the carriage. He had gotten off the carriage in order to head toward the Flynn Merchant Guild's Vegas branch as soon as they arrived in Vegas City. Tasha sat down on an empty seat and put on an awkward smile. Isn't Vegas City such a fabulous place? I suppose so. Contrary to Cal, who was casually responding, Tasha had an odd expression as she looked toward a corner of the carriage. Vegas City was currently decorated to celebrate the beginning of the auction season in February. The already fabulous city was decorated with many red and blue lights, making it look extremely beautiful. There were bards, plays, auctions, and gambling. It was a city that was full of all sorts of pleasure. Tasha had expected Cal to be calm while looking at this city, but the reaction of the others was out of her expectations. Wow, I want that shining sculpture. That hat is so pretty. I would look so cool if I walked around with that cape. The black dragon and the two kittens were going crazy while looking out the window of the carriage. They were each holding their piggy banks. The children were all touching their piggy banks while saying, I want it. Swish. Rayan's head turned toward Cal, Tasha, and Mary. Tasha flinched as the black dragon started to speak to Cal. Human, I have a lot of money in my piggy bank. I will buy everything I want to buy. Vegas City and its shiny and wondrous things had captured the heart of the 6 years old Rayan. On and hung were the same. The kittens followed Rayan and looked toward Cal. They seemed ready to go out and have Vice Captain Hilsman buy things for them if Cal allowed them to do so. The dark elf Tasha looked at them with a blank expression before her eyes opened wide after hearing Cal's response. I'll buy them for you. Silence filled the carriage for a moment. What did you say? Rayan couldn't help but stutter. However, Cal just casually repeated himself. I will buy you everything you want. Buy whatever you want. How expensive could things that children want be? Is that really okay? I'm going to buy a lot of things. You're acting weird. The three children's minds seemed to be chaotic, but they still slowly surrounded Cal. Tasha continued to sit there with a blank expression until she heard Mary's mechanical voice. Young Masternim, you really are a warm and kind person. Tasha nodded her head in agreement, but felt a bit odd while she did that. Human, you are the best. Our human is the best. It'll also increase your allowance. You'll get 20 silver coins now. Why, you generous human. Rayan started to pour compliments on him, but Cal just casually ignored it. How many things could children really ask for? He was about to earn billions of gallons. There were a red necklace and a black jewel inside Cal's magic bag. Young Masternim, are we heading to the inn first? Tasha looked toward the excited children with a warm gaze before moving that gaze over to Cal. Cal bluntly responded back to that warm gaze. Yes, then I will go for a light walk. A walk? Yes. Where? The casino. Excuse me. The large building that was in the shape of a golden tree. That was the largest legal casino in the continent. The VIP auction took place 4 times a year on the top floor of that casino. Cal's small goal was to sell items at an extremely expensive price to the two people who will meet him there. Chapter 187, A Small Goal, 2, Human, W. What are these things? Mio. They had come out for a walk. It was a stroll to the casino. Cal casually walked while looking at the fancy fountain, the magic gambling devices, and the tables to one side of the first floor. Human, did you just see that? He put in a copper coin, and the magic device returned a gold coin. The invisible 6-year-old dragon's eyes were hurriedly looking around the first floor. There definitely was not any magic that would turn one copper coin into numerous gold coins. Both magic and alchemy return something equivalent to the item you sacrificed. You used mana to create fire or wind, something like that. The black dragon quickly figured out that you needed to line up the pictures of the same fruit to win on these magic gambling devices. The intelligent dragon that had experienced the world for the past 2 years shared his thoughts with Cal. Human, do you want to loot these magic devices? Ego. Cal was flabbergasted. He was amazed at the same time. Dragons really are different. Rather than trying out these gambling magic devices that resembled slot machines of his previous world, the dragon instead wanted to steal the device and break it apart in order to see how it worked. Cal did feel a sense of satisfaction, but feigned ignorance as he asked, "Why?" The floor was so loud that nobody was paying attention to Cal, who was talking while holding a small kitten in his arms. Only Vice Captain Hilsman, who had hung in his arms and Billows behind him, looked at him with confusion. Cal naturally did not pay attention to the two of them. "What do you mean, why? We need to figure out how they work. How could you not know that? Who? And then I will be able to take all of the money from here. I will use one silver coin from my piggy bank in order to rake it all in." Cal's expression turned stiff. A dragon really was amazing. Rayan was thinking even more practically than Cal. Cal seriously considered Rayan's suggestion before seeing someone put in one copper coin, which was 1 pound in the Caro Kingdom's currency, into a machine, and then turning away. Resignation, anticipation, desperation, obsession, and despair. Cal didn't want to take the money that was gathered through the collection of all of these emotions. Wouldn't it be better to steal from wealthier people if he was going to steal? Young Masternim, over there. Billows stealthily pointed in a direction. Cal's gaze headed toward the innermost section of the first floor. They were in a building in the shape of a large golden tree. They called it the Golden Tree because you might strike gold in here. This was the Caro Kingdom's legal casino. Anybody could get in if they paid 1 silver coin or 10 crowns. There were fountains in the center of the first floor that were visible once you went into the building. Once you got past the assortment of fountains, there was a path that started with a golden door. It was the path to the upper levels that were known as the fruit of the golden tree. A single person was currently going through that path right now. This was one of the two people that Cal had Billows send invitations to attend the auction. It was a middle-aged man who seemed to be in his 50s with a solemn expression on his face. However, even with the solemn expression, he reminded Cal of a Korean congressman, but more like an extremely corrupt one. That seemed to describe this man perfectly. Cal was calm, while Billows let out a gasp and continued to stare at the middle-aged man in the path. "I didn't expect the merchant guild leader to actually come." The middle-aged man was a merchant guild leader. His merchant guild was known as one of the top 5 merchant guilds in the Magaru Empire, the Cinque Merchant Guild. They had strong business abilities, but more importantly, they had a significant amount of political influence that allowed them to quickly rise in rank in the empire during the past 10 years. The name of the leader of this merchant guild was Plavin Cinque. Billows was shocked that he had come in response to the anonymous invitation that Cal had sent him, but he gasped after realizing a more shocking fact. Young Masternim really must have the determination of fire. Billows had personally written the invitations. That was why he knew what Cal had used to bait the two people to show up. The determination of fire. That was the name of the jeweled necklace that the Cinque Merchant Guild was said to possess. It was a mysterious jewel that was discovered in lava long ago that no fire could damage. The dwarf expert who designed the magic tower eventually turned it into a beautiful necklace. It was said that the Cinque Merchant Guild purchased it from the Golden Tree auction house here in Vegas City about 10 years ago. So how did it end up in young Masternim's hands? Billows could not figure out how it happened. However, he was in awe of Cal's abilities. No matter how it happened, it meant that the necklace was currently in Cal's possession. Then he must really have the Knight's Exaltation as well. The Knight's Exaltation was the jewel used to bait the second person. Billows recalled how Cal had called this a jackpot and licked his lips. His chubby face was full of anticipation. It will be a minimum of 20 billion crowns. The determination of fire had sold for 15 billion crowns 10 years ago. Since it will be traded in secret, it should be close to that value, give or take a bit. However, that was only if the Cinque Merchant Guild wanted this necklace, but the fact that the guild leader himself showed up meant that he really wanted this jewel. Billows quietly whispered to Cal. He sounded very excited. "Young Masternim, it looks like you will make at least 15 billion crowns." "What are you talking about? Excuse me." He could see Cal looking shocked. Cal truly was shocked. 15 billion crowns. Billows. "Yes, young Masternim." Billows stood up straight after seeing Cal's serious expression. "I don't understand how items can be auctioned for billions of crowns." Cal could not understand the winning bids for the jewels and artworks in the auction. However, I'm sure they are sold for those prices because they are worth the value. That value could be purely artistic value, investment value, or something completely different. And Cal had every plan to utilize that value to his advantage. That was why he had set the price appropriately. The final value of the determination of fire came out of Cal's mouth. 30. Excuse me. Billows blanked out after hearing the number that Cal called out. Did I hear him properly? Cal had said that he couldn't understand how things sold for such expensive prices before naming a price that was twice the value of the item. The amount was no joke either, 30 billion pounds. Cal was talking about 30 billion pounds for sure. The currency used in the auction house was the Caro Kingdom's pound. As a kingdom with a significant development in commerce, 30 billion pound would be worth about 35 billion gallons in the Roan Kingdom's currency. He is not the type to speak nonsense. Billows started to become frustrated. Cal was not one to speak nonsense. Although he looked like he didn't pay much attention to things, Cal was very meticulous when it came to calculations and personal profit. That was why the number he said was bound to be a reasonable number. Young Masternim. Yes, I will always be by your side. Billows looked toward Cal like a loyal servant. Cal snorted and ignored Billows' flattery. Billows became even more curious after seeing Cal's response, however. He could not ask about it. The Cal he knew was someone who would only share the necessary information and allow you to naturally figure things out if you remained by his side. But I'm still curious. Should I ask? But he's not the type to easily answer, even if I do ask. Billows was correct. Cal could not explain to Billows even if he asked. The information Cal received from Ran and Frisia about the merchant guild involved in the slave trade was quite detailed. The name of the merchant guild he heard in the first report was one he had never heard of, however. The second report told him the true owner of that merchant guild. The reason Ran was not in this Golden Tree casino right now, and the reason Tasha had joined with them, had all happened after they learned about the identity of the true owner of that merchant guild. Cal had reported the findings of the first report the night he chatted with the Crown Prince. He had then shared the second report with the Crown Prince as well. Some of the profits from this trade were for the Crown Prince. Of course, giving Albaru the chains to Antonio's neck allowed Cal to change the ratio from 5 to 7, 3 in his favor. He remembered what the Crown Prince had said. The power behind that merchant guild is the Sington Merchant Guild. They were the true masterminds of the slave trade. This was the same Sington Merchant Guild that he would meet with to trade the determination of fire. How interesting that they were getting involved like this. Your information network is quite amazing. It had no choice but to be amazing. He had Ran, as well as Frisia and her other assassin guild members who used to be active in the southwest region. They had seen a member of the Merchant Guild involved in the slave trade enter one of the Sington Merchant Guild's branch locations by the Empire's border and come out with a large amount of money. That led them to start investigating that branch until they managed to intercept a secret message. The branch manager was sending through a messenger bird and figure things out. Won't you consider introducing your information network to me? Absolutely not, Your Highness. It was only going so smoothly because Ran and the other information network members have never been revealed to the public. Your Highness, how should I proceed? Cal was asking about how to deal with the trade with the Sington Merchant Guild's guild leader in regards to this new information about the slave trade. However, Albaru just asked him back, how do you wish to proceed? I say we follow the original plan. The original plan? Cal believed that the original plan was a good one. Sell the jewel to make money from the Sington Merchant Guild while you continue your investigation to capture the Merchant Guild, Your Highness. Take a ton of money from them before capturing them and squeezing them dry. That is correct. Marvelous. We will go with that plan. Cal just had to do it however he wanted now that he had the Crown Prince's approval. Excuse me, young Masternim. Cal looked down at Billows, who was cautiously looking at him. I am just very curious about how you plan to sell it. Could you give me a small hint? I am curious as well. 30 billion pounds. Human, you are great and Mig, no. I am the one who is great and mighty, but you are still amazing. Rayan's loud voice was echoing in Cal's mind. Cal started to frown after hearing the loud voice of the shocked 6-year-old dragon. This action made Billows flinch. He wondered if he shouldn't have asked. However, it was not just Rayan and Billows. Hilsman, who was just as curious as the other two, as well as On and Hung, looked around the area. The loud noises of the gambling devices continued to echo throughout the building. There were no other people next to Cal's group right now. Cal started to speak. Think about how the Singt Merchant Guild reached their current position. That is the answer. Billows, who had attentively listened to Cal, looked confused. However, Cal was smiling. How did the Singt Merchant Guild reach their current position? This was a merchant guild that rose quickly in the past 10 years. They had the best relationship with the Empire's royalty. They were determined to be a merchant guild with significant political influence. This was something that both Billows and Cal knew about. Furthermore, Cal knew something else as well. The determination of fire was found in the Pope's secret area. Although it was said to be in the Singt Merchant Guild's possession since about 10 years ago, Cal had found this necklace among the Pope's belongings. What could that mean? Either the Singt Merchant Guild offered it to the Pope, or the Pope ordered the Singt Merchant Guild to get it for him in the first place. It was bound to be one of those two options, and that information would make the Singt Merchant Guild's guild leader's heart go wild with uncertainty. The current relationship between the Church of the Sun God and the Empire explained everything for him. The Singt Merchant Guild is said to be good with politics, but they have their feet in both sides, and that would be the unfavorable factor for them from here. Cal thought about the merchant guild leader flopping like a fish caught in a hook. That image automatically filled his mind. Cal was not planning on just taking a ton of money from him. You shouldn't return a weakness so easily. Furthermore, there were two weaknesses this time: the necklace they offered to the Pope and the slave trade. It was easy to imagine how the Singt Merchant Guild had risen so quickly since about 10 years ago. The alchemist's bell tower stopped using the orphans and children of the slums around that time. The Singt Merchant Guild was one of the main partners, providing them with other people to experiment on since then. That must be how they continued to grow. Cal heard Rayan's voice in his head. Rayan was still amazed. Human, I will collect about that much as well. Human, where do you plan on spending that money? Buy me some apple pies. Why not? Cal casually nodded his head. Of course, he had already decided how he was going to use a portion of the money. Cal had created 2 copies of the information regarding the Singt Merchant Guild that he had gathered through Ran and Frisia. One was the copy that he handed to the Crown Prince. The other was the copy to hand to the alcoholic alchemist and the cat knight Rex, who were both currently hiding in the Empire and gathering their forces. Of course, he would pass this on to them much later. I have to take everything from them. Cal was planning on slowly taking everything from the Singt Merchant Guild. He felt as if that would be the only way to forget those expressions of despair that he saw on the faces of the people imprisoned in the slave traders' basements. Make some money as well. Very good. It was quite a favorable plan. Human, why are you suddenly smiling like you are about to scam someone? I just need 1 apple pie. Cal ignored Rayan's comment as usual before looking toward the other person Billows was pointing at. It seems as if they are the person that person sent. The other jewel. The knight's exaltation. Cal's gaze moved toward a single person. It was a priest wearing a regular priest robe. He was carrying healing tools as he quickly disappeared through the golden door. The robe has the crest of the Church of the Sun God on it. The Caro Kingdom had the second highest number of Sun God believers on the continent. Of course, their number is not that high in comparison to the Empire. The knight's exaltation was said to be stored in the Sun God Temple in Vegas City. This jewel had quite a lofty meaning to it, but he offered it to the Pope for his position. The second individual was the bishop of the Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God. He could be said to be the representative of the Caro Kingdom's Church of the Sun God, as well as the person who was most likely to become the Pope in the future. This person would become the light for the half-Saint Jack's future and be his reliable supporter. Of course, it will not be of his own free will. He would have no choice. Jack was the one who will become the next Pope of the Church of the Sun God. Human, what kind of scam are you planning that you are smiling so much? Maybe it was because he was in such a vibrant city, but Cal could not help but laugh. Chapter 188. A small goal. 3. Shouldn't he move now since he was so happy? This VIP auction that took place in February in order to welcome the new year lasted 3 days and stealthily took place on the top floor of the Golden Tree Casino. However, it was difficult to call it a secret auction. because the dates and participants were all easily discovered. Of course, everybody wears masks inside, however. It was still possible to figure out their identities based on Vegas City's guest log. The reason this was still called a secret auction, even though this was the case, was because nobody had any idea about what they would auction off until the auction started. The Golden Tree administrators never discussed the items that were to be auctioned off. It was because they had taken a vow of death in front of a priest of the God of Death to keep their mouths shut. But there are bound to be rumors. If a rare item is discovered in the Western continent prior to the secret auction, and people are unable to determine who is in possession of the item, the first thing they think about is the secret auction. Thanks to that, all sorts of rumors spread to the VIPs as well as the regular citizens. That was the reason Cal had sent some information to the Sington Guild leader and the Caro Kingdom's sun guard bishop. Hilsman. Flick, flick. Hilsman immediately walked up after seeing Cal motioning for him. 30 billion pounds. 30, thir. Although he was moving quickly, the only thing on Hilsman's mind was the number that Cal had just called out. Do I need to report this to the Countnim? Hilsman was debating whether he needed to tell Count Deruth Henitus about this because of the large amount of money involved. He had not expected it to be for a sum of money that would be considered large, even for the wealthy territory. Cal whispered in his ear at that moment. Hilsman. Yes, yes, sir. His response made it clear that he was thinking about something else. However, Cal was not the type of liege to make a fuss about such a thing. Of course, they had not completed a proper knighting ceremony, so Cal was just the liege in Hilsman's mind. Do not tell my father about this. I am preparing this as an emergency fund. Emergency fund? Isn't this too large of an amount to save as an emergency fund? Hilsman could not believe it. Don't you already have an idea about what is going to happen later this year? Ah, Hilsman let out a small gasp. The upcoming year. Although he couldn't know about everything Cal did, he had caught on to a few things while following behind him. The things that he could gather the most information about were related to the Empire and the Northern Alliance, and those, bastards as well. Hilsman finally realized what the emergency fund was for. At the same time, he felt as if he could understand what Cal was thinking about. He's saving up money in case the Henitus territory or the kingdom ends up in dire straits during the war. He now understood why Cal needed such a large sum of money. It was money for the Henitus territory and the Rhone kingdom. A small amount would not suffice for such an issue. Hilsman felt as if Cal truly deserved the title of Young Master Silver Light. Furthermore, this type of experience was something he would never have gotten if he had chosen the path to becoming a captain. I made the right decision. He was satisfied with his decision to follow Cal and to become stronger. Yes, young Masternim, I will not report it back. On shook her head at Hilsman's energetic response. On peeked toward Cal, who seemed to take Hilsman's response as the obvious response. While Hilsman was feeling touched that Cal trusted him enough to expect such a response from him, Cal was preparing this emergency fund for a different reason that On believed to be true. I need to make a ton of money before the war in order to live in peace later. He was planning on erasing the word work out of his life and replacing it with the word slacker once the war was over. He needed to make money now in order to make that become a reality. Cal had made up his mind to make that future become true. On the other hand, Billows had a weird feeling while listening to Hilsman and Cal's conversation. The young master was not gathering money because he just likes to gather money. The two people's conversation seemed to be talking about a future that was bigger than what Billows was thinking about. I know about the Empire, but is there something else as well? His intuition as a merchant was telling him that an opportunity or a disaster would soon strike. Billows then made eye contact with Cal and flinched after seeing Cal staring at him. Billows, why do you think I went to the north? Look for the answer. Then you will find the money. Billows felt a light bulb going off in his head after hearing Cal's hint. It was only giving off a faint light, but it was enough for him to realize how he should proceed. Young Masternim, please continue to look for me if you need anything. The obviously flattering smile on Billows' face signified his decision. However, Cal just brushed it aside and looked down at On and Hong. The two baby kittens who had grown significantly in the last 2 years to become young kittens smiled and showed their fangs in order to show that they knew what they needed to do. On, Hong, go call Ran over. Meow. The corners of Hong's mouth was twitching as he meowed. It was because he felt that Cal would have him do something interesting. He was correct. Later that night, Hung was in Cal's arms looking down at the roof below them. Cal petted Hung's fur that was soft after being thoroughly cared for by Cal, well, mostly deputy butler hands. My, the Sinkton Guild leader seems to be in a rush. Right, Billows. Yes, yes, young Master Nim. Billows quickly responded to Cal's question, but felt a chill down his back at the same time. He followed Cal's gaze and looked down at the roof below. He was currently sitting down and hanging on a rope. On the other hand, Cal had the sound of the wind at his feet while leisurely standing on top of the roof. The young Masternim has been hiding his strength. The shield was not the only ancient power that this young master had. A normal person would find it hard to be standing at the tip of the roof. It would also be scary. Billows himself needed to be carried up here by hands. I did not know enough about the young Masternim. Billows recalled Cal's past. Cal Henitus, the trash of the Count's family. He had known that Cal had pretended to be trash, however, he truly felt that fact to be true at this moment. Right, how would he know so much about the Western continent if he really was trash? Cal knew a lot about the nations in the Western continents, the famous locations, and the influential people. He needed to have studied in order for someone in the remote corner of the Rhone kingdom to know about all of this information. He must have studied in secret. Billows was thinking that Cal had gathered these powers during that time as well. In fact, he was thinking that Cal was even better than himself, who had been gathering his strength while living the life of a bastard son. What he is looking down at. Billows was looking past the money and getting an intuition as a fellow human being. Cal's record in these past 2 years was telling him something. He was thinking that the moment a person who was hiding his abilities slowly starts to reveal his strength was when the world would change. Billows clenched the rope he was hanging onto as he looked toward where Cal was looking. The strength he was hiding was not just his own strength as well. This was the residence that the Sinkton Guild leader was staying in. Billows could see the eerie fog surrounding the residence. He knew that Cal traveled with cats, but he did not know they could control the fog. I also didn't know he had so many experts and such a stealthy information guild as well. The masked information guild members were moving around based on Cal's orders right now. Billows had his own group of informants. As a merchant, however, he had never seen such stealthily informants before. The fact that they were able to stealthily approach the Sinkton Guild leader means that they are pretty much highest-grade assassins. He had no idea who that person might be. Billows would probably be shocked if he knew that that assassin was the same Ron who had handed him some honey lemon tea yesterday. However, there was someone here who would be shocked even more than Billows. It was the owner of the residence that Cal was currently looking at, Plavin Sinkton. He was the one responsible for raising up the Sinkton Merchant Guild to its current glory, as well as someone who was dreaming of it becoming the best merchant guild in the Empire, and then the Western continent. He was currently tapping his cup of wine on the table with a frown. How did he know? Tap, tap, tap. Even the noise of the wooden cup tapping on the table could not disturb Plavin Sinkton's thoughts. The determination of fire. The determination of fire was an item that he had given to the Pope when he, after being unable to decide whether to build a connection with the Empire or the Pope, decided to tie himself to both sides. The Pope, who had pretended to be an upright priest, had been extremely materialistic. This guild leader was able to become close with the Church of the Sun God after delivering the determination of fire as an offering to the Pope. He had naturally done this without the Empire's knowledge. I didn't expect it to put me in such a rut. Plavin Sinkton's gaze headed toward a corner of the table. He could see an open invitation sitting there. The determination of fire will appear at the next auction. Please come to this location at this time if you wish to see it first. Crazy bastard. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Plavin ground his teeth in anger. This invitation forced him to come to the Caro Kingdom's auction, even though he was extremely busy. He also could not bring many people with him, because he could not let the Empire get wind of this information. He could not even bring his personal assassin guild that he had been grooming. I couldn't do it because the Imperial Prince has eyes everywhere. Imperial Prince Adin had been thoroughly keeping his eyes on all stealthy organization ever since the attempted murder of the alchemist's Bell Tower's Vice Tower Master and the destruction of a portion of the Sun Palace. Plavin could not do something as dangerous as crossing the border with his assassin guild members in such a situation. He could not reveal his weapons right now. But there should be no reason for me to be in danger, right? He had brought the vice guild leader of the Assassin Guild, as well as a high-grade expert swordsman, as guards. He shouldn't be in danger as long as a sword master did not appear. Tap, tap, tap. The tapping of the cup continued in rhythm. I need to first capture the crazy bastard who sent the invitation and take the determination of fire from them if they really do have it. He could not leave such a weakness out in the open. Tap, tap, tang, tap. He heard an unexpected noise. Tang. He turned his head and looked toward the window that was half covered by curtains. Plavin finally noticed the weird situation. Fog. The Caro Kingdom had a naturally dry climate, and it was not raining. The thick fog caught Plavin's attention. His palms were starting to get sweaty. The fog was red. That was not a normal fog. Screech. The room door opened. Guild leader Nim. It was the vice guild leader of the Assassin Guild. Go check it out. The assassin immediately headed toward the window at Plavin's command. Swordsmen quickly surrounded Plavin, who held an antidote in his hand, and took out a magic item imbued with shield magic. It was at that moment. Tang! He heard the sound of something banging on the window once more. The swordsmen clenched their swords, while the assassin held a dagger in one hand and quickly opened the curtains. Chhhhhhh, the curtain was opened, and there was nothing there. Plavin let out a groan. However, the assassin found an item on the empty terrace. It was not what had been causing the noise from banging against the window. He could not tell what had been banging against the window. All he saw was a small invitation. That invitation was quickly delivered to Plavin, who opened it only to find a short message. -3, it was a seat number for the VIP auction. Plavin glared at the assassin and his guard with anger. Just what the hell were you guys doing? The guards and assassin had done nothing while the fog had spread, and someone had infiltrated the house to leave this invitation behind. However, Plavin, who was about to get angry, could not help but become shocked at the high-grade expert's response. I apologize, Guild Leader Nim. I ran over as soon as I saw the fog, but I did not notice any presences. I was patrolling just as we discussed. They had discussed how to guard the guild leader prior to leaving for the Caro Kingdom. Plavin had verified it earlier as well. That was why he had thought that they would have been slacking off and was about to get angry. However, the truth was different. The assassin quietly responded as well. Guild Leader Nim. I did not feel any presences at all until now. All I saw and heard was the fog and that tang noise. Plavin finally realized the situation. It was an expert that the vice guild leader and a high-grade expert could not notice at all. That expert had left this invitation behind for him. Gulp. Plavin could not help but gulp. He had goosebumps all over his body as he continued to glare at the seat number listed on the invitation. He now had another reason to go to this seat on the first day of the VIP auction. That reason was fear. Young Master Nim, I am back. The masked Ran reported with his voice still disguised. Cal turned his gaze away from the residence. Let's go. The residence was quiet once the red fog disappeared. Cal hoped that the Sinton Guild leader would understand his situation while sitting in that silence. The next morning, Cal headed toward the golden tree with a newly purchased magic bag. This was naturally an empty magic bag to be filled with 30 billion counts. Chapter 189. A small goal 4. The top floor of the golden tree. This location that was the highest spot in Vegas City was as quiet as a theater waiting for a play to start, although there were some whispers down below. Click. The Sinton Guild leader Plavin opened the door to R-3. The auction house for the VIP auction had seats from 1-5. However, there were VIP sections as well. This was the symbol for the terrace, where you could see the auction platform, as well as the seats below. The auction house had a total of 8 terraces like this, and they were all labeled by the letter R. It was possible to see the entire platform. But most importantly, the terrace had a sound barrier and made it easier to hide your identity in comparison to the other seats. Plavin Sinton entered terrace number 3 while wearing a mask that was embedded with beautiful jewels. Screech. He opened the curtains covering the terrace. Plavin had to find a seat in R-3 at short notice. However, it was not difficult as the seat originally assigned to the Sinton Merchant Guild, which was one of the top 5 merchant guilds in the Empire, was within the 8 terraces. The number itself was not important. Guild leader Nim, shall I bring some tea? Plavin turned toward the voice. The participants inside the auction house could bring one servant with them. Knights and mages could not come with them. That was why Plavin had brought the Assassin Guild's vice guild leader as his servant. No need. Plavin did not even sit at the luxurious couch as he looked around the terrace. Is he on terrace 4? That bastard. Where could the crazy bastard with the determination of fire be located? That was the only thing Plavin was focused on right now. The 8 terraces were all paired up, however. There was a thick wall between the paired terraces in order to make it difficult to know who was on the other terraces. Plavin licked his lips with his tongue. Just how are we going to meet? He had no idea about how the person would approach him. He asked the assassin a question. The Flynn Merchant Guild is on terrace 4. Yes, sir. It is said to be Billows, who is second in line to succeed the leader. From Terrace 1 to Terrace 8, the Sinton Guild leader had used all of his information networks in order to figure out who was on each terrace. Is the Flynn Merchant Guild's successor the crazy bastard? Billows, the bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild's guild leader, was still young. But most importantly, he had never gone near the Empire's Vatican, nor had he had any contact with the Pope. It is possible that I just didn't know. It could be that he was looking down on the Flynn Merchant Guild. However, his instincts that had been honed through years of experience were telling him something. It was not the Flynn Merchant Guild. They were not at that level. He was close to certain that his intuition was correct. It was a more difficult existence to determine. That seemed to be the crazy bastard's identity. It will start soon. How about we sit down for now? Sure. Plavin realized that he had been overly anxious after hearing the assassin's comment. His face underneath the beautiful mask was extremely nervous. The Flynn Merchant Guild's successor apparently already entered Terrace 4. Plavin was the last to enter Terrace R. The staff of the Golden Tree Auction House had closed the entrance to the terrace as soon as he entered. Talented swordsmen were said to be guarding outside the door, but they're probably still weaker than that crazy bastard. Plavin hated the person blackmailing him, but still wanted to see who it was. Is this what it feels like to be dragged around? The merchant guild leader had changed his goal after last night. The original goal was to reveal the person and take the necklace away. However, it had now changed into making a deal. A mutually beneficial deal. This meeting would not be too bad if it was a mutually beneficial deal. Plavin made up his mind to put his know-how that he had gained after so many years to use. Of course, he had no idea that the phrase mutually beneficial deal was not in the other person's mind. Boom, he started to hear the sound of a drum beating. It is starting. Yes. Plavin sat up straight at the assassin's words and casually looked down at the platform. The auctioneer for the auction walked up to the beat of the drum. The auctioneer was also wearing a fancy mask as he spoke into the amplification magic device. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much for joining us in this New Year celebration VIP auction. Contrary to his respectful tone, the auctioneer's demeanor did not seem respectful at all. He increased the anticipation for the items that were about to come out with some brief descriptions. Our VIP auction is famous for bringing out one best item every day for the duration of the 3 days. The auctioneer shared the theme of this VIP auction. The theme of this auction is Beast People. Ah, of course, we do not put living beasts up for auction. We despise barbaric acts such as slavery. Haha, the assassin peeked toward Plavin. Plavin Sinkt was someone who had risen to his current position through that barbaric slave trade. However, the assassin ignored the auctioneer's words after seeing the guild leader's calm demeanor. Then we will start with the first item. The first item was brought up to the platform, and the audience applauded the start of the auction. Clap, clap, clap. Plavin did not clap, as he simply continued to look down at the platform. Clap, 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 tap. He heard a different noise amongst the applause. Plavin Sinton's body quickly stiffened up. The assassin quickly moved behind Plavin and clenched the dagger that was inside of his chest pocket. The small noise that they had just heard. That noise had come from the railing. It was as if someone had stepped onto the railing in order to enter the terrace. The starting bid is 100 million pounds. It was the moment he heard the auctioneer's excited voice. Screech. The curtains closed. Plavin could not take his eyes away from the curtain that closed by itself. Click. He also did not see any intruders, but the inner door to the terrace was locked by itself as well. Plavin clenched the shield magic device in his chest pocket. I don't think there will be a reason for you to activate your shield. He heard a voice even though he did not see anybody. Young. It was the voice of a young man. Plavin's hand that was clenching the magic device started to shake. The man did not care as he continued to speak. An assassin is your servant. Isn't that too vicious? Put away your dagger. Ha! Plavin could hear the nervous sigh of the assassin behind him, the merchant guild leader and the assassin. Both of them had the same thought in their heads right now. An expert. They were thinking that this invisible man was an expert. Clunk. The table in front of Plavin started to move. Plavin's eyes opened wide as he stared at the table. Why are you so shocked? A man suddenly appeared out of thin air. The white-haired man was sitting at the edge of the table with his arms crossed. The man's clear blue eyes underneath the white mask that was as white as his hair were looking at Plavin. Duck! He's at least a high-grade mage. The merchant guild leader started to get anxious after realizing the man had been using invisibility magic. However, the assassin was even more anxious. He is a mage and a warrior. This man had realized he was about to take his dagger out. That alone signaled that the man was involved in martial arts. He was at least a high-grade mage and a fighter. The assassin got a headache after thinking about the man's stealthiness and the red fog from the night before as well. However, the intruder in front of them, Cal, was just saying whatever Rayan was telling him in his mind. Human, aren't I great? Shield magic device, invisibility, and the dagger. Rayan had explained everything to Cal. What a useful dragon. Cal pushed aside his satisfaction at how Rayan learned to work without needing any directions as he smiled toward Plavin. The mask only covered the upper half of his face, making his smile completely visible. How did you get? Cal shook his head at the fact that Plavin's first words to him were useless nonsense. That was not important. Cal took a necklace out of his chest pocket. Clang. He hung the necklace on his index finger and started to shake it. Plavin's gaze was stuck on the determination of fire. He heard the white-haired man's voice at that moment. 30. That number brought Plavin back to his senses as he clenched onto the armrest and started to frown. Who the hell are you? How dare you do this to me? Ha! Cal let out a sigh. How boring. What? He had no intention to listen to such a boring response. That was why Cal just said what he needed to say. 30 billion pounds. Plavin, who was about to get angry, stopped moving. 30 billion pounds. He finally understood what Cal was saying. He immediately responded back in shock. What crazy nonsense. Then should I go to the Imperial Prince? The white-haired man responded back in an arrogant and annoyed voice. He was giving off an aura that made it difficult to even approach him. Plavin wanted to get angry, but the gaze of the man made it difficult for him to breathe. Cal was using a bit of the dominating aura as he spoke to Plavin and the assassin. Plavin sinked. Plavin could only stare at the man who was spinning the determination of fire as if it was a toy. This was because he had no idea what the man would say. The Empire and the Church of the Sun God, which has the longer history. It was an unexpected question. However, it was something anybody could easily answer. It was naturally the Church of the Sun God. The Church had been around longer than the Empire. This was because the Sun God had existed for much longer than the Empire. It was a simple question. Plavin's expression changed as well. The man in the white mask confidently continued to speak. There is a reason something lasts so long. The Church of the Sun God had survived much longer than the Empire. In fact, the roots of the Church of the Sun God had been around before the Empire had even set its foundation in the Western continent. Plavin recalled the many religions and kingdoms that had disappeared throughout history. He had included the Church of the Sun God in that list not too long ago. That was why he took the side of the Empire and had planned on retrieving the determination of fire in order to end all of his relations to the Church of the Sun God. However, he had an odd thought after seeing the person in front of him. The man sounded certain. Why does it sound like he is saying the Church of the Sun God is not done? He is speaking as if it will last much longer than the Empire. A different expression, other than anger and anxiety, filled his face. It was the gaze of a merchant who was curious about this potential opportunity. Plavin sinked. They say that you are known for your political abilities. This was indeed the case. Plavin internally agreed with the man. He was really good with politics. Then you should know about it. You should know what the bad news from the Empire means. A different emotion moved past Plavin's face. Cal held back his sigh after seeing Plavin's expression. Plavin was probably thinking about the Sun Palace's partial destruction and the assassination attempt on the Vice Tower Master. That was exactly what Plavin was thinking about. The Empire had hidden the details of the two incidents, however. The fact that the culprits were a royal servant, a royal maid, and a knight had still spread quite far. Perhaps, was the culprit somehow involved with the Church of the Sun God? Was it possible that the Church of the Sun God had infiltrated the palace and installed spies? It was the moment he had that thought. He had another question on his mind. Why did they aim for the Vice Tower Master? Is it somehow possible that they know about the slave trade? Do they also know about my actions? Plavin's pupils were slightly shaking. That merchant's eyes are shaking. Cal put on his most gentle smile after getting the signal from Rayan. Singt and Merchant Guild's guild leader, think hard about it. Plavin started to do as he was told. Just who could this person be? The man he had originally called, the crazy bastard, had become an entirely new person. Plavin had not realized the change that had occurred in his mind. He heard a happy and laughter-like voice at that moment. Who do you think I am? The man in the white mask was telling him to think hard about who he could be. However, Plavin could not figure it out. White hair. It made him think about the Perun Kingdom, but the Perun Kingdom had nothing to do with the Church of the Sun God. Fortunately, Plavin realized something at the man's next words. Think about why I came to find you. Why did this person come to find me? He didn't seem like the type to threaten him with just this necklace. This man had the aura of somebody who was looking to do something bigger. Think about whether the amount I called out is just for the value of this necklace. Think long and hard. 30 billion pounds. His mind suddenly flashed with a revelation. Plavin realized what the 30 billion pounds were for. It was the money required to re-establish a connection with the Church of the Sun God. That was what the money was for. Was it going to be the Empire or the Church of the Sun God, or would it be both? No. The Singt Merchant Guild's future is on the line as well. If this man and the people working for this man spread the information about the slaves to the other kingdoms, and if he immediately spread it to the Caro kingdom, there were many captured people in the empire. Would Plavin be able to cover it up? Risk and reward. Everything seemed to be crashing toward him at once like multiple waves. It was at that moment. What are you contemplating so hard? Just follow your methods. It was the voice of someone looking down at him. Cal shared another truth with Plavin. The strong are those who manage to survive. Plavin's cloudy mind immediately cleared up. Clack. Plavin could see the magic bag on the table. At the same time, the man slowly became invisible. Screech. The curtains were drawn, and he could not hear anything else. Plavin sat back on the chair and contemplated for a while. After contemplating for a long time, he grabbed the magic bag on the table. Here is our fifth item. Click. Plavin Singt left the terrace while ignoring the auctioneer's comments. At that moment, Billows, who was in Terrace 4, started to speak even though he did not see anyone other than Ron. Tap, tap. He immediately started to speak after feeling someone tap his shoulder. The priest is on Terrace 1. Cal started to smile. Cal was planning on having a private auction on the last day, the knight's exaltation. Cal did not decide on the price for that one. I'll take as much as he gives me. The person with a sense of urgency would take care of that on his own. Chapter 190, A Small Goal, 5, second day of the VIP auction. Billows couldn't help but wonder what he was doing right now. Are you resting today, young Masternim? Yes, slurp. Ah, I got some on me. Cal wiped away the sauce near his mouth. He then thought about how he always ate a chicken skewer no matter where he went as he stood in front of a toy store. Mayo, yes, yes. Let's start with the toy store. They were currently in the southern part of Vegas City, which was the area that was the most densely packed with shops. Many tourists went through this street daily. Billows peeked toward Vice Captain Hilsman, who was standing behind Cal with an empty magic bag. That person is not the type to do that. Vice Captain Hilsman. The Hilsman that Billows knew was an uptight and authoritative person who was aiming for the captain position. Such a person was standing with an empty bag for gifts and souvenirs for the cat children. Billows could not believe it. Hilsman and Billows made eye contact. Billows could see a faint smile on Hilsman's face. Why did that smile make Billows think of the sorrow of a worker with a peculiar superior? Cal did not know about his two subordinates' sorrows as he grabbed the handle of the door to the toy store, the first store they were going to enter in this southern street. It was the second day of the VIP auction. He didn't have anything special to do today. The magic bag he handed to the Singt Merchant Guild's guild leader had a note about what he needed to do, so Cal did not need to worry about that anymore. Mary and Tasha should be making their moves behind the Merchant Guild leader as well. But he didn't want to be at an auction with the theme of beast people. If it was not living beast people, what else could they be auctioning off? Humans are the cruelest of all of the races. There were weapons and items that once belonged to famous beast people. However, the majority of the auctioned items were the remains of beautiful or unique beast people. For example, a white lion's pure white hide, accessories made of a whale's beautiful blue hair, and other things like that. He couldn't take his beast children into an auction like that. Cal started to frown as he pulled open the door. It was at that moment. Clack! A kitten paw slapped the back of Cal's hand. It hurt a bit. Me-yo, it was on. Why is she acting like this? Or never acted like this? The fact that it was on and not hung made Cal look at her in confusion. He noticed that On's gaze looked weird. He felt as if she was thinking he was pathetic and looking at him with pity. Cal felt weird receiving such a gaze from a 12-year-old. He quickly turned his eyes toward Hung instead. Hung just seemed to be happy as he was twitching his ears and looking around the toy store. Cal heard Rayan's voice at that moment. "Human, what are you doing? Hurry up and buy whatever it is you want to buy." Cal flinched. "Whatever it is I want to buy." Something seemed off. Cal was thinking about buying toys for the children averaging 9 years old, but for some reason, it felt as if Rayan was thinking he was going here for something he wanted. The strength in the hand holding the door handle quickly disappeared. Human, don't you want to buy toys? Hurry up and go in. It'll be out here people watching. Just make it fast. This is weird." Cal looked back toward On. On's paw was pointing somewhere. Cal had no choice but to look at what she was pointing at. As I expected. These children really were as vicious as he expected. He could see an alley with a weapons store and a magic device store. Cal reflected on his mistake. He had been wrong. At the same time, he thought about the group of people around him. Including his sister Lily, who turned 9 this year, the children around him all preferred weapons over toys. This was the case for the tigers and wolf children as well. Damn it! A fantasy world truly was amazing. Cal turned away from the door. "Young Master Nim." Billows called out to Cal, who suddenly changed directions, but Cal headed toward the alley without responding back. Hilsman followed behind Cal with a slightly more relaxed expression. However, Billows could not help but turn pale after entering the weapons store. His gaze moved while following Cal's finger. This, that. Cal casually pointed to many different types of swords. He was just pointing out the ones Rayan had told him to pick. Excuse me." The weapons store owner blanked out after hearing Cal's quick selection. Some of the weapons Cal had pointed out included a highest-grade dagger and a greatsword imbued with fire magic. He had accurately pointed out all of the good items in the shop. Cal frowned after seeing the owner's blank expression, so he pointed to the weapons in an easier way. From there to here, "Excuse me, give me all of them." "Ho," the owner gasped. One of his first customers today was a noble. The owner peeked toward Cal before quickly gathering up the weapons and heading to the counter after seeing Cal motioning for him to hurry up and calculate the price. Billows just quietly watched all of this. What he did not know was that this was just the beginning. Human, I want to go to the magic item store. Damn it." Cal did not let his emotions show as he headed to the magic item store next. The owner of the weapon store felt as if there was a golden aura surrounding Cal. However, the only thing on Cal's mind was Rayan's voice. Mary and Rosalind would like that magic device. How disappointing. Damn it. Cal quickly realized what these children averaging 9 years old had seen as they grew up. They had only seen expensive items for the past 2 years. He had been trying to teach them about controlling their finances with their allowances. Cal stood in front of the magic item Rayan had pointed out. "Human, 5 gold coins is expensive. You don't need to buy it for me. Buy me something cheap." "Ha!" Cal started to frown after hearing Rayan's comment. He then pointed to the magic item that Rayan had pointed out. "Please give me that one." "Human, you can buy a mountain of apple pies with 5 gold coins. I'm okay without it." Rayan tried to stop him in a serious voice. "Me-yo." On and Hung also patted on his arm in an attempt to get him to stop. However, Cal did not stop and only added on. Please give me 3 of them." Rayan started to shout in shock. "Human, why are you buying 3 of them? Is it for Rosalind and Mary? Your problem is that you are too nice. You value friendship too much too. This is why I have to be by your side in order to supervise you." Cal frowned even more after hearing the 6-year-old's concern. Billows was watching him in shock before smiling after hearing Hilsman whisper in his ear. Doesn't he seem to be angry? Ah, yes, he does. He always makes that face when he's doing something for others, but he still pays a lot of attention in order to make sure everyone else is taken care of properly. It is really easy to tell what his true feelings are. Billows understood why Hilsman was playing the role of a mule without complaining. Billows's gaze toward Cal warmed up a bit as well, but Rayan was worried about Cal. Human, are you okay? How wasteful. I don't need that many toys. Magic devices were toys to Rayan. Cal snorted at that fact before mumbling to himself. It's not very wasteful at all. He didn't feel upset about using all of this money. It wasn't much compared his wealth. It was fine that he was spending what Rayan would consider enough money to fit in his paws. He was just getting a headache while thinking about how many baggages that he needed to take care of were around him now. Rayan became quiet. On and Hung, who were both patting his arms, calmed down as well. Cal assumed that they were quiet because he bought them everything that they wanted and nodded in satisfaction. He could do what he came to do now that this other issue was out of the way. Billows, where is a store selling armor? Armor, yes. And martial arts uniforms too. Martial arts uniforms, yes. These were for the wolves and the tigers. Cal leisurely swept through the stores. It really is nice spending money without thinking. He felt refreshed after using money for the first time in a while. Cal bought some apple pies to finish his shopping spree before turning toward the others. Let's go back. Cal slowly returned to the inn with the rest of the group quietly following behind him. Everyone in the group had the same thought in their minds as they looked toward Cal. The only thing he had bought for himself was the chicken skewer. That fact was engraved in their minds. On the other hand, this was the thought in Cal's mind right now. Now that I used some money, it is time to rip someone off for a lot more. That mindset did not change on the last day of the auction. Terrace R, number 4. Billows cautiously asked Cal, who was sitting on the couch with the curtains closed. Young Master Nim, will the bishop really come to Terrace 1? The priest of the Sun Guard had been guarding Terrace 1 for the past 2 days. Billows had heard that the priest had entered Terrace 1 today. However, Cal was supposed to meet with the bishop and not the priest today. Billows could see that Cal did not seem to be worried at all. Cal took a sip of wine before starting to speak. The biggest donor to Vegas City's Church of the Sun God is the Golden Tree. Their relationship is probably tighter than we expected. Cal didn't think that it would be difficult for the bishop to stealthily enter Terrace 1. Although it looked like Billows had some connections with the Golden Tree staff, there would be a limit to the information that a staff member would be privy to have available. But young Master Nim, do you really have the Knight's exaltation? What is it? You can't believe it. Billows awkwardly nodded his head at Cal's mischievous gaze. The Knight's exaltation. That jewel held quite the significance to the Caro Kingdom and the Church of the Sun God, the Land of Death. This location, which was also known as the Desert of Death, was one of the 5 forbidden regions. It was also the location of the battle against the last necromancer and his army of corpses in the past. At the same time, the sand looked as red as blood during the day and as dark as night during the night. There was a jewel embedded in the heart of the last necromancer. That black jewel was the Knight's exaltation. This meant that the Knight's exaltation was a great joy and an honor for the Caro Kingdom, as well as one of the proudest moments for the Church of the Sun God. Cal naturally had merry look at the jewel when he arrived in the Caro Kingdom. Do you feel anything? Am I supposed to feel something? I do not feel anything. There was nothing in the jewel that was beneficial to a necromancer. In that case, Cal had no reason not to sell it. What good would it be to have such a beautiful paperweight? Cal took the jewel out of his chest pocket. Billows let out a moan. He had researched the Knight's exaltation ever since it was first mentioned by Cal. It was supposedly stored in the Caro Kingdom's Temple of the Sun God and put on display for a week every year. Does that mean that the jewel on display was fake all this time? I'll be heading out now. Human, I am going with you. Cal's body slowly turned invisible. Billows bowed toward him and responded back, I await your return. Screech. The curtains were opened, and Cal headed toward Terrace 1, which also had their curtains opened. At that moment, the auctioneer got started by talking about the items on auction today. Today will also end with a very interesting item. It was very difficult for us to acquire this item. It is probably the most precious item in this auction. The auctioneer seemed more confident than ever. I will give you a hint. The Wolf King. Hmm. Cal, who was flying toward Terrace 1 with flight magic, suddenly stopped. His gaze headed toward the auctioneer. The auctioneer, wearing the fancy mask, stealthily whispered to the crowd. However, the amplification magic made it possible for everyone to hear. They are the remains of the final Wolf King. Oh, how interesting. Cal let out a gasp of admiration. He chuckled as he entered Terrace 1. He could see the priest inside. Screech. Cal quickly closed the curtains behind him before removing the invisibility spell and heading toward the servant of the priest. The priest gulped in shock and covered his shaking hands with his sleeves after seeing Cal suddenly appear. However, Cal did not pay any attention to him. He recalled what Saint Jack had told him. Cal had asked Jack about the bishop before he left for the Perron kingdom. The bishop is a coward. However, he is very greedy. Jack had also described the bishop's appearance as well. The servant wearing shabby clothes glared at Cal's mask. Cal looked back at him before respectfully greeting him. Nice to meet you, Bishop Nim. He was genuinely happy to meet this person that he would receive a lot of money from before putting to work. Chapter 191. A small goal, 6. The bishop remained silent. All he did was look at Cal up and down repeatedly. They could hear the auctioneer's voice from beyond the curtain. The first item is a fountain pen with a beautiful feather. The feather is, as expected, the remains of a beautiful beast person. The voice was loud enough to break the silence in Terrace 1. How much do you want? A dry voice echoed inside the terrace. The servant almost arrogantly started to discuss the deal. It basically revealed that he was actually the bishop. He asked his question and did not say anything else. Who are you? Or do you really have the item? Those kinds of questions were not important at all. For the bishop, who had experienced all sorts of things throughout his life, the only thing that mattered was the single line in Cal's invitation. Do you wish to gain a divine item? The sentence written underneath that gave credibility to the reason for the invitation. I am in possession of the knight's exaltation that the Pope had hidden away. Buy it from me. The bishop knew that the dead Pope was a greedy man. That was the reason he had given the knight's exaltation as an offering. He also knew that the Pope had a secret area where he kept all of these treasures. Wasn't it possible that a divine item would be in such a location? The bishop wanted to become the Pope. He was just waiting for the right opportunity to seize the position. He continued to observe the man in the white mask in front of him. The masked man had yet to answer his question about how much he wanted for the item. The masked man's uncovered mouth slowly started to open. They say that the knight's exaltation shines even brighter when it comes into contact with dead mana. This is different than how normal items react when they come into contact with dead mana. The bishop sighed and responded back to the masked man who was spewing nonsense. What is it? You want to take your knight's exaltation and experiment with the fake one in the temple? The bishop could hear the masked man scoff at him. Cal shook his head while looking at the bishop. Old man, what a terrible personality you have. This is normal as you get older. The priest in front of them flinched, however. He did not turn to look behind him. The priest quietly stood there and pretended to not be aware of the bishop in servant's clothes and the intruder. How much do you want? The bishop asked for the price once again. The knight's exultation appeared in front of his eyes at that moment. I guess you don't suspect that I'm a spy from the Empire. The bishop bluntly responded back to the masked man's question. Spy or not, the fact that you are a merchant trying to sell me an item does not change. This dude is quite smart. This was indeed the case. Whether he was a spy from the Empire or not, the bishop cared more about the chance to recover the knight's exaltation and purchase a divine item. Cal liked this bishop quite a bit. However, he did not fix the error in the bishop's statement. Merchant. Cal was not a merchant. In fact, he was a hunter. He was planning on throwing out the baits one by one in order to draw in the prey in front of him into a trap. The first bait was the divine item. The bishop would definitely purchase the knight's exaltation in order to get his hands on a divine item. He needed a way to remain connected to Cal. Cal opened his mouth to speak. How much? What? Ho! The bishop laughed in disbelief. The punk in front of him was telling him to initiate a starting price. However, the bishop actually liked this. Why? It was because this merchant knew who held the upper hand. The masked man knew he was in control of this discussion. That was why he was trying to pressure the bishop. The bishop liked intelligent people like this. It made it easier to handle them. The rational people were the ones who understood their gains the best. 5. The bishop called out 5 billion to start. It was a reasonable price for the knight's exaltation. This had been the cost when it was originally found. If you consider how long ago it was discovered, it was an astronomical price. However, Cal was stern. How much? The bishop immediately shot back. 6. The two of them were in a race in this negotiation. The auction started behind them as well. The negotiation remained calm. How much? 7. They could hear the auctioneer's voice coming from beyond the terrace. All right, we have 300 million pounds. Any other bids? Ah, an extra 10 pounds. Cal asked again at the same time. How much? The priest seemed to be getting anxious because of the two words Cal were repeating over and over. He seemed to be flinching every time it was asked. 8. The priest gasped at the bishop's response. Both the bishop and the intruder were making it hard for him to breathe. How much? The bishop could tell that the man in front of him was getting bored. 10 billion pounds. The price had reached the 10 billion level. Although the price was double the original selling price, the bishop could tell something after looking into the masked man's eyes. This still is not enough. The bishop started to speak before Cal could open his mouth once again. 15. He was now putting the value of the knight's exaltation as the price for the divine item and the pope position. He then added on. However, it is impossible to give you anything more than 10 billion today. How much? Ho! The bishop could not help but gasp. He started to glare at the masked man. Is that the only thing you know how to say? You're supposed to respect your elders, you little punk. Although the words sounded as if the bishop was scolding him, the tone was gentle. In fact, it even sounded a bit affectionate, but Cal was not one to be tricked by such an act. Cal was tired of speaking and just asked with his gaze. How much? The bishop lifted his hands up as if he admitted defeat and responded back. 20, gasp. They could hear the priest gasping in front of them. He seemed to be shocked at the price. That's the max. The bishop shook his head with a tired expression. He was trying to tell Cal that he was telling the truth. However, there was something Cal had learned during his time as Kim Rok-soo. Hit the corrupted people one extra time. His team leader that had taught him everything about working had given him that advice right before he passed on the team leader position to him. That was very sound advice. How much? You son of a beach. The bishop now started to swear. Cal did not care as he had heard all sorts of swearing directed at him when he was Kim Rok-soo. The corrupt ones always resorted to swearing when they were in a pinch. The bishop closed his eyes and started to speak. 22, 23. You bastard. The knight's exaltation was settled for 23 billion pounds. The bishop rubbed his tired face. However, Cal recalled something else his team leader had said during Cal's time as Kim Rok-soo. If they are corrupt and they have a lot of money, try hitting them once more to see what happens. However, Cal did not plan to do so with the bishop. But if you can use them later, make sure to give them some room to breathe. Since he was planning on using the bishop, there was no reason to rip him off completely and destroy this relationship. Cal was thinking about the future as he observed the bishop calling the priest over. The priest finally turned around and handed over a small money pouch. Here, 10 billion pounds. The bishop then threw the pouch to Cal. You are prepared as I expected, Bishop Nim. Cal respectfully responded as if he had not been talking casually this whole time while the bishop clicked his tongue. Cal then added one more comment. I will see you once more in the future. That made the bishop start to smile. He heard it as Cal saying that he would come to see him again with the divine item. Cal took a piece of paper out of his pocket and put it on top of the table. The location to send the remaining 13 billion pounds was written on it. Screech. The curtain opened once again. Cal disappeared out of the terrace with the money pouch in his hand. The priest, who had been pretending to be anxious this whole time, calmly stood up. The calm expression looked as cold as the bishop's face. Actually, it was even colder than the bishop's face. Go investigate that white-haired man. Yes, Bishop Nim. The bishop, who had been pretending to be a servant, bowed his head toward the priest. Click, click. A magic device in the servant's chest pocket was activated, and the servant's face changed to that of a 40-year-old man. This scarred face looked as if it belonged to an assassin. The bishop sat back down on the chair and leaned back. He then received the magic device from the servant. Click. His face instantly changed to that of the bishop. He brushed his face and started to speak. It is annoying to touch this old face. The bishop's voice had turned into that of an old man as well. It's also hard to pretend to be old. But it seems like he doesn't know that I killed the former bishop, right? Yes, sir, he does not seem to know. Start the investigation in the Perun kingdom since he has white hair. Yes, sir. The bishop touched the magic device once again. Cal had to deal with Rayan's questions as he flew back into Terrace 4. Human, why did you pretend not to know that he used a magic device to disguise himself? That kind of magic device is hard to acquire. It is precious. Cal started to smile. Young Masternim, welcome back. Billows smiled and quickly closed the curtains after saw Cal took off his mask. Did it get resolved properly? Yes. Cal nodded his head. Human, why did you pretend not to know? I am curious. And the bishop pretended to be scared, but his pupils did not shake at all, just like you said. Cal ignored Rayan's comments as he recalled what Saint Jack had told him. He had explained the bishop's appearance, the bishop's true appearance. The Caro Kingdom's bishop is a skinny woman in her 30s with a sharp gaze. That is her true appearance. Cal started to chuckle. It really is scary. A fantasy world really was scary. It was at that moment. Cal suddenly felt chills going down his back. Young Masternim. It was Ron, who was handing him some lemonade. Cal felt the chills on his back as he looked into Ran's eyes. He heard Rayon's voice at that moment. By the way, human, are you done with the busy errands? Basically. Rayan continued to speak once Cal nodded his head. Human, I've been ignoring the Crown Prince's calls since you told me to do so. Cal felt that something was off. He really did ignore it. Cal didn't expect Rayan to really ignore the calls. He had no idea about how seriously Rayan remembered everything he said. That was the reason for it. Cal felt as if the room was still getting colder. However, Rayan seemed oblivious to it as he happily continued to speak. He's been calling you ever since you started chatting with the bishop. This is the 10th call. What? That Crown Prince, Albaru, called 10 times. He left you a voicemail. He'll let you hear it. Cal tightly clenched on the cup of lemonade. The Crown Prince's voice echoed in his mind. The Northern Alliance is starting to move. What? Cal thought that he might not have heard correctly. The Perun Kingdom is making their move. It is only February. The ocean hasn't even melted yet. Why, son of a beach? Cal chugged the lemonade in one gulp. The sour taste made him start to frown. Young Masternim. Billows looked toward him in shock. Cal chucked the money pouch he received from the bishop toward Billows. The confused Billows caught the money pouch. Cal then gave him an order. Make sure to buy the Wolf King's remains. Excuse me. There's 10 billion in there, so make it happen. Excuse me. 10 billion. Cal, who put Billows in this state of shock, continued to speak. I am leaving first with Ran. Ran, lead the way. Cal made Ran, who came as Bilos' servant, take the lead before turning invisible in order to leave the terrace and head for the inn. Human, there is another voicemail. Rayan spoke to Cal, who was quickly walking. Why don't you pick up? He seems to have something to discuss with you. Cal started to frown again. Why does the Crown Prince need to talk to a trash like me? His back was cold, his mouth had a sour taste, and unexpected things were happening. This is driving me nuts. He couldn't help but be annoyed. Chapter 192, Destroying It. 1. Albaru Crossman. The man on the other side of the call did not look to be doing well. The man who used to look majestic and spotless was currently leaning back on his chair with his hair in a mess. My heart is hurting seeing you like this, Your Highness. Bullshit. The Crown Prince was about to say something else before he saw that Cal didn't look too good either and chose not to say it. Instead, Albaru got down to business. We saw the Perun Kingdom's knights going into Norland. Perun, Norland, and Askasen. These were the names of the 3 kingdoms in the Northern Alliance. Of the 3, Norland was the kingdom to the north of the Forest of Darkness. They would be bordering the Roan Kingdom if the Forest of Darkness did not exist. The informant destroyed the video communication device after delivering that information. The informant sent to Norland was one of the Crown Prince's dark elves. The fact that his elemental has not returned seems to mean he is still alive. He will return alive. Albaru smiled at Cal's response before returning to the topic at hand. I am currently working with the Breck Kingdom in order to see if some of the Perun Knights went over to Askasen as well. Askasen was the closest kingdom to the Breck Kingdom, with a gorge of death between them. It seems likely that the Perun Knights went to Askasen as well. Indeed, the informant's message indicated that there were tens of knights. The Perun Kingdom was the northern kingdom of knights. However, even a kingdom with a lot of knights would not normally send tens of knights to another kingdom. Something is weird. That was why Alberu found it to be odd. It is still too early to cross through the ocean. What could they be thinking? There was a reason that the Rhone kingdom and the Breck kingdom had prepared for the attack in spring. Although Askasen and Norland were at the bottom tip of the north, they were still further north than the Rhone kingdom in the northeast. Their shores were still likely to be frozen. This was especially the case because it was currently early February, one of the coldest times of the year. If the knights are moving, the soldiers will soon move as well. The Rhone kingdom might have thought that they were just doing some training drills if they did not know about the Northern Alliance's goal. It is too early to cross across the ocean. The ice in a portion of the water will melt by mid-February, but that is a waste. They'll need to use a lot of manual labor in order to clear it. So why move now? Does the Northern Alliance want to start that war that quickly? Alberu bit down on his lips. The Northern Alliance's decision was surprising. Sending tens of knights to both kingdoms was easy for the other kingdoms to notice. The fact that they still chose to do it so openly meant that there was something they were confident about. He then thought about the Rhone kingdom's northeast shores, the construction of the naval base. This information had already spread throughout the continent. They kept it under wraps for as long as possible, however. Something like that was difficult to contain indefinitely. However, the majority of the people believed that the naval base was in its initial stages. They would be wrong. They had completed tens of ships and had been preparing for war by having mages keeping them hidden with magic. All of that is thanks to this punk too. Alberu looked toward Cal. Cal's subordinate, the mixed-blooded dwarf rat. Although he had returned to the Henitus territory now, he had stayed at the Ubar shores for a while in order to look over their blueprints. Thanks to that, they were able to start building the ships earlier than expected, but their plans that were aiming for springtime had to change. Their informant was discovered as well. What did I miss? One thing. He realized that there was an unknown factor that he had missed. He couldn't resolve the thoughts in his head without knowing this crucial factor. Alberu loosened the tightly tied tie on his neck. Cal, can you figure it out? Alberu asked in a frustrated voice. Cal was the only one he could show this frustration to, and he had called Cal while thinking that Cal's usually calm demeanor would help calm him down. However, he let out a laugh of pity. No, how could you know? Wyvern. Alberu stopped laughing. Cal could see Alberu almost staring at him with a piercing gaze through the screen. The Wyvern Knights Brigade has been revived. Alberus' eyes opened wide. The guardian knight of the Perun Kingdom's legend and the Wyvern Knights Brigade that he led. Alberu felt his mind clearing up. It's the sky. They were not using ships. No, there would be ships. However, they would come via the sky first, and then via ships later. But what can we do about the sky? Alberus' concerned gaze headed toward Cal. When did you find out? Do you know about the fire in the Perun Kingdom's lake? Was it you? Yes, sir. That was when I found out. I forgot to report it. You son of a ha! Cal casually shrugged his shoulders. That action made Alberu, who had been sighing, realize something. Cal seemed too calm. Our intelligent young master Cal. They will be flying over the forest of darkness if they come through the sky. Will the Henitus territory be okay? Alberu could see the corners of Cal's lips twitching. Cal had waited a long time for this. He had been flustered at first because it was different than what he had read in the novel. However, this was a completely different world compared to the novel already. That was why he had prepared, and prepared again for the upcoming days. There was no reason to wait any longer. Your Highness, yes, please prepare an order to give me command of the Northeast region's military. Ha! Alberu let out a laugh. Cal was asking for such a big thing in such a casual way. Yes, it should be like this. This is the Cal Henitus I know. Cal continued to share his requests with Alberu. Please also prepare a knight's brigade and one of your mage brigades as well. Cal started to smile, and then just wait. Alberu brushed his hand across his eyes. This crazy bastard. Just wait. So he's going to defend it on his own. He smiled as he asked Cal a question. Just what the hell have you been up to? Cal just shrugged his shoulders. You cheeky bastard. Contrary to his choice of words, Crown Prince Alberu was smiling brightly. He brushed his messy hair as if he was combing it. At the same time, he also realized what he needed to do. So there was a reason you called the necromancer back to you. Do whatever you need to do. I'll take care of the rest. Just gain power, your highness. Don't worry, it is all in my hands once the war begins. Albaru, who seemed to finally be back to his usual self, started planning on a way to push forward the plan he had with a clear mind. Albaru was deep in thought and missed Cal suddenly flinching. Rayan's voice echoed in his head. They want to destroy our house while riding on some stupid wyverns. Really? Cal got the chills after listening to this extremely serious voice. He did his best to ignore the ramblings of this 6-year-old dragon. Anyway, I will do what I have to do, so you take care of your side. Click. He hung up without any notification. Cal leaned back on the couch and looked toward the video communication device. He had a lot of things to do again. Cal immediately headed back home the next day with the Wolf King's remains. Father. Yes. The father-son duo, who had not seen each other in a while, did not seem to be happy. Count Deruth drank some warm tea in order to calm himself. He had already heard the information from Cal through a call. The Perun Knights went to Norland. Yes, sir. And you think they are going to invade on wyverns? Yes, sir. Thale also entered the Breck Kingdom and our northwest side via Askassen. Correct, Tap. He placed the teacup on the table. Count Deruth then looked toward the territory's flag in the office. He could see the golden turtle, the Henitus family crest. He then said one word to his son. All right, that was enough. The Henitus family was originally a martial arts family, and the Rhone Kingdom's northeast region's wall anyway. Deruth was not a warrior, but he knew how to handle a sword and had not forgotten the way of martial arts. Why else would he work so hard to create a knight's brigade in a remote territory like this one? The Golden Turtle. You needed to be thoroughly prepared in order to live a long and peaceful life. He looked toward his son, who had his mother's red hair, the only one with red hair in the household. The affairs of the territory are my business, and helping my son is my business as well. He recalled the things Cal asked for in their call. Deruth reached his hand out to his son. Let's give it a try. His son had said this to him some time in the past. Father, let's give it a try. His father had not forgotten about it. He had focused on building up the number of the territory's soldiers ever since late last fall, and he had filled up the warehouses with food as well. He also made sure that the castle walls, as well as all of the territory's lands, were well equipped and ready to defend. Cal grabbed Count Deruth's hand. Stealthily, please. Father. Cal could hear Deruth's response through that firm squeeze his father gave his hand. That was enough. There was nothing else he needed to tell Count Deruth right now. That was why Cal immediately headed out of the castle and toward the forest of darkness. He stood where the black swamp used to be and looked down at the dry ground. It has been a while since I've been here. This is great. I missed it so much. The black robe-wearing necromancer Mary started to speak while standing next to Cal. The mechanical voice had the slightest bit of joy in it. Is that so, Mary? I like seeing this place with you and the weak human as well. Our front yard truly is the best. The black dragon next to Mary responded back to her. Both the black dragon and the black robe continued to peek toward Cal. The movement of the Perun Kingdom's knights. Cal had not said much since he had heard that information. Rayan thought about that as he started to scrunch his nose. Rayan started to speak. Human, do not worry. Nobody will get her Calnim. However, someone cut Rayan off. Choi Han, the tiger shaman Gashan, and the wolf boy Lark were all heading toward the black swamp. Cal had called them over. They all had grim expressions on their faces after hearing what was about to happen. Of course, Gashan had a bit of anticipation as well. The three of them headed toward Cal, who did not even turn around as he continued to look down at the black swamp. Cal seemed to have no intention in turning around. Young Master Gashan called out to Cal. Cal finally turned around. The confident Choi Han, the belligerent tiger Gashan, and the hesitant wolf Lark. Choi Han Gashan. Yes, Calnim, please speak, young Master Nim. Cal's gaze headed toward the west. We are going to the Gorge of Death. Get ready. Cal then turned toward Lark. Lark flinched the moment their eyes met, however. He had a more confident gaze than before. He looked nervous to move with Cal for the first time in a while. Cal could see that Lark had gotten stronger after training with Choi Han. However, it was still not enough. The wolf tribe considered the pack and their family as important. However, wolves only grew when they were alone. Loss and loneliness. They needed these emotions they could only feel when they were alone. They needed these emotions in order to realize one other emotion. This other emotion was essential for the wolves. Cal recalled the item in his pocket, the Wolf King's remains. It was a diary. But this diary was written in blood. Cal started to speak to Lark, who was nervously waiting for his orders. Lark, you are going as well. Get ready. Yes, yes, sir. The Wolf King needed to spread his name around the world once again. Mary, yes, sir. The black robe fluttered and headed toward Cal. However, her gaze headed toward the black swamp after hearing a noise. Boom, something appeared from the spatial pocket bag in Cal's hand. Rayan had customized this spatial pocket bag for Cal. Lark flinched and took a step back. His eyes were focused on the center of the black swamp. The shaman Gashan let out a gasp and started to mutter in disbelief. It's a dragon. A dragon corpse, a set of white bones, appeared in the center of the dry swamp. The large, ancient dragon was giving off a lot of pressure, even though it was just a set of bones. This was the dragon corpse that Cal had seen when he found the dominating aura 2 years ago. Ah, Mary let out a gasp. Her gaze turned back toward Cal. Cal was looking at her as well. He started to speak. Control it. He gave the necromancer Mary an order. The black robe answered with confidence after a few seconds of silence. I can do it, no, I will do it. Good. Mary clenched her fists after seeing Cal responding as if her response was expected. Cal looked up at the sky. The dragon would eat up the wyverns and dominate the eastern sky. Chapter 193, Destroying It. 2. Cal opened his eyes. He could see the teleportation magic circle under his feet. Swoosh, he could also hear the sound of the cold wind. The gorge of death was extremely windy. However, Cal ignored the noise of the wind and looked toward the person who was here to greet him. It has been a long time, Your Highness. Rosalind's youngest sibling and the Brett Kingdom's fourth prince, Pen, awkwardly started to speak after seeing Cal's respectful greeting. Ahem, hem. Yes, long time no see. His gaze headed toward Cal's chest. It was a cookie. Cal was holding a cookie. That made Pen recall the drenching he received when he went to the Hennetus territory to see his sister Rosalind in the past. During that incident, he had heard the crunching sound of Cal eating a cookie as if it was background music. Youngest brother, do it properly. Otherwise, you will lose your life on the battlefield. Pen recalled Rosalind's advice and started to shiver. It made him feel very cold. He awkwardly smiled back at Cal, who was gently smiling at him. Rayan started to speak in Cal's mind at that moment. It's a fiery thunderbolt instead of water for that crybaby if he whines again. I am practicing the fiery thunderbolt right now. Cal naturally ignored Rayan as he looked around Prince Pen. There were 5 or 6 tents behind fourth Prince Pen. Swoosh! The sound of the wind could be heard again. It was blowing toward them from the gorge of death. This gorge was known to have never-ending wind. The strong winds made by nature made the sides of the deep and tall valley into a resting place of death. February. The winter winds were strong and even carried over the snow tonight, making it hard to see. Cal heard another voice as he looked around at the white snow fluttering through the darkness. Are you Cal Hennetus from the Hennetus territory? Cal's gaze headed to the person next to Prince Pen. This was the Brett Kingdom's royal mage's #1 disciple. The name of this person, whom people considered to be the future royal mage, was Count Ekros. Human, why is that stupid-looking guy checking you out? Right. Cal gently responded in a noble-like manner to Count Ekros, who was looking at him. That is correct. I am Cal Hennetus, Count Ekrosnim. Ahem, you know of me, but you did not greet me first. I apologize. I was amazed, as this is my first time visiting the Gorge of Death. Prince Pen felt odd. Why is that person acting like this? Cal Hennetus was acting respectfully for some reason. Pen looked toward Count Ekros and gave him a signal with his eyes. Count, stop it. Unfortunately, Ekros could not read Pen's signal. He looked toward Cal judgmentally. A 20-year-old. He did not like that the Roan Kingdom sent a 20-year-old punk as their representative. He also did not like how he was pretending to be a hero with ancient powers that only required luck to acquire instead of something like magic, which required effort in order to develop. A typical punk who relies on his connections to make himself look good. The thing the Count did not like the most was that this talentless son of a noble had such a strong personal network. Although he didn't know the details, he had heard that this punk was close to former Princess Rosalind, Crown Prince Albaru Crossman, and even Commander Tunka. He clicked his tongue at Cal, who remained respectful to him even though he was making it obvious that he was looking down at him. He totally saw Cal as the type that was fluent in sucking up. He introduced the people around him on purpose. Young master, these are the mages from our side. Over there is a baronym, and there is a viscountnym. He made sure to emphasize the word mages on purpose. The Rhone kingdom was known to be terrible at magic. However, they suddenly brought the Whipper kingdom's mages and former Princess Rosalind to the Breck kingdom and started to teach the Breck kingdom's mages. Although my teacher was happy about it, his teacher, the royal mage, was happy about it, saying that it was a great opportunity. Count Ekros did not deny that it was an opportunity. However, we cannot let go of this power. They had to take the initiative. He took a look around Cal. He didn't bring that many people with him. There was just a man who seemed to be a knight and a feeble boy next to Cal. Things within the Breck kingdom should be done by us. Former Princess Rosalind had told Prince Pen and him to take good care of Cal, however. He was different than Prince Pen. He had no reason to listen to Rosalind, who was no longer a princess and lived in the Rhone kingdom. Prince Pen becomes weird whenever former Princess Rosalind is involved, so I need to step up. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to come to the Gorge of Death in order to clean up after this punk who did not even have his own title. Count Ekros looked toward Cal and started to speak. Ahum, I heard from the Rhone kingdom about your plan. You're thinking about installing magic bombs in the Gorge of Death. The Baron and Viscount that were introduced earlier stood behind Ekros and observed Cal. It seemed as if they were trying to pressure Cal. This is why my sister should return. Pen started to frown after seeing their actions. Count Ekros had become the #1 disciple of the royal mage because he was lucky enough to be talented in magic. Pen could not believe that Ekros would ignore him, even if he was a prince with no chance of succeeding the throne. At the same time, he was amazed at his sister's foresight. Count Ekros will not listen to you. Then what should I do? You, nothing, just let it be. He is someone who at least cares a lot about the Breck kingdom. What about young Master Cal? His sister had laughed at that question. She laughed for a bit before finally responding back. You don't need to worry about that person. The world's strongest mage is protecting him. The world's strongest mage. Those words had remained on his mind. Pen's gaze headed toward the feeble boy. The other person had been introduced as his guard knight in the past. The feeble boy flinched and turned away when they made eye contact. Is he the mage? Pen brushed aside his question as he looked back toward Cal and the Count. Count Ekros opened up his arms and confidently asked Cal, You don't even have a mage with you, so how are you going to install the magic bombs? We know more about the Gorge of Death than we are mages, so we will do it. Count Ekros was serious. It was something to protect the Breck kingdom. Even if he was not trying to take control, it made sense for him to do it. Although I feel bad treating someone who just arrived like this. He felt bad for doing this to Cal while he was still standing on the teleportation magic circle, but time was of the essence. He needed to quickly take care of this and return to the capital. The Count kept his arms open as he waited for Cal's response. It was at that moment. Are there more people in your party? He could hear the voice of the mage responsible for the teleportation magic circle. Wang, the teleportation magic circle lit up once more. The Count looked toward Cal. There are a few more people coming. Cal gently responded before stepping away from the teleportation magic circle. The Count stepped back in confusion and looked toward the magic circle. It slowly lit up until the entire magic circle was shining brightly. Pad. Approximately 10 huge people appeared. They were all wearing black robes, but each of them seemed as large as a mountain. The Count couldn't help but groan at the sudden pressure. It was at that moment. SHHHHH. The person in front took off his hood. An old man's voice echoed in the area. My name is Gashan, the Tiger Tribe's shaman. SHHHHH. The other people took off their hoods as well. 10 pairs of feline vertical pupils started to shine in the darkness. The Tiger Tribe. The Count had never seen any members of the Tiger Tribe before. However, he knew that they were known as one of the strongest beast people tribes. Count Nim. Ekros flinched and turned around. He could see Cal. I will leave the cliffs and high areas to your mages. We will take care of the deep areas of the gorge. That was where the winds were the wildest. It was difficult to fly through there with flight magic. The Count's expression changed. He had thought that they were just going to be installing magic bombs around the edge of the cliff, but Cal was telling him that they were going to be installing these bombs inside the gorge. You are going to go underneath the line of death. The line of death. The Gorge of Death had different parts to it. The top part started at the cliffs and went maybe tens to 100 meters below the edge of the gorge. That was where the gorge started. It was the location you could see the rough river at the bottom of the gorge. You needed to avoid that area if you did not want to die. But Cal was planning on going down there. Yes, sir. We are going down there. His confident voice filled the area. The Count finally took the time to look around at Cal's party. All of them had grim expressions on their faces. Cal was the only one who looked calm. That was why it was so noticeable. Cal's comment about how the Roan kingdom would take care of the deep areas of the gorge was stuck on the Count's mind. He could not figure out what to say. It was at that moment. I will leave it to you. Prince Pen stepped in to respond. He then continued to speak to Cal in a respectful tone. We will figure out the best way for you to go down there. Let me know if there is any way we can help. Cal gently smiled back to Pen. This was the thought on his mind right now. I'm going to push off the magic bombs to these bastards. He needed to install the dragon's rage deep in the gorge. He couldn't let others know about that precious pillar of fire. Plus, it's not like I'm going to be doing the work. All he had to do was sit back and watch. How nice was this? Cal opened his mouth to speak. Then we will head off first. Huh, head off. Pen looked toward Cal in shock. Cal turned around and headed toward the gorge. The Count started to speak. It is dangerous at night. You should move during the day. Do you want the Northern Alliance to see what we are doing? The Count shut up. The Wyvern Knights Brigade. He had heard about them. That was why time was of the essence. Those wyverns were capable of patrolling during the day. He could not say anything after seeing the gaze of the 20-year-old young boy who was looking back at him. Cal turned back toward the gorge after seeing the Count not saying anything. Let's do it quickly and leave. Cal hurried forward and asked the tigers who were following behind him, is it dangerous at night? Gashan started to laugh. We prefer the night. Tigers were nocturnal creatures. They had also only brought the best of their warriors, so it would be easy for them to climb down the gorge. The mages of the Breck Kingdom rushed toward them. Cal stood in front of the first cliff and passed a magic bag over to Count Ekros. There is a map of where to install the magic bombs and the bombs themselves. I will leave it to you, Count them. The Count felt odd after seeing Cal still remaining respectful. He received the magic bag and responded back. I leave it to you. The Count could see Cal's confident smile. Cal then immediately gave the order. Let's go. It was the moment Cal gave the order. Plop, plop. The black robes all fell to the ground. The tiger warriors revealed themselves in their berserk state. The Count stepped back. The pressure was considerably higher compared to before. Each of these tigers had ruled over a mountain in the past. The tigers did not hide their bodies that were shining black and gold in the darkness. Each of these huge warriors looked toward Cal. Cal started to speak. Jump down. Grrrrrrr Gashan, the only white tiger, laughed. He then immediately jumped down. That was the beginning. The 10 tiger warriors all charged toward the bottom of the cliff. The white snow and the golden rays of light caught people's attention. The golden rays of light started to disappear as they suddenly heard some noises. Boom, boom, boom. The cliff started to echo. The tiger warriors were punching or kicking at the cliff. Grrrrrrr. The tigers' roars followed the winds up the gorge at the same time. Tigers enjoyed dangerous situations. Cal turned his head. He could see Choi Han standing there. I will be back soon. Sure. Choi Han also jumped off the cliff. Cal moved his hand after watching Choi Han jump. Pat. His hand was placed on Lark's shoulder, the wolf boy who was taller than him. Lark, watch them. Lark could not respond to that as he looked toward the cliff. The image of the tiger warriors in their berserk state remained on his mind. He heard Cal's voice again at that moment. I need someone to protect the gorge of death until I return. Perhaps. Lark observed Cal's calm gaze. However, Cal did not say anything else before making eye contact with Lark and then turning away. Cal then looked toward the other people present that were looking at him. He could see the Breck Kingdom's mages. Count Ekros flinched at Cal's gaze. He suddenly had a question. Why do influential people like Rosalind, the Crown Prince, and Tunka keep someone like Cal at their side? However, he could not think about it any longer. Cal started to speak. Please get started. Cal watched them flinch before quickly moving as he quietly stood there. Early the next morning, the sun slowly started to rise to the east of the gorge. The sun was shining brightly, as if the winter snow could do nothing to harm it. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, Cal started to smile. He could see a hand at the top of the cliff. A white tiger jumped back up to the top. "Young Master Nim, I am back. How was your late-night walk?" Gashan started to laugh at Cal's question. "Maybe it is because you are out here to greet me, but it was quite enjoyable, young Master Nim." The other tigers soon jumped up as well. Choi Han was the last to jump back up as he landed next to Cal. "I am back." "Good, you did we be," yep Cal, who was about to tell Choi Han that he had done well, stopped talking. Beep, beep, Cal turned his head. The tent. A noise that seemed to be signaling an emergency was coming from one of the tents. A magic video communication device was continuously glowing red. It meant it was a high-level emergency call. Cal entered into the tent. Prince Pen and the Count urgently rushed in as well. "Hurry up and connect it." Prince Pen gave the order and the call was soon connected. Cal scoffed after listening to the message delivered through the call. On this day, February 15th, the Perun Kingdom, the Knight's Kingdom, is a kingdom of knights. Our knights follow the Knight's Creed and do not do anything sly. The Perun Kingdom's declaration echoed through the Western continent. "We wish for land that is not frozen." The Northern Alliance announced their declaration of war. I didn't know they would act like this. He didn't expect them to be so open about it. Why are they doing this? It was probably not just because they were knights. They were probably scheming something. However, that was not the problem. Perun, Norland, and Askasen, as well as the Bear Tribe and the Flame Dwarf Tribe, announced that we will start our path of conquest to the unfrozen lands, starting today. Prince Pen and Count Ekros looked toward Cal. The Bear Tribe and the Flame Dwarves, they had not known about this. Their gazes subconsciously turned toward Cal. Cal was not looking at them. Cal, who was glaring into the video communication device, finally started to speak. "They're like dogs. Flinch." Everybody flinched after hearing Cal's comment. It was at that moment. Cal gave an order to Choi Han, who was standing behind him. "Contact the territory. They needed to hurry. Tell them to gather all of the nobles of the Northeast region." Cal gave the order for all of the Roan Kingdom's Northeast region nobles to gather. The Roan Kingdom's northeast region, where the Hennetus territory was situated. It was the land with the most boulders in the Kingdom of Boulders. It was time for a leader of the northeast region to finally appear. Chapter 194, Destroying It. 3. The message was delivered along with the rising winter sun. Our indomitable alliance officially announced that we will take the unfrozen lands openly and fairly. The Northern Alliance, Bear Tribe, and the Flame Dwarf Tribe. The name of this alliance of 3 kingdoms and 2 tribes was called the Indomitable Alliance. This information made the late winter of the Western continent hotter than ever. Yep, the calls kept coming in as information was delivered to the tent. Cal and Prince Pen were in. The Margaru Empire expresses their disappointment and states that they will work toward achieving peace on the Western continent. The expressions inside the tent did not look good. The Empire wants peace. What bullshit. There were many who flinched at Cal's comment. However, nobody could say anything about Cal's actions or comments. "I feel like I am looking at my teacher." Count Ekros felt an unknown sense of pressure coming from Cal. It was as if he was looking at the overlord of an area. Yep, the calls continued to come in. The Caro Kingdom say that they will close all auction houses and casinos. The Caro Kingdom chose to hide. The 2 principalities in the north and the conurbation have sent their support of the Indomitable Alliance's open proclamation. The principality by the Empire and the Free City have chosen to take a stance of neutrality. They agree with the Empire's proclamation for peace. What a mess. Cal made that short observation before standing up. Clunk. The other people responded quite sensitively to the quiet noise. Count Ekros also got up and asked Cal a question. "Young Master Cal, did the Roan Kingdom know about the Bear Tribe and the Flame Dwarves?" Count Ekros was about to ask something else before he flinched and stopped. It was because of the way Cal was looking at him. "Human, why do you let that be? You really are a good person. I know the truth, even if you pretend you are not a good person. Sigh, I guess I need to try harder." Cal did not comment back after hearing Rayan's serious voice. It was because he knew that he was a pretty bad person. That was why he was letting the Count's comment be. He needed to work the Count to the bone later on. Cal held back his sigh after seeing Count Ekros flinching at his gaze before responding back like a proper noble. "We did not." The short response lingered inside the tent. It was at that moment. Plop. The tent flap was opened and someone walked in. Young Master Nim, what is going on? It was the white tiger Gashan who was still in his berserk state. The tiger tribe, the bear tribe. The people in the tent started to think about those two tribes. Sunlight started to pour into the tent through the opened flap. However, only Cal remained in the darkness as Gashan was standing in front of him. That was the reason for it. It made Cal and his bright red hair stand out in the darkness. Young Master Nim, what is going on? Cal slowly started to answer Gashan, who asked one more time. Nothing much. Yep, Cal calmly continued to speak through the noise of the emergency calls coming in. We just need to follow our original plan. His gaze turned toward Prince Pen. We are strong as well. Prince Pen figured out what he needed to do as soon as he heard Cal's remark. Their alliance originally had 4 kingdoms and 1 tribe, but now they also had the Tiger tribe. Although there were some changes, they were not weak. That meant that what he needed to do was clear. He was currently the person representing the Breck Kingdom at this location. Prince Pen started to speak. The mages responsible for the video communication devices will record all of the messages coming in. Also, report our current status to the others, Count Ekros. Yes, yes, Your Highness. I heard that there are still some magic bombs remaining. Restart the operation. He reiterated Cal's remark from earlier. Everyone will focus on their individual tasks. Prince Pen then looked toward Cal. He remembered what his sister Rosalind had told him. He is someone you can trust. No, he is someone you can't help but trust. Pen remembered that comment as Cal started to speak. Your Highness, I will be on my way as well. Pen nodded his head, and Cal headed out of the tent. Prince Pen, who was watching the calm and confident Cal disappear into the light, brushed his neck with his hands after Cal left. I feel like I can finally breathe. Pen could breathe in the cold morning air now that the pressure coming from Cal was gone. However, contrary to the cold air, his heart was beating hot and fast. This hot and fast business was the same inside the tent that Cal's group was residing in. However, there was no conversation ongoing. Tap, tap, tap. Cal's index finger was tapping on the armrest. He was thinking back to the novel, The Birth of a Hero. The bear tribe is shrewd. How annoying. Cal finally started to feel it. The 5th volume of The Birth of a Hero was over. Everything from here was a future that Cal had no knowledge of. That fact was giving Cal a headache. Cal pressed his temples with his fingers. Human, do you have a headache? Are you sick? The black dragon was floating around Cal with a look of concern. He was not invisible anymore, as only their group was inside the tent. Gashan quietly observed the situation before slowly starting the speak. The Flame Dwarf Tribe. I have never heard about them. Cal had never heard about them either. Well, Cal had never even met a dwarf, other than the mixed-blooded dwarf Rat Mueller. That was why his mind was currently a complicated mess. Dwarves were a race that were known for making things. The reason for this complicated mess started to flow out of Cal's mouth. There's more. Excuse me, Gashan asked back, but Cal finally felt as if his mind was clearing up. The Wyvern Knights Brigade, tens of ships. If dwarves were added to this mix, the shape of the North's invasion via the sky and the sea would change drastically. There was more. Cal was certain that there was one other thing. He had no choice but to think that way. It was because he knew the truth about the Perun Kingdom's Guardian Knight household. He knew the truth about the guard's Tears Lake. The Perun Kingdom did not like the flowing river and thus turned it into a lake in order to monopolize it. The Perun Kingdom is not a fair and open kingdom. Cal opened his mouth to speak. We are returning right away. Yes, Cal Nim, I understand. Choi Han casually responded. Choi Han was the calmest person in the room. However, Choi Han's eyebrow twitched at Cal's next words. Lark, have you thought about it? Lark, thought about it. Choi Han looked toward Lark after hearing something he did not know about. The young boy seemed to be the most uncertain person in the room since earlier. Lark flinched at the gazes focused on him before lowering his head. Lark immediately understood what Cal was asking. He had commented on it when the others jumped off the cliff yesterday. I need someone to protect the Gorge of Death until I return. He was not afraid of this stupid Gorge of Death. He had become stronger in order to protect others, and he was still getting stronger. However, he did not want to be alone. For Lark, who had never been alone, he needed someone to be the source of his courage. Someone like his family or his siblings. Lark kept his head down as he started to think. I want to go back with you. He didn't want to be alone, but those words did not easily come out. What was going on? It was at that moment. Spit it out. Excuse me. Lark raised his head. He had heard this phrase before. It was when he went to thank Cal and ask him to take care of his younger siblings after his first berserk transformation. Cal had said that to him when he was fidgeting nervously and was unable to speak. Spit it out. And then he said something else. Exactly what he was saying now. Yes, you need to make eye contact like this when you are chatting with someone. Did you forget? Did you forget? Those words sounded very loud to Lark. He had stuttered as he answered Cal back then. I am the older brother. I need to take care of my younger siblings. And I was a nephew and a younger brother. That is why I need to get revenge. Cal had responded to those comments. You're a wolf. Wolf. That word stuck to Lark's mind. Calnim. Choi Han tried to interject into the conversation. Lark was like a younger brother to him. What is it? Could you please tell me what you asked Lark? I asked him to observe and protect the Gorge of Death until I come back. Alone. Some of the Breck Kingdom's mages will remain for emergency contact. But yes, he will be the only one from our group remaining here. Choi Han looked back and forth between Cal, who did not even turn to look at him as he responded, and the quiet Lark. Choi Han started to speak after hesitating for a bit. He is a child with a lot of loneliness. Lark had experienced trauma at a young age. His family, his neighbors, and his entire village were all massacred in front of him. Such a child was finally starting to relax. He needed to get stronger, but Choi Han did not want Lark's heart to turn empty. He didn't want Lark to go down the same path that he did. Choi Han knew that his heart felt that emptiness. That was why each and every drop of water that was wetting his heart was important. Choi Han did not want Lark to be lonely like him. Cal looked toward Choi Han at that moment. Is Lark alone? Excuse me. Cal turned back toward Lark and started to speak to the 15-year-old wolf teenager. You have family members. You also have a home to return to and a new hometown. Are you lonely? The wolf tribe cared a lot about family. However, a wolf needed to realize something. It needed to realize who they were. The Wolf King was someone who knew about their own existence. Lark, are you lonely? Lark heard those words differently. Are you still scared? Do you want to relax in a peaceful situation? You said you wanted to get stronger, so why are you still so timid and indecisive? Lark looked Cal right in the eyes. I will stay here. Lark then saw Cal smiling gently for the first time today. You grew. Lark could not say anything back. However, I trust you. He just bowed at Cal, who was telling him that he trusted him. He noticed an old and bloodied leather notebook once he raised his head back up. It is the final Wolf King's diary. Wolf King. Lark felt his heart beating wildly. His uncle, the chief of the Blue Wolf tribe, had died before he reached the level of the Wolf King. It made him think about his uncle. At the same time, he was confused. Why is he giving this to me? However, Cal's voice was like magic, as it answered his question before he could even ask it. I will trust you. A simple comment. However, that simple comment left Lark in a daze as he accepted the diary. He could feel the old leather in his hands. Lark then tightly held the diary in his arms. Cal watched Lark do this before giving the order to the rest of the group. Let's go back. They needed to return to the Roan Kingdom, the territory that was the closest to the Roan Kingdom and the start of the Northeast region. The Wheelsman territory. Eric Wheelsman, the son of Count Wheelsman, walked through the banquet hall with an awkward smile. He could hear the Northeast region's nobles chatting behind him. Even if it is the Henitus household, can they really tell us to come and go in this state of emergency? I agree. Furthermore, it is not the Count, but young Master Cal who is calling us. A child without a title is calling us. My goodness. The Roan Kingdom's northeast region did not have a duke nor marquis in charge. That was why there were several factions fighting for power. There were nobles like Eric Wheelsman's family whose faction was focused in the northeast region. His faction included the northeast shores with young Lady Amaru and young Master Gilbert. The other factions chose to follow a duke or marquis in the southeast region, northwest region, the southwest region, or the central region. I also don't know why the crown has not said anything about it. I agree. It will be through the northeast region if they come by ship. It's not like they can come through the sky. The factions tied to the southeast region and the central region were the loudest. In times of peace, no baron nor viscount would dare to say such a thing about a count. However, they were running wild in this state of emergency, relying on their duke or marquis backing. They were trying to take control of the northeast region for their faction. Eric let it go as he had expected such a response. In fact, it was weird that the Southwest region and Northwest region factions were quiet. This is weird. The Northwest region's Stan household was now run by the eldest son, Taylor Stan. The Southwest region's Jaira household was now run by young Master Antonio. The nobles following those two households were quiet with serious expressions on their faces. In fact, they seemed to be a bit scared. What is going on? It was weird, but Eric quickly left the banquet hall as he was still just a young master. He heard one of the nobles' complaints as he closed the door. He thinks he can run amok in such a time because we keep praising him as young Master Silver Shield. It was a complaint about Cal. Eric finished closing the door and started to frown. Just what is going to happen? Count Deruth Henitus had gathered the northeast region's nobles. Let's determine the center. The nobles had responded to those words. War. That word also meant that it was an opportunity for a new power to step in. However, the count who had gathered all of the nobles had sent Cal. Eric could not sleep once he heard about this. Although he did not seem like trash anymore, Cal was someone who still worried him. That was why he had sent a message every day but had not received a response. Eric finally decided to ask the Henitus household's person standing at the entrance. Vice Captain Hilsman, when will young Master Cal be coming? I am not sure, young Master Nim. The Vice Captain's calm response gave Eric a headache. He thought about young Lady Amaru, who was responsible for the naval base. Young Master Eric, you don't need to worry about young Master Cal. To be honest with you, I am looking forward to what he does. Her gaze was sharp, as if she was looking forward to the war. Ha, really. Eric ruffled his hair and was unable to hide his anxiety. Cal, you punk, just what? What about me? Eric flinched. Tap, tap. He heard the sound of shoes hitting the marble. Eric turned around. He could see Cal leisurely walking from the entrance. He was his usually calm and relaxed self. This slow walking pace fit Cal more than anybody else. Cal walked by young Master Eric, who had sent him a letter a day while worrying about the war. I'll see you later. Eric turned back after hearing his comment to look at Cal's back. He had changed. Although he couldn't tell how, he could feel that something had changed. That was why he could not easily respond. Of course, Cal was happy that he didn't need to hear young Master Eric's concerned voice. Cal personally grabbed the handle to the banquet hall's entrance. It was a large door. The knight in front of the door urgently approached him and started to speak. Young Master Nim, I will do it. No need, I will do it myself. Cal pushed on the door. Screech boom, the noise echoed throughout the entire banquet hall. Cal walked through that noise and into the hall. Tap, tap. He was the only one walking across the marble floor right now. All of the gazes of the northeast region's nobles were focused on Cal. Cal looked down at these nobles who were sitting down at the tables. Chapter 195, Destroying It. 4. Tap, tap. He stopped walking. He was in front of a long oval table. The head seat was reserved for Count Henitus. Cal stood there, but did not sit down. His gaze headed toward young Master Eric's father, Count Wheelsman, as he greeted him with his eyes. He had already discussed things with Count Wheelsman. Human. Rayan started to speak into Cal's mind. Rayan had arrived here first. Those shoots talked badly about you. It is amazing. Do they not want to live? What a vicious 6-year-old. Contrary to his thoughts, Cal's expression was calm. He calmly looked down at the group. Ahem. Some of the nobles started to let out some fake coughs. It was because they felt uncomfortable having a young master like Cal looking down at them. It was at that moment. A viscount who was known to be part of Marquis Alan's faction, the Marquis who was said to be ruling the southeast region in secret, started to speak. The Northern Indomitable Alliance will target the Rhone Kingdom. He was known to be a pretty intelligent and respectful noble. He did not seem to be ignoring Cal as he looked back and forth between Cal and Count Wheelsman. The Northwest region has banded together around Marquis Stan. The Southwest region is said to be spending a lot of money and manpower with the new Duke, Duke Antonio Jaira, at the center. The Viscount's gaze headed toward the Ubar Liege. Everybody knew about the naval base being built in the Ubar territory. It was a location that the Crown Prince's influence had reached. However, neither the Viscount nor the other nobles knew that the naval base was somewhere that the Henitus household had a strong influence in. Aham. Although we have the naval base in the Ubar territory, isn't it not ready yet? Finally, the southeast region is going to move around Marquis Alan. The nobles that were part of the capital's faction glared toward Marquis Alan's faction's Viscount. Marquis Alan's territory is known as having the strongest and largest knights brigade in the Roan Kingdom. Alan was currently the Roan Kingdom's greatest swordsman. The Viscount started to smile. Our northeast region needs somewhere to center ourselves around. Wouldn't it be best to follow such a knight-centric region since we are going against the land of knights? Young Master Cal, doesn't Count Henitus agree with our sentiments? The Viscount's gaze headed toward Cal, who was still standing up. He had heard about how the Henitus territory had fortified its castle walls. However, he had not heard anything else from the territory. The Henitus household currently did not have any justification for the others to center around them. It was at that moment, we have to think ahead. The eldest Viscount started to speak. This old man, who turned 80 years old this year, was part of the capital's central faction. We need to align ourselves with the strongest area. To be blunt, the northeast region needs somewhere to lean on. It is difficult to deal with on our own. The old man's egotistic gaze headed toward Cal. While young Master Silver's shield may be reliable, reality is different. The old man was trying to convince them with reality. We need to align ourselves with Duke Orsina in the central region in order to have things go smoothly. In the end, he was telling them to align with the central region. While war was a time when heroes were born and new powers were created, it was also a mess you had to survive through. The barons and viscounts all wanted to be heroes. Most importantly, we need to align with the central region that is the closest to the crown in order to increase our chances of survival. The knights and infantry are strongest in the southeast region. Ahem. You should listen to this old man's experience, Viscount. Of course, these barons and viscounts wanted to be the heroes for their factions, not for the kingdom. Human, are they idiots? Wouldn't there be no nobles if the Roan kingdom is destroyed? Of course. Cal agreed with Rayan's statement. That was why he was looking around. He was looking to see which nobles accurately interpreted the current situation, even if they aligned themselves with the southeast region or the central region. That was the reason he was dealing with such useless nonsense. Cal made eye contact with someone at that moment. It was the Yubar Liege, young Lady Amaru's mother. Her gaze was focused on Cal. The other nobles started to raise their voices at that moment. What would a barely 30-year-old viscount know? War is experience. I wish to listen to someone with experience. Does the crown or the central region have any strength? Logically speaking, we will only survive if we stick to the strongest group. He is right. It will be best to stick to the southeast region since we are on the same eastern region. The Yubar Liege started to speak through the chaotic table. Young Master Cal. Everybody focused their gazes on her. The naval base. She was the one who ruled over the land and sea with the naval base. This meant that she had the strongest force in the northeast region. Furthermore, the Northern Alliance was expected to come via ships. That made the Yubar territory even more important. The leaders of the southeast region and the central region had told their respective factions to draw the Yubar Liege to their side at all costs. That was why they were all focused on what she had to say. What do you think about the current situation, young Master Cal? The Yubar Liege used respectful language to address Cal. Cal quietly stood there without responding right away. The old Viscount scoffed at Cal. Yubar Liege, young Master Cal is young. It isn't as if he can protect the entire northeast region with a single ancient power. The clueless citizens may call him young Master Silver Shield, but what would a young teenager like him know? He then motioned toward Cal with his hand as if to say, no offense. Of course, young Master Cal is someone with a bright future. I truly believe that he is an amazing young man. However, this is something for experienced people like us to deal with. I agree. The nobles of the southeast and central factions all nodded their heads. Cal let out a chuckle at that moment. Are you laughing right now? The expressions of the nobles who had been nodding their heads started to stiffen up. Even if Cal was part of a count's family, their factions had marquis or dukes supporting them. Furthermore, they all had official titles unlike Cal. However, there was something they did not know. Cal had the crown behind him. He took a silver plaque out of his chest pocket and threw it onto the table. He was treating it as if it wasn't much. No, it really wasn't much to Cal. Clang. The silver plaque hit the table and started to spin. It spun until it moved to the center of the table and then stopped. Clang. Everybody looked toward the silver plaque. It had the crest of the royal family on it. All of these nobles had basic knowledge about this plaque. A silver plaque was related to control over the military. Why does he have this? Even the leaders of each of the factions had not received this, so why was this here? The nobles' expressions started to shake. It was at the moment that they were all silently focused on the silver plaque. Who do you think will win when a sword goes up against a shield? Unexpected words were coming out of Cal's mouth. However, his demeanor and gaze had changed. The respect was gone, and all that was left was a cold gaze that was looking down on them. Cal answered for the silent group. It will always be the shield. It had to be that way. The shield will always win from here on. Young Master Silver Shield. Cal was planning on using this embarrassing nickname of his to his advantage. Showmanship was important during war. It was a battle of spirit to survive. He needed to create that positive morale. He needed to instill a strong sense of spirit in the hearts of the Rhone Kingdom's citizens. Cal had decided to start that plan from the northeast region. He was planning on creating heroes for the Rhone Kingdom that way. Of course, not including me. After the war, the Rhone Kingdom that would be full of new heroes would forget about young Master Silver Shield. That was why it had to be this way. Absolutely, it needs to absolutely be this way. The shield had to win no matter what. It was at that moment. Boom, Cal felt his heart suddenly beating wildly. What is going on? It was the ancient power. One of the ancient powers was starting to move. You are right. The shield always wins. It was the owner of the indestructible shield. It was the voice of the glutton priestess. It had been a while since he had heard her speak. Actually, this was the first time since he earned the power. She started to speak in Cal's mind. I lost back then, but I will win this time. It is possible. What is she talking about? Cal hid his anxiety at this unexpected development. However, the tattoo of the shield over his heart was starting to heat up. But I'm hungry. The glutton priestess almost started to shout. More, I need to eat more. Again, does she want to eat more bread? It was when Cal was calmly starting to think. I want to eat other people's talents. What? Boom, boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. The indestructible shield was starting to move. Although nothing was visible, that was what Cal was feeling. Human, why did you suddenly get stronger? What is going on? Cal was confused. However, his facial expression remained calm. Cal did not even look at the nobles who were looking at him as he turned toward the open door. Cal was using the dominating aura at its maximum capacity. Vice Captain. Vice Captain Hilsman brought over a mage as soon as Cal called for him. Just what are you? One of the nobles started to speak, and the other nobles started to frown. However, the nobles tied to the southwest region and the northwest region all continued to look toward Cal with pale expressions. Cal naturally ignored the fact that the noble had something to say. Connect the video communication device. Where shall I connect you to? Cal answered the vice captain's question. The palace. The nobles flinched at that response. However, it was before they could even connect the call. Yep, the video communication device started to glow red. It was an emergency call from the palace. It was a message for all nobles. Furthermore, this message was currently being delivered from the capital's plaza for everyone to hear. The mage broadcasted the call on one of the walls of the banquet hall. They could see the current king of the Rhone Kingdom. Zed Crossman was standing at the plaza. He started to speak. I, Zed Crossman, will turn all duties over to Crown Prince Albrew Crossman and will pass the throne over to him next year. What? What the? Some of the nobles expressed their shock as they stood up. What the hell was going on? Their gazes then went toward the nobles of the southwest and northwest factions who had been quiet this whole time. They could see them quietly sitting there with pale expressions. It was at that moment. The call focused on Albrew Crossman. The crown prince, who still gave off the impression of the gentle and just prince, started to speak. Turn on the video. Video. A video was broadcasted behind Albrew with magic. Roar. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. The roars of monsters filled the banquet hall. The nobles could see monsters flying in the air. Although the video was shaking as if the informant had been in hiding when he filmed it, they could still see tens of monsters flying in the sky. It was the wyverns. They could also see knights on top of the wyverns. No way. One of the nobles' lips was shaking. He didn't even know that his voice had been shaking as he spoke. Kia. A wyvern rushed toward the informant. Some of the nobles gasped. The video ended at that moment. The Wyvern Knights Brigade, an existence from the legends. The nobles realized that the legend had become a reality. The Northern Alliance probably realized that their secret weapon had been revealed at this moment. Thanks to the Roan Kingdom, all of the Western continent was now aware of the Wyvern Knights Brigade. This was the reason that the Crown Prince had played this video in the plaza. Crown Prince Albaru looked into the video communication device and continued to speak. He knew that Cal Henitus would be listening to this from somewhere. He had been debating this for a while before making up his mind after hearing Cal's comment. Your Highness, the entire kingdom will become heroes. Albaru and the Roan kingdom made up their minds at that moment. The Perun kingdom had feigned being fair, and just by claiming to be a land of knights, they would do the same. Albaru recalled what Cal had said. Your Highness, it isn't as if we are doing something bad. We are just pretending to be a fair and just kingdom. Funny bastard. The Roan kingdom had made up its mind. They were going to fairly and openly suppress them with their strength. Albaru started to speak. His voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Cal was sitting in through the video communication device. The Roan Kingdom is the kingdom with the longest history on the Western continent. Although we may not have any specialties, we have the longest history. The Roan Kingdom had been the only quiet kingdom since the Indomitable Alliance's proclamation. The Roan Kingdom was the last to make their stance known to the others. We will show them the strength of the survivors. The Crown Prince confidently addressed the Western continent. At the same time, the banquet hall was filled with silence, no, with shock. They only just realized the truth. It was dangerous. They were relieved when they thought that the Northern Alliance would come via ships because of the Bear tribe and the dwarves. But wyverns? Now it was a question of life or death. They heard someone's voice at that moment. The wyverns. It was Cal. He looked down at the nobles who were looking at him. The Wyvern Knights Brigade will not get past the Henitus territory. He was speaking in a stern voice. Absolutely not. Cal walked over to the center of the table and picked up the silver plaque. I, Cal Henitus, am in charge of the Northeast region's military, starting today. He was respectful in his speech. However, he left them no openings. You will need to listen to me from here on out. Cal looked around at the nobles of the Southwest and Northwest factions who were avoiding his gaze, as well as at the nobles of the other factions who seemed to be in a state of chaos. If it is the nobles' way to attach themselves to the strong, the people who sought power in the eve of war did not deserve to be heroes. Cal was using today in order to determine the ones who would become heroes and the ones who would survive by attaching themselves to the strong. He needed to know this in order to utilize the nobles properly. Cal smiled toward the nobles. Then you will soon have to decide who you need to attach yourselves to in order to survive. Cal turned around. He then headed toward the door without any hesitation. Screech, screech. The sound of chairs moving could be heard. The Ubar Liege, young Master Gilbert, who was representing his father, and Count Wheelsman. These were the people responsible for the Northeast region's shores and the entrance to the Northeast region. These people all stood up at the same time. They then followed behind Cal. Screech, bang. The rest of the nobles only realized that they had been left behind once the door was closed. They also realized something else. The wyverns were coming. That time would soon arrive. Chapter 196. There's a dragon. 1. The clouds of war covered the Henitus territory. The Western continent was quiet on the outside ever since the Roan Kingdom's proclamation. However, that was just the calm before the storm. Rain City, the location of the Henitus castle. The shoulders of all of the citizens inside the city were curled up in fear. The citizens who were walking alone or in groups of 3 or 4 all had odd expressions on their faces. Fear, worry, and even some other emotion were all visible on their faces. One of the citizens who had been walking with a friend pulled his jacket tighter because of the cold weather as he slowly looked around. He could see the newly fortified castle wall. It was a tall and thick wall. He could also see soldiers and knights walking around on top of the wall. The citizen's gaze then headed up to the sky. Someone with such a weak body is doing so much. His friend stopped walking and looked up at the sky as well after hearing him speak. The tall castle wall surrounded the entire Rain City. However, even that wall could not reach the sky. The citizens could see the cloudy gray winter sky. Wyverns are going to invade through the sky. They couldn't help but feel fear. However, there was a silver light that caught their attention even more than the cloudy sky. Rain City. This city could be considered to be small in size. A faint silver shield was currently surrounding the city. The other emotion that was visible on the faces of the citizens, along with the fear and worry, was relief. Didn't they say that he coughs up blood whenever he uses the shield? That is the case. His friend answered back with a calm expression. The citizen fixed his gaze up at the sky and started to speak. It's already been 3 days. The Roan Kingdom's northern territories became the most dangerous locations after Crown Prince Alberu showed the video of the wyverns and claimed that the Roan Kingdom would not lose. The northeast region was the region with the highest risk of attack. The enemy kingdom of Norland. The Hennitus territory in the northeast region was the closest territory to Norland that was across the Forest of Darkness. That was why the citizens could not help but be in a state of chaos. However, Rain City had been covered by a silver light starting from the night of the proclamation. They had no idea when the war would begin. The silver shield had not lost its light for even a moment during these past 3 days. Won't he faint if he uses such a large shield? Why doesn't he just activate it when those northern bastards come? His friend shook his head and responded back. Can't you tell? He doesn't want to see us or the territory getting hurt at all. He could not say anything to his friend's response. Looking up at the sky told him that this was true. Even the tall castle walls could not stop the wyverns. There were also only a few mages in the Roan Kingdom who could attack something in the sky. That was why the weak young Master Cal was overusing his ancient power. The citizen's heart was running wild. At that moment, one of his other friends casually added on, I thought he was trash. The citizen could not help but shout toward his friend. Bad, how could you? A third friend added on. I looked into it, and they said that he was someone who threw bottles at gangsters. How is that being trash? Didn't he also break stuff? I heard he even broke down some store doors. Well. He could not retort his friend's statement. To be honest, young Master Cal really was trash. You could not erase or change your past. However, it was not enough to look down on his current sacrifice. He must have come to his senses. He is our young Master Nim now. You are right. Our Lord Nim is a good person, so his son, the young Master Nim, must have learned something from him as well. The citizen nodded to agree with his friend as he looked at the notices placed around Rain City. He was one of the few people who knew how to read. This was the message on the notices. The Hennitus Castle will be providing the citizens with food until the territory returns to peace. The Hennitus estate had opened its warehouse doors. The amount of food they had stored was plentiful enough to give such a proclamation without having a certain end date. The citizen looked toward the castle gate. There were crowds of citizens who had come after hearing about the silver shield. This was the case even though the Wyvern Knights Brigade would definitely focus their attacks on Rain City and not the rural villages. They still chose to gather together underneath the lord of the territory. Furthermore, there were many wheelbarrows filled with food from the Hennitus warehouse heading toward different spots in the territory. There were also farming tools in some of the wheelbarrows. We need to start farming in the spring. The words Count Deruth had said, while handing some farming tools to the citizens, were spreading like wildfire. Those words symbolized a message in the minds of the citizens. After the war, during the springtime that would come after this late winter, they would be able to return to their lives at that moment. The citizen looked back up at the sky. I heard that he was working hard even though he is in pain. I pray that he is doing well. Cal Hennitus, the man who was currently the military commander of the Northeast region, was said to be struggling but continuing to keep up the shield. And this rumor had spread past the Hennitus territory and the Northeast region to the rest of the Roan Kingdom. Of course, so annoying. Cal Hennitus had spread this rumor himself. Cal was currently using his bedroom in the castle as his office. He leaned back on a comfortable couch and started to speak. Young Master Eric Wheelsman should be doing well, right? I'm sure he is. Cal looked toward the smiling Ron and couldn't help but think that he was a scary old man. As for himself, he was a bad person. He had the military command, and yet he only gave orders. Once he did so, young Master Eric and the Ubar Liege followed his orders to create detailed guidelines to send to the territories. Furthermore, Ran was the first check for those guidelines, while Crown Prince Alberu was the second. Ran had once been the head of one of the top 5 assassin households in the Eastern continent. He was more experienced in military knowledge than Cal. Furthermore, Crown Prince Alberu was focusing everything on the Northeast region, which had the highest chances of being invaded first. It really is nice when other people do things for you. Cal was currently relaxed. Ran's smile became cold as soon as Cal's gaze moved away from him. His gaze was focused on Cal, who seemed to be drowning in documents as he thoroughly read through the guidelines and properly gave orders that matched the big picture. He could see Cal's pale expression. Tap, tap, tap. It had been 3 days. Rayan was hitting the floor with his tail from the corner of the room. On and Hung were doing the same thing. The black dragon was currently full of complaints. You stupidly good human. He's right. You're stupid. It's frustrating. On and Hung chimed in as well while Rayan continued to stare at Cal's back. Rayan had said that he would step up to destroy the enemies. However, this was Cal's response. No, you could be in danger if you show yourself. Cal had sounded very stern. Rayan had responded back to that. Who and what would put a great and mighty dragon in danger? However, Cal had no plans on revealing Rayan when he still did not know much about the crown that drank dragon blood. He had not had any time to meet the ancient dragon Iruhaben. Furthermore, he needed to create heroes this time. That would give those people a way to live a peaceful life. That would also help the Roan kingdom become stronger. Dark Elf, Necromancer, the Tiger Tribe, and the Henitus territory. Those were the names of the heroes Cal was planning on creating. He wanted to shake the hearts of the kingdom and the continent. An emotional story was necessary in order to do such a thing. Cal quickly looked through the final document before leaning back on the couch. The indestructible shield had definitely gotten stronger than before. Maybe it was because it did not need to block anything right now, but just keeping it up like this was not that hard. Of course, this was all thanks to the vitality of the heart. He was fine, even without getting much sleep these days. Just 1 or 2 hours was enough to feel refreshed. Cal looked out the window with a satisfied expression. He could see the cloudy sky and the faint shield. It was at that moment. Calnim, isn't it tiring? It was Choi Han. Cal turned his gaze to the side. Why doesn't this punk ever age? He questioned how Choi Han still looked like a high school student, but decided that it was annoying to think about and brushed it aside as he answered Choi Han's question. It is not that hard. I am currently writing a new history of the kingdom. Yes, yes, indeed. The original novel had been completely changed. That was why it was a new history. Usually, doing such a thing would be cumbersome. Although it was cumbersome, it wasn't that hard on his body. Cal looked back out the window. Choi Han started to frown while looking at Cal, who was leaning on the couch with a pale expression and looking out the window. How could a person be like this? Choi Han could not understand. He touched his scabbard as he started to think. A new history. Choi Han focused on those words. Cal did not care as he casually lifted up the warm cup of tea that Ran brought over for him. It was a sweet tea that he actually liked. Cal peeked toward Ran, who had his usually benign smile. Cal started to think. I guess the old man is tired as well. He forgot to bring me bitter tea. Cal looked toward Ran with concern before turning his gaze away and drinking the tea. He took a large gulp since it was sweet. PFFFF. He then spat it all out. The black dragon stomped one of his short paws and flew up into the air. A black spot could be seen in the distance, and soon enough, barang, the sky roared. Cal stood up while wiping away the tea from his face. The black dart almost instantaneously flew over and crashed into the sky. It was the wyverns. 1, 2. More black darts started to fly over to them. Boom, boom. The sky was becoming filled with these noises. Weaving. An emergency alarm went out throughout Rain City. The enemy was here. This casual afternoon would be the start of the war. Everybody, calm down. Move according to the guide knight's instructions. The knight shouted out loud as he directed the scared citizens to safety. The soldiers helped the citizens move to safety, just as they had practiced in advance. Tap, tap, tap. All of the houses throughout the city closed their doors. They were expecting to hear the citizens locking their doors. However, no sound of doors being locked could be heard. Tap, tap, tap. The armored knights and equipped soldiers moved from the castle walls and throughout the city. However, none of this could be heard as well. Boom, boom. The noise of the wyverns ramming into the shield was too loud to hear anything else. Roo-hoo-ah. The roars of the wyverns were the only other thing that could be heard in Rain City. The citizens of the city all had pale expressions. This was the first time they had personally seen a wyvern. Even the smallest one was at least 5 meters long. The knight on top, who was controlling the large monster, looked like a small dot. However, the knights who were wearing armor as white as snow seemed experienced in controlling these violent wyverns, making the soldiers and knights all gulp. Click, click. The citizens started to peek out their windows. Will the shield break? Does that mean we will all die? They were looking toward the castle walls with fear. It was at that moment. Dart, 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 it is the young master Nim. One of the citizens who was looking out the window subconsciously shouted. Cal had appeared on the castle wall. A bright silver light was coming out of both of his hands. Cal walked over to the center of the castle wall and reached his hands up to the sky. The knights and soldiers were watching him from the closest distance. This was their first ever war. A loud and firm voice soon reached their ears. The shield will not break. It was an armored Count Deruth. The usually mellow and average-looking Count's face was scary-looking today. Everybody focus. The pounding on the shield and the wyvern's roars were not as loud as the Count's voice. Cal listened to Count Deruth's voice and started to smile. He is surprisingly talented. It was the moment that he was evaluating his father's abilities. Barang, a noise that was louder than before echoed inside the shield. Cal started to frown. 15 meters. An extremely large wyvern looked down at Cal, who was inside the shield, and opened its mouth. It was impossible for normal wyverns to be 15 meters long. This white wyvern seemed to be a mutant. Cal started to speak. You're here. He knew this person would come. He was waiting for this person on top of the white wyvern. The Perun Kingdom's guardian knight, the white-haired Clope Seca. He pulled the wyvern back and looked down toward Cal. The two of them made eye contact. Clope Seca looked down at Cal and started to speak. Everything will crumble once we destroy the shield. He too had seen the Roan Kingdom's video. Clope had decided to destroy this longest surviving kingdom without any power first after watching the video. His pride would take a hit if he started anywhere else. It would seem as if he had been scared by the Roan Kingdom's proclamation if started anywhere else. That was why the Indomitable Alliance had selected the Roan Kingdom as their target. Furthermore, he had known about the slightly famous person in the Roan Kingdom. It was the son of a noble who used a silver shield. How interesting. Clope Seca looked at the shield that was giving off a faint silver light. Getting rid of this shield, and that red-haired punk would start them off on a good note. That was why Clope had personally come. He was the one who would use his overwhelming strength in order to write a new legend. He blew into a flute. Yep, tens of wyverns quickly flew toward him from a distance. The Henitus soldiers all clenched onto their spears in fear. There were more wyverns than they had seen in the video, and they were all covering the sky above the Henitus territory right now. The Guardian Knight looked down at the red-haired man. Did they say his name was Cal Henitus? He would soon die. There was a limit to ancient powers. The Guardian Knight raised his hand. Descend. It was at that moment. Large-bodied individuals jumped off the wyverns behind him. They soon opened up parachutes that had never been seen before and safely landed on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. These large-bodied individuals started to line up outside of Rain City's castle walls. Their numbers were easily over 100. One of the soldiers let out a gasp. The Bear Tribe. The Bear Tribe was one of the strongest Beast People tribes and had the largest numbers. These large bears entered their berserk transformation and started to surround the castle walls. They were able to arrive here using the parachutes that the dwarves had made for them. Clope watched them land before lowering his hand and giving an order. Attack. The wyverns immediately headed toward the silver shield. The white wyvern headed down as well. Guardian Knight Clope could see the expressions on the faces of the people standing on the castle wall. The soldiers had pale expressions. He knew that the citizens must have the same expressions on their faces as well. He was certain that this would be an easy victory. This attack was stronger than any magic bomb or crumbling palace. Even this weak attack should be enough to destroy a small territory. He then made eye contact with Cal again. This was the end. Barang, barang. The banging noises were so loud it felt as if it could shatter their eardrums. How could we? One of the more cowardly soldiers plopped to the ground. The shield will break. That was what he was thinking. The soldier's gaze headed toward Cal. He could see the young master, who was completely pale and looked as if he could fall at any moment. In fact, many of the gazes were focused on Cal right now. Cal started to think at that moment, the North really is a munchkin too. They were very strong. However, human, the wyverns are large, but they are weak. These puny things are kind of cute. There's a dragon here. The shield would not break. This was because it was covered by a dragon's shield. Something like a wyvern would not be able to break a dragon's shield. I can't reveal Rayan, but I can still put him to use. Cal continued to keep his shield up through the noise. Boom, boom. The wyverns rammed into the shield tens of times. It almost sounded as if they were beating on it like a drum. Ah, the fallen soldier let out a gasp. 1 time, 10 times, almost 100 times. The shield did not break no matter how many times they rammed into it. In fact, it only started to shine even brighter. The soldier repeated what the Count had said earlier. The shield will not break. The young master, who looked as if he could fall over at any moment, did not fall. Ha! Guardian Knight Clope let out a shocked laugh. It was stronger than he had expected. Contrary to his feeble-looking appearance, that young master's ancient power was stronger than he had expected. However, nothing had changed in his mind. A shield would eventually break. Furthermore, there were other places that they could hit other than the shield. Clope Seca. The Guardian Knight maintained his calm as he looked down at Cal. It was at that moment. Cal Henitus. He was smiling. Clope felt chills on the back of his neck at that moment. Behind me. The white wyvern urgently turned around. He had thought it was a white cloud at first. He thought a white cloud was descending from the sky. However, he was wrong. Bones. They were skeletons, hundreds of skeletons. The skeletons of monsters were descending from the sky. These corpses were starting to fill the air. Cal started to smile. Too bad, this is just the beginning. He looked up at the sky and could not hide his smile. The forest of darkness. An existence started to rise up from the black swamp. It was the only skeleton with black bones. The bones without any hide started to flap its wings. Hundreds of skeletons were in the air. A large existence revealed itself through the skeletons in the air. That, the Guardian Knight's eyes opened wide. It was a dragon. Although it was just a collection of black bones, it was close to 20 meters in length. Just looking at it made it hard to breathe. The black wings that were multiple meters in length opened up in the sky. It was an overlord, even after death. Cal watched the dragon skeleton open up its wings. A battle with an overwhelming advantage was bound to be entertaining. Chapter 197. There's a dragon. 2. Beep. All of the video communication devices were consistently shining red. Basin Henitus, the second son of the Henitus family, looked out of the window of the information monitoring room. This room was located in the tallest tower of the castle. Although this should be the busiest room in the Henitus estate right now, everybody was just standing there with blank expressions. This was especially true for Basin, who was holding a video communication device in his hand as he stood there with his jaws dropped. Someone's voice could be heard through the video communication device. Ha ha ha, my goodness. Albaru Crossman. It was the voice of the Crown Prince. He was currently observing Rain City through the video communication device. He had seen Cal's shield, as well as the higher-than-expected number of wyverns. He also saw the hundreds of monster skeletons, as well as the dragon skeleton. That crazy bastard. He was thinking that Cal was a crazy bastard. However, Albrew felt the tips of his fingers going numb as he watched that crazy bastard through the screen. We can do it. It's possible. The entire Roan Kingdom will become heroes. This crazy bastard had never said anything that he could not deliver. That was the reason Albaru had chosen to believe him, and the sight in front of his eyes was beyond his expectations. Your Highness, the Henitus territory will ignore all communication from the temples starting this moment. That was what Cal had said as he called forth the necromancer. Albaru had immediately responded back. I will take responsibility for it. Albaru mumbled to himself as he watched the large flying skeleton brigade heading toward the wyverns. Looks like I have no choice but to take responsibility. He then started to smile. However, there was someone else who could not smile at the current moment. It was Clope Seca, the Guardian Knight who was dreaming of creating the legend of the Sky Conqueror. He had a stiff expression on his face. Skeletons. He had never seen such a sight in his life. Captain Nim. One of the knights on a wyvern quickly approached Clope. The knight was staring at him through the helmet, however. Clope only saw the wyvern that the knight was riding. Screech the wyvern let out a screech as it shook its head left and right. It seemed as if it was afraid. Fear. That word made Clope look past the approaching skeletons. He was looking at the large black bone dragon. This dead dragon was making the wyverns afraid. Clope lowered his head. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr He looked at the mutant wyvern he was riding on. This one was baring its fangs toward the bone dragon. It was acting as if it was looking at a prey. Clope tightly clenched on the reins around the wyvern's neck. Captain him. Clope started to speak as the knight called out to him once more. It is a necromancer. The long-lost necromancers were the only ones who could do such a thing. A necromancer. Such a cursed existence. The subordinate was shocked, but Clope quickly turned around. The subordinate stared at Clope before stepping back. Clope could see the smiling red-haired man. That smile angered Clope. That beach is not a hero. A hero would never draw in a necromancer that uses dead mana. Clang. Clope took his sword out of the scabbard. Aura began to flow out of his sword. Sword Master Clope. He used his aura as he started to shout. Snap out of it. Ooh-wang. His aura vibrated in the air. Flap, flap. His voice could be heard in between the flapping of the skeleton's wings. The knights tightly clenched onto the reins of their wyverns in response. Clope then blew into the flute once more. Beep! The wyverns' expressions quickly changed. The fear in their eyes had disappeared. Clope looked down and quietly mumbled to himself. The bears will find the necromancer for us. He then started to speak loudly. His voice, that was amplified with aura, could be heard even inside of the Henitus castle. They are just corpses that are being controlled. It definitely seemed to be a group of weak bones. Although there was a bone dragon, it was just like a puppet. Clope thought that Cal might have prepared the necromancer as a secret weapon. However, the Wyvern Knights Brigade was an existence beyond their expectations. In that case, Clope thought to himself as he started to speak even louder. What a great opportunity. It is a chance for me to become a holy hero. I can become a legendary hero, a god among men. A necromancer, a being that uses dead mana, was the perfect prey. They do not have any wills of their own. The Henitus territory dared to call forth a dirty and evil necromancer. Gasp. The soldiers on the castle wall, especially the knights, gasped at Clope's comment. As learned individuals, they knew about the fear and loathing people had for necromancers. They could not help but look toward Cal. However, they soon had to turn their gazes away. Ooh, the Guardian Knight's white aura endlessly shot up to the sky. The knights of the Henitus territory could not help but become aware of the existence of this sword master once again as their expressions turned grim. Clope moved the reins. Our indomitable alliance will show you what justice is. Ruor. The white wyvern rushed toward the flying skeleton brigade. Clope swung his sword, and the white aura cut through the sky. Sliced the skeletons that could not dodge, disappeared without a trace. The skeletons disappeared almost instantly, as if any resistance was futile. Even if there were hundreds of these skeletons, tens of them disappeared from a single attack from Clope. The other knights jerked their reins as well. The wyverns started to roar once more. They definitely looked as if they deserved the title of being the conquerors of the sky. Clope, who was thinking that they had seized the momentum, looked back toward the red-haired man for a moment. He could see Cal's indifferent expression. Clope was about to start to smile. It was at that moment. Boom, boom, boom. The bears started to stomp the ground. A bear with reddish-brown fur started to shout. Half of you go find the necromancer. Find them and rip them to shreds. Boom, boom. The large bear stomped and started to laugh. The other half will destroy the castle walls. The knights could hear the bear's shouts. Clope finally started to smile. There was Clope who was smiling, while the people of the Henitus territory had grim expressions on their faces. There was a drastic difference in their expressions. However, the people on top of the castle walls heard some odd noises at that moment. Ha! It was a roar. The Henitus territory was a territory that was surrounded by hills and stone mounds. Even Rain City, the central city of the territory, was surrounded by mountains. The roars were coming from the mountains. They were the roar of animals. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh The soldiers who was clutching onto his spear heard someone comment on the roars. They're late, late. The soldier tried to look toward young Master Cal before he stopped moving. Large animals were headed toward them. No, they were people, but also animals at the same time. The tiger tribe. The tigers were all coming down from their mountains and preventing the bears from approaching. The soldiers could hear the knights starting to speak behind them. Many of the knights across the castle wall were shouting the same thing. They are the tiger tribe that moved into Harris village this winter. They are our fellow residents. The knights then took out their swords. The enemy will not get past this castle wall. We will not let them get past us. It was the moment that the knights holding their swords looked toward Count Deruth. Count Deruth looked toward Countess Violin, who had come out with armor as well. He looked down at the person who was being held in place by the Countess and asked, "We can get started, right?" "Oh, of course, Count Nim. I prepared everything. He. The mixed-blooded dwarf rat Mueller, the sole successor of the household that developed the magic tower, nodded his head. The knights lowered their swords as the Count gave them the signal. Commence defensive formation. The knights started to shout, and the few soldiers who had been training since last year quickly proceeded to move. The soldiers with spears and bows followed them into the formation as well. Boo-oh-oh. Something was appearing on top of the thick castle walls. It soon became visible that there were catapults appearing on the castle walls. The large catapults started to aim toward the bears. These catapults that were equipped were all sorts of magic devices, were Mueller's masterpiece. The knights started to shout, "We are stronger on the ground." The atmosphere on the castle wall quickly changed. This scene made Clope start to frown. Just what the hell? What the hell was going on? His sword, no, the aura around his sword, swung forward to destroy even more skeletons. The bone dragon behind the flying skeleton brigade was just floating there without doing anything. These stupid bones aren't the problem. There are tigers that don't exist in the Western continent, and what the duck is up with those catapults? Why does a rural territory, a stupid territory with nothing but rocks, have all of these things? Although it wasn't the capital of any kingdom, it seemed better equipped than most capitals. Clack, clack. One of the smaller skeletons that had lost one wing was flapping its other wing as it roamed around Clope. Clope started to get angry. He couldn't let it continue like this. Clope looked at the still numerous skeletons as he turned his wyvern around. He could see Cal smiling once again. I need to get rid of that bastard first. It was a matter of momentum. Beep, beep, the white wyvern's black pupils started to change color. They became as red as fire. The wyvern then started to increase its speed as it charged toward Cal. Clope lowered his head in order to stick close to the wyvern. They were moving at an extremely fast speed. However, he was still smiling. Cal was still smiling at them. He looked toward the approaching white wyvern and started to speak. "Come." The bone dragon that had been still this whole time finally started to move. The person behind Cal started to move as well. The invisible Mary was moving her hands. Her face was pale as she controlled the bone dragon. However, there wasn't even an ounce of hesitation in her movements. These bones were all just decoys. The flying skeleton brigade suddenly screeched and started to run. However, that started to move without making any noise. The bone dragon's empty eye sockets suddenly lit up with black glow. It then quickly started to fly toward the shield. The bone dragon opened its mouth as it aimed for the white wyvern's neck. Shoot! Ruor! The white wyvern revealed its fangs as it tried to fight back. However, the black-eyed bone dragon did not get pushed back even though it was just a pile of bones. Ah! Clope urgently pulled on the reins. Flap, flap. The bone dragon opened up its wings in front of the Henitus castle wall. Anybody would think that this sack of bones was guarding the Henitus castle. Bang, bang. The white aura clashed with the black light. The white wyvern's claws and teeth rushed toward the bone dragon at the same time. However, the dead mana just shook rather than disappear. The bone dragon did not even have a scratch on it. Ki, the shield began to shake once more as the wyverns started to ram into it again. They seemed focused on destroying the shield. The wyverns that now all had red eyes even tried to rip the shield apart with their claws. However, Cal still remained calm. Choi Han. Cal started the last step of his plan. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han did not say anything else as he stood next to Cal. Cal got rid of the silver light connected to the shield from one hand as he continued to speak. It's your turn. There was something for me to do. Cal had not told Choi Han what he needed to do. That was why Choi Han had been standing by Cal's side like a shadow in order to protect him. However, Cal had determined what Choi Han would do a long time ago. Use all of your strength. Is this the new history that you were talking about? Choi Han could see Cal smiling with a pale expression at his question. However, Cal's calm voice answered Choi Han's question. Yes, it is your history that you will write in this place. My history that I would write in this place, my second hometown. Those words were echoing in Choi Han's mind. The soldiers around them looked toward the pair in confusion. They were wondering what the two of them were doing during this emergency situation. Cal took a sword out of a magic bag at that moment and pointed the handle toward Choi Han. It was a sword that Mueller had forged. It's yours. Cal was planning on giving Choi Han his original role in the novel. This would be when Choi Han becomes a hero. The birth of a hero. The fifth volume may have ended, but all he had to do was create a new opportunity for the birth of a hero. I'm sure you know best what you have to do. Cal looked toward Choi Han and gave him an order. Come back soon. Choi Han received the sword from Cal. He did not debate it much before taking it out of the scabbard. The blade was shiny, unlike the scabbard. Choi Han smiled brightly toward Cal. I like this sword. The sword started to rumble at that moment. Black hair and black eyes. An aura the same color as the teenager-looking man's eyes and hair started to cover the sword. Sword Master. The soldier gasped before covering his mouth. The black aura was shooting up into the sky. Sword Master. The young man who was known as Cal's guard was actually a sword master, necromancer, sword master, and the tiger tribe. Then there was Cal who was giving them orders. A different emotion other than fear was giving the soldier the chills. It was at that moment, I will kill him and return. Choi Han calmly stated what he needed to do. His role was to kill Guardian Knight Clope. Kill Clope, or at least the white wyvern that he is riding on. However, Choi Han suddenly saw Cal motioning toward him. Cal was even stuttering a bit. Let's hug before you go fight. Hug, in the middle of a battle. Choi Han wondered if Cal even had such an affectionate side. He gave a light hug to Cal, who was still keeping the shield up with one hand. Cal shouted in a loud voice in order for the others to hear. I trust you. Choi Han suppressed his emotions as he answered back. Thank you very much. I will definitely return with his head. Why is this punk saying such a thing? Cal whispered in a quiet voice so that others could not hear. Don't kill him. Why waste such a useful pawn and kill him right away? Cal looked toward Choi Han, who was still so innocent, albeit hanging out with him for so long, as he continued to speak. His voice sounded wicked. Pick up both of those white things. Ah, Choi Han let out a gasp. Cal's expression seemed to be saying that it was obvious. It would be a waste to kill him right now. Shouldn't he at least figure out how to control the wyverns before killing Clope? Furthermore, there was so much money to be made if he caught that bastard. I will successfully complete this mission. Choi Han jumped off the wall through the gap that Cal opened up in the shield for him. His feet then landed on the black bones of the bone dragon. Tap. Choi Han lightly jumped on top of the bone dragon. He stood up straight and looked toward the two white things. Choi Han, whose senses were beyond the limits of normal human hearing, heard Cal's faint but firm voice. Start. Cal gave the order. The still anonymous sword master and the dragon, an existence that had been forgotten about in the world. The two beings who would soon be recorded in the continent's history started to move following Cal's order. Chapter 198. There's a dragon. 3. Guardian Knight Clope Seca could not believe it. There was a black bone dragon and a black-haired sword master standing in front of him as if they were guarding the Henitus castle. Now there is even a sword master. How could there be such a crazy territory? The fact that they did not have the Rhone Kingdom's royal crest made it seem as if all of these forces belonged to the Henitus household. Clope's expression stiffened up. It was at that moment, Captain Nim, one of his subordinate knights, approached him. It was the same one that had come up when the Flying Skeleton Brigade had first appeared. He was the only one who was allowed to come to talk to Clope. What is it? Clope kept his gaze locked on Choi Han as he answered back. The subordinate started to speak. It was a voice that was full of trust. It seems like someone like you, who will become a legend, will always have tall walls to climb. Clope's expression became odd. Fear and greed both filled his face. He then gave an order to his subordinate. Put all of our strength into destroying the shield. Yes, I understand. The knight stepped back as Clope raised his sword into the air. The white aura shot up to the sky, even farther and brighter than the black aura. An aura was the sword master's identity. It followed the owner's personality. That was why the Guardian Knight trusted his strength over that black-haired punk. It was at that moment. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra, the white wyvern roared as well. Choi Han shouted in order to be heard through that roar. Come. Ha. What an arrogant kid. The white light turned into a ball and charged toward Choi Han. The black-boned dragon started to move as well. It felt as if the entire heaven and earth was shaking. The black light clashed against the white light and let out a screeching noise. Roo-wah! The white wyvern's claws scratched at the bone dragon's bones. It then tried to bite down on one of the dragon's wings as well. However, it was futile. Scratch! The claw could not scratch the bones of the bone dragon. The wing bones also did not break. This was an existence that stood above all other existences in the world. Both the whale tribe, the rulers of the ocean, and the bear tribe and lion tribe that aimed to be the rulers on land were called tribes. Only dragons were called dragons, and not the dragon tribe. It was not because they were large or strong. They were a different class of existence. The white wyvern screeched. It started to bleed as one of its claws broke off. This white wyvern was a mutant that was stronger than the other wyverns. That was why it believed that it could destroy this bone dragon. Although a living dragon might be difficult, this was a dead dragon that only had its bones remaining. Unfortunately, there were no monsters that could break a dragon's bones, an existence at a lower class. That was not only the case for the wyvern. Choi Han's sword easily blocked the white aura. He then observed Clope Sekka's face. Barang! The white wyvern did not give up as it slammed into the bone dragon with its whole body. It was doing its best to turn the bones into rubble. The two swordsmen clashed once more as the wyvern crashed into the bone dragon. Shhhhhhhh, Clope was wily. The white aura slithered like a snake and charged toward Choi Han. In contrast, Choi Han's black aura went straight forward. It instantly cut the neck off of the snaking white aura. You're not too bad. Clope still believed in his longer and brighter aura as he mocked Choi Han. However, there was no change in Choi Han's expression. This lack of response made Clope start to frown. I guess someone like me needs obstacles like you in order to create my legend. Twitch. Choi Han's eyebrows twitched at that comment. The bone dragon and the white wyvern moved away after ramming into each other. It was the moment that Clope started to smirk after seeing the change in Choi Han's expression. I was going to quietly take care of you since you were so annoying, but you are speaking such nonsense. What? The Guardian Knight was at a loss for words after seeing Choi Han's gaze that looked as if he was looking down at him. Choi Han was indeed looking down at him for being an arrogant bastard. Choi Han's black aura started to grow dimmer. It continued to grow dim until it became a lightless darkness. The aura matched the personality of the user. A lightless darkness. That was the true nature of darkness, as well as the true nature of Choi Han that he developed in the forest of darkness. Choi Han had now chosen to accept that nature thanks to a certain someone. His aura continued to grow dimmer. Choi Han could not sit still after hearing the things this clueless person was saying. He thinks he will create a legend. Choi Han pointed the darkness toward Clope and started to speak. You are not the one who will create a legend. That role is already reserved for someone else. Legend. A new history. The history I will make in my second hometown with my second family. There was already an owner for that new history. Only that person had the qualifications to do such a thing. What? Clope asked in disbelief. However, he suddenly felt the back of his neck becoming cold. Choi Han's blade now had only a small amount of light left on it. This was his current limit. He knew that he would walk a new path of the sword the day that he could make his sword go completely dark. Choi Han shared the future he was going to make to Clope. I will create the path for him to get there. The path for that person to become a legend. He would be the one to create that path. That was Choi Han's determination. Mary was the only one who could hear this conversation. The necromancer who was controlling this bone dragon that was a higher class of existence was pale. A dragon's bones change colors based on their attributes. That was why it was difficult for her to control these special bones. However, Mary's dead mana had dyed the area where the white crown, the one that gave Cal the dominating aura ancient power, used to rest. She had managed to do it. She was the only one who was connected to that bone dragon right now. That was why she became the dragon's ears and listened to the conversation. She could clearly hear Choi Han's voice. The legend, I will create the path for him to get there. Mary's gaze headed to the front. It was focused on Cal, who continued to keep the shield activated. She could even hear his quiet mumbling. What the hell are they talking about instead of fighting? It was said quietly so that others could not hear. However, Mary was able to hear it. Although his comment made him sound unreliable, Mary could clearly see what Cal was going through. His back was drenched in sweat. His shoulders were slightly shaking. She knew that young Master Cal was the one who was struggling the most right now. He was always like this. For Cal, it was hard to maintain this posture of keeping his arms out to pretend that he was forcing himself to keep the shield active. He felt as if he was being punished, and his arms that were weaker than before were shaking in pain. However, Mary looked at Cal's shaking hands as she remembered what Cal had told her 3 days ago when he activated the shield. Don't leave our side. The number of people who want to harm you will increase the moment you use your powers for our territory. But Mary had already made up her mind. She was more than willing to do this much for the people who showed her a beautiful world outside of the underground. Shielding her presence and hiding away was her specialty. However, her thoughts had changed after hearing what Cal had said. But you do not need to worry. You are not someone who should live in hiding. I will let you live as you want. Cal's words had shaken her heart. Mary's hands that were covered in black blood veins started to move again. Swoosh, a strong winter breeze blew by them. Mary's black robe was fluttering. It felt as if her hood would fall off from the wind, however, Mary did not push her hood back down with her hands. There was something more important to do. Nobody else could see her because she was currently invisible. However, one person could feel it. Choi Han looked down at his feet. Black balls of light started to gather together in the bone dragon's bones. It was dead mana. It was Mary's power. The black lights that had only been at the bone dragon's pupils beforehand started to expand to cover the bone dragon's entire body. They then converged at the bone dragon's heart. That made Choi Han instantly realize it. He could understand what Mary was trying to say. You feel the same way. You and I are trying to walk the same path. It was times like these that made Choi Han truly feel that he was not alone. How could he fear anything in such a situation? Choi Han reached his hand out. The bone dragon started to move in rhythm with him as if it had become his feet. The swordsman and the dragon, both were moving as one. Boom. The pair were not very loud. Roo-woo-wah. The dragon's fangs bit down on the white wyvern's neck. Slash. The white aura was instantly cut at the same time. Clope's eyes turned wide. The lightless darkness soon covered his sight. Ki-I. Blood started to spurt out of the white wyvern's neck. The bone dragon's claws stabbed through the blood. Its claws were clenching onto the white wyvern's neck. Choi Han grabbed onto the bone dragon's neck bone. Mary, let's go up. Mary responded to his statement. Flap, flap. Her dead mana spread like spiderwebs in order to create wings for the bone dragon. Mary's eyes started to become covered in black thread-like blood veins. However, she did not stop. She was currently growing. She was about to overcome a wall. Her hands clasped around the neck she could not see. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra. The white wyvern's neck started to become dyed black. Ugh! Clope pulled on the reins in order to regain his balance. His white aura then shot out toward the bone dragon's front paw. However, the bone dragon started to flap its wings. It was going up. The bone dragon continued to keep the white wyvern in its paw as it shot up farther and farther into the sky. Choi Han was stationed at the bone dragon's head as it flew up. One of the knights standing on top of the wall could not help but comment. Dragon Knight. The knight's heart was going wild as he said that. It was a title that held a significant weight that was incomparable to that of a wyvern knight. The knight's gaze was focused on the sky. The direction of this battle would turn based on the result of the battle between the bone dragon and the white wyvern. It was at that moment. Bang! A loud noise made the knight open his eyes wide. Cal, who was watching, could not do anything as his jaws dropped. One of the stone mountains lost its peak. The bone dragon had slammed the white wyvern into the mountain. Dragons really are strong. Wyverns are as weak as a tiny tree branch. But I, the great and mighty dragon, Rayan Muru, am even more amazing than that bone dragon. Cal listened to Rayan's excited voice as if it was background music as he nervously chuckled. I hope they didn't kill him. Cal nervously looked toward the stone mountain while hoping that he did not lose out on a pile of gold. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra, gia-ra. There was blood coming out of the wyvern's mouth. However, the wyvern could only flail around. It could not get up. The thing that had slammed it into the mountain, that stupid bone dragon, was stepping on its head and looking down at it. Ah! However, Clope was still fine. He had jumped away from the wyvern the moment it was thrown and managed to land safely. However, he continued to grow his aura. Slash. It happened again. His white aura was slashed again. No matter how hard he tried to wrap around Choi Han like a snake, his sword could not cut him. That person had followed him right after he had landed on the ground. It looks like your sword is a white snake. It suits you better than the wyvern. Clope started to shiver after hearing Choi Han's calm voice. A white snake. That was the true symbol of the Sekka household. The qualifications for becoming a guardian knight rested with such snake-like characters. Why, you nameless bastard dares to go against a guardian knight like myself? Clope's sword charged toward Choi Han once again, however. Choi Han only had 2 words to say. So annoying. That was it. Clope could see the darkness approaching him once again. The white snake's body was gobbled up by the darkness. Clang! Clope's sword fell to the ground. My arm. Ah! There was no longer an arm attached to Clope's right shoulder. His neck was then choked by the black-haired man, just as the bone dragon had done to the white wyvern. He could not breathe. The pain from being unable to breathe made it so that he could not feel the pain from losing his arm. He heard a cold voice at that moment. Tell the wyverns to stop. Choi Han was giving him an order. He took out the flute from Clope's pocket and motioned to him with his eyes. All he had left to do was to return after successfully fulfilling Cal's order. He had caught both the white wyvern and the guardian knight alive. He did not kill either of them. Ah, ah, he could hear the guardian knight gasping for breath. Choi Han's expression changed. The guardian knight was shaking his head. Maybe it was because he could not breathe, but he was crying like a baby as he shook his head. This suddenly made Choi Han question the details. How could a white snake control a wyvern? An aura was the user's identity. A white snake could not control a wyvern. Choi Han turned his head. He immediately jumped back on the bone dragon and shouted to Mary. We need to go back. There was more. This was not it. The bone dragon flew back up into the sky. Choi Han then heard a noise. He heard a whistle. Someone was quietly whistling. It was the helmet-wearing knight, the only one that was allowed to talk to Clope Sekka. He was the one that was whistling. Karara. The wyvern underneath the bone dragon's feet started to run wild. The wyvern struggled so much that its veins started to pop out. It was moving as if it had forgotten about fear and death. The wyvern that had no energy to move tried to slowly crawl through the ground. Damn it! Choi Han and the bone dragon started to fly toward the helmeted knight. However, the knight moved first. The other wyverns all charged toward the shield. Bearing, bearing. They could see the wyvern's wings, claws, and arms breaking apart. However, the wyverns did not stop. They were trying to cut through the shield as if they had gone crazy. The silver shield started to become drenched in red blood. Human, the wyvern seemed to have gone nuts. How cute! But Cal could not hear Rayan's voice. The guardian knight is not the one that controls the wyverns. It was the guardian knight in the novel. Cal realized that there were things that had not been revealed in the first 5 volumes. The helmeted knight. He had no knowledge about this person. That knight got on a wyvern and headed toward Cal. However, there was nothing in the knight's hand. It was at that moment. Human, something is weird. I can feel the power of nature on him. What? Power of nature? An ancient power. Cal could see a sword starting to appear in the helmeted knight's hand. He could easily tell what it was. That was a sword. It was an ancient power in the shape of a sword. That sword continued to get longer and wider. It almost looked like a spear now. It was at that moment. Boom. Cal could feel his heart start to beat wildly. He then heard the voice of the glutton priestess. You will block it. The shield started to shrink. What the hell? Cal could not speak properly. His entire body was heating up. He was not in pain, however. It was getting hard to breathe. The ancient powers were roaring inside of his body. The tattoos around his body felt as if they were on fire. The shield continued to shrink as that happened. The silver wings disappeared as well. They continued to shrink until it became a tiny shield. However, Rayan's shield continued to prevent the wyverns from coming in. At that moment, Cal could see the helmeted knight starting to smile. Try blocking this. The helmeted knight slowly threw the sword. The large sword that had become a spear shot down toward Cal. Human, something is weird about it. I will create more shields. Rayan created more layers of shields until there were 4 total layers. However, something still felt off. It felt as if magic would not work on that sword. A natural disaster. This was the term for the most dangerous things in nature. Hurricanes, volcanic eruptions, hail. These were all natural disasters. Looking at that sword made Rayan think about that term. It was something that had the destructive forces of nature in it. The 6-year-old dragon's instincts were telling him something. It was saying it was not possible to block the sword with magic. The only thing that could block that sword was a dragon's breath, or a dragon's body. It had to be the sturdy body of a creature that was in a class of its own. There were only a few seconds before the sword would hit Cal. Rayan's eyes were focused on Cal during those few seconds. His body subconsciously started to move forward. It was at that moment he could hear Cal's voice. Duck! That shout made Rayan return to his senses. He then started to shout. Mary, call the dragon. Rayan increased the number of shields. 5 layers, 6 layers. The black dragon that had yet to go through his first growth phase and could not use dragon's breath was reaching his limit. Crack! However, the natural disaster easily destroyed the shields the moment it touched them. A shield like this was a child's toy to this destructive natural disaster. 1, 2. The shields quietly started to disappear. I just need to resist. I just need to resist until Mary's dragon gets here. Rayan created new shields whenever a layer was destroyed. He then heard Cal's voice. Enough. Rayan flinched. He then looked toward Cal. It was at that moment. Bang! The people on the wall could not do anything as they heard the loud noise and a flash of light. The last thing they saw was the black bone dragon ramming into the large sword. Once their vision returned, they could see that the dragon's bones were breaking, although it had caused a crack in the sword. However, these lifeless old dragon bones were not enough. They were not enough to destroy the sword. Rayan could see that this was the case. This 6-year-old baby dragon that lacked experience sensed danger for the first time. Rayan's body started to move. He heard Cal laughing at that moment. Rayan turned his head. He could see Cal coughing up a large amount of blood. Cal was bleeding from his mouth, nose, and ears as he continued to laugh. A voice was going off inside of Cal's mind. Isn't that my sword? It was the previous owner of the dominating aura. He was the one that was speaking. That's the dragon-slaying sword. Cal realized it at that moment. Dragon Slayer. That helmet's sword is the dragon-slaying sword. That was the reason it had managed to destroy the bone dragon. He then thought about the crown he had stolen from the north. It was the white crown that looked similar to the crown that had disappeared when he gained the dominating aura. It was the crown in his magic bag that was said to like dragon's blood. The sword and the crown. Cal realized that they must be a pair. That was the reason the crown had been in the north. There was one more thing. He realized this fact as if his instincts were telling him. It was the faint vision of the future that the world tree had seen. It was one of the 3 things the world tree had told him. This was the 3rd thing, aside from Rayan's parents and the water of judgment. The person who is collecting ancient powers has collected a total of 3 ancient powers. It must have been talking about this helmeted bastard. You son of a beach. Cal clenched his fists. His whole body was shaking. Rayan, don't move. Cal shouted toward the invisible baby dragon as he focused on the words in his mind. Are you trying to sacrifice yourself? No, I will never hurt myself for others. Cal ignored the Super Rock's question. Instead, he focused his thoughts on the words of his fellow glutton, the glutton priestess. He could hear her voice. This is enough. The tattoo on Cal's heart had changed. The silver shield tattoo had received a heart in it when he had received the vitality of the heart. That red heart was slowly turning silver. The shield had eaten up the first power. Cal poured out as much of the shield as possible. A natural disaster. And the vitality of the heart. It was the restoration power of the human who did not want to live. The power of a human to overcome natural disasters came from their vitality and their desire to live. Bang! Although there were cracks on the still large sword, the tip of it still ran into the tiny shield. A light brighter than the one earlier covered the entire Henitus territory. Cal could see Choi Han jumping behind the helmeted knight like a devil before he lost his sight. He could also feel Rayan supporting his back with his paws as he heard the priestess' voice. Good job. Cal quickly realized it. He had blocked it, the power of restoration and the will to live. It was the power of humans who managed to survive through all sorts of nature's attacks. The shield did not break. Chapter 199, There's a Dragon. 4. The highest point of the Henitus territory. Basin was still in the highest room of the castle tower. Hayu, Hyangnim. Basin's shout echoed out. He was holding onto the rails with one hand as if he was about to jump off the tower in order to rush toward Cal. He was looking at the origin of the flash of light. Basin Henitus heard a noise just as his sights returned. Crack! the large sword that had received a crack prior to the attack. That sword slowly cracked completely before disappearing into the air. A few of the wyverns that touched the specks of the disappearing sword instantly turned into ash. However, something else caught his attention before he could feel fear about what he had just seen. He saw the shield. The extremely small shield did not break. However, there was a crack where the sword had hit it, as if it was going to instantly break. In fact, the shield had cracks all over it. It looked ready to break at any moment. He then saw his Hyang Nim, Cal Henitus. Beep, beep, the information communication room. All sorts of emergency calls were flooding in. There were especially a lot of calls from all over the northeast region. Many video communication devices were currently connected to the Henitus territory. They had seen the battlefield through the screen. However, Basin could not hear any of those loud noises. All he could see was his Hyang Nim, who was barely managing to stand. He could also see the black blood Cal was coughing up. The 17-year-old Basin felt the pain of war for the first time in his life. It was at that moment. Basin Henitus. He heard Crown Prince Albaru's voice. He had not heard it properly the first time, however. The significantly dry voice quickly brought Basin back to his senses. What did your Hyang Nim order you to do? Basin raised his head. He recalled what his Cal had told him. He turned his head and looked around the information communication room. This was currently the center of information for the entire Rhone kingdom. Information was the most important factor in a war. If you do not want to be embarrassed, no, if you do not want to regret this in the future, do not forget your task. Although Albaru was saying this to Basin, he was saying it to himself as well. Albarus' face that was visible through the screen was bloodshot as he focused on what was going on in the Henitus territory. He said one more thing to Basin. The 1st Brigade of the Royal Knights and the Mage Brigade are currently heading toward the Henitus territory. Cal Henitus had told him to wait. However, the Crown Prince started to play his part in order to not be embarrassed or regret things in the future. The Rhone Kingdom's Mage Brigade took their first step to show themselves to the world for the first time. Basin also started to order the knights responsible for the video communication devices. We are going to start accurately relaying the information about the enemies to the entire Rhone kingdom. His brother had told him something 3 days ago, the same night as the Crown Prince's proclamation. We are the first line. His brother's voice was clearly reappearing in his mind. He said that the first line was extremely important. If people hear about how we survived and protected the castle, the morale of the Rhone kingdom would change. We need to etch the image of victory in the minds of the citizens. That is the way for us to win the war. His Hyang Nim had been his usual calm self as he said this. That is the way for all of us to survive. The person who had said that was barely hanging on right now. Basin gave an order to the mages. Let's accurately relay how we win this battle. The morale of the Rhone kingdom will change positively from here onward. Basin firmly believed that to be the case. He lowered his head to look toward the castle wall. The mixed-blood dwarf Rat Mueller was currently on top of the wall. He had opened his eyes after hearing a noise as well. Crack. The castle walls. There were cracks appearing on the castle wall, the walls that I developed. This cowardly yet prideful mixed-blood dwarf rat had an emotion other than fear in his eyes. However, he could only gasp as the Countess still had her hand on his neck. Gasp! He was flung aside. Mueller felt his body being flung to the side. He then heard a scream. Countess Violin was screaming. He also heard Count Deruth shout as well. Everybody focus. Mueller raised his head. The always calm and gentle Count's expression was extremely ugly. The Count had veins popping out of his forehead as he gave the order. Activate the catapults right away. The Count took out his sword and approached the edge of the wall and looked down as he continued to speak. There was anger, sorrow, and uncertainty mixed in his voice. Don't let even a single one live. Mueller heard something else at the same time. Barang! The first thing he saw was a silver light. It was not Cal's shield. This silver light that looked like the Milky Way continued to appear above Rain City. It was a shield. This shield that seemed to be imitating Cal's silver shield was continuing to appear in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4. More silver shields continued to appear as they covered the sky over and over again. Although he was mixed blood, the fact that he was a dwarf allowed Mueller to know the source of that shield right away. A dragon. He knew only a dragon could do this. He thought about the young dragon that lived in this territory. The young dragon had created these shields. There was also someone Mueller was very familiar with standing by the shields. Choi Han. Choi Han was currently fighting against the helmeted knight. His black aura was viciously shaking as he fought. Although it was still dark with just a small speck of light, this aura was raging more angrily than ever before. Ha! Ha ha! And then there was the sword that was easily blocking against that aura. The helmeted knight was laughing as he used the sword-shaped ancient power to block Choi Han's attacks. He did not look to be struggling, even though the sword had been destroyed once already. Bang! Their weapons clashed against each other. Choi Han took a step back and stumbled. Tap! There were things helping to support Choi Han in the air. It was the flying skeleton brigade that had been running away. They had come back, no. Mary had brought them back in order to create a path for Choi Han to walk in the air. Choi Han and the numerous white skeletons were fighting against the wyvern-riding helmeted knight. It was hard to see the two of them because of the number of flying skeletons. However, there was someone who had a good view of all of this. Mary. She had dead mana covering her body as her hands continued to shake. Her problem was that she could see things too clearly. Cal. The Countess arrived to support Cal, who was just barely standing up. She held back another scream. Cal had plopped down as soon as she supported him. Black blood was seeping out of Cal's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. Cal was coughing up so much blood that it looked as if he would have trouble breathing. The Countess could feel Cal's body starting to turn cold. Her son's body was starting to turn cold. She could see a doctor and a priest heading toward them from the distance. Cal, just a bit. Hold on just a bit longer. She started to massage Cal's body and arms. There was so much blood coming out of him that she was worried that he would have no blood left. She heard Cal's quiet voice at that moment. I'm okay. What? Her pupils started to shake as she looked at Cal. The priest and the doctor that approached him flinched. There was a voice crying in Cal's mind right now. Human, you are bleeding too much. Human, this is different than normal. Human, please stop bleeding. I will not let him survive. I will kill him even if I have to die as well. Stay here. Cal's hand moved to grab the air. The Countess started to frown after seeing trying to grab the air. She thought that Cal was hallucinating. His mind must be damaged as well. She finally calmed down after seeing the Count looking as if he was going to go crazy while looking at Cal. At least one of them had to think straight. However, it was hard for her to control her emotions after hearing what Cal said next. You'll get hurt if you go. The words he barely managed to say made it difficult for her to hold back her tears. The things that he was saying while coughing up blood, the things that he was saying even though his mind must be a mess. Even during this moment, it made her feel as if her heart was breaking. Cal finally managed to speak again. Stay by my side, cough. Cal coughed up blood again. He then started to bleed out once more. Cal did not manage to say the remaining words out loud. Kill him. Stay by my side and kill him. Only one being understood his words. The bottom of Cal's pants was getting wet by something other than blood, even though it was not raining. The existence that was wetting Cal's pants with his tears had understood Cal's words. I will kill him. Ruyumble. The cloudy sky started to roar again. The sword that was like a natural disaster. Although Rayan could not recreate that sword, Dragon could do something similar. It was not hard to imitate it. That was why he was a dragon. A storm. Hail, the dragon started to use his powers to sweep everything away. The sky was starting to turn black. At the same time, Rayan, the young dragon, recalled something he had heard from the ancient dragon. He finally seemed to figure out why Cal was acting like this. The ancient dragon, Uruhaben, had casually said something while teaching Rayan. Little kid, have you heard about the dragon slayers? They're called dragon catchers sometimes too. Rayan had not liked that word at all. How dare they capture the great and mighty dragons? Well, you will probably never have to deal with a dragon slayer trying to kill you. In fact, the dragon slayer would probably do all sorts of things to keep you alive. The ancient dragon Uruhaben had thought that Cal had been a descendant of the dragon slayer household. He had not said that while imagining a day like today. It was just common knowledge that he was sharing with Rayan. Dragon slayers are unique individuals. They have overcome the limits of human beings. They are similar to nature. Humans who are similar to nature. Those words had made Rayan respond back to Uruhaben. Our weak human is similar to nature as well. That is why I'm saying that your weak human punk is a dragon. Well, I guess I should pretend not to know since he's trying to hide it. What are you saying? Nothing. Anyways, listen to me, little kid. If a dragon slayer comes after you, run. Rayan had snorted at that warning, however. Iruhaben continued to speak in a serious tone. Those bastards are humans who grow by eating dragons. Each dragon had different colors and attributes. Dragons were said to be the closest existences to nature. They needed to eat dragons in order to become more like nature. Young dragons like you have to be especially careful. Your body has not grown up and you can't use dragon's breath. Well, you have the unlucky punk by your side, so Yow'll probably be fine growing up slowly. There is no way the great and mighty me will get hurt. Iruhaben chuckled as he responded back. Little kid, there are no great and mighty existences in the world. Rayan, the black dragon, finally realized that today. I am not great and mighty. I am still far from it. Rayan looked at the hand that was holding onto his invisible paw. There was blood dripping from that hand. Rayan put his emotions into his magic. Drip, drip, it started to rain. The remaining wyverns continued to rush toward the silver shield. The bears dodged the catapults and arrows as they charged toward the cracked castle walls. The tigers tried to hit the bears from the back, however. There were at least 10 bears for each tiger. It was at that moment. Rumble, the rain started to change. The rain turned into a storm and then into a hailstorm as it started to roar. Then a thunderbolt struck down from the sky. Ki. Tens, no, hundreds of thunderbolts fell toward the wyvern knights and the bears. The thunderbolts aimed at the enemies without even a tiny bit of error. These thunderbolts were like that sword from earlier, sharply trying to slash everything in their way. However, there was a person who was able to easily slash away that storm and hail. This place is really fun. Is it a mage that is trying to copy me? Who is it? The helmeted knight. He licked his lips as he cut through the hail and thunderbolts and looked around. The ancient powers that Rayan had felt earlier. The power that reminded him of natural disasters. The knight's sword that consisted of storms, hail, and volcanic eruptions easily handled the fake imitations. The helmeted knight's gaze turned toward Choi Han. He chuckled while watching Choi Han spit out some blood. The black aura was rumbling in accordance with its owner's emotions. The helmeted knight made eye contact with Choi Han. Maybe you'd have a chance if you had achieved pure darkness, but you are still far from it. The knight lightly swung his sword. The back of his hand was slightly bleeding. The black aura had caused this injury. However, the helmeted knight showed no fear. The dwarf's armor was protecting his body. It was the creation of the dwarves that wanted to kill dragons. It was good enough to be a dragon catcher's armor. I still can't lower my guard around him. Clang! The two swords clashed again. The black aura that suddenly appeared in front of him made a small cut on his left cheek. At the same time, his volcanic ancient power slammed down onto the black aura. Bang! The noise was loud enough to drown out the thunderbolts. I told you, you can't win. The knight laughed and Choi Han clenched his teeth. Even Choi Han knew what the knight was trying to say. If I managed to complete it, the black aura, it would have been a better battle if he had completed the darkness. Just what the hell is that sword? His aura could not win against the sword. It seemed to be at a completely different level. Choi Han stood on top of one of the few skeletons remaining as he tried to catch his breath. He was having trouble breathing. He is strong. He is stronger than me, just one step. I could have defeated him if I took just one more step forward. Huff, huff. How long had it been since he had trouble breathing like this? He had not experienced this for over 10 years. Choi Han could not wipe away the blood that came out every time he took a breath. After coughing up blood for the first time in a long time, it felt odd to him. He realized something at that moment. Cal had always coughed up even more blood each time. Choi Han started to frown. This person is strong. However, Choi Han did not have the thought of losing in his mind. Choi Han started to frown even more as the helmeted knight mockingly continued to speak. I came because they said that there was someone with ancient powers, but I didn't think he would cough up blood like they said he would. His body is weak. He doesn't have the plate to support it, but he still gathered ancient powers. The knight's comments were making Choi Han angry. Nature allowed that punk to gain access to ancient powers. The knight was speaking as if Cal had taken things that he should not have been allowed to take. That was why Choi Han's mind was in a mess right now. Honestly speaking, Cal Henitus was the one that the helmeted knight found to be the most interesting. Only people who had nature's permission, the people with the plate to support them, could earn ancient powers. Although the people of the world thought that you needed heaven's mandate to be lucky enough to find ancient powers, it was actually calculated by nature about who would get access to them. That was why the knight could not believe that someone like Cal could have two ancient powers. Why someone with such a small plate? The power of wood and regeneration. Those were the powers that the helmeted knight realized as he clashed against Cal's shield. Choi Han was the person he found to be the second most interesting. This was someone whose plate was almost as large as his own. He found it weird that nature did not bestow any ancient power onto Choi Han. Choi Han charged toward the knight, who seemed to be thinking about something else. The two of their swords clashed once again. Bang! The vibrations from the clash destroyed the surrounding skeletons and shook the air. The half-transparent sword and black aura were pushing against each other as the two men stared at one another. Choi Han could see the brown eyes behind the helmet. The helmeted knight started to smile. Danger. Choi Han tried to step back. It had been a while since he had felt such a feeling. It was something that reminded him of Aruhaben, the ancient dragon. The helmeted knight's eyes looked deep into Choi Han's eyes. The knight then whispered to Choi Han, "You've also lived a long time." Those words made Choi Han flinch. "You too." That slight hesitation made the knight start to smile. His arm started to move. He had caught Choi Han by the neck. However, that was just the beginning. Mary's monsters quickly bit into the wyvern that the helmeted knight was riding on in order to help Choi Han out. However, the knight stabbed his sword into Choi Han's shoulder. It dug into the wound like hail, rushed at it like a storm, and burned at it like a volcano. The helmeted knight started to smile while continuing to choke Choi Han. Choi Han looked pitiful as the knight continued to choke him. This was fun. It was worth coming out for the first time in a long time. I'm sure I'll see you again. The knight chuckled while looking at Choi Han's frowning face. His face was full of anger and pain. The knight slowly let go while continuing to look at Choi Han. However, he saw the emotion disappearing from Choi Han's face at that moment. Grab. The hand at the bottom of the stabbed shoulder grabbed the helmeted knight's hand. Choi Han's other hand then grabbed onto the sword stabbed in his shoulder. It all happened in a moment. See as Choi Han's palm started to burn as if he was touching lava. Choi Han observed the helmeted knight with an emotionless expression for a split second. This was Choi Han's real face. Choi Han, who had flinched on purpose, showed his true expression. His true expression was one of no expression. His face had stiffened up after living for so long, such that it showed no emotion. Kick. Choi Han's foot kicked at the wyvern's neck. He then jumped down with the helmeted knight and the sword in each of his hands. The skeletons hesitated before quickly moving away. The wyvern that no longer had the knight was immediately hit with a thunderbolt. Screech. Boom. The final wyvern fell to the ground. The dragon had killed the last wyvern. He then headed outside of the silver shield that he had created. The dragon was the only one left in the air. Choi Han was currently falling down together with the helmeted knight. Are you crazy? The helmeted knight kicked Choi Han and tried to move away. He then brought out even more of his ancient powers. However, Choi Han's hand that was covered in black aura had no intentions of letting the ancient power sword go. The helmeted knight was not worried about the fall. That wasn't the issue. However, there was something that he was worried about. Dead mana. The antithesis of nature was gathering together in order to create a large orb. There was a small monster skeleton at the center. The helmeted knight started to frown at the power that was weaker than him but still continuing to gather together. He felt it behind his back. He felt a small arrow aiming for his back. The necromancer was gathering her strength. The dead mana surrounding the small monster was turning sharp like a sword. There was also a power that was supporting the dead mana. It was the fake magic that was imitating his hail, storm, and volcano ancient powers. The young dragon remained invisible as he sent his powers to support the dead mana. The dead mana that had gathered together like a small sword had turned into an arrowhead, while Rayon's powers turned it into a large arrow. The helmeted knight could see the veins on Choi Han's hands that were holding on to him. He saw the will to never let go in Choi Han's eyes. "I'll really get hurt like this." The knight started to shout as he frowned. "Are you crazy? I will not die if I get hit by that. Only you will die." The arrow was accurately aiming for the helmeted knight's back. It was slowly forming into a full arrow. That arrow looked as if it could easily pierce both the helmeted knight and Choi Han. Choi Han, who was looking at the arrow, looked back toward the helmeted knight. I've been crazy for a long time. He had already been crazy. It happened a long, long time ago. He had gone crazy inside the forest of darkness. How could you not go crazy after living for tens of years on your own? Choi Han did not like how relaxed this knight was. He needed to see this knight getting hurt in order to suppress some of his anger. A smile slowly formed on his emotionless face. It was because he was thankful that Mary had understood his intentions. People definitely were stronger together. Rayan started to speak in Choi Han's mind at that moment. You will definitely not die. Stupid Choi Han. The arrow then flew forward. Son of A. Another loud noise could be heard outside the Henitus territory, along with the helmeted knight's shout. Barang. Cal snorted once more after seeing a blinding explosion occur once more. You unbelievable fools. The vitality of the heart. The ancient power was working to get rid of all the blood on his body. Cal slowly started to stand up. He had not fallen just yet. 1. Plate is being used to describe the body. For example, the bigger the plate, the more food you can put on it. So, to have a small plate or a weak plate means that the person cannot become very strong. Chapter 200. There's a dragon. 5. Grab onto the castle wall. The soldiers immediately grabbed onto the wall or flattened themselves against the floor after hearing the count's shout. The explosion shook the entire territory. Although the explosion took place in the sky, the aftershock was directly felt by the castle wall. Count Henitus subconsciously made a comment. This is not a battle for humans. This war was not just for humans. It had already gone beyond that level. He then turned his head toward his son and his wife. He couldn't help but let out a gasp. This gasp almost sounded like a laugh. His son, who had gotten back up at some point, had created a small shield in order to protect the countess, the doctor, and the priest. Count Henitus realized something at this moment. This is a war that is beyond the level of humans, and my son is at the center of this battle. Seeing his son standing up and looking better made the count's mind become complicated. He pushed off the wall in order to slowly get back up. On the other hand, Cal had no idea what Count Henitus was thinking as he looked toward the burning darkness that flashed for a moment within the explosion. What the hell is that? Cal, like most people with no martial arts training, did not have enhanced vision, so he could not see anything properly. What he saw was Choi Han's power. It was his extremely, slightly imperfect darkness. It was absorbing the dead mana in order to explode. Light and darkness had combined in order to cause that explosion. And then, remaining at the site of that explosion, drip, drip, rain continued to fall. The rain fell, not on the ground, but onto the bodies of the dead wyverns and bears as it mixed with the blood. Drip. The dust that was in the air after the explosion was erased by the wind and the rain. Things finally became visible. Crack, crack. The helmeted knight's armor started to crack as pieces started to fall to the ground. This was a set of armor made by a dwarf that was trying to catch a dragon. That armor cracked before falling into the mud below. You bastards. The helmeted knight clenched his teeth and started to swear. He coughed up some blood as he stood back up. His red, bloodshot eyes looked forward. The white tiger. The white tiger Gashan had used his incantations in order to protect someone. He had protected Choi Han. Choi Han was looking at the dragon slayer while holding on to the shoulder that was pierced by the ancient power sword. However, the dragon slayer was not looking back at him. Choi Han could see that the helmeted knight was not injured even though he was coughing up blood. That knight's armor was amazing. However, Rayan had destroyed that armor. The knight's gaze turned extremely chilling. There were all sorts of natural disasters roaring inside of his body. They were starting to surround him as if he had turned into the dragon slayer sword. The knight started to laugh as he started to speak. There is a dragon here. There was a dragon here. Only a dragon could destroy a flame dwarf tribe's item. He had thought that it was just a talented mage who was imitating him. But now, he knew that a dragon must be raising its arrogant head and looking at him from somewhere. It probably decided to lend its powers once in order to kill him. The dwarf had said the following before giving him the armor. This cannot defend against a dragon's breath, but it should be able to guard against an average adult dragon's magic. Even a dragon lord. Why are you talking about something that does not exist? The dragon lord is the emperor of magic. It cannot defend against it. If there was a real Dragon Lord, would we be doing this? This armor should manage to defend against an ancient dragon's magic at least once as well. That is our limit. The Dragon Slayer's instincts were telling him something. An ancient dragon, or one that was beyond that level. A dragon with at least that level of magic was here. But isn't there only one ancient dragon? He only knew about the ancient dragon that was close to death. There is another ancient dragon. He. He started to laugh. Those trash dragon bastards. The ancient dragon probably watched these existences of nature fighting as it stood there with a haughty expression. Otherwise, there was no reason for it to step in right now. If it had stepped in from the beginning, it would have used dragon fear and dragon breath in order to kill him. It would have been easy since he was not complete yet. Ah! The knight coughed up blood once again. He had pulled the ancient power sword out of Choi Han in order to guard himself the moment the armor started to break. However, his internal organs were still shocked by Choi Han's aura and the dead mana explosion. It felt as if all of his organs were twisting inside of his body. He had not felt this for a long time. Only if I had the crown. That was the reason I had bowed my head to that crazy bastard in the first place. The knight thought about the reason he was not complete yet and started to grind his teeth. He felt a sense of disappointment. He could not be complete because some damn bastards had stolen the crown. His body was close to its limit as the sword of disasters had been destroyed a couple of times as well. He could only use it once more in this battle. His body, his plate, would not be able to support anything more. Although he had one more power of the dragon catcher, that was a pitiful power that he did not need. The dominating aura. That laughable power that only a scammer would use did not meet the dignity of a dragon slayer. The aura was an illusion without any real strength. The helmeted knight made up his mind to definitely capture the bastards who had stolen the crown as he looked around. Vicious bastards. Another arrow that was imitating his power was flying through the air. There was also the black aura. And finally, plop, plop. There were the dead wyvern and bear corpses that were standing back up in the mud. Behind them were the tiger tribe with the white tiger at the center, as well as the humans aiming their arrows and catapults at him. The knight closed his eyes. Looks like we lost. Anybody could see that they had lost. Choi Han clenched his right hand, even after seeing the knight smiling in pity. His left shoulder still had the wound from the sword of disasters. His left arm would have become useless if the knight had not pulled back the power in order to defend himself. That was why Choi Han remained alert. It was at that moment. Plop. The final piece of the armor fell to the ground. The helmet finally fell. The knight started to move just as his face was revealed to the world. The powers that had been surrounding his body changed into the shape of a sharp blade. That blade was directed in a single location. Block it. The tigers started to rush toward the knight at Gashan's command. Choi Han was already charging forward as well. Ki. The dead wyverns slowly started to move in order to block the knight's attack and hold him back. Even the dead bears stepped through the mud as they charged against the knight. They were chasing after the knight as if they had never been allies. The dead wyverns and dead bears frantically chased after the knight. However, these dead creatures disappeared the moment they touched the ancient power surrounding the helmeted knight. Nothing could stop the knight. He continued to run without stopping. He was heading for the castle wall. To be more specific, he was heading toward Cal. He then started to laugh. Piwa ha 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 ha, I knew it would be like this. The arrow in the air did not move. The arrow that was imitating his natural disasters did not fly toward the castle wall. Cal and the helmeted knight made eye contact. The knight started to shout. You seem to be receiving a dragon's protection. He already did not like how Cal was using ancient powers, but now this human was even receiving a dragon's protection. He deserved to die. A deep hatred filled the helmeted knight's eyes. A power that was stronger than ever before surrounded his body. I will destroy you and this castle. The arrow that had been shining in the air suddenly disappeared. Instead, Cal felt a small body grabbing his body. Grab. The invisible rayon stuck to Cal as if he was a shield. He opened his wings and hugged Cal, as if he was saying that he would receive the power of the disasters. I will not let go. Cal felt Rayon's body heat as he looked around. He then raised his hand to pat Rayon's back. Choi Han, who had been rushing toward them, suddenly flinched. Something is weird. The fact that Calnim is this calm should mean that it is not very dangerous. It was at that moment. It was the moment that the helmeted knight jumped up in the air. It was the moment that the sword of disasters looked as if it would pierce through the castle wall. The helmeted knight, Rayan, and everybody else running toward him could hear the laughter. Cal was laughing. A calm voice started to come out of his mouth. I knew that those damn bears were shrewd. The knight's eyes slightly shook. Cal had heard Mary's voice just a moment ago. Mary, who had been quietly standing there in her invisible state, had urgently spoken for the first time. The bears I am not controlling are moving. Cal started to laugh. He looked at the bear corpses that were running toward them as if they were trying to stop the knight. There were some alive bears in the mix. A bear pretended to be dead. Cal then moved his gaze toward the knight who was pretending to rush at him. That bastard is shrewd too. He was pretending to charge at Cal as if he had given everything up. Yes, he was just pretending. Oh, you knew about it. The knight started to smile. The hatred disappeared from his eyes, as if it had all been an act, as he took a magic scroll out of his pocket. The bears also jumped up into the air and took out magic scrolls. These were most likely teleportation scrolls. The white tiger Gashan started to shout. Catch them, catch the bears. The count shouted as well. Fire. The catapults and archers started to shoot toward the bears. I may have lost, but I'm not ready to die just yet. His snake-like face started to smile. His face that was revealed after the helmet was destroyed looked like a snake. It looked like an emugi that had yet to become a dragon. Cal continued to laugh as he looked toward the one person who had understood his actions. Choi Han. He was the only one who realized something was weird, while everybody else rushed toward Cal. He was stepping onto the dead wyverns as he was rushing up into the air. It was almost in line with the knight's movements. He would be at the helmeted knight's level if he stepped on just one more dead wyvern. Cal could feel Rayan moving away from his body. Rayan's front paw started to create magic once again. Choi Han jumped off the wyvern's head and flew toward the knight. The helmeted knight was still looking at Cal. He did not waste these few seconds of time. You bastard who has received a dragon's protection. Reeb. The teleportation scroll was ripped, and the knight's body started to disappear. True anger could be seen through his smile. A human who had received a dragon's protection. This was someone who deserved to die. The knight swung his sword of disasters toward Choi Han, who was flying toward him, as he continued to speak to Cal. His body had almost disappeared. I will soon return to kill you, However, something got him before he could disappear. The knight let out a moan and slowly lowered his head. He could see what had hit him. My sword. No, it was not his sword. However, it was something that was similar to the sword of disasters. He could feel storms, hail, and volcanoes in this sword. It was fake, but it was very similar to his own. The knight heard a young voice in his ear. You will die first. He could not see anything. Suddenly, two eyes appeared from out of nowhere. They were dark blue eyes. They had the distinct shape of dragon's eyes and shone brightly. Only these eyes appeared to greet the knight. Crackle, there was a spark, and the knight's body started to teleport. However, the sword that stabbed him was continuing to spin inside of his body. The dark blue eyes were opened wide and did not let the enemy go. Ah, cough. The knight coughed up blood once again. Choi Han did not miss that moment. He used the moment that the sword of disasters weakened in order to cut the knight's arm off with his black aura. Slash. The removed arm became visible again and moved away from the influence of the magic. However, the knight did not have any time to focus on this. The sword of disasters. It returned and surrounded the knight's body. It was able to destroy the fake sword made from magic. However, Rayan's magic had reached his heart. The imitation magic sword turned into the shape of a dragon's paw and clenched onto his heart. Crackle. The knight clenched the top of his heart. However, the power that was most similar to dragons, the power that could only be handled by a dragon's breath or dragon's body. The ancient power of disasters destroyed Rayan's magic sword at that moment. Clang, the magic broke and a snake-like power came from the knight's stomach around the spot where his dantian would be. It was his other ancient power. That finally started to move. Cal suddenly got the chills. Ah, he heard Mary's shocked gasp at that moment. At the same time, Cal could see the helmeted knight silently whistling. Perhaps. He heard Mary starting to shout, I can't control them. Cal could read the helmeted knight's lips. I told you I can't die yet. Choi Han lowered his head to see what was grabbing onto his ankles. It was a wyvern corpse. The wyverns were slaves to the dragon slayer even after death. It could not get away at all. The wyvern corpse started to shake and seemed to resemble boiling water. Cal immediately started to speak. Dodge it. It's going to explode. It looked as if it was about to explode. The wyverns had chased the helmeted knight to the castle wall. The castle wall and the tigers would be in danger if they exploded. He could not spread his shield all the way to the catapult and the archers. They would be unable to attack the bears if he did so. There were many soldiers currently standing there on the castle wall as well. Cal started to frown. This was the reason he hated wars. Ha ha ha. The helmeted knight could not hold back his laughter. He found Cal's frown to be entertaining. Crackle, his body started to disappear. He was aiming for this moment when Choi Han was being held back. Mary could not control the wyverns, and Cal had no energy left to use his ancient powers. The dragon also simply continued to use magic. The helmeted knight was aiming for all of this. Barang! One of the wyvern corpses exploded. That was the beginning. The people closest to the helmeted knight who were trying to escape with him were caught up in the explosion. Ah, why are you doing this to us? The dead wyvern's explosion did not differentiate between allies and enemies. The bears were getting killed by the explosions. Ah, why is this happening? No. Ah. The tigers retreated while looking at the bears in shock. He's killing his own allies. The knight was killing the wyverns and bears in order to create an opening for him to escape. Tens of wyverns started to explode at the same time. Cal urgently activated his shield to cover the soldiers. The helmeted knight laughed while watching all of this. He didn't know why nature allowed someone with such a weak plate to have ancient powers. However, ancient powers usually picked people like him as masters. That was why most average humans could only handle one ancient power. Weak bastard. There had to be a reason a shield ancient power had picked this punk as its master. Everything in the world had a reason behind it. The knight scoffed at the idiot who was overusing his power in order to save the soldiers rather than to catch him. He raised his head one last time. Screech. A shadow covered the ground near the castle wall. Everyone had forgotten about this thing. The 15-meter-long white wyvern. Even it could not go against its master's orders as it dragged its injured body all the way to the wall. The master then gave the order to the wyvern. Die. Screech, the wyvern screeched. However, the animal that had lost its freedom had no choice but to obey. The 15 meters long monster rushed toward the wall, to be more specific, toward Choi Han. Boo-woom. This wyvern was almost the size of a dragon, that large being charged at Choi Han, who had the highest chance of getting in its master's way. Cal finally started to speak. Choi Han's shoulder was already injured. Rayan had no more methods to fight against the dragon slayer. However, if it was against a dragon slayer that was trying to run away, Rayan helped Choi Han. Cal heard Gashan shouting next to him. Duck! Cal closed his eyes. A gust of wind brushed past him. It was the aftershock of the explosion. Cal opened his eyes once the wind died down. He could see the mess outside of the castle wall. The trees, boulders, and everything else were destroyed. All he could see in the muddy area were the corpses of the dead bears and dead wyverns. The dragon slayer was not there. The ground started to move, and the tigers started to get back up. A transparent orb surrounding Choi Han slowly approached the castle wall. Cal lifted his head up. The clouds had disappeared, leaving behind a clear sky. A ray of light started to shine down on them. Calnim. Cal looked toward Choi Han and started to speak. Did you leave a mark? It was the invisible dragon, and not Choi Han, who responded to him. I did. Cal started to walk. He was staggering after overusing his ancient power. However, there was still something he had to do. Cal walked over until he was standing next to Count Deruth Henitus. Father, Cal helped Count Deruth Henitus stand back up. That action made the soldiers stand up as well. They all looked up at the sky. The sky was clear without a single cloud. The silver shield that had been protecting the soldiers was still there. I survived. That was the thought that was going through all of the soldiers' minds. Click, click. The citizens started to open their doors. They did not see the enemies anymore. They did it. The citizens realized that they had won. Father, the Count knew that this was just the beginning. He could see the fatigue on Cal's face. Bep, his second son, Basin, was running toward them. There was a video communication device in his arms. Basin started to shout. Enemy ships have been discovered at the first boundary of the northeastern ocean. The Count's expression stiffened up. The Indomitable Alliance was cutting through the still frozen shores in order to head southward. They were aiming for the Rhone kingdom in a two-pronged attack by sea and air. They probably had a much larger force coming via ships than via wyverns. The Count subconsciously turned to look at Cal. He then flinched. The Count could see that his son was smiling. Cal was hearing Rayan's voice in his head. The trace of my magic headed to the northeastern ocean. Rayan had left his mark on the dragon slayer's heart. Cal looked toward Choi Han and started to speak. Time to go hunting. There were no citizens nor soldiers to protect over at the ocean. Who cares if he was a dragon catcher? It wouldn't matter if they beat him to death. Cal calmly looked back toward Count Henitus and made an observation. The shield did not break. The concerned expression on the Count's face slowly changed. The hand that was holding his son's hand was shaking. He just held his son's hand tighter instead of responding back. Although Cal had not meant for it to happen, his words had still been conveyed to the entire kingdom through the video communication device in Bason's arms. 1. Is he still a helmeted knight if he lost his helmet? 2. The Emugi is a creature from Korean legends. It is said that it can become a dragon after living for 10 years and grabbing a Sintamani, a wish-fulfilling jewel in both Hindu and Buddhist traditions.